Qin Song, having transmigrated as the disciple of the esteemed Jiu Shu, is endowed with the celestial master system. Armed with the arts of Maoshan and other protective techniques, he embarks on a journey to vanquish demons, driven by the trust bestowed upon him by Jiu Shu and the deep affection of a beloved. Chapter 1. The Maoshan Priest in the Village. Dr. Qin, please open the door. Outside, an urgent cry pierced the night sky, followed by the frantic barking of the village dogs. Qin Song donned a coat and made his way to the entrance. Before him stood a woman in her 30s, cradling a small girl of about 4 or 5 years in her arms. Upon seeing Qin Song, the woman exclaimed, "Dr. Qin, please, you must examine my daughter Nyonyo. What is the matter with her?" Noticing the woman's anxious demeanor, Qin Song quickly gestured for her to enter the courtyard. He gently took the child from her arms and, observing the tear-streaked face of the woman, asked, "Sister Lu, please remain calm and tell me what has transpired." With that, Qin Song glanced at the girl nestled within the blanket. The child was curled up, eyes tightly shut, her jaw clenched in distress. Her face shrouded in an inexplicable melancholy. "This child has been drowsy for days. I initially thought it was nothing serious, but today when I returned home, I found her asleep for an entire day and night. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't wake up. Dr. Qin, you must ascertain what affliction has befallen my Nyonyo." Before she could finish, Sister Liu's tears began to flow anew. Qin Song gently placed his hand on the child's forehead. The cold sensation sent a shiver through him. As if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, he placed his hand once more upon the back of the little girl's head, and with a gentle pressure, her previously pallid visage gradually took on a rosy hue. After a brief moment, Qin Song cheerfully called out the child's name. "Nyonyo, wake up!" In just a few seconds, the little girl, who had been tightly shootied, leisurely opened her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Sister Lu was filled with overwhelming joy. "I cannot thank you enough. Dr. Qin, how did you manage this?" "Sister Lu, Nyonyo must have caught a chill these past few days, which led to her lethargy. Just now, I stimulated the acupuncture points on her body. When you return home, brew a bowl of ginger soup for her, and she will be just fine." After placing Nyonyo back in his Sister Liu's embrace, the little girl began to scrutinize Qin Song with curious eyes. Sister Lu repeatedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Qin. Thank you." Having said this, she hastily reached into her pocket. However, after rummaging around, her expression suddenly turned slightly flushed. Dr. Qin, I truly apologize. I was in a bit of a rush when I left and forgot to bring any money." With that, the woman pressed the few crumpled bills remaining in her pocket into Qin Song's hand. "I assure you, I will bring the rest to you tomorrow." "Not at all. This is more than sufficient." With a warm smile, Qin Song tucked the wrinkled bills into his pocket. "Thank you, Dr. Qin. I shall take the child home now and hope you rest well. Remember to brew a bowl of ginger soup for her when you get back." Under the repeated insistence of Qin Song, Sister Lu slowly vanished from the street, cradling her child. It was now deep into the night, yet Qin Song did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he lit a cigarette and quietly settled in the courtyard, gazing at the empty entrance. With a weary expression, he remarked, "Uncle Li, it has been over half a month. Why cling to this obsession?" At that moment, an elderly man dressed in dark blue approached, his eyes filled with urgency as he watched Sister Lu disappearing into the distance. Noticing Qin Song leisurely smoking in the courtyard, the old man, Li, strode over, visibly agitated. "I want to see my granddaughter." "What business is it of yours?" he exclaimed. Instantly, the temperature in the small courtyard dropped several degrees. "While you wish to see your granddaughter, I should not impede you," Qin Song replied. "However, you ought to reflect on your current state. It has been over half a month since her passing, and your incessant attachment to her. Do you wish for her to join you in your sorrow?" Qin Song's admonition deflated Li's anger. Observing the effect of his words, Qin Song quickly moved closer to the old man. "Uncle Li, your prolonged presence near Nyonyo has cast a shadow over the child. Should you remain stubborn, it is your family who will bear the consequences. Even so, do you wish to linger here further?" Li's eyes tightened, yet no tears fell. After a lengthy pause, he cast a reluctant glance toward the distance and said, "I will not stay. I cannot endanger Nyonyo." Upon hearing this, A smile crept across Qin Song's face. Indeed, that is precisely the case. With that, Qin Song took a deep drag from his cigarette. All right, Uncle Lee, it is getting late. You must be on your way to not miss your meeting with the emissaries of the underworld. For otherwise, you may find yourself unable to reincarnate. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crept across the old man's face. Dr. Qin, during the last 7 days after my passing, I managed to evade the grasp of the underworld's messengers, which is why I have lingered in the realm of the living for so long. Without their guidance, how am I to report below? Lee's words caught Qin Song somewhat off guard. Could a mere wandering soul truly elude the grasp of the underworld's emissaries and remain in the world of the living for such an extended period? This seemed rather illogical. Noticing Uncle Lee's anxious demeanor, Qin Song smiled and retrieved a cloth pouch from his breast pocket. With a swift motion, he revealed a silver needle, which he deftly held. With a gentle flick of his finger, a beam of silver light shot into the old man's chest. That be why the decree of the highest authority. I summon your solitary soul. A glimmer of silver now manifests within your heart. The underworld's officials await your spirit. Urgent as commanded. As Qin Song completed the incantation, a soft white light erupted from Lee's chest. Dr. Qin, what is this phenomenon? Gazing at the flickering silver light emanating from his chest, Lee felt a moment of trepidation. Uncle Lee, you are already deceased. Why fear a mere specter? With that, Qin Song smirked. Here, remember to take this talisman with you on your journey. This talisman originates from Maoshan, and upon seeing it, the spectral officials will undoubtedly grant you leniency and escort you to your reporting destination. As soon as Qin Song's words echoed, the radiance emanating from the old man, Lee's chest suddenly receded, transforming into a gentler glow. Follow this silver light. It will guide you to the underworld for your report. Bear in mind, this opportunity is singular. Should you fail to cherish it, the wandering souls of this world shall be your fate. After securing the talisman, Old Man Lee hesitated and then requested, Dr. Qin, please convey to Nayunia's parents that I have no regrets. I only hope they will take good care of Nyonyo and themselves. Upon receiving a nod from Qin Song, Old Man Lee respectfully bowed. With a fading silhouette, he stepped towards the courtyard exit. Only then did Qin Song exhale in relief. Just as he was about to close the door, a remarkably familiar voice suddenly resonated in Qin Song's mind. Congratulations on successfully guiding a wandering soul. You are awarded 5 points of virtue and 20 silver dollars. The reward will be credited to your account shortly. Please check for it. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Song couldn't help but pout. The reward for guiding Old Man Lee's soul was disappointingly meager. Inwardly, Qin Song couldn't suppress his disdain to ascend to the rank of Earth-level Celestial Master. It seemed he would have to wait an eternity. Chapter 2. The Benevolent System. Open my attribute panel. As Qin Song's voice fell, a radiant blue, ethereal screen materialized before him. Host, Qin Song, Cultivation Level, Xian Level Celestial Master, 2nd rank. Techniques, Maoshan Taoism, Maoshan 49 Needles, Iron Skin and Bronze Bones, Maoshan Medical Arts. In Virtue, 605 800. Account balance, 50 silver yuan. Upon seeing the In Virtue section, Qin Song could not help but inwardly lament. The In Virtue accumulated from aiding Old Man Lee seemed rather scant. Gazing at the bar indicating that he needed an additional 195 points of In Virtue to advance. Qin Song sighed deeply. Since his arrival in this world, he had activated the Endowed Celestial Master System. Endowed, by assisting the villagers in performing funerary rites and guiding wandering souls. Qin Song swiftly transcended the threshold of Yellow Level Celestial Master to attain the Xian level. However, the wandering souls within a 10-mile radius had long been guided by him as experience points. Now, the path to breaking through the Xian level appeared exceedingly arduous. In the realm of cultivation, strength is categorized into 4 major realms: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each further divided into 9 minor ranks. As one's cultivation level ascends, the required In Virtue for future advancements increases, with the conditions growing increasingly stringent. At this rate, whether he could break through the Xian level remained a significant concern, let alone reaching levels beyond. Nevertheless, Over the years since descending the mountain, he had become ever more adept in the application of the Maoshan 49 needles and Maoshan talismans. The 49 needles of Maoshan comprise 21 needles for healing and saving lives, and another 21 for exorcising malevolent spirits. As for the remaining 7 needles, they resonate with the celestial order, their purpose known to none. The Great Way encompasses 50, yet the heavens manifest 49, leaving one aspect incomplete. Consequently, aside from the founding master who could thoroughly master this technique, other Maoshan practitioners could only grasp its superficial elements. However, Qin Song possesses a unique prowess in medical arts, displaying remarkable proficiency with the 49 needles of Maoshan. Yet, he falters significantly in the application of Maoshan talismans. Since descending the mountain, he has been under the care of his senior, Lin Fengjiao. Over time, Qin Song chose to settle in Rinjia County, purchasing 2 earthen houses which he named the Materia Medica Clinic, embracing a life dedicated to healing. Unfortunately, the financial circumstances of the county's residents are generally limited. Had it not been for the system's reward of silver dollars, Qin Song might have starved within his clinic. Upon successfully extracting 50 silver dollars, a stack of shimmering currency appeared in his hands. With the funds secured, Qin Song gradually closed his eyes. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with the sounds of his slumber. The following morning, as usual, Qin Song opened the doors of his clinic punctually. Outside, familiar faces from the county awaited him. Initially, the townsfolk harbored skepticism towards the young doctor. However, as time passed, they discovered that not only was Qin Song's medical skill exceptional, but his prescriptions also yielded the best results at the most affordable prices. Gradually, the residents of the county developed a fondness for the young doctor. Even in their daily interactions, they increasingly expressed their respect for him. When Qin Song stepped out, those queuing for treatment greeted him courteously as Dr. Qin, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After a bustling morning, he had finally seen off more than a dozen patients, and it was now midday. Just as Qin Song was preparing to close the door and cook for himself, a middle-aged man with straight brows and a serious demeanor entered the clinic. Young apprentice, why go to such lengths? By establishing a medicine cabinet within your clinic, you could conveniently serve the patients and also increase your income. What is not to gain? Upon hearing the visitor and Oppo's voice, Qin Song promptly set aside his tools and greeted him with a beaming smile. Treating patients and prescribing remedies suffices to cover my daily expenses. If I were to add a medicine cabinet, I would be overwhelmed with work. With that, Qin Song hurried to offer tea and water. Brother, what brings you to my humble clinic today? He asked, his face alight with joy as he regarded the middle-aged man. The figure before him was named Lin Fengjiao. Known as the One-Browed Taoist, ranked 9th among his peers, he wielded the arts of Maoshan with remarkable proficiency, adept at locating graves and exorcising spirits, earning him a formidable reputation within a radius of several hundred miles. Consequently, the residents of Rinjia County prefer to refer to him as Uncle Nine. After savoring a sip of tea, Uncle Jiu expressed his satisfaction, saying, "You have a clear sense of priorities. Harmony breeds prosperity. Indeed, my master did not err in his judgment of you." In response, Qin Song awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, "Brother, you flatter me." The truth was not that Qin Song lacked the desire to assist. Rather, he found himself the sole practitioner in the entire medical clinic. Currently, attending to patients and conducting rituals for the deceased was already quite taxing, and if he were to also venture out to gather herbs and concoct remedies, it would surely lead to his exhaustion. Noticing the embarrassment etched on Qin Song and Oppo's face, Uncle Jiu could not help but chuckle. "Little junior brother, do you have any plans for tonight? I would like to treat you to a few drinks at the charity house. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Qin Song felt a twinge of surprise. After all, today was not a festival, nor was there any significant event. Why would his brother invite him to drink at the charity house? Observing the smile on Uncle Jiu's face, Qin Song pondered thoughtfully. He then curiously took a seat beside Uncle Jiu. "Brother, your sudden invitation to the charity house for drinks. Could it be that you are about to get married? When did sister come to Rinjia County?" Before Qin Song could finish his sentence, Uncle Jiu's teacup shattered on the floor with a loud crash. Clearly, Qin Song's words had struck a nerve. "You rascal! Why on earth would you bring up your sister? I am doing everything I can to avoid her. How could that possibly be?" With that, Uncle Jiu pounded his chest a few times, and half a pastry was expelled from his mouth. Qin Song's mention of the topic had genuinely startled Uncle Jiu. "Brother, do not forget that the betrothal between you and sister was ordained by our venerable master. Moreover, sister has treated you with great kindness. Are you truly willing to become a heartless scoundrel?" In response, Jiu Shu merely sighed silently. "You are well aware of whom my heart harbors. Although Qin Song is the latest among our disciples, he is still privy to these rumors surrounding Jiu Shu. The reason Jiu Shu has been wandering the world, evading Sister Jiu, stems from the fact that he still cherishes the memory of the once dear Mi Qi Lian. As for the relationship between sister and Jiu Shu, it is merely a one-sided affection. However, for Qin Song, who has watched the film, the fate of Mi Qi Lian is a foregone conclusion. Chapter 3. You have fallen victim to the corpse poison. If one were to follow the trajectory of a cinematic narrative, it would seem that Mi Qi Lian is destined to become the beloved of the Grand General. However, fate has woven a tale of unrequited love between them. What Qin Song did not anticipate was that Jiu Shu had been harboring lingering sentiments for his childhood companion, Mi Qi Lian, all along. Similarly, his senior disciple, Sister Jiu, was equally infatuated with Jiu Shu. This shared admiration led to the establishment of Sister Jiu's dojo in a village several miles away. The unspoken truth regarding Sister Jiu's affection for Jiu Shu was common knowledge among all, yet Jiu Shu's heart remained steadfastly devoted to Mi Qi Lian. Since descending the mountain, Jiu Shu had been reluctant to confront Sister Jiu directly, which inevitably created a rift between them over time. Noticing Jiu Shu's silence, Qin Song promptly diverted the conversation. "Brother, what scheme do you have in mind by inviting me for drinks today? I who passed through Rinjia County today. It has been many years since the three of us gathered together. Do you not wish to meet?" At this, Qin Song felt a twinge of surprise. "Brother Simu passed through here? I had heard he ventured to Miaojiang recently. What brings him back so suddenly?" Jiu Shu shook his head. "I am uncertain, but it seems he has taken on a significant task. He intends to rest at the ancestral hall on his way. And I have already asked Wan Kai and Qiuxing to prepare food and drink. You must not be late." With that, Jiu Shu stood to take his leave. "Rest assured, I will hasten over as soon as I finish my tasks at the hall." Gazing at the gradually receding figure of his master, Qin Song fervently wished for time to hasten its passage, so that he might indulge in a hearty drink with his two senior brothers. Just as he prepared to close the door and prepare lunch, a flurry of urgent cries for help emanated from outside. "Dr. Qin, save me. Please help me." Upon hearing these desperate pleas, Qin Song turned to see a disheveled man stumbling towards the entrance of the clinic. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as none other than the security team leader, Away. The townsfolk of Rinjia County were all too familiar with Away's domineering behavior. Given his ostentatious demeanor, it was only a matter of time before someone dealt him a sound thrashing. Qin Song, of a similar age to Away and having acquired considerable martial skills during his studies at Maoshan, soon found himself in a position of superiority over the rather simple-minded Away. Consequently, their relationship had been relatively amicable. However, seeing Away in such a pitiful state brought a chuckle to Qin Song's lips. "This is what you get for your arrogance. Perhaps a bolt of lightning would serve you right. So, you finally met your match today?" At that moment, Away was filled with nothing but lamentation. "Oh, please refrain from gloating. Just take a look at me. I feel as though I'm on the brink of death." In response, Qin Song rolled his eyes dramatically. "Is it really that serious? You merely took a beating, after all. I feel as though I am on the brink of bleeding to death." It was only then that Qin Song noticed a gaping wound, the length of a forearm, concealed at the groin of Away's thigh. The grotesque injury, accompanied by the profusion of blood, instantly furrowed Qin Song's brow. Such a location, if mishandled, could indeed lead to a fatal outcome. After a meticulous examination, Qin Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is nothing serious. You shall not perish." With that, he seized a handful of incense ash from a nearby censer and sprinkled it over the gruesome wound. Immediately, Away grimaced in agony. and the small medical chamber echoed with cries akin to that of slaughtered pig. Bear with it. I shall staunch the bleeding first, and then tend to your wound. Observing the ash being gradually soaked by blood, Qin Song hastily grabbed another handful. Qin, brother Qin, you're my own flesh and blood. With your remarkable medical skills, is there not a way to alleviate this pain? If you find it unbearable, you may seek treatment at the Western Medical Hall. Those foreign doctors possess painkillers. Upon hearing this, Away's face fell long. The nearest Western Medical Hall was a good 40 to 50 miles away. By the time he arrived there, his very life might have slipped away. Left with no other option, Away simply closed his eyes, biting down on a ragged piece of cloth. Out of sight, out of mind. If he could endure a little longer, it would soon pass. Once the bleeding at the wound subsided, Qin Song carefully cleaned the injury, then deftly picked up 2 silver needles. With both hands deftly at work, the ghastly wound was soon stitched together. All right, open your eyes now. In a moment, I will prescribe you 2 medications. After a period of rest at home, you will be fine, Qin Song instructed. Hearing his words, Away slowly opened his eyes. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into to end up in such a wretched state? Qin Song remarked, observing Away's tattered clothes with a hint of sympathy. How would I know? I was merely wandering in the outskirts when suddenly a madman appeared in the woods, grabbing and biting at me. If I hadn't oppos, T fled quickly. I would have lost my life. Away recounted. Attacked by a madman? Qin Song paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, the wounds on Away and Oppo's body had been treated by Qin Song himself. To confirm his suspicions, Qin Song casually pulled down Away and Oppo's trousers. Upon seeing the flimsy underwear beneath, Away quickly covered himself with his hands. Brother Qin, I am a respectable person. Please don't be reckless. Away protested while retreating backward. Get lost. You think too highly of yourself. Qin Song retorted, swatting Away's hands away. While treating the wounds earlier, Qin Song had not given it much thought. However, Away's recent words made his heart race. As Qin Song's gaze fell upon the wound, he noticed that the once gory injury now appeared to have a slight discoloration. Oh no, I was so engrossed in our banter that I overlooked this. Having spoken, Qin Song seized a small knife and reopened the freshly stitched wound. Strangely, at that moment, Away felt no pain whatsoever. Hey, brother Qin, your skills are truly remarkable. Just a moment ago, I was in excruciating agony, yet now, as you handle it, I feel not a twinge of discomfort. Your medical prowess surpasses that of painkillers. Although Away wore a cheerful expression, Qin Song's heart was far from joyful. Chapter 4. The fierce battle with the zombie. In order to ascertain his thoughts, Qin Song summoned his resolve and gently sliced the wound with a knife. How does it feel, Away? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt at all. Not in the slightest, replied Away. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at the injury on his leg. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through Qin Song and Oppo's heart. He hurried into the courtyard, and before long, he emerged holding a handful of glistening glutinous rice. Brother Qin, you can't possibly be intending to treat me to a meal, can you? At the very least, you should cook the rice first. Before Away could finish his sentence, Qin Song pressed the glutinous rice against the wound. In an instant, the clinic was once again filled with the sound of a pig being slaughtered. Brother Qin, what on earth are you holding? It hurts so much. Although Away was howling in agony, a glimmer of caution flickered in Qin Song's eyes. As the glutinous rice made contact with the wound, a faint wisp of black mist began to emanate from the injury. Gazing at the darkening wound, Qin Song helped Away to his feet. Away, what exactly happened? How did you get scratched by a zombie? What? A zombie? But the one chasing me was clearly a person. Qin Song and Oppo's word sent a wave of fear through Away. The notion of zombies was something he had only ever encountered in stories. He had never witnessed a true zombie before. It is likely that the individual, much like yourself, has recently been afflicted by a zombie bite, resulting in a state of confusion and subsequently transmitting the corpse poison to you. No sooner had Qin Song articulated these words than Away's expression shifted dramatically. Qin, are you truly capable of confronting a zombie? If necessary, I shall summon the esteemed Jiu Shu to intervene. Away exclaimed, the urgency of the situation weighing heavily upon him. As long as the zombie remains, the villagers are at risk of being attacked. Despite his usual domineering demeanor towards the villagers, in this critical moment, Awei's thoughts were consumed by the safety of the populace of Rinjia County. There is no need for that. This minor issue is well within my capability to resolve. There is no reason to trouble Jiu Shu. Qin Song retorted. Are you genuinely able to handle a zombie? Awei's gaze betrayed his skepticism. Do not forget, Jiu Shu is my senior apprentice. After all, we hail from the Maoshan lineage. Dealing with someone merely afflicted by corpse poison is a trivial matter, is it not? The relationship between Qin Song and Jiu Shu as brothers in arms was a well-known fact throughout Rinjia County, especially given their unique standings within the community. One was a healer dedicated to restoring health, while the other was a practitioner of exorcism and spirit banishment. However, Qin Song's proficiency in medicine far surpassed his skills in banishing evil spirits, which is why his practice primarily focused on healing. In contrast, matters of seeking out burial sites, feng shui, and exorcism naturally led everyone to think of Jiu Shu. Enough of this idle chatter. Tend to your wounds swiftly and gather a team. If we delay, that person may indeed transform into a zombie, and that would spell trouble. With that, Qin Song ceased to linger. After promptly attending to his wound, Awei summoned his subordinates and set forth into the distance. In less than a quarter of an hour, 5 or 6 individuals arrived at a local deity's temple. Brother Qin, this is the place. I observed someone behaving suspiciously here this morning and intended to inquire further, only to encounter the zombie you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Qin Song surveyed his surroundings. A faint aura of dark energy lingered in the air around the shrine. It must be here. That creature is undoubtedly present. Just as Qin Song pushed open the door to the temple, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses, causing several of them to nearly regurgitate their previous meal. That creature has likely undergone a transformation since it has caught a whiff of blood. If allowed to wreak havoc, it will inevitably become a calamity. With that, Qin Song retrieved a bagua mirror from his waist, preparing for action. The threat posed by Wei stemmed from a zombie transformed from a living human. This transformation was likely a result of infection by another zombie, commonly understood as being bitten. Should the transformed zombie taste blood, the situation would worsen considerably. Thus, Qin Song resolved to eradicate the root of the problem today, eliminating the threat to the residents of Rinjia County. However, Awei had a different perspective. Brother Qin, this zombie is formidable. We should return and gather more people to avoid losing our lives. What happened to your usual bravado? Stand aside and keep watch. Although Qin Song spoke with nonchalance, a sense of unease lingered in Awei's heart. Observing Qin Song stride confidently into the Earth Deity Temple, he swiftly drew his pistol and followed closely behind. 6 Ding and 6 Jia guard the left. Heavenly soldiers and generals protect the right. Armor of the Zodiac shields the body. Armor of the dog preserves form. Through the bright hall, dwell in the lunar. Exit the heavenly gate. Enter the earthly abode. Hastily as the law commands. After reciting a series of incantations, a faint glow flickered from the bagua plate in Qin Song's hand. He then gestured to Awei, reminding him, remember, do not stray too far from me. I have temporarily cloaked our life force. If there's zombies inside, they will not perceive our presence. Relying on the brief cover provided by the cloaking of life force, Qin Song intended to launch a surprise attack from behind to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Not being an expert in dealing with zombies, and with the necessity of Awei and his companions to assist in the confrontation, Qin Song devised this rather cunning strategy. As Qin Song boldly entered the temple, Awei, accompanied by several subordinates, closely trailed behind him. As expected, within the temple stood 2 towering figures. What caught Qin Song's attention the most was the coffin placed before the statue. Gazing at its design, he immediately understood that the true host likely lay within. Quietly scattering a circle of glutinous rice around the coffin, Qin Song handed a palm-sized peachwood sword to Awei. First, eliminate those 2 smaller ones. Then plunge the sword into the heart of the zombie. Remember, it must be swift, precise, and ruthless. After whispering his instructions, Qin Song stealthily approached the back of a zombie. Simultaneously, Ah Wei, wielding a peachwood sword, positioned himself beside another zombie. Act now. With Qin Song's command, Ah Wei decisively plunged the sword into the zombie's body. At that moment, the coffin before them shuddered violently. If that old wretch emerges, douse it with chicken blood. No sooner had he spoken than a loud bang echoed, and the coffin shattered into countless fragments. Concurrently, a zombie clad in Qin dynasty official attire, its face a ghastly hue, abruptly rose to its feet. Damn it, we must swiftly deal with these two lesser ones. With that, Qin Song formed a talisman with his hands and promptly struck towards the zombie's head. Chapter 5. What misdeeds were committed in the previous life? At this moment, the followers who accompanied Ah Wei were utterly paralyzed by the terrifying scene before them. Having never encountered such a creature as a zombie, these ordinary individuals had long since retreated to the sidelines. Meanwhile, Qin Song was wholly engrossed in contending with the ancient zombie before him. Get away! As the decrepit, wooden-like zombie lunged at him, Qin Song unleashed a powerful punch toward the creature. Having honed his skills in the mountains from a young age, his martial prowess was merely fundamental. Yet, with that one punch, the zombie was sent hurtling backward. In an instant, the shrine was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Seeing the zombie fly through the air, Ah Wei could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had witnessed Qin Song's capabilities before, but he had never anticipated that his martial arts would be so formidable. Even a creature endowed with the strength of an ox could be effortlessly dispatched by him. However, this ancient zombie was no ordinary foe. Before the dust could settle, a shadow abruptly rose from the debris. Ah Wei, quickly ensnare it with the net. Upon uttering these words, Qin Song directed his gaze toward the net and the chicken blood not far away. They had brought a considerable quantity of these items known to restrain zombies, including chicken blood, ink lines, and glutinous rice. Upon hearing this, Ah Wei promptly unfurled the net soaked in chicken blood, preparing to subdue the creature. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The zombie that was supposed to be vanquished by Ah Wei inexplicably rose once more from the ground. Now, it advanced toward Ah Wei with a blank expression. "Brother Qin, help me." Upon witnessing the zombie lunging towards him, Ah Wei was instantly thrown into disarray. He even discarded the chicken blood and net rope he held, casting them aside. "Qin, Brother Qin, hold on. I shall return with reinforcements." With that, Ah Wei fled the Earth Deity Temple in a panic. Little did he expect that such a cowardice would betray his camaraderie. Qin Song was nearly driven to the brink of fury, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Just as Ah Wei hastily exited the temple to summon help, he unexpectedly collided with someone, stumbling into their embrace. "Ah Wei, what has transpired?" He could hardly believe his fortune upon encountering the venerable Jiu Shu just as he stepped outside. Jiu Shu inside. Before Ah Wei could finish, Maoshan, trailing closely behind Jiu Shu, called out loudly, "Master, the zombie is within." Without hesitation, Jiu Shu and his companions surged into the temple, intent on subduing the creature. At that moment, Qin Song was engaged in a fierce struggle with 3 zombies. The arrival of Jiu Shu instilled a sense of confidence within him. "Senior brother, let us first deal with the elder one, and then we shall take care of the other 2. With that, Qin Song deftly retrieved 7 silver needles from his sleeve, which now rested in the palm of his hand. "Boundless universe, lend me your power. The law is born from the heart, endlessly thriving." 7 stars conquering demon's needle, go. As Qin Song's right hand flicked with precision, the 7 silver needles found their mark, landing squarely upon the chest of the zombie. To behold, the needles arranged themselves into the distinct formation of the Big Dipper upon the zombie's body. As the silver needle penetrated the body, the zombie appeared as though it were frozen in place. Although its body twitched incessantly, it was rendered incapable of any movement. Witnessing this scene, Jiu Shu swiftly performed intricate hand gestures, and, with a decisive bite, he pierced the tip of his middle finger, using the blood to inscribe a talisman upon the zombie's forehead. Qin Song, perplexed by Jiu Shu's intention not to eliminate the creature, inquired, "Master brother, why do you not vanquish this zombie? Is it possible that you have some use for it?" "Indeed, it serves a purpose," Jiu Shu replied, casting a stern glance at Wen Kai and Maoshan behind him. This animated corpse was a client of AU, and it was the folly of Wenkai and Qiu that allowed it to escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Song realized the connection and glanced at Wenkai and Qiu. In the film, it was precisely because Qiu masqueraded as a zombie to frighten Wenkai that a horde of zombies had spiraled out of control. Fortunately, due to the timely arrival of Jiu Shu and the Four-Eyed Taoist, these zombies had not managed to flee the ancestral hall. It now seemed that Qin Song's arrival had indeed altered the course of events. As Jiu Shu affixed the talisman anew upon the zombie's forehead, Qin Song received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully controlling a zombie. You were rewarded with 100 points of virtue, 100 silver coins, and a fan. Subsequently, a flash of silver light enveloped him, revealing a dark fan nestled within his embrace. At that moment, Jiu Shu seemed to sense something, casting his gaze toward Qin Song's direction. What is it, Master Brother? Do I have something on my face? Cease your prattle. We fortuitously meet here. So let us proceed directly to the mortuary, sparing you the trouble of an unnecessary detour. Casting a glance at the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Even if he could return to the clinic, it was unlikely any patients would seek his services at this late hour. Thus, Qin Song followed Uncle Jiu and the others towards the mortuary. The function of the mortuary was primarily to house the deceased and provide a resting place for the corpse bearers, hence Uncle Jiu and Appo's, as sanctum was located outside the county, requiring some time to reach on foot. At this moment, the Four-Eyed Taoist was inside the mortuary, lighting incense and candles, vigilantly guarding the bodies to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Upon seeing Uncle Jiu and Qin Song enter, accompanied by the missing corpse, the Four-Eyed Taoist was elated. As for Wenkai and Qiu, they dared not breathe a word, fearful of incurring Uncle Jiu's wrath. Despite their utmost efforts to remain inconspicuous, Uncle Jiu's ire was nonetheless directed at the two of them. Go light incense before each body, and afterwards stand in the courtyard for 3 hours as punishment. Upon hearing the sentence of 3 hours of standing, Wenkai and Qiu turned pale with fright. Uncle Jiu's concept of punishment was no ordinary matter. It entailed maintaining a horse stance while holding a red brick in hand and balancing a water bowl atop their heads. Should the water bowl spill, they would undoubtedly face Uncle Jiu's retribution. Observing this, Qin Song quickly interjected on behalf of the two. Brother, must you chastise your disciples in such haste? Today is a day for our brotherhood to gather. If you impose a standing punishment on them, who will procure the wine and vegetables or gather firewood for the meal? With that, Qin Song cast a knowing glance at the two. Indeed, Master, we shall venture forth to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. What would you like to eat? We shall set about it at once. Observing the two miscreants' submissive demeanor, Jiu Shu felt an uncontainable frustration within. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and prepare. Very well, Master. With Jiu Shu no longer mentioning punishment, Wenkai and Qiu hastily scurried away. Watching their retreating figures, Jiu Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. What sins have I committed in my past life to have taken these two rascals as my disciples? In response, Qin Song could only offer gentle reassurances. Brother, although Wenkai and Qiu may be a tad playful, their hearts are not inherently malicious. If they apply themselves, they will undoubtedly inherit your legacy in due time. After hearing Qin Song's words, Jiu Shu's countenance darkened even further. These two rascally boys, unable to even draw a simple exorcism talisman, will likely drive me to my grave before they ever ascend to my teachings. Chapter 6. Revelry over wine. Seeing the disappointment etched on Uncle Jiu's face, Qin Song leisurely handed him a cup of tea. He gently patted Uncle Jiu on the shoulder and remarked, Surely, you do not aspire to train two disciples as unremarkable as our senior brother? At this, Uncle Jiu paused momentarily, but soon came to terms with the truth of the statement. You are correct. While skills may vary, one in amp, Appo's, as character, must remain steadfast. After speaking, Uncle Jiu cast a glance at the two individuals busy chopping wood and boiling water. You two rascals, when I admonish you to be diligent, yet in times of need, you cannot even handle a mere lowly corpse. Qin Song exchanged a knowing look with the Four-Eyed Taoist, both sharing a light-hearted chuckle. Uncle Master, this is all Qiu and Appo's fault. He insisted on masquerading as a zombie to frighten me. Upon witnessing the duo and Oppos as continued excuses, Uncle Jiu shot them a glare filled with ire. Enough of your prattle. Hurry and stoke the fire for dinner. As Uncle Jiu teetered on the brink of fury, Qin Song swiftly intervened with words to silence the two. They shrank back, attending to their chores of rinsing rice and chopping wood, wary of saying too much. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes filled the air, and the eight immortals' table was soon adorned with an abundance of food. As the three brothers raised their cups and exchanged toasts, it wasn't an Oppos. Tea long before more than half a jar of wine had vanished. Junior brother, tomorrow Lord Ren wishes to discuss matters with me. Would you care to join me for a taste of foreign tea? After speaking, Uncle Jiu glanced at Qin Song beside him. Lord Ren? Foreign tea? In an instant, images from a film flickered through Qin Song's mind. Could it be that Lord Ren and Oppos' invitation to Uncle Jiu for tea was related to matters of exhumation and relocation? He sought to ascertain whether there existed any discrepancies between reality and the cinematic narrative. Qin Song tentatively inquired, "What prompted Lord Ren to invite you for a cup of foreign tea without any apparent reason?" "Well," he replied, "the invitation is related to the matter of old Master Ren and Oppos' coffin and grave relocation. You know, my senior brother specializes in such affairs. Will you be joining us? The purpose of the coffin relocation is, of course, to alter the family's fortune." Upon hearing this, Qin Song readily agreed. "Is senior brother Simu going tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Simu Daoist shook his head. "I must continue my journey tomorrow and cannot join you for the festivities." With that, Simu Daoist downed a cup of wine with fervor. After a few rounds, his gaze fell upon Wen Kai and Maoshan. "Gulme, let your uncle see what skills you have acquired from this old fellow." At this, Maoshan, sensing trouble, was the first to make a hasty exit toward the backyard. Just as Wen Kai was about to follow suit, he was seized by Simu Daoist and Oppos' grip on his arm. "What are you two afraid of? Gulme, let your uncle take a good look at you." In no time, Simu Daoist had pulled the fleeing Maoshan back. If they were to showcase their meager talents, it would surely be an embarrassment for Uncle Jiu. Their limited skills would only serve to diminish Uncle Jiu's reputation. Noticing the disheartened expressions on their faces as they looked at Uncle Jiu, Qin Song quickly shifted the topic. "How is that lad, Jiaola, doing? Why didn't he come along this time?" At this, Simu Daoist glanced at Maoshan, who stood nearby. "That lad has accompanied me for many years and has acquired some skills, so I allowed him to remain at the temple to oversee matters." With that said, Master Simu grasped Maoshan's face and gave it a vigorous rub. This action left Maoshan feeling quite perplexed. He could not fathom why his esteemed senior had such a peculiar penchant. He also wondered how Jiaola managed to endure this over the years. Fortunately, Master Simu's capacity for alcohol was not particularly high. After consuming a bottle, his face quickly flushed a vibrant red. Observing the rosy-nosed and flushed Master Simu, Uncle Jiu couldn't into amp. Oppos, tea helped but shake his head. What was the point of drinking so much? It was utterly unbecoming to be in such a drunken state. However, Master Simu paid no heed to Uncle Jiu's admonishments. "What does it matter if we, three brothers, finally gather together and indulge a bit more?" Upon finishing his words, Master Simu glanced at Uncle Jiu and said, "I see. You simply cannot bear to part with your fine wines and do not wish to share them with me. Am I right?" With that, Master Simu abruptly poured himself another glass. "Drink less. Do not jeopardize our mission." Uncle Jiu swiftly snatched the wine cup from his hand and immediately handed him a cup of detoxifying tea. "Rest assured, even if I were to indulge, controlling some corpses would still be a piece of cake for me." With that, Master Simu pretended to take out a copper bell to perform a zombie dance he had been studying recently. Seeing this, the two hastily seized the bell, fearful of causing further chaos. Should these dozen or so corpses spiral into chaos, even with the extraordinary prowess of Uncle Jiu, he would find it insurmountable to subdue them all simultaneously. After much persuasion, they finally managed to convince the four-eyed Taoist to set aside his wine jar. "You two are truly bothersome, even more so than that irksome monk, Ikkyu." Upon hearing the comparison between Ikkyu and Uncle Jiu, Qin Song couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Four Eyes, you spend your days next to Master Ikkyu, and now that you and Appos, away from the temple, Arin and Appos, you concerned that Jia Lu might turn to the Buddhist faith? He wouldn't dare. In an instant, the eyes of the four-eyed Taoist widened in disbelief. If Jia Lu dares to follow that wretched monk, I shall set his temple ablaze. In this moment, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, the loquacious nature of the four-eyed Taoist was laid bare. After indulging in drink, he regaled the two with numerous tales of the extraordinary and the supernatural, sharing anecdotes of ghosts and spirits. As he continued, he began to recount stories of his old neighbor, Master Ikkyu, that infernal old monk always opposing me. Listening to the four-eyed Taoist endlessly lament about Master Ikkyu, both Qin Song and Uncle Jiu struggled to suppress their amusement. To some extent, Uncle Jiu was aware of the grievances between them. Though the four-eyed Taoist and Master Ikkyu frequently quarreled over trivial matters, he had never once suggested relocating the temple, despite their years of bickering. This indicates that they had long since evolved into a pair of dear friends, engaged in a perpetual dance of love and rivalry. As for the harsh words uttered by the four-eyed Taoist, the two of them tacitly regarded them as mere jest. Chapter 7. Drinking foreign tea unbeknownst to them. The three brothers engage in conversation until the stroke of midnight. The practice of nocturnal ventures is a long-standing custom among the practitioners of corpse transportation. This is primarily to avoid the presence of the living, preventing any undue fright to those still among the living. Additionally, it serves the practical purpose of facilitating their journey. After much contemplation, the four-eyed Taoist resolved to set off that very night, determined to return the batch of animated corpses post-haste. Although both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song were well aware of the customs surrounding corpse transporters, four-eyed Taoist had indulged in a considerable amount of wine, prompting the two to fervently dissuade him, fearful of any potential mishap. Yet, the four-eyed Taoist remained unfazed, steadfast in his decision to depart. Reluctantly, Uncle Jiu prepared ample provisions and fresh water for him, bidding him farewell as he left the funeral parlor. The funeral parlor serves as a dwelling for the deceased. Unable to tolerate the eerie atmosphere, Qin Song mounted Xiu, Sheng, and Appos' bicycle and promptly vanished into the night. The night in Rinjia County quietly shed the lively essence of day, with only a few grand residences and shops still adorned with lanterns. The other households had long since shuttered their doors, retreating into slumber. Upon returning home, Qin Song collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly drained. With his head spinning, he yearned to lie there like a lifeless fish, even neglecting his usual morning meditation practice. It was not until the following morning that he rubbed his temples and finally rose. Alas, excessive drinking truly takes its toll. Qin Song hastily consumed several cups of tea. As the cool beverage settled in his stomach, he instantly felt rejuvenated. Sitting cross-legged, he engaged in the art of breath regulation, a daily morning ritual essential for his cultivation. Though Qin Song possessed a system that rendered time-consuming meditation unnecessary, he had cultivated the habit of daily practice during his time on the mountain. A single day without meditation left him feeling an unsettling emptiness within. Over time, this practice became an essential part of his daily routine. Thus, after a considerable passage of time, Qin Song finally arose to prepare breakfast, attend to his grooming, and select his attire. After all, he had made arrangements with Uncle Jiu to visit Lord Ren today. Should Uncle Jiu happen upon him dawdling, he would surely express his discontent. Just as Qin Song had completed breakfast and was about to satisfy his hunger, Uncle Jiu arrived with one Kai in tow. "Ah, junior brother, you look quite spirited today." Upon entering the courtyard, Uncle Jiu greeted Qin Song with a cheerful smile. "Did you not also take the time to spruce yourself up?" Qin Song replied, casting a glance at Uncle Jiu and Appos' new attire. Given that this is a significant transaction, one must certainly show some respect to Lord Ren. Noticing Qin Song appraising Uncle Jiu's outfit, Wen Kai stepped forward eagerly. "Uncle Master, what do you think of my attire? Am I not bringing disgrace to Master?" Today, Wen Kai donned a yellow outer robe, complemented by a green lining beneath, which unmistakably revealed his somewhat naive disposition. "Well, your outfit is quite distinctive." Very good, very good." Qin Song's praise brought a bright smile to Wen Sai's face. After a brief adjustment, the trio finally departed from the clinic. As a prominent affluent figure in Rinjia County, Master Rin's enterprises span across various industries. Among them, the Romanesque restaurant stands as a significant economic pillar under his command. To attract a substantial clientele, the restaurant boasts opulent decor. The prices, however, deter many families from dining there. Consequently, the patrons are predominantly affluent merchants or officials from the vicinity. Even the most modest cup of coffee commands $50, let alone the exquisite steaks and fine wines. Gazing at the lavish restaurant in the distance, Uncle Jiu displayed a flicker of hesitation. Have you ever tasted foreign tea, junior brother? At that moment, Qin Song was oblivious to Uncle Jiu's concerns and casually replied, I've been here a few times. Qin Song's statement was indeed truthful. Being one of the few high-consumption areas in the county, he had previously visited to indulge in steak and coffee during moments of ennui. However, the flavors were rather underwhelming. Upon hearing that Qin Song had been there, Uncle Jiu and Appo's apprehension dissipated. Subsequently, the trio strolled confidently towards the restaurant. Welcome, greeted the doorman as they approached, his demeanor shifting to warmth upon recognizing the trio. Life and death are experiences that everyone must face. One is a Taoist priest skilled in exorcism, while the other is a physician renowned for miraculous healing. The reputations of Uncle Jiu and Qin Song are well known throughout the county. Greetings. We have come here to partake in tea. The doorman, momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, quickly inquired, Might I ask if the three of you have a reservation? He refrained from correcting Uncle Jiu's terminology regarding tea, for someone of his stature was not to be trifled with. Reservation? Did Rin Fa not secure a table in advance? Qin Song queried coldly, his expression growing somewhat austere. At that moment, the countenance of all three men appeared rather grave. Upon realizing that they had come to see Master Run, the doorman swiftly adopted a beaming smile. Please, gentlemen, right this way. Master Ren has already prepared a table for you. Hearing this, the expressions of the three men softened considerably. As guests of Master Ren, the doorman was keen to show them proper respect, and he promptly led them into the dining area. Under his guidance, they ascended to the second floor. Where not far away, Master Ren awaited them at the dining table. Upon seeing the doorman ushering them in, he quickly rose to greet them. Uncle Jiu, you have finally arrived. Oh, Dr. Qin is here as well. What a delightful surprise. To Master Ren's courteous remarks, Qin Song merely smiled faintly. You flatter me, Master Ren. I have come uninvited, and I hope you do not take offense. How could I possibly take offense? I have been eager to invite you. Ren Fa continued. For Qin Song and Appo's medical skills were indeed among the finest in the entire Ren family county. As for the relationship between him and Uncle Jiu, Ren Fa was certainly aware. It was no surprise that Uncle Jiu brought him along. In fact, he felt a tinge of excitement. Once the three were seated, Uncle Jiu glanced at Ren Fa across the table and inquired, I have heard that your esteemed daughter has returned from the provincial capital. Why did you not invite her to join us? Upon hearing this, old Master Ren could not help but let out a sigh. Ah, that girl, he lamented. Having just learned the art of makeup, she has taken to teaching others how to adorn themselves since her return, and now she scarcely even comes home. Thus it was. When Wen Kai heard old Master Ren's response, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Master Uncle, he remarked, just look at old Master Ren. With a visage akin to a bun, what beautiful daughter could he possibly have? Chapter 8. The heartstrings of youthful talent, though the voice of the talented Wen Kai was notably subdued, Qin Song discreetly nudged him with his foot. Close your mouth, lest your master overhear. He has a penchant for discipline. As anticipated, the moment Qin Song uttered the name of Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai hastily silenced himself. While it is true that Lord Run was not particularly striking in appearance, his daughter, Ren Tingting, graced the screen as an unequivocal beauty. Just as Qin Song pondered the true visage of Ren Tingting in reality, a melodious voice suddenly resonated through the restaurant. Daddy, so this is where you are? Following the sound, he beheld a young lady clad in a pink dress and adorned with a matching pink hat, approaching their group. By her attire alone, Qin Song surmised that she was indeed the esteemed Miss Ren Tingting from Lord Ren's household. In comparison to the actress portraying her in the film, The real Ren Tingting surpassed her cinematic counterpart in both grace and figure, particularly highlighted by her striking curves. Observing when Kai and Amp, Oppo's infatuated expression, Qin Song could not help but let out a silent sigh. Come here, Ting Ting, allow me to make the introductions. Quickly greet Uncle Jiu. Greetings, Uncle Jiu. From her attire and demeanor, one could easily categorize Ren Tingting as a refined young lady. This is Dr. Qin Song. He is a junior disciple of Uncle Jiu, and we shall rely on both of you for assistance with the upcoming exhumation and relocation. Hello, Dr. Qin. I never imagined you were a junior disciple of Uncle Jiu. Upon encountering Qin Song, Ren Tingting appeared notably astonished. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she could not shake the feeling that this man was rather extraordinary. Greetings, Miss Ren, Qin Song said, offering her a polite nod without indulging her curiosity further. After the introduction between the two was complete, when Kai, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. Hello, Miss Ren. I am the disciple of the ninth uncle, his cherished pupil. You may simply call me Wen Kai. At last, it was Wen Kai's moment to speak. His words flowed rapidly, and his gaze incessantly wandered toward Ren Tingting. In an instant, Wen Kai's infatuation was laid bare. Observing his lascivious demeanor, Ren Tingting merely scoffed. After all, Ren Fa had matters to discuss with the ninth uncle. Publicly exposing his impropriety would only undermine the ninth uncle and Oppo's reputation. Meanwhile, the ninth uncle had already sensed Wen Kai's unusual behavior. You disgraceful fool, sit down at once. He was appalled by his disciple's lack of decorum and nearly expelled him from the apprenticeship on the spot. However, with pressing matters still to address, he could only admonish Wen Kai in hushed tones. Yes, master. Aware of his faux pas, Wen Kai promptly took his seat. Although his body complied, his eyes could not resist the allure of Ren Tingting and Amp, Oppo's presence. Observing Wen Kai and Amp, Oppo's antics, Qin Song could only shake his head in exasperation. Indeed, much like a scene from a film, Wen Kai had succumbed to infatuation upon meeting Tingting. After a brief interlude, the waiter promptly arrived with the menu. What would you like to drink? I'll have a coffee. Bring me another cup of coffee. Ren's father and daughter almost simultaneously decided on their drinks. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai were staring blankly at the menu in their hands. Gazing at the menu filled with English, Uncle Jiu appeared somewhat dazed. However, recalling that Qin Song had mentioned he had once tasted foreign tea, he immediately shifted his gaze towards Qin Song. Noticing the curious yet anxious look on Uncle Jiu's face, a faint smile crept onto Qin Song's lips. Let us have 3 cups of coffee as well. With that, Qin Song casually handed the menu to the waiter. Observing this, Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai mimicked his actions and passed their menus to the waiter. Once Uncle Jiu and the others had ordered their beverages, Mr. Ren slowly set down his pipe. Uncle Jiu, regarding the matter of our late father's coffin relocation, have you chosen an auspicious date? With Mr. Ren initiating the conversation, Uncle Jiu responded earnestly, Mr. Ren, I believe you should contemplate this matter further. Sometimes, it is better to remain still than to act. The relocation of a coffin can significantly impact future generations. Although it was Ren Fa who had reached out to him for assistance with the grave relocation, Uncle Jiu still wished to dissuade him from this notion. After all, ancestral graves are not meant to be moved lightly. A moment and Oppo's carelessness could disturb the fate, inviting calamity upon the entire family. At this, Qin Song also offered his counsel. Mr. Ren, regardless of the reasons, exhuming and relocating a grave is an inauspicious affair. If one persists in such a course, it is likely to invite unforeseen troubles. Although this matter does not fall within Qin Song and Oppo's jurisdiction, he feels compelled to voice his counsel. Despite Ren Fa acknowledging their advice, his demeanor remains unchanged, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Uncle Jiu, I have given this matter considerable thought. When my late father was interred, the geomancer foretold that after 20 years, the coffin must be moved. Just as Ren Fa was about to elaborate, a servant suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, Sir, Mr. Huang is here, waiting over there. Although the servant in Oppo's voice was soft, Qin Song heard it distinctly. In response, Mr. Rin smiled at the three of them. I apologize, my friends. A companion has arrived. I shall greet him shortly. With that, he glanced at the servant and instructed, please prepare some egg tarts and snacks to entertain our guests. Certainly, sir. Not long after Ren Fa departed, the servant returned with a beautifully arranged tray. Upon seeing the two cups placed before him, Uncle Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Is this the legendary coffee? But which cup is which? Must one drink from both? At that moment, both Uncle Jiu and Wen Sai's expressions did not escape the keen observation of Rin Tingting, who, recalling Wen Sai's previous demeanor, suddenly concocted a mischievous idea. From the reactions of the two as they ordered coffee, it was evident that the master and apprentice had never indulged in such a foreign beverage. Subsequently, she lifted the cup of coffee from the table and took a vigorous sip. Following that, she picked up the cup filled with milk and delicately sipped from its rim. However, the bitter yet aromatic coffee remained unswallowed. Just as the two believed they had mastered the correct way to enjoy it, Ren Tingting unexpectedly placed a spoonful of sugar into her mouth. This foreign tea seems rather complicated to consume. At that moment, Uncle Jiu found himself pondering inwardly. Although it was somewhat troublesome, having already ordered this Western coffee, it was only proper to partake in it. Otherwise, would he not be conveying to others that he had never experienced such a foreign delight? Chapter 9. A situation from 2 decades ago. As Uncle Jiu lifted the black coffee before him, he was about to mimic Ren Tingting's drinking style. Meanwhile, Ren Tingting, suppressing her laughter, had turned a shade of crimson. Qin Song was acutely aware of Ren Tingting and Amp Oppo's mischievous intent and promptly covered Uncle Jiu and Amp Oppo's cup. Come, brother. Allow me to add a touch of milk for a richer flavor. Uncle Jiu was taken aback by this suggestion. Adding milk to the cup wasn't Oppo's tea that akin to pouring milk directly into one in Oppo's mouth. Though somewhat bewildered, he chose to place his trust in Qin Song. At that moment, Ren Tingting was struck dumb. Observing Qin Song and Amp Oppo's adeptness in adding milk and sugar, and his deft handling of Uncle Jiu and Amp Oppo's awkwardness, she found herself increasingly intrigued by him. To her astonishment, it appeared that Dr. Qin possessed an understanding of coffee. In response, Qin Song offered a humble smile. I merely grasped the basics. I fear I have embarrassed myself in front of Miss Ren. After adding sugar cubes to Uncle Jiu and Oppo's coffee, Qin Song glanced at Ren Tingting across the table. Miss Ren must certainly be well-traveled, as her method of drinking coffee is quite novel. This remark nearly caused Ren Tingting to spew her coffee, her face a canvas of embarrassment. Just then, Ren Fa, who had left for a brief moment, returned to the dining table. Noticing that everyone had coffee before them, he smiled and inquired, Uncle Jiu, Dr. Qin, how does the coffee taste? Perfectly roasted, with a rich aroma, quite delightful. Upon hearing Qin Song's assessment, Ren Fa's face broke into a broad smile. As for Wen Tai and Uncle Jiu, they offered no commentary on the coffee. In their eyes, this foreign beverage was both bitter and overpowering, far less palatable than the large bowls of herbal tea sold at street stalls. Just moments after being teased by Qin Song, Ren Tingting and Amp Oppo's cheeks flushed crimson, as if set ablaze. Furthermore, the discussion between Ren Fa and Uncle Jiu revolved around the somber topic of coffin relocation and burial, which held no interest for her. Father, I wish to take a stroll outside. You may continue your conversation. Ren Fa was well aware of his daughter's thoughts, so he waved her off. Go ahead. I shall find you shortly. Just as Ren Tingting was about to depart, her gaze unexpectedly fell upon Qin Song. Dr. Qin, I've heard of your exceptional medical skills. I happen to have a few questions I would like to consult you on. Would you accompany me for a walk? At her words, both Ren Fa and Qin Song exhibited expressions of surprise. Ren Fa paused for a moment, instantly grasping the underlying implication of Ren Tingting and Oppo's request. With their similar ages and Qin Song's handsome demeanor, combined with his renowned medical expertise in Renjia County, if a bond were to flourish between them, Ren Tingting would indeed have found herself a commendable suitor. Thus, Ren Fa offered no objections, even casting a knowing smile toward Qin Song. Dr. Qin, my daughter has just returned to the country and may not be feeling her best. Perhaps you could accompany her for a stroll? As someone who had traversed this path before, Qin Song was well aware of Ren Tingting's sentiments. However, he held no intentions in that regard. Master Ren, the matters concerning the coffin and the relocation of the grave are pressing. Should Miss Qian experience any discomfort, she may visit my clinic, where I shall personally take her pulse and prescribe a remedy. To my astonishment, Qin Song declined Miss Ren Tingting and Appo's invitation, leaving both father and daughter feeling rather taken aback. Though Miss Ren may not be deemed a paragon of beauty, her countenance, figure, and demeanor, along with her erudition, render her one of the most distinguished individuals within 100 miles. Even the bustling cities, few young ladies can rival her exceptional qualities. While Qin Song harbored no such inclinations, Wen Kai could hardly contain himself. Qin Song may have been reluctant, but he was eager. Miss Ren, I will be delighted to accompany you on a stroll. At that moment, Miss Ren was sulking due to Qin Song's refusal. Upon seeing the eager expression on Wen Kai's face, her irritation intensified. Before Wen Kai could respond, she hastily departed from the dining hall. Uncle Jiu, unable to restrain himself, smacked Wen Kai lightly. Sit down, you fool. How embarrassing. Observing Wen Kai and Appo's somewhat disoriented demeanor, Uncle Jiu felt a twinge of exasperation. Why had he allowed himself to be so foolish as to bring his apprentice to the banquet? Was it not sufficient for just himself and Qin Song to attend? After Miss Ren left, Uncle Jiu turned to Master Ren and said, Master Ren, let us discuss the matter at hand. Hearing this, Master Ren promptly nodded. Very well, let's address the pertinent issues. The reason I wish to enlist the assistance of Master Jiu in the relocation of my father's remains is due to the prophecy of the geomancer who, at the time of my father's burial, declared that after 20 years, the coffin must be exhumed and reinterred for the prosperity of our family. As the largest clan within 100 miles of Renjia County, Ren Fa and Appo's enterprises span various industries. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the Ren family's businesses have been in a state of continual loss, with some ventures on the brink of collapse. It is precisely this predicament that has prompted Ren Fa to recall the geomancer and Appo's words. The exhumation and reburial are believed to alter our fortunes, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Ren family. This is Ren Fa and Appo's hope. Upon hearing the term geomancer, Qin Song could not suppress a scoff of derision. What nonsense about geomancy and altering fortunes is merely a facade. Perhaps others may not yet grasp the underlying truth, but Qin Song is acutely aware. The Ren family's persistent financial decline is a direct result of a scheme orchestrated against them 2 decades ago. Now, the repercussions of that scheme are poised to unfold. The once sacred geomantic site has been irreparably marred, gradually undermining the Ren family's fortunes over the years. Should old Master Ren remain undisturbed in his resting place, the Ren lineage, regardless of gender, is destined to face extinction within 3 generations. Yet, if the Ren family truly proceeds with the exhumation and reburial, they would unwittingly step into another trap. Chapter 10. Senior brother, I am wealthier than you. The coffin remained immobile, allowing the Ren family to precariously survive for several decades. However, should the earth be disturbed to relocate the grave, the late Master Ren would rise as a zombie, directly endangering his descendants. The ultimate consequence would be the entire Ren family transforming into lifeless corpses. This intricate scheme was devised by the feng shui master over a span of 20 years, illustrating his profound hatred for the Ren family. Although the Ren family was inevitably facing calamity, exhuming and relocating the grave represented their sole glimmer of hope. Should they incinerate the remains of the late Master Ren in a timely manner, they could avert the impending tragedy. With the Ren family's substantial wealth, revitalizing their former glory would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Qin Song was acutely aware that the cremation of the late Master Ren was a virtual impossibility. At this juncture, Qin Song urgently needed to devise a comprehensive strategy to address the imminent threat of the late Master Ren and Appo's resurrection, all the while safeguarding the innocent. Seizing this opportunity could also allow Qin Song to strive for a breakthrough beyond the 2nd rank of the Xian level Celestial Master, hastening his ascent to the 3rd rank. After all, relying solely on guiding minor spirits for experience was an exceedingly slow process. Noticing Qin Song's persistent frown and silence, Uncle Jiu's gaze turned towards him. Junior brother, what are your thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's inquiry, Qin Song's attention shifted towards Run Fa. Given that Master Run was determined to exhume and relocate the grave, we had no grounds to refuse. However, this endeavor was rather delicate. I trust Master N must already possess a general idea of how to proceed. As a seasoned veteran of the world, Ren Fa was certainly adept at discerning the subtleties of conversation. Without hesitation, he slid a bank draft for $200 before Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu, this is a draft for $200. For the matter of relocating the grave, I shall rely heavily on both of you. As for the remuneration after the burial, I have further rewards in store. Upon gazing at the draft, Uncle Jiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was evident that Ren Fa was a wealthy individual, generous in his dealings. Just the sight of that $200 draft was sufficient to ensure that a modest family could live comfortably for half a lifetime. As for the promised gratitude afterward, it would undoubtedly be no less substantial. Unlike Qin Song, whose medical practice provided steady income, Uncle Jiu's funeral home was often bereft of business. The daily expenses were primarily covered by the sale of incense and joss paper. Looking at the $200 draft, Uncle Jiu's grin nearly extended to his ears. He promptly made a solemn promise to Ren Fa. Rest assured, Mr. Ren, we shall handle this matter with utmost diligence and care. Hearing this, a smile spread across Ren Fa's face. According to Uncle Jiu, when will be the most auspicious time for my father's burial? Uncle Jiu calculated briefly before responding. 3 days from now is a favorable day for such an undertaking. How does that sit with you, Mr. Ren? Very well. I entrust this matter to both of you. With Uncle Jiu having made up his mind, Ren Fa's previously anxious heart finally found solace. After finalizing the arrangements for the burial, the two bid farewell to Master Run and departed from the restaurant. As soon as they stepped outside, Jiu Shu excitedly seized Qin Song's hand and headed towards the money shop. Disciple, today we have struck a significant deal. Gulme, let us first go to the bank to exchange the money, and we shall split it equally. Upon hearing this, Qin Song hurriedly waved his hands. Senior brother, I shall forego my share. It was Master Run who sought you out. I have little connection to this matter. Moreover, I was merely assisting you. After the deed is accomplished, a drink on your behalf will suffice. Do not feign modesty, my friend. We negotiated this together. Thus you are entitled to your portion. Jiu Shu insisted. Seeing Jiu Shu's determination to share the proceeds, Qin Song chuckled lightly. Senior brother, I am wealthier than you. Spare me your pretenses of affluence. I am well aware of the business at your funeral parlor. Hold on to this money for yourself. I earn ample fees from my clinic, and my finances surpass yours by far. With that, Qin Song jingled the coins in his pocket, producing a delightful sound. As Jiu Shu persisted in wanting to give him a share, Qin Song promptly stuffed the check into Jiu Shu's pocket. Enough. You do not have much money on hand anyway. Take this for the incense and paper offerings, and once the task is completed, I shall take my share from the remainder. Is that agreeable? Without waiting for Jiu Shu to respond, Qin Song swiftly mingled into the bustling crowd. Watching the throngs of people, Jiu Shu found himself momentarily lost in thought. After reaching an agreement regarding Master Run and Oppo's affairs, Qin Song intended to return home to continue treating patients. Just as he was cracking sunflower seeds and preparing to leave, he suddenly spotted a middle-aged man by the roadside. It was not the man's appearance that piqued his interest, but rather the delicate young girl lying on the cart behind him. At that moment, the girl was curiously surveying her surroundings. Noticing Qin Song's attention, the middle-aged man promptly greeted him, saying, "Young brother, do you happen to know if there is a medical clinic nearby? A Western clinic would suffice. My daughter has sustained some injuries, and if she is not treated soon, it may lead to lasting repercussions." Upon hearing this, Qin Song glanced at the father and daughter duo. Their attire was remarkably similar, albeit in differing sizes. In contrast to the father and Oppo's composed demeanor, the girl on the cart exhibited an insatiable curiosity about her surroundings, embodying the essence of beauty. Subsequently, Qin Song noticed a strip of cloth around the girl and Oppo's waist, which was already stained with blood, seeping through the fabric. As Qin Song and Appo's gaze lingered on her, the girl furrowed her brow in annoyance. "What are you staring at, you creep?" Meanwhile, the girl's father regarded Qin Song with evident wariness, clearly perceiving him as a potential threat. Sensing their misunderstanding, Qin Song hastily clarified, "Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely a physician." At his words, astonishment washed over the faces of the father and daughter. "You claim to be a physician? Look at your age. You and Appo's. We're not even older than my father. How could you possibly be a physician?" "Father, I perceive that this fellow has a shifty demeanor, and I suspect he harbors ill intentions." With that, the girl turned her head away. "Let us proceed further. Surely there exists a reputable medical establishment." In response, Qin Song wore a faint smile. "Indeed, there are clinics ahead, but ordinary physicians cannot exorcise malevolent spirits. If the malevolent energy cannot be dispelled within a day, the sinister forces will invade your daughter's body, rendering her life utterly ruined." After speaking, Qin Song chose to disregard the two and made his way back to the clinic to attend to patients. However, upon hearing Qin Song's words, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. "Please, young brother, wait." Upon hearing this, Qin Song did not pause. "My daughter has been naive to the ways of the world since childhood, thus her words may seem harsh. I implore you to forgive her indiscretion and extend your benevolence to save her." Acknowledging the man's sincere apology, Qin Song was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. He halted his steps, gazing at the anxious middle-aged man. Qin Song calmly stated, "If you wish for me to save her, then you must first extract the malevolent spirit from your own being." Chapter 11. Healing Frost. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted noticeably. "How do you know I possess a ghostly entity?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "If it were an ordinary spirit, I would be oblivious. However, the malevolent aura emanating from you, coupled with the condition of this young lady's wounds, makes it evident that the specter resides within you." At these words, the middle-aged man retrieved a fist-sized copper furnace from his bundle. "The malevolence you sense emanates from this." Gazing at the copper furnace adorned with vermilion talismans, Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. "Are you a practitioner of the Tao?" The middle-aged man nodded. Introducing himself, "I am Ao Tianlong of the enigmatic sect, and this is my daughter, Ning Shuang. Since you have recognized the talismans, may I inquire about your esteemed teacher?" After hearing the middle-aged man and Appo's introduction, Qin Song was struck with astonishment. He never anticipated encountering these two individuals, particularly Ao Tianlong, who bore little resemblance to his portrayal in the films. Observing Qin Song's momentary daze, Ao Tianlong waved his hand. "Young brother, what did you just say?" Finally snapping back to reality, Qin Song apologized. "I lost my train of thought for a moment. My sincerest apologies." With that, he took 2 steps back and bowed respectfully to Ao Tianlong. "I am Qin Song, a disciple of the Taishan real man of the Maoshan sect." After Qin Song revealed his lineage, Ao Tianlong was initially taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. "It turns out you are a distinguished disciple of the esteemed Tai Xianjin Run. My apologies for the oversight." Qin Song waved his hand and replied, "I cannot claim such a title. I have merely acquired a modicum of knowledge under my master at Maoshan." Upon hearing that Qin Song hailed from Maoshan, Ning Shuang couldn't help but murmur, at such a young age, what profound knowledge could one possibly glean from Maoshan? At this, Ao Tianlong's expression turned frosty. Ning Shuang quickly apologized to Daoist Qin. Realizing her error, Ning Shuang hastily expressed her regrets to Qin Song. However, Qin Song took no offense. "We shall walk a few more miles to my clinic. If you do not mind, you may accompany me there for treatment. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Ao Tianlong was filled with delight. When they arrived at the clinic, a queue had already formed outside, with several individuals waiting for Qin Song's healing touch. He kindly explained that they would need to return the following day, as Ning Shuang and Appo's injuries were severe, and the others readily understood. Qin Song then escorted Ning Shuang to the inner chamber. At that moment, the cloth wrapped around her wound was thoroughly soaked in blood. Observing the curious expression on Ning Shuang and Appo's face, Qin Song allowed a faint smile to emerge. I will first cleanse the malevolent energy, then proceed to staunch the bleeding and treat your injuries. The process may be somewhat painful, but bear with it. With that, he gently unraveled the cloth. A gruesome wound presented itself to Qin Song's gaze. Under the insidious influence of the malevolent energy, the wound had lost all color, and beneath the flesh, blood continued to seep forth intermittently. Gazing at the grotesque wound, Out Long felt an uneasy compassion. Dr. Qin, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for this. With that, Qin Song retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom. To everyone's astonishment, he proceeded to deftly thread a needle, preparing to stitch the wound. Ning Shuang could not help but express her surprise. Dr. Qin, did you not mention that we should first cleanse the ghostly aura? At her questioning, Out Long furrowed his brow. Ning Shuang, do not disrupt Dr. Qin's focus. For Ning Shuang, her lack of familiarity with the teachings of the Maoshan sect rendered her uncertain. However, Out Long, as a disciple of the fantastical sect, possessed a thorough understanding of Maoshan's techniques. Throughout history, the arts of Maoshan have been renowned and widely recognized. The use of a peach wood sword to exorcise spirits and capture demons is particularly memorable. Yet, the methods of the Maoshan tradition extend far beyond this. Exorcism, necromancy, divination, and geomancy are all integral aspects of its legacy. In contrast to the ordinary practitioners of the martial world, Maoshan medicine is imbued with an air of mystery and peculiarity. As for Qin Song's master, the illustrious Tai Xianjunren, his reputation in divination and healing precedes him. How could Qin Song, as his disciple, possibly mishandle such a minor injury? It is precisely for this reason that Out Long admonished Ning Shuang to remain silent, lest she provoke Qin Song further. While Ning Shuang harbored her doubts, Qin Song offered no response. As he readied the needle and thread, he began to move his hands with deliberate slowness. Under normal circumstances, stitching a wound would take Qin Song merely a few minutes. Yet today, his movements were unusually languid, as the silver needle gradually approached the skin surrounding the wound. The once pallid flesh now blushed a vivid crimson. Endure it, and do not move. With those words, the silver needle plunged into the injury. Upon its insertion, Ning Shuang involuntarily shuddered. However, recalling Qin Song's earlier admonition, she gritted her teeth, determined not to shift an inch. Meanwhile, as Qin Song's hands traversed her waist and hips, Ning Shuang's cheeks flushed deeply. Though she was no longer a child, she had never experienced such intimate contact with a man. In this moment, inundated by Qin Song's touch, her face radiated warmth, and a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded her mind. At the same time, Ao Tianlong observed Qin Song's actions with keen interest, captivated by the art of Maoshan medicine, which he was witnessing for the first time. Qin Song's movements were deliberate and slow, prompting doubts about his proficiency in treating wounds. Yet, as the first stitch was completed, both father and daughter were taken aback. They watched in astonishment as wisps of gray-brown smoke emanated from the points where the needle had passed. Gazing at the vanishing vapor, Ao Tianlong felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that merely threading the needle had dispelled the malevolent energy within the wound? This was nothing short of miraculous. The reputation of Maoshan techniques was indeed well-deserved. As the silver needle continued to weave through the sides of the wound, an increasing torrent of malevolent energy was expelled. Upon closer inspection, the pallid flesh gradually regained its color. Only after the wound was completely sutured did Qin Song exhale a sigh of relief. The injury had been properly treated, and he cautioned, remember, do not expose it to water for a week, and abstain from consuming fish or meat. After 7 days, the stitches will dissolve naturally. With that, Qin Song carefully stored the silver needles. He then rewrapped the sutured wound. Here you go. As she looked at the black porcelain bottle handed to her by Qin Song, Ning Shuang was filled with curiosity. Without hesitation, she removed the stopper. Instantly, a faint yet refreshing fragrance wafted into the nostrils of the three. What is this? With the powder now in her palm, Ning Shuang and Amp, oppose, as curiosity deepened. This is my specially formulated wound healing medicine. It not only accelerates the healing process, but also diminishes the scars on your waist. Hearing this, Ning Shuang felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Chapter 12. A visit from medical aid. As she gazed at Qin Song before her, Ning Shuang could not help but recall the scene of her wound being stitched just moments ago. Instantly, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Upon noticing that Ning Shuang had risen from her bed, Tianlong hurried to her side. How are you, Ning Shuang? Does the wound still hurt? He inquired. In response, Ning Shuang shook her head. Father, the wound no longer pains me. Thanks to Qin Song's skilled treatment, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Hearing that Ning Shuang was out of danger, Tianlong promptly expressed his gratitude to Qin Song. Dr. Qin, this is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it. With that, Tianlong produced a handful of silver coins from his pocket. Qin Song quickly waved his hand in refusal. It is but a trifling matter. Our meeting is a matter of fate. One who cultivates the Tao should not covet worldly wealth. Observing Qin Song's calm demeanor, Tianlong felt a surge of admiration within him. Then I thank you, Dr. Qin. Today, fate has brought us together, and I shall consider you a friend. Just as the two were deep in conversation, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside. May I ask, is this Dr. Qin's clinic? Upon hearing someone seek Qin Song, Tianlong and his daughter decided not to linger any longer. After exchanging farewells, Tianlong took the cart and departed from the clinic. After bidding farewell to Tianlong, Qin Song leisurely made his way to the front hall. From the voice he had just heard, he had already anticipated the visitor's identity. The person arriving was none other than Ren Tingting, who had left in a huff earlier. Qin Song was not taken aback by Ren Tingting's unexpected visit. At long last, you have arrived. Had you been any later, I would have had to close my clinic to visitors. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Ren Tingting felt a surge of astonishment. What? Did you anticipate my arrival all along? Gazing at Ren Tingting's astonished expression, Qin Song replied nonchalantly. Naturally, I sensed something unusual about you earlier at the Western restaurant. In response, Ren Tingting chose not to elaborate. Noticing her silence, Qin Song leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, You have likely consulted numerous doctors regarding your ailment, haven't you? Yet, they have been unable to cure you, which is why you have come to me, seeking a remedy. Am I correct? Initially, Ren Tingting believed Qin Song was merely speaking whimsically. However, upon hearing his analysis, she was taken aback. You truly discerned that something is amiss with my health? Naturally, after saying this, Qin Song lifted his gaze and scrutinized Ren Tingting, noting her pale complexion, erratic breath, and vacant eyes. You are exhibiting classic signs of anemia coupled with sleep deprivation. Furthermore, your gait appears somewhat unnatural, and there is a faint scent of blood about you. So what? At this moment, Ren Tingting's heart raced in her chest. You must have recently experienced your menstrual cycle, haven't you? How did you know that? At this juncture, Ren Tingting's mouth gaped in shock. Observing her astonishment, a subtle smile graced Qin Song's face. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. I possess even more insights. Would you care to hear my analysis? Yes. Ren Tingting responded without a moment's hesitation. Since you wish to hear, then pour me a cup of tea. After saying this, Qin Song pointed to the teapot beside her. Ren Tingting immediately shot him a glaring look. However, Qin Song was not offended by this. After serving himself a cup of hot tea, he spoke in a low voice. Have you been in water recently? Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting gasped in surprise and covered her mouth. How did you know? Her complexion drained of color. The signs of dark energy were evident, with a notable heaviness in her spirit. In recent days, have you experienced a significant increase in your water intake, accompanied by sharp pains in your lower abdomen, often waking you at night, drenched in cold sweat? The symptoms Qin Song described resonated perfectly with her own experiences. It was at this moment that Ren Tingting realized the man before her possessed genuine medical knowledge. Due to her poor rest and unbearable abdominal pain, she had sought various physicians, yet none of their prescriptions had proven effective. Thus, she had come to the herbal clinic with a sense of desperation, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet before she could articulate her discomfort, Qin Song had already laid bare the root of her ailment with clarity. How could she not be astonished? How did you come to know all of this? It's obvious, isn't it? Qin Song replied, a look of playful skepticism adorning his face. So, Dr. Qin, can you cure my ailment? At this moment, Ren Tingting's excitement was palpable. To heal your ailment is not a daunting task. So, could you expedite my recovery? Moreover, what precisely did you mean by the intrusion of negative energy into the body? Am I in jeopardy? The mere thought of enduring excruciating pain in my lower abdomen during the midnight hours sends shivers down my spine, leading me to fear for my very existence. Witnessing Ren Tingting on the verge of tears, Qin Song waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, you shall not perish. This condition is not severe. Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you? Upon hearing Qin Song's response, Ren Tingting grasped his hand fervently in excitement. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Qin Song quickly reassured her. It is nothing to be concerned about. This is not a grave issue. You are not misleading me, are you? Have no worries. I am a doctor, and if I assure you it can be treated, then it shall certainly be treated. With Qin Song's firm guarantee, Ren Tingting managed to quell her tears. So, how much do you charge for your services? If it is too exorbitant, I may not have the means. The consultation fee is merely 50 cents, and I do not extend credit. Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting hastily searched her pocket. I lack change. May I offer you a silver dollar instead? Observing the silver dollar she presented, Qin Song silently scoffed. Indeed, she is the daughter of a wealthy family, venturing out without a single coin in her possession. After accepting the silver dollar, Qin Song wasted no time and promptly retrieved ink, brush, paper, and inkstone from his drawer. However, the ink was a mixture of vermilion and yellow wine, and the paper was a piece of yellow talisman paper, approximately the length of a palm. With a flick of his wrist and a murmured incantation, a talisman was swiftly crafted. He took it home and, just before retiring for the night, placed it upon his navel. Within a minute, the effects would surely manifest. As Ren Tingting gazed at the talisman handed to her by Qin Song, her eyes were filled with skepticism. Could this truly cure my ailment? Surely, you're not jesting with me? Noticing her doubt, Qin Song chuckled softly. You may apply it to your navel now and witness immediate results. However, this talisman is single use. If employed at night, it can thoroughly dispel the malevolent energy within you. Despite Qin Song's confident assertions, Ren Tingting remained unconvinced, for she had never encountered the notion that a mere piece of paper could serve as a remedy for illness. Chapter 13. The possession of evil spirits. Observing the skepticism etched on Ren Tingting's face, Qin Song gestured towards the inner chamber. If you harbor doubts, feel free to test the talisman within. After a moment's contemplation, Ren Tingting ultimately stowed the talisman into her pocket. If this is a deception, I shall certainly seek you out again. Hearing the hint of a threat in her tone, Qin Song merely smiled faintly. I shall await your return. However, when you next arrive, it is likely you will be the one beseeching me for a remedy. Dream on, Ren Tingting muttered under her breath before departing the clinic. No sooner had she left than Ah Wei entered the establishment. Qin, was that girl who just left my cousin? Noticing Ah Wei's curious expression, Qin Song nodded. Indeed, that was her. What ailment afflicts my cousin? Is it serious? Gazing at Ah Wei and Appo's infatuated demeanor, Qin Song delivered a playful slap to his head. This is Miss Ren's personal matter. Why are you prying into it? Wincing from the light smack, Ah Wei grimaced. Isn't she my cousin? As her elder cousin, is it not natural for me to express concern? Natural, my foot, Qin Song retorted, raising his hand as if to deliver another playful slap. Sensing the impending gesture, Ah Wei quickly recoiled and produced a bottle wrapped in oiled paper. Qin, I brought you a gift. Osmanthus honey from the 100 Pavilion. If you continue to strike me, I may not bring you any next time. Gazing at the oiled paper package in Ah Wei's hand, Qin Song couldn't help but smile. Well, at least you have a semblance of conscience. With that, Qin Song took the jar of honey from him. Ah Wei had some understanding of his preferences. Seeing Qin Song accept the gift, Ah Wei felt a sense of relief. This act of kindness was indeed modest in comparison to the life-saving grace he owed him. Just as Ah Wei was about to express his deep respect for Qin Song, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The captain is here. The captain is here. Away felt a surge of annoyance as he watched a few individuals rush in from outside. What on earth is wrong with you? Why are you shouting in Dr. Qin's clinic? The security team members trembled at Away's reprimand, but quickly replied, Captain, Lu Ergu is acting erratically. Acting erratically? What do you mean? Away's curiosity was piqued. Since early morning, Lu Ergu had been kneeling before the tree at his doorstep, repeatedly banging his head against it. Now, his entire face was a bloody mess, and no one could pull him away. Upon hearing the soldier and Appo's account, Away and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Has that old fool lost his mind? Why on earth is he headbutting a tree? Just gather a few more people and tie him up. The others, looking somewhat helpless, replied, that won't work. Lu Ergu's knees seemed to be glued to the ground. Several people can't budge him. We had no choice but to come to you. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Away glanced at Qin Song beside him. Brother Qin, do you think Lu Ergu is truly possessed? Could he be facing some kind of affliction? After hearing the unfolding events, Qin Song found the situation rather peculiar. Aside from his peculiar habit of ramming his head against trees, has he exhibited any other abnormal behavior? Abnormal behavior. Yes. When he strikes the tree, his eyes remain wide open, as if he has encountered a ghost. Encountering a ghost. At this, both men simultaneously uttered the phrase. In that moment, Qin Song realized that Lu Ergu must be under the influence of some malevolent spirit, his body overtaken. Away, let an Appo's. Let's go. I shall accompany you to investigate. Lu Ergu's residence was not in a secluded area, and by the time the trio arrived, a large crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside. Upon seeing Away's arrival, several militia members promptly approached him to report on the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Song waded through the throng and made his way directly into the courtyard. Inside the yard, Lu Ergu resembled a machine, rhythmically battering his head against a stout tree. Witnessing Qin Song's bold entry into the yard, a few individuals immediately cautioned, Dr. Qin, do be careful and avoid injuring yourself. To this, Qin Song merely waved his hand in acknowledgement. The bark of the tree before Lu Ergu had already been severely damaged, and so too had Lu Ergu's forehead. Blood streamed down his neck, saturating the earth beneath him. If he continues this way, he might very well burst his own brain. Gazing at the gruesome scene before him, Away could not help but exclaim in horror. If this continued, he would surely lose his life. After uttering these words, Qin Song patted Away on the shoulder and said, you must first disperse the crowd of onlookers. I will go over to ascertain what is happening. With that, Qin Song made his way towards Lu Ergu. Stop right there, Qin Song commanded, firmly grasping Lu Ergu's shoulder, rendering him immobile. However, to Qin Song's astonishment, Lu Ergu possessed an astonishing strength. Had Qin Song not been prepared, he would have likely broken free from Qin Song's hold. As Lu Ergu's head could no longer collide with the tree, a sinister expression gradually emerged on his once dazed face. Who are you? At that moment, Lu Ergu found himself slumped on the ground, his voice emanating from his throat with a sharpness that was clearly not his own. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is why you seek to harm others without cause. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Song flipped his right hand, revealing 3 silver needles held firmly within. With a swift motion, the needles accurately struck the acupoints of Elhu, Shuetu, and Sibai. As the needles settled, the wound on Lu Ergu and Appo's forehead ceased to bleed profusely. Simultaneously, a flicker of terror crossed Lu Ergu and Appo's face. Help me. Before he could finish his plea, another sharp sound erupted from his throat. Today, no one can save you. Chapter 14. The cause behind it all. As Lu Ergu's consciousness seized control, his eyes widened in shock. With great effort, he reached for the silver needle atop his head. However, upon his fingers making contact, a blinding white light erupted from the needle. The moment Lu Ergu touched that radiant glow, his hand recoiled instinctively. What have you done? What is this thing? At that moment, Lu Ergu felt as though he had not touched a silver needle, but rather 2 searing hot irons. Seeing Lu Ergu falter, Qin Song let out a cold snort from the side. I give you a chance. Come out willingly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. To Qin Song's threat, Lu Ergu paid no heed whatsoever. He wiped the dried blood from his head and let out a chilling laugh. Since you wish for him to live, I shall do the opposite. With that, Lu Urgu seized a nearby chopping knife, brandishing it as if to strike his own hand. How dare you? You refuse my invitation and choose punishment instead. At that moment, a surge of anger stirred within Qin Song. With a swift motion of his right hand, a silver needle, propelled by a gust of air, flew straight into the room, followed by a mournful wail echoing from within. What lies within that room? At this juncture, curiosity was etched across Awei's face, while a gravity hung upon Qin Song and Appo's countenance. Awei, instruct your men to carry him inside. Understood. As Qin Song spoke, Awei naturally complied, gesturing behind him for the 3 security personnel to carry Lu Urgu into the room. That will be all. You may leave now. Remember, regardless of what transpires inside, no one is permitted to enter. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Qin. We will ensure the task is accomplished. With that, Awei and his men encircled the house. After surveying the interior, Qin Song ultimately halted before a wooden box. Are you not coming out? Do you wish to endure another round? No sooner had Qin Song and Appo's words fallen than a pair of pristine white paws gripped the edge of the box. Subsequently, a completely snow-white fox emerged from within. The fox, a creature steeped in mystery since ancient times, is known for its remarkable intelligence and spiritual essence, making it more prone to achieving enlightenment compared to other animals. Consequently, in various regions, foxes are often venerated. In the north, they are particularly revered as wild deities safeguarding local peace, receiving offerings of incense. At this moment, a silver needle measuring approximately 3 inches was embedded in the fox's forehead. Gazing at the frigid expression of Qin Song, the fox bared its teeth at him. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Shall we settle this with a contest? What merit lies in bullying an ordinary person? With that, Qin Song pulled up a chair and seated himself before the creature. Do not accuse me of being unreasonable. If you do not elucidate the origins and developments of this matter today, you shall find it impossible to leave here alive. Saying this, Qin Song reached out and removed the silver needle. As the silver needles were unleashed, the white-furred fox immediately revealed its ferocious nature. Sensing the fox was about to charge at him in a fit of rage, Qin Song merely waved his hand, causing over a dozen silver needles to materialize around it. Faced with the glimmering, cold light of the needles, the white-furred fox ultimately capitulated. Spare me, esteemed Taoist. At that moment, the fox astonishingly spoke with human words. Standing upright on its hind legs, resembling a little person. You rejoice too soon. Elaborate on the sequence of events. Should you have deliberately harmed innocent civilians, I shall ensure your life is forfeit. Qin Song and Appo's expression turned grave. Had he not inadvertently discovered that the fox was missing its tail, he would not have wasted his breath on such matters. Esteemed Taoist, I reside in Qingshu Mountain in Renjia County, where I have devoted over 60 years to cultivation. I have never harmed the common folk. At times, I even guide lost villagers safely down the mountain. Yesterday marked a pivotal moment in my 70 years of cultivation. During this period, I become akin to an ordinary fox. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I returned to my cave to avoid disturbance. Yet on that very day, an individual trespassed into my cave without cause and severed my tail, causing my cultivation to regress. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have been slain by this person. Upon concluding the tale, Qin Song glanced at Lu Urgu, who lay on the bed. So, because of this incident, you harbored murderous intentions towards him, did you? Indeed. The white-furred fox, now thoroughly terrified, could scarcely utter another word. Upon hearing the words of the white-furred fox, Qin Song finally understood that the events leading to this moment were solely due to the insatiable greed harbored within Lu Urgu. Casting a glance at the fox's bare rear and then at the unconscious Lu Urgu on the bed, it became evident that although the fox still bore resentment, it dared not voice its anger. I comprehend the situation now, Qin Song remarked, briefly surveying the fox's exposed backside. Indeed, without a tail it is rather unsightly. After uttering this, Qin Song resumed his examination of the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the space beneath Lu Urgu's bed. As anticipated, The severed tail of the white-furred fox lay within a wooden box beneath the bed, accompanied by several other animal pelts. Grasping the pristine white tail, Qin Song slowly approached the fox. "Do you wish to have your tail reattached?" The white-furred fox, initially taken aback by the inquiry, swiftly clasped its paws in reverence. "Oh, esteemed Taoist, can you truly assist me in reuniting with my tail?" "Indeed, it can be reattached, though you will inevitably forfeit some of your spiritual essence," Qin Song replied. Upon hearing this, the white-furred fox was filled with joy. "I beseech you, esteemed Taoist, please help me restore my severed tail." With that, the fox bowed deeply once more, displaying utmost respect. Recognizing that this predicament arose from circumstances beyond the fox's control and acknowledging the arduous nature of its cultivation, Qin Song resolutely decided to assist in reattaching its tail. As silver light danced ceaselessly around them, a smile gradually emerged on Qin Song's face after a few minutes. At last, the severed tail has been reattached, yet one must remain vigilant to avoid any further damage. As Qin Song aptly noted at this moment, the white-haired fox once again became acutely aware of the presence of its tail. "Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for your timely rescue." The white fox continued to bow deeply before Qin Song, who quickly gestured for them to cease. "The fault does not lie with you. It is only right that I assist in reuniting your severed tail." Having spoken, Qin Song cast a glance at the still unconscious Lu Ergu. This predicament originated from Lu Ergu, and he had disrupted your cultivation for over a decade. Thus, it seems only fitting that this matter reaches a resolution. With that, Qin Song waved his right hand, and a tuft of white fur was instantly removed from the tip of the fox's tail. Chapter 15. The preparation for the grave relocation. Gazing at the tuft of white fur clutched in Qin Song and Amp Oppo's hand, the fox felt a flicker of unease. After all, the man before it possessed an unfathomable strength. Even during its prime, it would have been no match for Qin Song. Noticing the fox's tension, Qin Song remarked with a smile, "There is no need for alarm. Once Lu Ergu awakens, I shall have him erect a tablet for offerings. 30 years of incense will surely compensate for the loss of your spiritual essence, would it not?" Initially, the fox feared that Qin Song sought its life. To its surprise, Qin Song was considering its welfare. Instantly, the white-furred fox lowered itself to the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "However, do not rejoice too soon," Qin Song cautioned. "Since you have accepted his offerings, you are now obliged to ensure the safety of his family. As for whether Lu Ergu will continue to honor you 30 years hence, that shall be his decision. Rest assured, I shall faithfully follow your directives." The fox replied, continuing to bow deeply. "Enough. You have no further business here. Should I discover you engaging in any nefarious deeds, do not blame me for my mercilessness." Qin Song waved his hand dismissively at the fox. Once the white-furred creature departed, Qin Song turned his attention to Lu Ergu, who, under the ministrations of acupuncture, soon regained consciousness. After detailing the arrangements regarding the white fur and the offerings, Qin Song exited the room, indifferent to what would transpire next, confident that the matter had been adequately resolved. After exchanging a few words with Wei, Qin Song returned to the medical clinic. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the eagerly waiting Run Tingting, whose face was alight with excitement at the sight of him. Ever since she had returned home from the Materia Medica clinic, Rin Tingting had impatiently affixed the talisman to her navel. Just moments before, she had been enduring excruciating abdominal pain, accompanied by waves of chilling discomfort radiating from within. However, the instant the talisman was applied, a warm current surged into her abdomen, dispelling the unbearable pain into oblivion. That seemingly small talisman, no larger than a palm, transformed into a veritable furnace, enveloping her in unparalleled comfort. Yet, such relief proved ephemeral. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed when she felt the warmth dissipate and the dull ache return to her lower abdomen. "Why does it lose its efficacy so swiftly?" she lamented, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. The memory of Qin Song and Amp Oppo's ease while crafting the talisman compelled her to swiftly change and rush back to the Materia Medica clinic. To her surprise, however, she found that Qin Song was not at home. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, just as she was preparing to leave. Qin Song reappeared before her. Noticing Run Tingting, who had been waiting with bated breath, a smile crept onto Qin Song and Appo's lips. "Miss Ren, you return yet again. What is it that you seek? Dr. Qin, could you please provide me with a few more talismans? My stomach has started to ache again." Upon hearing this, Qin Song could not help but furrow his brow. "Miss Ren, what is the matter? Is it possible that the talismans I provided you are ineffective?" "Effective? They are remarkably so. The moment I applied one, my stomach pain ceased immediately." Qin Song nodded in satisfaction, affirming his initial conclusion. The discomfort experienced by Ren Tingting was indeed a result of the influx of negative energy into her body. However, her subsequent words left him utterly perplexed. Yet, the relief was so fleeting. After merely 10 minutes, the effect of the talisman vanished. Upon hearing Ren Tingting's account, Qin Song's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 minutes? Such a trivial case of negative energy should not render his yang talisman ineffective. Before Ren Tingting could finish her explanation, he seized her wrist. Startled by this sudden grasp, Ren Tingting's heart raced. Yet in mere moments, her face flushed crimson. "Dr. Qin, this seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" As Qin Song's fingers made contact with her wrist, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Indeed, as Ren Tingting had stated, the negative energy within her showed no sign of abating. Gazing at Ren Tingting, who appeared infatuated, Qin Song asked in a serious tone, "Do you still have that talisman with you?" Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's inquiry, Ren Tingting finally regained her senses. I brought," she stammered, hurriedly extracting a talisman from her possession. When Qin Song unfolded the crumpled paper, both were taken aback. The talisman, originally inscribed in cinnabar, had now transformed into a dark hue. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Qin Song's brow furrowed in concern. "For the time being, you should stay elsewhere. Your room is not suitable for habitation." "Why?" Ren Tingting asked, bewildered by Qin Song's admonition. "I cannot ascertain the reason just yet. Once I conclude matters concerning your grandfather, I shall assist you in resolving this. 3 days hence mark the day of the late Mr. Ren's burial." At this moment, the cause of Ren Tingting's peculiar condition remained unclear, but it was not the time for resolution. After escorting her to the clinic, Qin Song proceeded to draw 2 additional yang-evoking talismans for her, and for added security, he crafted a protective charm. As long as she kept it on her person, it would ensure that malevolent entities dared not approach. Time slipped by swiftly, and before long, it was the 3rd day, the day of the late Mr. Ren's coffin transfer. Just as dawn began to break, a knock resounded at the clinic door. Upon opening it, Qin Song was greeted by the butler of the Ren household. "Dr. Qin, my master has sent me to escort you to the burial site." Hearing this, Qin Song nodded in approval. Ren fa truly exemplifies a businessman, attending to every detail with great care. As Qin Song gazed at the sedan chair parked outside, he cast a glance at the steward. "Has Master Ren made arrangements on my senior brother and aunt, Appo's side?" "Rest assured, Dr. Qin, Master Ren personally went to fetch him," came the reassuring reply. Having learned that Ren Fa had already made meticulous preparations, Qin Song ceased his hesitation. Once he boarded the sedan chair, the group set off toward the tomb area, shrouded in a gray haze. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Qin Song discovered that Jiu Shu and his 2 disciples were already busily engaged in their tasks. Meanwhile, the servants from the Ren residence were diligently setting up the incense, altar, and offering platform, with paper money and sacrificial items already prepared. Noticing Qin Song and Appo's arrival, Jiu Shu promptly set aside his work. "Jiu Shu, why have you come so early?" The arrangement of the offering platform could have been entrusted to Wen Kai and Xiuxing. "There was no need for you to do it yourself." Qin Song greeted Jiu Shu with a smile, admiring the figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe. Chapter 16. The Dragonfly and Amp. Appo's touch upon hearing Qin Song mention Wen Kai and Xiuxing. Uncle Jiu felt a surge of irritation. These 2 rascals were truly a source of constant worry, especially considering the gravity of this undertaking. It demanded utmost precision. In acknowledgement, Qin Song nodded affirmatively. With his arrival, all participants were finally gathered. Amidst the throng of servants and security personnel, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting approached the gravesite. "Today, we hope for your utmost diligence," Ren Fa said. Uncle Jiu reciprocated with polite remarks, adhering to the customary formalities. As Uncle Jiu conversed with Ren Fa, Qin Song discreetly moved closer to Ren Tingting. "How have you been? I trust your abdominal discomfort has subsided?" With a smile, Ren Tingting replied, "Thanks to the talisman you had crafted for me, I am now quite well." She then revealed a small red silk pouch from her bosom, within which lay the talisman. Qin Song was taken aback to discover that she had chosen such a private place for it. He found himself at a loss for words. This charm, once worn, could ward off malevolent spirits and ensure safety. It need only be secured at the waist. There was no need for such meticulous concealment. As Qin Song inquired further about Ren Tingting's well-being, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing, not far off, noticed her presence. They promptly set down their offerings of yellow paper and incense, scampering over with eagerness. "Good day, Miss Ren," they chimed in unison, but Ren Tingting displayed a distinct disdain towards them. Turning her head away, she directed her attention back to Qin Song, leaving the two boys in a state of confusion. As Ren Tingting chose to ignore him, Xiaoxing hastily sought to explain himself. However, Wen Kai was determined to prevent him from seizing the opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wen Kai firmly grasped Xiaoxing's arm. "Miss Ren has clearly expressed her desire not to engage in conversation with you, yet you still insist on encroaching upon her space. It is truly puzzling." Listening to the ongoing dispute between the two, Qin Song approached with a stern expression. "Have you completed the tasks entrusted to you by Uncle Jiu? Beware, should he catch you slacking off, you may find yourselves in a precarious situation." At his words, both men shuddered involuntarily. "Let us make ourselves scarce. We must return to our duties. Heaven grant us luck that our master does not discover our negligence." Observing Wen Kai and Xiaoxing depart in a dejected manner, the furrowed brow of Ren Tingting gradually relaxed. With the preparations of the group complete, several robust servants, shovels in hand, looked eagerly towards the grave site. "Uncle Jiu, could you assess the feng shui of my father's burial plot?" A geomancer once remarked that this site was exceedingly rare to find. After listening to Ren Fa's boastful claims, Uncle Jiu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable, worthy of being called a treasure of feng shui. As for this burial site, it is also commendable. In feng shui terminology, this spot is referred to as the dragonfly touching water site." Upon hearing Uncle Jiu and Appo's continual praise for the burial site, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing found themselves somewhat bewildered. However, upon hearing the term dragonfly touching water, Ren Fa was filled with admiration for Uncle Jiu. Truly remarkable, simply extraordinary. To Ren Tingting's surprise, the tomb bore a specific name. She found herself enveloped in confusion. "Father, is there truly any significance to Grandpa's grave?" Wen Kai and Xiaoxing shared her curiosity. Although Qin Song had briefly introduced the origins of the tomb, today was under the direction of a ninth uncle, and certain details had not been elaborated upon. "Miss Ren, you are unaware that this burial site of the late Master Ren is indeed of great importance. It is said to embody the principle of dragonfly, skimming the water, balancing both ends, with a length of 34 feet, yet only 4 feet can be utilized, and a width of 13 feet, with merely 3 feet available for use." Upon hearing the dimensions, Xiaoxing was the first to recognize the underlying issue. The selection of this particular site and burial method aimed to ensure that descendants would enjoy success and smooth sailing in all endeavors. As for the interment method, if I am not mistaken, the late Master Ren was buried using a... Am I correct, Master Ren? Even Ren Fa was taken aback by the depth of knowledge the ninth uncle possessed. "Master, what does it mean?" Observing the curious expression on Ren Tingting's face, Wen Kai suddenly became animated. "Master, I understand. Is a French-style funeral?" Seeing Wen Kai's naive inquiry directed at the ninth uncle, Qin Song was left speechless. This foolish fellow truly was an unexpected companion. "Wen Kai, kindly close your mouth. If you continue to speak recklessly, be wary of the ninth uncle tearing it apart." Witnessing Qin Song's expression from the sidelines, Wen Kai wore a look of innocence. "Master Uncle, am I not speaking the truth?" Qin Song retorted, urging him to silence. At that moment, Jiu Shu's countenance had darkened considerably, clearly infuriated by Wen-Sai's words. In desperation, Qin Song stepped in to mediate. Lord Ren, my junior disciple has only recently entered the sect and has yet to learn certain matters. He inadvertently misspoke, and I hope everyone can forgive him. Observing the throng of house servants wielding their shovels, Qin Song explained, Miss Ren, the practice of vertical burial refers to interring the coffin upright in the ground. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's elucidation, Ren Tingting finally grasped the concept, nodding in understanding, her admiration for Qin Song deepening. After his explanation, Lord Ren gave Qin Song a thumbs up, exclaiming, Remarkable, truly remarkable. I am in awe. However, upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's clarification, Wenkai could not help but mutter under his breath, What a nonsensical notion. If it's vertical burial, then so be it. Why call it a special burial? Yet, scarcely had Wenkai uttered those words when Jiu Shu delivered a sharp kick to his backside. You fool! If you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. No one considers you mute. Seeing this, Wenkai hastily retreated to the side, fearing further ire from Jiu Shu. Dr. Qin and Appo's words hold merit. A feng shui master once stated that if ancestors are buried upright, their descendants will surely thrive. Hearing Lord Ren's remarks, Jiu Shu inquired with a smile, And is it effective? In response, Ren Fa could only shake his head with a rueful smile. Suddenly, a look of deep sorrow settled upon his face. Over the past 2 decades, the Ren family and Appo's business has dwindled. Regardless of the industry, profits have been elusive and losses have even occurred, leaving us in perplexity. Master Ren, in my humble opinion, it seems that the feng shui master harbors a grudge against your family. What makes you say that? Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's assertion, Ren Fa felt a sense of confusion. However, Uncle Jiu chose not to elaborate further. It was only when he observed the earth excavated from the grave that he inquired, was there any animosity between the late master and him during his lifetime? Chapter 17. Opening the coffin, the corpse stiffens upon hearing the words of Master Jiu. Lord Ren fell into a profound silence. After a moment's reflection, he gradually began to speak. This plot of land was, in fact, selected by the geomancer. My father recognized it as an auspicious site, which is why he invested in acquiring it. Master Jiu was not entirely satisfied with this response. Lord Ren, was this land truly purchased with money? Was there merely enticement, with no coercion involved? In response to Master Jiu and Appo's probing inquiry, Lord Ren chose to remain tight-lipped. At this juncture, the truth was already evident. I suspect there must have been some form of coercion. As he spoke, Qin Song approached from the side of the tomb. If it were simply a matter of money, the geomancer would never have wished harm upon your family. Nor would he have advised you to cover the entire dragonfly-touching water site with concrete. This disrupted the feng shui arrangement of the tomb. Noticing that Qin Song had already analyzed the issues surrounding the tomb, Master Jiu nodded in appreciation. My junior brother is correct. The dragonfly-touching water site lacks the necessary water in the grave, rendering it impossible for the coffin to access water. Thus, the feng shui configuration is indeed compromised. Fortunately, the geomancer did not go to extremes, advising you to open the coffin and relocate the burial after 20 years, only causing you half a lifetime of trouble, sparing you from a lifetime of misfortune and safeguarding the next 18 generations. Qin Song, standing to the side, refrained from interjecting. Had Master Jiu been aware that Lord Ren, lying within the coffin, had already undergone a transformation, he would likely have been utterly astounded. As for Ren Fa, he was currently engulfed in a sense of dread. If the misfortunes of the Ren family's business are indeed attributable to the feng shui of this grave, then the intentions of that feng shui master from years past were undeniably malevolent. As Jiu Shu contemplated the events of that time, the servants had already unearthed the entire tomb. Gazing upon the exposed coffin, Jiu Shu's expression grew solemn as he prepared to open it. As soon as Jiu Shu's words fell, all present stilled their thoughts and regarded him with grave expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the re-emergence of Lord Ren Gongwei. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, particularly those born in the year of the rooster or the ox, are to turn and avert your gaze. No sooner had Jiu Shu spoken than many began to turn their backs to the coffin, stepping aside. Just as he finished outlining the prohibitions and was about to open the coffin, a sudden flock of crows emerged from the surrounding woods. The cawing of the crows sent a chill through Jiu Shu's heart. The cawing of crows signifies ill omens. Brother, this coffin has lain buried for 20 years. It must be rife with miasma. Let us disperse the crowd first, and then we shall open the coffin together. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's astute reasoning, Jiu Shu nodded in agreement. You have indeed considered this well. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Just as Qin Song had articulated, the coffin had been interred for over 2 decades, and it was inevitable that it harbored some degree of miasma and malevolent energy. Should an ordinary person become contaminated by it, they may face minor misfortunes or, in a more severe case, risk their very lives. Upon hearing Qin Song's admonition, Uncle Jiu swiftly gestured for the crowd behind him to retreat. Everyone stepped back 100 meters, waiting until the coffin was opened and the malevolent aura and noxious vapors dissipated before approaching to lift the casket. At that moment, Uncle Jiu's words held the utmost authority. As soon as he instructed the crowd to withdraw, even Ren Fa and Run Ting Ting, who were overcome with curiosity, refrained from advancing any further. As members of a prominent family, the coffin of old Master Run was entirely crafted from fragrant Nama wood, despite being buried for many years. The coffin showed little signs of decay or damage. Gazing at the coffin, which towered over a person, Uncle Jiu cast a glance at Qin Song beside him. It was evident that the bulk of the effort in opening the coffin would fall to Qin Song, who possessed an extraordinary strength since childhood. With a single hand against the lid and a slight exertion of his waist, Qin Song effortlessly pushed open the nearly 100-pound coffin cover. As the coffin was unveiled, a foul stench, accompanied by a chilling breeze, rushed toward the 2 men. However, they had mentally prepared themselves for this eventuality. With a flick of his Taoist robe, the sinister wind was instantly rendered impotent. Yet, the miasma and malevolence that poured forth from the coffin were unexpectedly substantial. Fortunately, Uncle Jiu had heeded Qin Song's advice and had evacuated the crowd in advance. Otherwise, the surrounding servants and attendants would have been in grave danger. As the noxious vapors cleared, Uncle Jiu and Qin Song drew closer to the coffin. Upon observing the body lying within, both men displayed expressions of astonishment. Brother, something seems amiss with old Master Ren's remains. For Qin Song, the condition of the deceased Mr. Ren was all too clear. At this moment, Uncle Jiu gazed at the lifeless body resting in the coffin, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Mr. Ren exhibited signs of impending rigidity. Within the coffin, he lay adorned in traditional Qing dynasty official attire, yet there was no indication of decay. Furthermore, the corpse emanated a peculiar, dark yet luminous sheen. All signs currently suggested that Mr. Ren could succumb to rigidity at any moment. Uncle Jiu stood beside the coffin, troubled, while in the distance, Ren Fa appeared anxious. Although he had already surmised that something was amiss with the tomb, it was nonetheless his father's remains that lay within. As time passed without a response from Uncle Jiu, Ren Fa and Appo's anxiety only intensified. Unable to contain his urgency, he grasped Run Ting Ting and Appo's hand and made his way toward the coffin. Come, Ting Ting, let's take a look. As for Wan Kai, Xiuxing, and the other servants, their curiosity was equally piqued. Upon reaching the coffin, Ren Fa and his daughter beheld the body inside and immediately fell to their knees. Grandfather, father, I, your unworthy child, have caused you distress in the netherworld. Having spoken, Ren Fa bowed repeatedly in reverence. Master Ren, your health is paramount. You must rise. With that, Uncle Jiu and Qin Song assisted the father and daughter to their feet. Master Ren, there is no need for you to be troubled. Your father has passed away for 20 years, and if he were aware, he would not hold it against you. Gazing at the lifeless form within the coffin, Ren wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said, Ninth uncle, what shall we do now? Can my father still be laid to rest in this grave? In response, Ninth uncle shook his head and said, a dragonfly schemes the water. Touching here and there, it will never land in the same spot twice. This grave is no longer viable. After speaking, ninth uncle shook his head in lamentation. Upon hearing that the burial site was rendered useless, Ren's heart filled with anxiety. What shall we do then? After casting a glance at the body in the coffin, ninth uncle solemnly declared, Master Run, my suggestion is to proceed with immediate cremation. Chapter 18. The crisis of the Ren family. Upon hearing that Uncle Jiu intended to cremate the body, Ren Fa was naturally the first to object vehemently. Uncle Jiu, my father and Appo's remains must not be cremated. He was terrified of fire during his lifetime. If his body is cremated, how could I ever face him in the afterlife? To Ren Fa and Appo's surprise, Ren Lao Yi was adamantly opposed to the idea of cremation, which caused a sense of foreboding in Uncle Jiu. At this moment, the body was at risk of rigor mortis at any moment, and this was something Uncle Jiu would not disclose to Ren Lao Yi. As the situation reached an impasse, Qin Song wisely stepped forward. Ren Lao Yi, if the old master's body is not cremated, it could lead to significant trouble. It may even jeopardize the safety of your entire family. Qin Song had subtly warned Ren Fa of the dangers of rigor mortis, leaving the ultimate decision in Ren Fa and Appo's hands. However, Ren Fa and Appo's stance was unexpectedly resolute. No, my father and Appo's body absolutely cannot be cremated. Uncle Jiu, I have entrusted you and Dr. Qin with the matter of moving and reinterring my father. I kindly ask you both to take great care in this process. And rest assured, I shall not neglect your rewards once it is accomplished. Seeing Ren Fa's unwavering determination against cremation, Uncle Jiu felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all, given Ren Fa's status and influence, he could be likened to a local emperor in the entire Ren family county. If Uncle Jiu hoped to continue thriving in Ren family county, it was imperative not to offend this man. Moreover, with Ren Fa promising generous compensation, Uncle Jiu reluctantly acquiesced to the matter at hand. First, let us carry old Master Ren's coffin back to the ancestral hall. I shall swiftly select a suitable burial site for him, and at the appropriate time, we will choose an auspicious day for his interment. Upon witnessing Jiu Shu relent on this matter, Ren Fa's previously tense expression gradually eased. This task will require your diligent efforts, my two friends. After speaking, Ren Fa glanced at his companion. Away. Go. Summon a larger team to assist Jiu Shu in transporting my father and Appo's coffin to the ancestral hall. We must ensure that not a single misstep occurs. Once Away had arranged for the coffin to be prepared for departure, Ren Fa finally felt at ease. Jiu Shu, I entrust the subsequent matters to your capable hands. Ting Ting and I shall take our leave for now. At this moment, Ren Fa and Appo's demeanor was remarkably grave. It was only after the palanquin carrying father and daughter disappeared from view that Jiu Shu let out a slow sigh. Noticing the concern etched on Jiu Shu's face, Qin Song hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. Brother, there is no need for you to fret. We have said all that needed to be said. If old Master Ren chooses not to listen, there is little we can do. To this, Jiu Shu nodded in agreement. For one who receives payment, one must also bear the burden of misfortune. In the coming days, I shall endeavor to find a burial plot promptly, hoping that nothing untoward occurs. With that, Jiu Shu summoned Wen Kai and Qiuxing to his side. You two will burn a plum blossom incense array at the burial site. Be sure to return and inform me of its condition. Yes, master. At present, Jiu Shu wore a troubled expression, and the two young men were keen to avoid any ill fortune. After providing his instructions, Uncle Jiu reiterated, remember to burn incense and pay respects at each grave. Today has been quite disruptive, and I hope for your understanding. You two must not forget. After repeated reminders, Uncle Jiu and Qin Song returned to the mortuary. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby grove, a man clad in a blue robe was observing everything transpiring at the cemetery. As he watched the coffin of old Master Ren being loaded onto a cart, a smirk of satisfaction crept across his face. Peyton Vaillon, did you ever anticipate that I still had this card up my sleeve? Since you acted without mercy back then, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. This is what they call a son repaying his father's debts. Karma will come around. With that, the figure in the blue robe shifted a few times and vanished into the woods. Under the escort of Ah Wei and a group of security personnel, old Master Ren and Appo's coffin was safely delivered to the mortuary. Gazing at the casket before him, Uncle Jiu remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Qin Song stood by, equally reticent. After a lengthy pause, Uncle Jiu let out a soft sigh. Junior brother, old Master Ren's body has begun to show signs of rigidity. The best course of action now is to use a chalk line to dispel the corpse's energy. This will not only prevent further stiffness, but also avert any potential harm it might cause. What do you think? What you say is indeed wise, brother. I share your thoughts completely. Qin Song wholeheartedly agreed with Uncle Jiu's proposition. In the film, Uncle Jiu similarly employed the method of sealing the coffin with a thread to prevent old Master Ren from becoming a zombie. However, the ultimate outcome was rather unsatisfactory. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden shout from Wen Kai and Qiusheng echoed through the courtyard. Master, something has happened. You must come and see what is going on. With that, Wen Kai rushed into the house, clutching a bundle of incense. What is the matter with you all in such a flurry? Uncle Jiu exclaimed, turning his gaze towards the fragrant offering presented by Wen Kai, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. Something significant is about to occur. Seeing their master so startled, Wen Kai and Qiusheng stood tense, hardly daring to breathe. Observing the 3 sticks of incense in his hand, Uncle Jiu shook his head slightly. The greatest fear lies in unforeseen misfortune, and incense is most ominous when 2 sticks burn shorter than one. Alas, it is burned in this manner. Truly, one fears what one wishes to avoid. The presence of such incense in the home indicates a death. It seems that a grave event is looming over the Ren family. Noticing Uncle Jiu's troubled expression fixated on the incense, Wen Kai felt a twinge of confusion. Master, can the state of this incense truly affect the Ren family? In response to Wen Cai's bewilderment, Uncle Jiu kicked him lightly, his eyes filled with disappointment. I often urge you both to read more and learn diligently. And now, how embarrassing to call you my disciples. Though Wen Kai winced from the kick, his thoughts were consumed with concern for Ren Tingting's safety. The same was true for Qiusheng. Although they did not comprehend why the fragrance of the plum blossoms had ignited so fiercely, they gleaned from the words of Master Jiu that it was highly likely that the Ren family would suffer casualties. All they could do at present was to take early precautions and endeavor to assist the Ren family in averting this impending crisis. The ability of the Ren family to navigate through this turmoil was equally tied to Master Jiu's reputation and livelihood. After all, the Ren family had invested a considerable sum to engage Master Jiu, and should any misfortune befall them, it would be difficult for Master Jiu to earn his keep in Ren County thereafter. Senior brother, he remarked, it would be prudent to take preventive measures now to avoid any potential chaos. The most pressing threat at the moment was the imminent possibility of the rigid old Master Ren. Chapter 19. Premeditation. As Wen Kai and Qiusheng listened to Uncle Jiu and Qin Song deliberating on their strategies, curiosity gripped them. Having followed Uncle Jiu for many years, it was a rare occasion to witness him in such a state of agitation. The matter concerning the burial of old Master Ren necessitated prompt planning. The longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood that he would transform into a zombie. At that moment, Wen Kai and Qiusheng found themselves eavesdropping. Upon hearing that old Master Ren might become a zombie, astonishment washed over their faces. Without hesitation, they dashed to old Master Ren's coffin and forcefully pushed open the lid. Master, old Master Ren has gained weight. What did you say? Upon hearing Qiusheng's words, Uncle Jiu and Qin Song hurried to the coffin. At that moment, the stench of decay emanating from within was not only intensifying, but old Master Ren's fingernails had also grown long and thin. All these signs ominously indicated that his transformation into a zombie was imminent. You too, quickly cover the coffin. Noting Uncle Jiu's grave demeanor, they promptly sealed the coffin once more. The mere thought that old Master Ren could rigidify at any moment sent a shiver down their spines. Go, prepare the paper, brush, ink, knife, and sword. What did you say, Master? Wen Kai and Qiusheng stared at Uncle Jiu, bewildered. Sensing Uncle Jiu's rising frustration, Qin Song swiftly nudged them aside while explaining, it's yellow paper, red brush, black ink, kitchen knife, and wooden sword. You too. Hurry and prepare. Very well, master. Soon, Wen Kai and Qiuxing had gathered all the necessary items. Seizing the opportunity, Jiu Shu went to the backyard and caught a large rooster. Master, are we using a chicken again? Wen Kai exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight of the rooster that was about to be bled. After shooting Wen Kai a glare, Jiu Shu commanded Qiuxing to sever the chicken's neck, mixing the blood with black ink. Once the mixture was poured into the ink container, Jiu Shu finally exhaled in relief. Now, take the ink container and mark the entire coffin. Every inch of it. Do not be lazy. After receiving the ink container, the two immediately got to work. After a while, Wen Kai spoke up again, Master. Why does the Rin family face calamity? At that moment, Jiu Shu was feeling rather vexed and had no inclination to enlighten Wen Kai. Thus, he passed the question to Qin Song. Unbothered, Qin Song gazed at the busy duo and slowly replied, to live is to hold on to one's breath, while the deceased must release it. If a person dies harboring anger, resentment, or frustration, that energy remains trapped in their throat, and, combined with external influences, it transforms into a zombie. Upon hearing the word zombie, Qiuxing quickly inquired, is it the kind of zombie that the four-eyed master chases? Qin Song clarified, the ones your four-eyed master pursues are not zombies, but rather walking corpses. There's a profound difference between the two. As Wen Kai halted his actions, Qin Song gave a gentle pat on the back of his head, signaling him to hasten his work. Once Wen Kai resumed his tasks, it became clear that zombies were distinct from corpses. They possessed immense strength and bodies as unyielding as iron, impervious to blades and bullets. Most critically, they feasted upon human blood, and should a zombie arise, it would be his closest kin who would bear the brunt of the calamity. After listening to Qin Song's elucidation, the two finally nodded in enlightenment. Thus, the concern of the master and uncle was that once old Master Rin became a zombie, he would pose a threat to Master Rin and Miss Rin. Indeed, the youth is teachable. The youth is teachable. Although Qin Song had been diligently explaining the differences between zombies and corpses, his gaze remained fixed upon old Master Rin's coffin. Even beneath the coffin, Qin Song had meticulously verified every detail. And only after the entire coffin had been thoroughly measured did he feel a sense of relief. Now, they had done all they could. Should old Master Rin truly transform and become a zombie, it would signify that the Rin family was destined to endure this tribulation. At present, the mortuary had taken all necessary precautions. As for what remained, that burden lay with the Rin household. Once the two disciples had completed their tasks regarding the coffin, Uncle Jiu's previously furrowed brow began to relax. With the mortuary's work concluded, they would proceed to the ruined residence to make arrangements the following day. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai and Qiuxing instantly brightened with enthusiasm. Master, I have no other commitments tomorrow. I shall accompany you. Unexpectedly, Wen Tai seized the initiative, and Qiuxing was not one to be outdone. Master, there are plenty of people in my aunt's shop tomorrow. Let me accompany you instead. The moment it was suggested that these two disciples should work, they appeared lethargic and indifferent. However, upon hearing about a visit to the Rin family, they sprang to life as if invigorated by a surge of energy. This instantly ignited a fire of frustration within Uncle Jiu. Without further ado, he delivered a kick to each of their backsides. His face contorted in anger as he declared, "Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Neither of you will accompany me." At that moment, a wave of helplessness washed over Uncle Jiu. Both of his apprentices were unreliable, and the tasks assigned by the Rin family could only be handled by Qin Song alone. Junior brother, I must venture out tomorrow to explore the cave and attend to the matters of the Rin family, and I need you to make the trip personally. Qin Song was not at all surprised by this outcome. After all, the qualifications of Wen Tai and Qiuxing were lamentably inadequate. While both possessed commendable character and kind hearts, one showed no interest in the arts of Maoshan, and the other was timid and evasive, often resorting to cunning tricks. Throughout his years under Uncle Jiu's tutelage, he had not even mastered some fundamental Maoshan spells. Should this be revealed to their fellow disciples, Uncle Jiu would surely become the subject of ridicule. The eagerness displayed by these two apprentices stemmed purely from their desire to visit Rin Tingting. Even if Uncle Jiu remained silent, Qin Song would take it upon himself to shoulder this responsibility, especially since a fair and lovely Ren Tingting awaited him at the Ren household. At this moment, upon the mention of the matter by Uncle Jiu, Qin Song naturally felt compelled to agree without hesitation. After arranging the affairs for the following day, he feigned readiness to return to the medical hall for some rest. However, before he could step outside, Uncle Jiu intercepted him. "Junior brother, regarding the promissory note that Lord Ren provided last time, I have exchanged it entirely for silver dollars. After deducting the labor and offerings, there remains over 100. I have divided it into 2 portions, and I shall fetch it for you now." With that, Uncle Jiu turned and entered the house. Yet, when he emerged once more, Qin Song had already vanished from sight. "Wen Kai, Maoshan, where is your master, uncle?" The master inquired. "Master, uncle has instructed us to convey that he does not lack for money. Please do not fuss over trifles with him." Chapter 20. Precautions to Qin Song's unexpected remark. Uncle Jiu displayed a hint of astonishment on his face. "Enough, the hour is late. Maoshan, you ought to return to your aunt's home. As for tonight, Wen Kai, you shall remain here to keep watch." Wen Kai was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Uncle Jiu would entrust him with the responsibility of guarding the ancestral hall. The mere thought of the ever-looming threat posed by the potentially rigid Ren Laotai sent shivers down his spine. "What do you mean, master? You intend to leave me here alone in the dead of night to guard the ancestral hall?" At that moment, Wen Kai felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Perhaps I should stay at the ancestral hall to accompany you?" Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's suggestion to remain with him, Wen Kai eagerly nodded. "That sounds splendid." However, a glance at Uncle Jiu and Appo's fierce and stern gaze made him retract his enthusiasm. Actually, being alone might not be so bad. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu and Appo's fierce demeanor softened. "Very well, it seems tonight and Appo's burden falls upon you." The notion of facing Ren Laotai alone in the dead of night left Wen Kai on the verge of tears. At this moment, he could only silently pray that Ren Laotai would not turn rigid and that Uncle Jiu would swiftly locate the tomb. That night, Uncle Jiu slept soundly, while Wen Kai had already succumbed to slumber as deep as that of a lifeless pig. The already eerie and foreboding ancestral hall occasionally echoed with Wen Kai's incoherent murmurs, which would undoubtedly terrify any unsuspecting visitor. Ting ting, ting ting. At this moment, Wen Kai was lost in a beautiful dream of a date with Ting Ting. Unbeknownst to him, a rustling sound emanated from a nearby coffin, gradually growing louder as time passed. The entire coffin began to tremble in unison with the noise. Yet, Wen Kai remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in reality, completely oblivious to the strange sounds coming from within the coffin. As the vibrations intensified, the coffin lid was slowly pushed upward by an unseen force. Suddenly, a pair of dark, withered hands emerged from within. However, the moment those gnarled hands touched the ink line, they emitted a plume of white smoke, as if scorched. Instinctively, the hands retracted swiftly back into the coffin. Concurrently, the lid slammed down with a resounding thud. Upon hearing the noise, Jiu Shu immediately opened his eyes. What was that sound? After confirming that it originated from the mortuary, he donned a garment and hurried towards it. After casting a glance at the coffin and verifying its contents, he then turned his gaze towards Wen Kai's position. Listening to the rhythmic snoring, Jiu Shu couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. He sleeps like a dead pig. Having confirmed everything was in order, Jiu Shu yawned and prepared to return to his room for more rest. However, just as he turned, the withered hands once again reached out from within the coffin. Without any unexpected occurrences, those hands once again made contact with the inked lines. The coffin lid fell heavily once more, producing a resounding echo. Upon hearing the unusual noise, Uncle Jiu swiftly turned around. He beheld the sight of Wen Kai sprawled on the ground, having fallen heavily, showing no signs of awakening. Indeed, such individuals are most suited for tending to the funeral home. With that, Uncle Jiu gently lifted Wen Kai back onto the bed and meticulously tucked him in with the quilt before departing from the mortuary with a sense of relief. Thus, the night passed. On the following morning, after Qin Song completed his grooming, he made his way directly to the Ren residence. At that moment, Ren Fa was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, while Rin Tingting was preoccupied with her cosmetics, seemingly experimenting with a new makeup look. Rin Fa was somewhat taken aback by Qin Song's sudden visit, while Rin Tingting felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. The esteemed Dr. Qin gracing our humble abode is indeed a rare honor. I wonder what brings you here so early in the day. Casting a glance at Qin Song from a distance, Rin Tingting greeted him with utmost politeness. After acknowledging the two, Qin Song proceeded to convey the purpose of his visit. He dared not utter the possibility of the old Master Rin transforming into a zombie and endangering his family, both out of concern for the father and daughter's shock and to avert any unforeseen consequences. Instead, he recounted a premeditated fabrication, the essence of which was that the feng shui of the old Master Rin's tomb had been compromised, which could have repercussions for future generations. He arrived this time to arrange talismans and magical instruments at the residence, with the aim of assisting the Rin family in restoring their geomantic fortune. The true purpose behind the arrangement of these instruments and talismans was to prevent the late Master Rin from becoming stagnant and causing misfortune to his descendants. Although this deception sounded rather simplistic and appeared riddled with flaws, Rin Fa was nonetheless persuaded by it. After all, the Rin family was subtly showing signs of descending from their peak. At this moment, Rin Fa desperately needed methods to alter the family's current predicament. Upon hearing Qin Song's explanation, Rin Fa was naturally overjoyed. He truly did not expect such thorough consideration on your part. Indeed, entrusting this matter to you was the right choice. In response to Rin Fa and Appo's flattery, Qin Song offered him a faint smile. If that is the case, I shall have someone accompany you as you survey the situation and make arrangements. What do you think? Hearing Rin Fa and Appo's proposal, Qin Song nodded in agreement. Immediately thereafter, Rin Fa summoned a person whom Qin Song was quite familiar with. Oh, Brother Qin, what brings you here? Is the clinic not open today? The person summoned by Rin Fa was none other than Awei. However, unlike his usual attire of military green security uniform, Awei was dressed today in an exceedingly flamboyant suit. Observing Awei's attire, Qin Song could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. What brings you here today? You seem rather unoccupied. The security team typically encounters no significant matters with idle time on our hands. I thought I might come by to see if I could be of assistance at my aunt's house. As the conversation unfolded, Awei's gaze fell upon the small trinket in Qin Song's hand. Hey, Brother Qin, could you spare me one of those little charms? He inquired, his face lighting up with a glimmer of hope. After all, Qin Song had often gifted away various odds and ends. Observing the talisman in Qin Song's grasp, Awei couldn't help but desire to possess one for himself. If you seek one, you might inquire with your uncle. Perhaps he will consent, Qin Song replied, gesturing towards the interior of the house. Upon hearing this, Awei quickly comprehended that acquiring those trinkets was out of the question. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the stack of talisman papers. Since those small items are unattainable, surely you can part with a protective charm? Surprisingly persistent today, Awei pressed on. Reluctantly, Qin Song extracted a single sheet and handed it to him. Little did Awei realize, what Qin Song held was not a protective charm at all. Chapter 21. An unexpected discovery upon arriving at the Rin residence. Qin Song's primary objective was to prevent the potential harm posed by the rigid disposition of old Master Rin. Consequently, he was equipped solely with corpse-restraining talismans. Upon receiving the talisman, Awei appeared to be overjoyed, as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. After carefully stowing away the talisman, Awei patted his chest and addressed Qin Song. Brother Qin, do you require my assistance when you arrange the magical instruments and talismans? Noticing Awei's keen interest in the magical apparatus, Qin Song hastily tucked it away and replied, that won't be necessary. The arrangements need to be made in the runes of old Master Rin and Miss Rin. Furthermore, you are not well versed in formations, so it would be of no use to you. Having said this, Qin Song affixed several corpse-restraining talismans around the courtyard before returning to the parlor. Old Master Rin, everything outside has been properly arranged. Now, we only need to attend to your and Miss Rin's chambers. Very well, let us proceed at once. With that, Rin Fa led Qin Song upstairs, followed closely by Rin Tingting and Awei. However, As soon as they reached the second floor, Awei and Rin Tingting were stopped. Dr. Qin, the room outside is a storage room, and the two rooms inside are mine and Tingting's. How you choose to arrange them is entirely up to you. We are not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, so we will refrain from interfering. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, old Master Rin, I can manage this on my own. Very well, Dr. Qin, feel free to proceed. Having said this, Rin Fa gestured invitingly. It is evident that Rin Fa harbors a profound superstitious belief in feng shui, exhibiting no skepticism towards the fabrication spun by Qin Song. The first to enter was indeed Rin Fa and Appo's chamber. Despite being a wealthy individual, Rin Fa and Appo's room exuded no opulence, apart from essential furnishings. It was adorned solely with a few calligraphic works and potted plants for embellishment. As Qin Song scanned the room from the doorway, his gaze ultimately settled upon several windows. The windows and doors were the most likely points of ingress. Consequently, Qin Song promptly sealed the windows with talismanic paper and glutinous rice. After casting a glance at the small balcony outside, he deliberately scattered a handful of glutinous rice, aiming to thwart any attempts by the elderly Master Run to enter through the window. Subsequently, he affixed corpse-restraining talismans in various locations throughout the room, including the head of the bed, the desk, and the bookshelf. Satisfied with his handiwork, Qin Song nodded in approval. However, his moment of joy was fleeting, as his brow furrowed once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Song suddenly realized his oversight. No wonder something felt amiss. He had yet to arrange the talismans. With this thought, he hastily retrieved 2 trigrams from his satchel, positioning them strategically facing the door and the window. As for the wooden sword and copper bell, he placed them on the desk and by the head of the bed respectively. With these protective items in place, he believed Master Rin would think twice before attempting to intrude. With Rin Fa's room fully prepared, only the chamber of Rin Tingting remained. As Qin Song pushed open the door to her room, he unexpectedly encountered Rin Tingting. Upon seeing Rin Tingting's beaming smile, a sense of unease crept into Qin Song's heart. Although Rin Fa had previously issued strict instructions that no one was to disturb him during the arrangement, Rin Tingting could no longer endure Awei's lecherous gaze fixated upon her, prompting Rin Fa to permit her return. Moreover, as a young woman, there were undoubtedly some personal items in her room that were not meant for public view. Should Qin Song inadvertently stumble upon them, the situation would certainly be quite awkward. Miss Rin, what brings you here? Did not Master Rin just say? What did he say? This is my own room. Why should I not be here? With that, Rin Tingting smiled and gestured toward the nearby chair, inviting Qin Song to sit. As he surveyed the room, it became evident that the most prominent feature was the nearly 2-meter-wide vanity, atop which an overwhelming array of cosmetics lay scattered. Rin Tingting's passion for makeup and adornment was clearly reflected in the clutter. After pouring a cup of tea for Qin Song, Rin Tingting cheerfully inquired, Dr. Qin, how do you plan to arrange my room? In the midst of their light-hearted banter, Qin Song casually settled into the chair. However, just as he lifted the teacup, his brow furrowed abruptly. Something about this room felt amiss. The instant he sat down, he sensed an unsettling presence, as if a pair of eyes were intently observing him from the shadows. Sensing an ominous presence, Qin Song hastily retrieved the Bagua mirror from his cloth pouch and promptly began to form hand seals while seated. Observing Qin Song's apparent disregard and peculiar behavior, Rin Tingting felt a surge of displeasure. Hey, I'm talking to you, how could you? Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful hand swiftly covered her mouth and nose. Do not speak, hold your breath. With that, Qin Song also sealed his lips. Initially, Rin Tingting wrestled with a desire to resist, yet she soon acquiesced. A hint of affection flickered in her eyes, even as they were in such close proximity. For at that moment, Qin Song's focus was not on her. With one hand still covering Rin Tingting's mouth and nose, his gaze roamed the room in search of something. Before long, a cold smirk crept across his face. Let us see where you think you can hide. With a swift motion of his hand, a streak of silver light shot towards the beam overhead. Almost immediately, a shriek echoed from above. accompanied by the cry. A figure plummeted from the rafters. It was a gaunt spectre clad in a black robe, lying not far away, with a silver needle over an inch long lodged in its left chest. You! Are you not human? No, you are human. How could you injure me? It is quite amusing. I had yet to inquire about your origins. Yet you have taken the initiative to question me. The reason the male ghost uttered such words lies in the fact that spirits lack physical form. Hence, earthly weapons cannot inflict harm upon him. At this moment, having been pierced by Qin Song, he narrowly escaped death, which is why he appeared so astonished. Gazing at the fallen male ghost, Qin Song finally comprehended the situation. He understood why Ren Tingting had been plagued by malevolent energies, which seemed impossible to dispel. It became clear that for an extended period, she had been residing under the same roof as the ghost, living in close quarters with a spirit day in and day out. Even the most powerful talisman would struggle against the relentless encroachment of dark energies. Observing Qin Song muttering to himself, Ren Tingting was filled with questions. Dr. Qin, are you speaking to me? Although she was unaware of the events that had just transpired, the air of mystery surrounding Qin Song piqued her curiosity. Chapter 22. The ghost under control. Seeing Ren Tingting's curiosity, Qin Song could not help but inquire. Do you truly wish to know? Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting vigorously nodded her head. Very well then, I shall tell you the truth. There is a ghost residing in this very room. After uttering these words, Qin Song gestured towards the side of Ren Tingting's bed, indicating that the spirit lay in that very spot. However, Ren Tingting scanned the area and found not even a shadow of a ghost. Dr. Qin, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Noticing her incredulous expression, Qin Song chuckled softly. Ordinary individuals are incapable of perceiving spirits. If you wish to catch a glimpse of it, I can assist you in temporarily opening your yin-yang eyes. Opening the yin-yang eyes is not a particularly arduous task. It is considered a rudimentary skill in the realm of Maoshan sorcery, albeit somewhat cumbersome. Before each activation, one must prepare rootless dew and 2 willow leaves, each measuring about an inch in length, accompanied by the hand seals of Maoshan, to temporarily unveil the presence of any specters in the vicinity. However, Qin Song found this process unnecessary. Ever since his rebirth in this world, he possessed a pair of yin-yang eyes that allowed him to perceive spirits at any moment, a fact unbeknownst even to his Uncle Jiu. Upon hearing that Qin Song had a method to reveal the ghost to her, Ren Tingting initially felt a surge of excitement. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she hesitated. Perhaps it's best to forego it. I'm afraid of having nightmares tonight. I think I shall refrain from opening those yin-yang eyes. With that, she instinctively shrank her neck and unconsciously inched closer to Qin Song. Miss Ren, rest assured, with me here, this specter cannot harm you in the slightest. With that, the two approached the apparition. Ah, it is merely a forlorn spirit, having been dead for over 2 decades. What brings you to this place? Upon hearing Qin Song's inquiry, the male ghost initially appeared taken aback, then responded with a wary expression. I seek nothing. This is my home. I simply wish to remain in my abode. At this, Qin Song nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. You claim this is your home? What a preposterous jest. The Ren family has occupied this residence for 30 to 40 years. Your assertion is nothing but a nonsensical fabrication. After declaring this, Qin Song flicked his wrist, revealing a peachwood sword, over a foot long, firmly grasped in his hand. The sudden display of armament startled the male ghost considerably. Speak, or face the consequences. As the sword drew nearer, the spirit and amp, oppose, as anxiety escalated. Ultimately, unable to withstand his mounting fear, the ghost divulged everything in a rush. Spare me, Taoist. I shall confess. I resided in Shirbao Pu, a herbalist by trade. 20 years ago, while foraging on the mountain, I accidentally fell to my demise. As no one was aware of my fate, my remains have languished in the depths of the forest, unburied. With this revelation, a hint of bitterness crossed the male ghost's visage. Though the solitude of the mountains is tedious, to enter the cycle of reincarnation, I must await the natural conclusion of my lifespan before I may pass into the realm of the departed. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded thoughtfully. His choice of this path serves as sufficient evidence that he was not a malevolent individual in life. Wandering souls seeking to report to the underworld have three potential avenues. The first is to find a substitute, utilizing another embarks body to be reborn. The second is to wait until the end of their time, at which point the underworld will naturally dispatch spectral soldiers to collect the soul. The final option involves being guided by a wise individual, allowing the underworld to grant a reprieve, enabling lost souls to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The old man Li, who had passed away over half a month ago, was able to rejoin the cycle through Qin Song's guidance. I had initially intended to await my reincarnation in the depths of the mountains. However, 2 years ago, a Taoist priest extricated me from that isolation. The reason I remain here is that the priest has been exerting control over my remains. Upon hearing this, Qin Song couldn't help but furrow his brow. The manipulation of the remains of wandering souls implies a power over their potential reincarnation. Should the remains be entirely obliterated, the spirit would be condemned to endlessly roam the mortal realm. What did this Taoist priest look like? Why did he send you here, and what was his intent? The individual always wore a veil, and I cannot ascertain his true appearance. As for his mission for me, it was to ascertain the business dealings of the Ren family. To monitor the Ren family's business dealings? Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that some wealthy individual in the county aimed to undermine the Ren family, dispatching a specter to oversee their affairs? As this thought crossed his mind, he promptly dismissed it. The Taoist, having arrived in a new locale to seek his livelihood, found it imperative to familiarize himself with the local practitioners. Firstly, this was to establish a semblance of acquaintance, fostering amiable communications in the future. Secondly, it served to showcase his own capabilities, lest he be perceived as inept by his peers, ultimately leading to his marginalization. However, in recent years, no other Taoists had appeared in Rinjia County, nor had any external geomancers ventured to conduct business there. After all, the realm of exorcism and feng shui was dominated by Uncle Jiu, while divination was the forte of Sister Jiu. For any other Taoists or geomancers to seek their fortunes in Rinjia County would be a fruitless endeavor. Consequently, Qin Song found himself perplexed regarding the origins of the masked Taoist. How are you connected to that masked Taoist? When is the next time you'll be in contact? Upon hearing this, the spirit momentarily paused, his expression turning somewhat awkward. We have no means of communication. Ever since I arrived at the Ren residence, I have only met that Taoist once, and it was he who sought me out. It is indeed peculiar that you were sent to surveil the Ren estate, yet have received no communication. After much contemplation, Qin Song remained baffled by the true intentions of this individual. Noticing that Qin Song held the peach with sword in his hand and remained silent, the spirit finally mustered the courage to plead, "Master, I implore you to save my life." To this, Qin Song disdainfully scoffed. "You are already a dead man. How can I possibly save you?" The Taoist priest, you may not be aware, that individual brought me to the Run residence and subsequently buried my remains within its grounds. It is precisely due to this that I have been trapped here, unable to escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Song was taken aback. Are you saying that your remains are currently interred within the Ren residence? Indeed, without a doubt. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to the flower bed in the southwest direction, walk 5 steps east, and dig 2 feet into the earth. My remains are buried there. Hearing this, Qin Song hastily turned to Run Tingting. Miss Run, I kindly ask you to instruct Lord Run to prepare several servants, equipped with shovels and pickaxes, to gather in the courtyard. It would be best to find those who possess considerable strength. Although unaware of Qin Song's true intentions, Ren Tingting, seeing the grave expression on his face, immediately dashed out without a word. Chapter 23. Unearthing the Truth as Run Tingting turned to leave. A grave expression enveloped Qin Song and Appo's face. Master, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. At that moment, the male ghost before Qin Song was pleading incessantly. I was compelled to act this way. Had that individual not exploited my remains as leverage, I would never have resorted to such actions. Releasing you is certainly feasible. After I summon someone to excavate your remains, I shall perform a rite here to guide you to the underworld. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, the male ghost was momentarily stunned. Gazing at the bewildered apparition, Qin Song and Oppos' demeanor turned icy. What? Do you not wish to report to the underworld? At this, the male ghost regained his senses. And master, is what you say truly genuine? Can you really escort me to the underworld? Why would I deceive you regarding such matters? The ghost could hardly fathom the words he had just heard. Benefactor, you are my great savior. No, you are my reborn parents. Listening to the cascade of gratitude, Qin Song felt a wave of discomfort. In terms of age, this male ghost could easily be his grandfather. Yet, now he had transformed into this ghost's reborn parent, leaving Qin Song feeling quite awkward. Enough with the formalities. Once your remains are unearthed, I shall conduct a ceremony to establish a proper grave for you. As for your passage to the underworld, that will depend on your own actions. Having spoken, Qin Song beckoned with his hand. The silver needle, previously embedded in the chest of the male ghost, returned to his palm, freed from the suppression of the righteous energy. The male ghost immediately felt a wave of relief. After a thorough search within his garments, Qin Song finally produced a talisman for summoning souls from Maoshan. Take this talisman. Should you encounter a ghostly messenger, present it to them, and they will naturally escort you into the realm of the dead for reincarnation. Upon imparting this instruction, Qin Song flicked his finger, and a beam of silver light pierced the male ghost's brow. By the decree of the Supreme, I release your solitary soul. May the silver light manifest within your heart as the underworld's officials receive the wandering spirit, swiftly and in accordance with the law. Subsequently, a glimmer of clarity emerged in the male ghost's eyes. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you, Taoist. Feeling the transformation within himself, the male ghost hastily bowed to Qin Song. Enough with the formalities. Let us forego these rituals. I am pressed for time and must swiftly attend to your remains, so you should depart at once. Having said this, Qin Song turned and exited Run Ting and Oppos' room. Upon stepping outside, he fortuitously encountered Run Ting, who had just returned. Miss Ren, have you successfully completed the tasks I entrusted to you? All preparations are in place, awaiting your command. Hearing that all personnel and tools were ready, Qin Song nodded in satisfaction. As they descended the stairs, Ren Ting curiously inquired, Dr. Qin, has the ghost in my room departed? Not yet, shortly. I shall set up the altar and perform the rite to guide him, after which he will leave of his own accord. Upon hearing that the spirit lingered in her room, Miss Ren could not help but glance around her surroundings. Rest assured, Miss Ren, he will not harm you. If he truly harbored such intentions, you would not be here at this moment. Although Qin Song's words were somewhat harsh, they were undeniably true. At that moment, Ren Fa paced anxiously in the courtyard. After all, these individuals were specifically summoned by Qin Song. Suddenly, Ren Fa felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid, as if a significant event were imminent. Surveying the few servants in the yard, Qin Song nodded in satisfaction. You all, proceed to the flower bed, walk 2 meters east, and begin digging. Upon hearing Qin Song's command for both manpower and tools to disturb the soil in his own garden, Ren Fa's expression darkened. After all, the coffin of the late Master Run had just been unearthed. Now, with Qin Song intending to disturb the ground again, it was undoubtedly an ill omen for the superstitious Master Run. Observing the furrowed brow of Master Run, Qin Song surmised his thoughts. You need not worry, Master Run. My reason for disturbing your garden is that I have uncovered the cause of your family's declining fortune. What did you say? At Qin Song's proclamation, Master Ren's tightly knitted brow unfurled. Rest assured, you will soon understand why. With that, Qin Song fell silent, standing aloof at the side. Though there was no direct correlation between the two matters at hand, Mr. Ren has a particular penchant for this sort of thing. In an effort to swiftly alleviate his suspicions and concerns, Qin Song had no choice but to intertwine two matters. Before long, the servant responsible for digging shouted out, Master, we have unearthed something. Upon hearing the servant in Oppos' announcement, Qin Song hurried towards the flower bed. Out of curiosity, Ren Fa and Ren Ting quickly followed suit. When the father and daughter beheld the items in the pit, astonishment washed over their faces. What? How can there be a corpse in the yard? Gazing at the remains in the pit, Qin Song approached Away with a mischievous glint in his eye. Away, shortly you shall procure a bag to collect these bones. Remember, not a single piece must be omitted. Despite his reluctance, Away instructed his men to gather the remains. Yet, as they were in the midst of this task, a sudden exclamation echoed from the pit. "Captain, there is something beneath the corpse." Upon hearing this, Qin Song swiftly turned back and returned to the edge of the pit. Observing the somewhat dull object within, he gestured eagerly, "Excavate that item." As the soil was steadily cleared away, a basin-sized bagua mirror emerged, revealing itself to the onlookers. Examining the intricate engravings upon its surface, Qin Song furrowed his brow. He then hastened to Mr. Ren and Amp, Oppo's side. "Master Ren, I have some private matters I wish to consult with you about." Upon hearing that Qin Song had matters to discuss, he promptly accompanied him to a secluded spot. Once they confirmed that no one was around, Qin Song, with a serious expression, inquired, "May I ask if Master Ren currently has a concubine?" Taken aback by the unexpected nature of the question, Ren Fa shook his head. "Since the passing of my concubine 2 years ago, I have not sought another." After listening to this, Qin Song nodded thoughtfully. If memory served him correctly, Ren Tingting had lost her mother at a tender age, and the death of Ren Fa's first wife occurred in the 2nd year following the passing of old Master Ren. Contemplating this, Qin Song continued his inquiry over the years. How many concubines has Master Ren taken, and where might they be now? Chapter 24. The Array of Annihilation. Upon hearing the words, Ren Fa and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that Qin Song would broach such a personal topic. For a moment, Ren Fa hesitated, uncertain whether he should divulge his thoughts. Observing Ren Fa's indecision, Qin Song spoke earnestly, "Master Ren, I am not interested in the number of concubines you have married. What I seek to know is whether they're still alive, and if any of them have borne you children." After much contemplation, Ren Fa ultimately decided to reveal the doubts that plagued his heart. "To be candid, ever since Ting Ting and Oppo's mother passed away, I have taken 7 concubines, yet alas, they have all succumbed to death. All deceased." Upon hearing this, Qin Song furrowed his brow. "Indeed, not only that, but none of these 7 concubines bore me any offspring. Despite my fervent prayers and seeking medical assistance, nothing has been effective. Consequently, I have only Ting Ting as my daughter." After listening to Ren Fa's account, Qin Song let out a sigh of relief. "Master Ren, if I'm not mistaken, your household has been ensnared by a malicious array." An array? The mention of this term left Ren Fa momentarily bewildered. Precisely an array. However, this array was not designed for you, but rather for your concubines. At this moment, Ren Fa found himself utterly perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Qin Song's words. In a moment of desperation, Qin Song could only explain with the simplest of words. "The peculiar demise of your 7 concubines, along with their inability to bear children, fundamentally stems from the existence of that formation." Upon hearing this, Ren Fa was taken aback. "The skeletal remains and the bagua mirror we discovered near the flower bed have given rise to a gathering formation within a radius of several hundred meters. With the enhancement of energy and the presence of bones, any woman connected to you will meet an untimely end, and as for offspring, they will be rendered incapable of being born. To put it plainly, the purpose of this formation is to ensure your line ceases to exist." Upon receiving this revelation, Ren Fa was utterly flabbergasted. He could not fathom why such a formation would materialize in his own garden. By all logic, the significant disturbance caused by digging in the backyard should have been known to him. Ultimately, with the steward and Amp, Oppo's guidance, everyone finally uncovered the reason behind the appearance of this gathering formation. 2 decades prior, as the elderly Ren was on the brink of death, a geomancer had proclaimed that arranging a formation within the home could harness the forces of nature to extend his life. Such words in Qin Song and Oppo's eyes were nothing more than the deceptive rhetoric of a charlatan. However, for the ailing patriarch, it was undoubtedly a lifeline. As for the formation in the courtyard, it was indeed crafted by that same geomancer from years past. Upon uncovering the truth, Qin Song involuntarily inhaled sharply. Initially, the disruption of the dragonfly waterhole had severely undermined the Rin family's fortune. Subsequently, the arrangement of the Yin gathering formation had rendered the Rin lineage extinct. It was evident that the feng shui master harbored an intense animosity towards the entire Rin family. However, what perplexed Qin Song was that the late Elder Run had merely seized a burial site from him. The misfortune caused by the dragonfly waterhole had already constituted revenge. Yet, why did the master seek to obliterate the Rin family entirely? At that moment, Qin Song realized that the late Elder Rin must have committed some heinous act in the past, which had invited such relentless retribution. Fortunately, the items arranged by Uncle Jiu had all been transferred to the Rin residence. After establishing an altar, lighting incense, and offering 3 sacrificial animals, Qin Song set fire to the bones, reducing them to ashes. Though this minor incident had occurred, it did not hinder Qin Song and Appo's as preparations. Once he had properly arranged the corpse-restraining talismans and glutinous rice artifacts, a sense of relief washed over him. All set. Contentedly, Qin Song clapped his hands. With these artifacts and talismans in place, even if the late Elder Rin were to rise as a zombie and come here, it would afford Rin Fa and his daughter ample time to escape. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Ren Tingting let out a startled exclamation. "Oh dear, it's almost noon. I'll have the kitchen prepare lunch right away. Dr. Qin, please stay here for lunch." Upon hearing Ren Tingting mention lunch, Qin Song realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire morning at the Ren residence. Seeing that Qin Song did not oppose, Ren Tingting hurriedly left the room. However, shortly after her departure, Qin Song, situated on the 2nd floor, heard a piercing scream. Detecting something amiss, he rose and made his way to the door. As he pushed it open, he unexpectedly collided with Rin Tingting, who was rushing back. "What on earth happened? You, get out." With that, Rin Tingting forcefully shoved Qin Song out of the room. As he stood there, bewildered, a casual glance caused Qin Song to freeze in astonishment. At that moment, Wei was standing in a lobby on the 1st floor, clad only in a pair of white underwear. This peculiar scene was fortuitously witnessed by Rin Tingting. Observing Wei and Appo's bizarre movements in the lobby, Qin Song rushed down the stairs. Simultaneously, 2 figures also entered the lobby. "What is going on?" At this moment, Jiu Shu, standing beside Ren Fa, bore an expression of wariness. Noticing Wei's antics, Qin Song pointed towards him and explained. Wei seems to have lost his mind and is undressing in the lobby, and Miss Rin happened to stumble upon this spectacle. Ren Fa's expression turned grave as he gazed at Wei's continued gyrations. What on earth is this fool doing? Without time to reprimand Wei, Ren Fa hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor, his primary concern now being his daughter's mental well-being. Although Wei could be somewhat unreliable, he never thought he would act so foolishly, especially in the presence of a large crowd. Engaging in such despicable behavior is truly reprehensible. As for Qin Song, he was well aware that Wei's actions were entirely orchestrated by Wen Kai behind the scenes. Observing Jiu Shu reveling in the misfortune nearby, Qin Song stealthily approached him. "Master brother, why do you think Wei would choose to disrobe in front of so many people?" he inquired. Watching Wei frantically gyrating, Jiu Shu chuckled. Who knows what mischief has gotten into him? It was surprising that Jiu Shu had yet to grasp the situation. In exasperation, Qin Song reiterated, "Master brother, where have Wen Kai and Qiuxin gone?" Initially, Jiu Shu was slow to comprehend, but after a brief moment, his expression abruptly shifted. Those 2 little rascals. With that, Jiu Shu dashed out of the parlor. Chapter 25. The mischief of 2 disciples since the moment they entered the sect. All disciples of Maoshan must remember, mastering the art of Maoshan should be a means to benefit humanity, not to be wielded recklessly. Yet, at this very moment, Wen Kai and Qiuxin were employing the Maoshan techniques to play pranks on ordinary people, thus fundamentally violating the established code. It was for this reason that Uncle Jiu was now engulfed in fury, unable to contain his wrath. As he departed the hall, the sounds of Wen Kai and Qiuxin begging for mercy echoed outside. Simultaneously, the previously dazed all regained clarity of mind. What has happened to me? Why am I devoid of clothing? As the spell was broken, Ah swiftly returned to his senses. Upon realizing he was clad only in his underwear, he hastily concealed himself behind a chair. Qin, what has transpired? Where have my clothes gone? Observing the bewildered awe, Qin Song could only shake his head in exasperation. Enough of your days. Quickly put on your clothes. With that, Qin Song tossed Aw's garments over to him. He then walked outside, weariness evident on his face. In the courtyard, Wankai and Qiusheng were frantically fleeing, their heads bowed in desperation. Hot on their heels was the enraged Uncle Jiu. Each time their pace faltered, they were met with the sting of a stick. Do you two realize your mistake? Upon hearing Qin Song's voice, both replied in unison, Uncle, sure, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. Please, intercede with Master on our behalf. Watching the two scurry about the yard in a frenzy, I felt a sense of confusion welling within him. Brother Qin, what is Master Jiu doing? Why is he punishing those two? Qin Song, observing the already well-dressed Away, sighed helplessly, Isen and Amp, Oppos. This all because of you? Because of me? Away was left bewildered by Qin Song and Oppos' words. As he noticed that Wantai and Qiusheng were nearly exhausted from their attempts to flee, Qin Song finally interjected, Master, a lesson is one thing, but this is still outside. Upon hearing Qin Song's counsel, Master Jiu angrily tossed aside his staff. How have I taught you? Is the art of Maoshan meant to torment ordinary people? Do you still respect the rules of Maoshan and your master? Facing the furious Master Jiu, the two disciples dared not even breathe audibly. As Master Jiu continued to reprimand them, Run Fa, accompanied by the still shaken Run Tingting, entered the courtyard. Master Jiu, what is the matter? Why are you chastising them so harshly? Seeing the confused Lord Run, Master Jiu, filled with remorse, replied, Lord Run, it is my failure in discipline that has led my disciples to err in your esteemed residence. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. With that, Master Jiu prepared to bow in apology. Observing that Master Jiu was about to bend down, Ren Fa quickly supported him, saying, Master Jiu, what exactly has transpired? It is entirely my two disciples and Oppos' fault for causing a scene in your household. I ask that you overlook their folly. After saying this, Master Jiu shot a glare at the two, commanding, what are you still doing? Hurry and apologize to Captain Away. Initially, Away felt somewhat dazed by the unfolding events. However, it did not take long for him to comprehend the underlying reason. Observing the two bowing in apology, Away hastily waved his hand, saying, let it go, Uncle Jiu. Consider this merely a jest. Since Away had already forgiven the two, Ren Fa promptly stepped in as a mediator. Uncle Jiu, let's put this matter to rest. It was merely a playful exchange among the youth. Taking it too seriously would be excessive. With his seasoned understanding, Ren Fa was naturally unwilling to let such a trivial matter disrupt the harmony among them. Noticing Uncle Jiu and Oppos' anger subtly dissipating, Ren Fa swiftly changed the subject, saying here, I wish to express my gratitude to both of you for your efforts in alleviating our family's troubles. Today, Uncle Jiu has assisted my father in finding a new burial site, and with Dr. Qin coming to our residence to improve our feng shui. It is indeed a double blessing. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at my home, and I sincerely hope you will not refuse. With Ren Fa acting as the peacemaker and Away having shown forgiveness, Uncle Jiu could only nod in acquiescence. However, he held little enthusiasm for the evening's banquet. Thus, he waved his hand and said, Master Run, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I see no need for a feast. At that moment, Uncle Jiu and Oppos' greatest concern was the late Master Run, who lay in the ancestral hall. As long as the coffin remained unburied, Uncle Jiu could not find peace of mind. Should the remains truly begin to decay and breach the coffin, the Ren family would face dire consequences. Seeing that Uncle Jiu was reluctant to accept, Ren Fa promptly inquired, Uncle Jiu, do you not intend to show me some courtesy? In Ren Fa and Oppos' perspective, Uncle Jiu and Oppos' refusal of the dinner invitation was purely a consequence of the recent incident. Perhaps realizing the misunderstanding, Uncle Jiu hastily shook his head and said, Master Run, it is not that I am unwilling to honor you. It is simply. At that moment, Uncle Jiu swallowed the explanation he had initially prepared. After all, To suggest in front of Ren Fa that his father might rise from the dead would leave anyone feeling disgruntled. Contemplating the implications, Uncle Jiu couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but glance over at Qin Song. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? To his surprise, Uncle Jiu shifted the responsibility onto himself, causing Qin Song to inwardly grumble about Uncle Jiu and Oppos' lack of loyalty. If Qin Song recalled correctly, tonight marked the day of the late Master Ren and Oppos' awakening from his coffin. Although the forgotten coffin in the film had been marked, no one could guarantee that Master Ren would not emerge from his resting place. Even with all the precautions taken at the Ren residence, if only Uncle Jiu could remain there alongside him, it would significantly ensure the safety of Ren Fa and his daughter, serving as a formidable safeguard. Noticing that Qin Song had remained silent for an extended period, Uncle Jiu quietly urged, Junior brother, I propose that we return to the righteous estate today. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded. Brother, I understand your intent. However, Master Ren has warmly invited us. How could we possibly refuse to honor his hospitality? Don and Oppos, do you agree? The apprehensions harbored by Uncle Jiu are, in essence, akin to those dwelling within Qin Song and Oppos' heart. However, at this juncture, they have both executed all that is within their power and have fulfilled their obligations with unwavering diligence. Should old Master Ren indeed rise as a zombie from his coffin, it can only be deemed as the will of fate. One cannot defy destiny. To Uncle Jiu and Amp, Oppos' astonishment, Qin Song readily acquiesced, prompting a sigh of relief from him. We are most grateful for old Master Ren's kind invitation. We shall certainly attend the banquet on time. Witnessing Uncle Jiu and Amp, Oppos' eventual concession, a wave of joy illuminated Ren Fa and Amp, Oppos' countenance. The banquet is scheduled for 8 and Amp, Oppos' clock, and at that hour, I shall await the arrival of all esteemed guests. After finalizing the arrangements, Qin Song and his companions departed from the Ren residence. Yet, once Uncle Jiu exited the premises, a trace of concern marred his expression. Chapter 26. Caution steers the vessel for eternity after bidding farewell to Qin Song and Uncle Jiu. Ren Fa realized that at this moment, Ren Tingting was gazing out the door, lost in her thoughts. Tingting it and Amp, Oppos, as time for lunch. Upon hearing this, Ren Tingting merely responded with a soft "oh," her gaze still fixed on the outside world. Tingting, have you perhaps developed feelings for that Dr. Qin? At that moment, Ren Tingting was indeed contemplating the image of Qin Song. The instant she heard her father's words, her face flushed a deep crimson. Dad, who would like such an insufferable fellow? Although Ren Tingting outwardly claimed to dislike Qin Song, the mere thought of his tall figure made her heart race uncontrollably. Observing his daughter's reaction, Ren Fa understood immediately. My dear, Dr. Qin possesses good looks and admirable character, not to mention his remarkable medical skills as a disciple of Maoshan. If he were to become your partner, it would indeed be a fortunate match for you. How about this? When Dr. Qin comes for dinner later, I shall inquire on your behalf. What do you think? To his surprise, Ren Fa genuinely intended to play matchmaker. Ren Tingting and Oppos' face grew even warmer. Father, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall ignore you. With that, she bashfully retreated to her room. Yet, her demeanor had already spoken volumes. Sighing, Ren Fa couldn't and Amp, Oppos, to help but reflect, indeed, daughters cannot linger at home forever. How can one possibly bring these two together? As for Qin Song himself, he remains blissfully unaware of the situation. At this moment, he is traveling to the ancestral grave with Uncle Jiu. Upon their return to the grave, Uncle Jiu's expression suddenly turned grave. You two rascals, come here at once. The two, initially intending to make a hasty retreat, immediately halted upon hearing Uncle Jiu and Amp, Oppos' reprimand. Observing the way they recoiled like quails, bracing for a scolding, Uncle Jiu and Oppos' frustration only intensified. He felt a deep sense of regret. How could he have ignored advice and taken these two imps as disciples? As Uncle Jiu appeared on the verge of an outburst, Qin Song quickly gestured to the two. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry and apologize to Master. Master, we were wrong. They exclaimed in unison, promptly kneeling before Uncle Jiu. Why did you resort to using Maoshan techniques to play tricks on others? Have you forgotten the rules of the Maoshan sect? If I do not properly discipline you today, you may very well forget the sect's regulations. With that, Uncle Jiu seized a feather duster from the table, preparing to strike the two. Brother, perhaps a verbal reprimand would suffice. If you truly were to strike them, wouldn't it be your heart that aches in the end? Uncle Jiu, a quintessential figure of tough love, was currently filled with ire. Should he unleash his wrath upon them, he would undoubtedly regret it later. Seeing Qin Song intervene, the two wept profusely, pledging, Master, we shall never dare to do so again. Master, please forgive us this time. As the two pleaded before him, Jiu Shu caught sight of Wen Cai's battered visage. Ultimately, his heart softened, and he set aside the feather duster. You two rise. I do not wish for such incidents to recur. Do you understand? We understand, we understand. We acknowledge our mistakes, Master. Upon receiving Jiu Shu and Appo's forgiveness, Wen Cai and Xiaoxing felt an overwhelming surge of joy. However, upon witnessing their cheeky grins, Jiu Shu felt an irritation gnawing at him. Enough, you two. Stop grinning foolishly. Look at how you've vexed your master. Hurry and fetch a cup of tea. Of course, Master. Please wait a moment. With that, the two dashed out of the living room. These two disciples truly give me endless worry. Observing Jiu Shu's furrowed brow, Qin Song quickly offered comfort. Brother, their natures are simply like this. Though they have erred, their intentions are not malicious. Alas, had I never taken on disciples, I would be free of such troubles. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiu Shu expressed his discontent. By the way, junior brother, are we truly attending Lord Ron and Appo's banquet tonight? At the mention, Qin Song nodded. We certainly must go. With us stationed at the Ren residence, the safety of Lord Ren's family is significantly ensured. However, we must implement some precautionary measures beforehand. Just as Jiu Shu and Qin Song were discussing the banquet, Wen Cai entered the living room, carrying tea. Upon hearing the news of an impending feast, a smile immediately graced the face of Wen Cai. Master Uncle, what delightful delicacies do you think Lord Ren will prepare for us this evening? Observing Wen Cai lost in his daydreams, Jiu Shu's expression was one of exasperation. Eating, always consumed by thoughts of food. If only you devoted this energy to your studies, you would have mastered your craft by now. After delivering a mild reprimand, Jiu Shu sipped his tea and instructed, go summon Xiaoxing and procure 10 pounds of glutinous rice from the town, and also secure a large rooster. Master, didn't Lord Ren mention a banquet? Do you really need to stew a chicken yourself? Wen Cai, wearing a bewildered expression, was unable to contain his disbelief. Qin Song, unable to hold back any longer, delivered a swift kick to Wen Cai and Appo's rear and declared, when I tell you to go, you go. Spare us the needless chatter. In less than half an hour, the two returned, hauling the rooster and a sack of rice. Master, we have gathered the supplies. Despite the fact that all four were to attend the banquet that evening, and the ancestral hall was left unattended, Jiu Shu remained uneasy. Thus, he resolved to reseal Lord Ren's coffin before departing to avert any potential disturbances. As he slaughtered the chicken and mixed its blood with ink, his two apprentices watched in a state of confusion. It wasn't until Jiu Shu poured the prepared ink into the ink container that they finally grasped his intentions. Master, hasn't the coffin already been sealed once? Why must it be sealed again? Who said I was sealing the ink line? With that, Jiu Shu pulled the string from the ink container and commanded go. Wrap the entire coffin with the string. Gazing at the ink line tool in his hand, Wen Cai appeared somewhat astonished. After all, this coffin was not only adorned with an abundance of ink lines, but also filled with glutinous rice in its crevices. Furthermore, the coffin lid was secured with a corpse-restraining talisman. With such meticulous precautions, it could hardly be deemed impenetrable. It was undoubtedly watertight. The two of them could not fathom why Uncle Jiu had taken such extensive measures. Master, your caution seems excessive. The exterior of the coffin has already been fortified with layers of protection. Could it be that the old master can teleport out? If you're to bind, then bind. Why all this resentment? Remember, a cautious approach ensures longevity. Although they did not understand Uncle Jiu's prudence, They complied with his instructions and wrapped the entire coffin thoroughly. Chapter 27. Rin Fa and Oppos. As subtle thoughts, once the entire coffin was encircled with the ink line, Uncle Jiu carried the rice bag to the front of the coffin. Observing the glistening glutinous rice scattered on the ground, even Qin Song began to ponder whether Uncle Jiu was being overly cautious. "Brother, is this truly necessary?" he inquired. It was not until the rice had completely surrounded the coffin that Uncle Jiu sighed and replied, "Without this, my heart would remain unsettled." For reasons unknown, since returning from the Run residence, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly, which he perceived as an ominous sign. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu and Oppos' words, Qin Song felt somewhat speechless. The incessant twitching of Uncle Jiu and Oppos' eyelid was, after all, provoked by the vexation caused by Wankai and Maoshan. After everything was properly arranged, the group finally exited the mortuary. Before departing, Uncle Jiu took the precaution of locking the door to the mortuary. As night fell, the quartet left the funeral home, setting off towards the Rin residence. Upon their arrival, Rin Fa and Rin Tingting had already been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Seeing the four approach, Rin Fa hurriedly welcomed them. "Come in, Dr. Qin, please," he urged. As soon as Rin Tingting heard that Qin Song had arrived, her gaze instinctively darted towards the entrance. Although she had expressed her disdain for Qin Song earlier that day, the mere mention of his name now ignited a flicker of anticipation and joy within her, causing her eyes to wander towards him repeatedly. After Run Fa had arranged seats for everyone, the atmosphere began to settle. It was then that Qin Song realized that the person seated beside him was none other than Rin Tingting. Although he was unsure of Rin Fa's reasoning behind this arrangement, Qin Song nonetheless took his place beside her with ease. As several individuals settled in, the kitchen promptly began presenting the meticulously prepared dinner to the table. Being the affluent magnate of Rin County, Rin Fa ensured that the dishes for the evening were far from meager, particularly since he had requests from Uncle Jiu and his companion. This banquet was exceptionally lavish. Gazing upon the abundant array of delicacies, both Wankai and Maoshan found themselves unable to tear their eyes away. Observing his two disciples behaving so unseemly, Uncle Jiu, in a fit of irritation, discreetly kicked them under the table. "You two, pay attention. Do not act as if you haven't eaten in 800 years. Despite his reprimands, the splendor of the feast was overwhelming. On ordinary days, while Wankai and Maoshan were able to satisfy their hunger under Uncle Jiu's tutelage, indulging in richer fare was a rare luxury. Thus, the sight of such an opulent spread was utterly captivating. As the kitchen continued to serve dish after dish, a Wei finally arrived at the Run residence, riding a bicycle. "Cousin, I hope I'm not late," he exclaimed, his forehead glistening with sweat. Rin Fa chuckled and replied, "Not all. You arrived just in time." He then gestured for a Wei to take a seat. With everyone present, Rin Fa, as the host, naturally raised his wine glass and stood up. After downing this toast, the evening's banquet would officially commence. As the wine glass clinked down, the hands of Wankai and Maoshan began to move. Today, Qin Song finally witnessed what it meant to be an unfeeling eating machine. In that moment, Wankai and Maoshan resembled individuals who had not eaten for several days. Their chopsticks danced incessantly, while their mouths were stuffed with an array of dishes. Although they showed some restraint after a quiet admonition from Uncle Jiu, it was not long before they reverted to their frenzied consumption. Observing this, Uncle Jiu could only shake his head in exasperation. Despite Wankai and Maoshan's somewhat uncouth behavior, Lord Rin's attention was not on them. He was intently focused on Qin Song. Noticing that Rin Tingting remained unmoved, Rin Fa discreetly gestured for her to forge a closer bond with Qin Song. "Doctor, you do try this dish. It is quite delectable." With that, Rin Tingting, albeit trembling, served some food to Qin Song, placing it on the plate before him. To her surprise, Rin Tingting's perceptiveness pleased Rin Fa, who nodded in satisfaction as he observed her progress. Seeing that Qin Song did not reject her advances, Rin Tingting continued to serve him a variety of dishes. Before long, Qin Song's plate was overflowing. As she prepared to bring more food to him, Qin Song could no longer contain himself. "Miss Rin, do not just focus on me. You must eat as well." Upon noticing the heaping plate in front of him, Rin Tingting's cheeks flushed crimson. All right, she stammered, feeling a bit shy as she began to help herself to the food. At this moment, the atmosphere around the dining table is exceedingly harmonious. Even the typically austere Uncle Jiu is indulging heartily in the dishes before him. Fortuitously, Qin Song has consented to this sumptuous dinner. Otherwise, Uncle Jiu would be a loss as to when he might next partake in such a lavish feast. Around the table, a group of individuals is engaged in a merry exchange of toasts. Soon, a subtle intoxication begins to grace their countenances. The earlier discord between Wei and Wen Kai has dissipated, and they now appear as if long-lost friends, draping arms over each other's shoulders and incessantly toasting. Meanwhile, Rin Fa and Uncle Jiu sip their drinks intermittently, discussing matters pertaining to the burial of old Master Rin. As for Rin Tingting and Qin Song, they seem to embody the most decorous demeanor of all. Whether it is the influence of the alcohol or merely the presence of Qin Song beside her, Rin Tingting's petite face is a flush, resembling a ripe apple that invites a taste. Within the Rin residence, laughter and joy abound. However, beside old Master Rin's grave, an unremarked small table has appeared. 2 candles flicker with an eerie green glow, resembling a pair of eyes watching the darkness, casting a particularly unsettling aura from a distance. Beside the grave, a man clad in a dark blue robe gazes into the distance. Rin Weiyong, did you ever envision, 2 decades ago, that your family would arrive at this juncture? With that, the man retrieves a small vial from his garment, uncapping it, and allows the liquid within to flow into the grave. Today, I shall demand retribution from the Rin family, for blood must be repaid with blood. Upon uttering these words, the man slowly approached the altar, casually picking up a palm-sized straw effigy, with grass as its form and blood as its guide, obscuring the heavenly secrets and drawing forth your true energy, arise. As he bellowed this command, the straw effigy, which had been lying on the altar, began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the coffin of old Master Rin in the ancestral hall also shook with fervor. Soon after, an eerie scratching sound emanated from the coffin made of precious Nanmu wood. Observing that the straw effigy struggled to rise, a hint of surprise flickered across the face of the man in the azure robe. This is intriguing. The disciple of Maoshan truly lives up to their reputation. Chapter 28. The unshackling of Lord Rin as the scarecrow before him failed to rise. A hint of anxiety crept across the face of the man in the azure robe. After a moment of contemplation, a look of resolute determination appeared on his features. Suddenly, he bit into the tip of his tongue, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to bead forth, which he then smeared upon the scarecrow. As the blood touched the figure, the body of Lord Rin, confined within the coffin, stirred with an unnatural fervor, as though invigorated by a potent stimulant. Within moments, a cacophony erupted from the mortuary, and a figure suffused with the stench of decay rose to its feet. The very scenario that Qin Song and Uncle Jiu had dreaded had come to pass. Lord Rin had undergone a ghastly transformation. Seeing the scarecrow successfully rise from the table, the man in the azure robe finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The successful animation of this effigy signified that the corpse of Rin Weiyong had solidified into a state of undeath. Soon, Rin Weiyong would make his way to the Rin household to feast upon the blood of his kin. However, just as he prepared to gather his belongings and depart, he noticed that the scarecrow was bouncing in place, seemingly reluctant to leave its confines on the table. What could this mean? Realizing the anomaly of the effigy, the man promptly sprinkled a few drops of talismanic water upon the altar. Upon witnessing a circle form around the scarecrow, he was nearly driven to the brink of rage. Damn it, must you be so overly cautious, employing such elaborate preparations? Observing the scarecrow capering in place upon the altar, the man in the azure robe steeled himself and swiftly produced a small dagger. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a stream of crimson blood began to flow from his hand. Simultaneously, his complexion paled, as though all strength had been siphoned from his body. As the blood dripped onto the altar, a furious roar erupted from the throat of old Master Rin within the ancestral hall, and he surged forth like a wild stallion, intent on breaking free from the myriad restraints. In an instant, the binding effects of the corpse-fixing talisman and the ink line were shattered. With a series of explosive sounds, Old Master Run shattered the window and leaped into the courtyard. In the courtyard, the radiant moon hung high, casting a cascade of silvery light. As the moonlight bathed Old Master Run, the miasma of death emanating from him intensified. After transforming into a zombie, he instinctively absorbed the essence of the moonlight. However, as a newly animated corpse, his force was diminished due to the forceful breach of numerous barriers, resulting in his ability to absorb the moonlight and amp. Oppo's essence being severely curtailed. As Old Master Run continued to draw upon the moonlight in the courtyard, the scarecrow that had once been able to subdue him slowly began to ignite. Splendid, splendid. The man in the azure robe reveled in the scene before him, relishing the fact that everything lay within his control. Soon, the scarecrow on the table turned entirely to ash, and at that moment, Old Master Run, who had been standing in the courtyard, began to stir. Initially, Old Master Run appeared somewhat bewildered, merely bouncing around aimlessly. However, he was soon drawn to the sound of a goat's bleat. By now, his eyes had long lost their original function, and his means of discerning the direction of his targets relied on his hearing and sense of smell. Having just transformed into a zombie, his craving for blood was intensely potent. At that moment, he caught the scent of two goats and immediately lunged toward them. These goats were originally kept in the backyard by Uncle Jiu, intended to be sold for a livelihood. Little did they know, they would soon become Old Master Ren's first meal of blood. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death approaching, the two tethered goats instinctively recoiled, yet bound by their ropes. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the confines of their restraints. With a chorus of anguished bleats, the goats soon fell silent. Moreover, the blood coursing through their veins was entirely consumed by Old Master Ren's insatiable hunger. As the zombies savored the taste of fresh blood, an extraordinary power surged within him. With every drop of blood absorbed, his form gradually began to emanate a faint dark radiance. This dark glow signified that Old Master Run and Oppo's body was undergoing further stiffening, rendering him impervious to blades and weapons. Such was the remarkable ability of a zombie. As the blood of the two goats was entirely drained, fragmented memories unexpectedly flooded his mind. Suddenly, a compelling force stemming from the bloodline beckoned Old Master Ren towards the Ren residence. With a low growl resonating, Old Master Ren's figure leapt away from the mortuary. The destination of his journey was none other than Ren Family County, where the Ren estate was situated. At this moment, Old Master Run had emerged from the coffin, unbeknownst to Jiu Shu and Qin Song and others. As the night deepened and after a hearty meal, the group engaged in jovial banter. Noticing that their attention had strayed far from the banquet, when Kai and Shung exchanged knowing smiles, each retrieving a leather pouch from their pockets. It was unexpected that his two disciples were so lacking in ambition, preoccupied not only with indulging in food, but also with the desire to take some home. At last, Jiu Shu's expression became somewhat strained. "You two, pay attention. My old face is nearly being disgraced by your antics," he exclaimed, casting a fierce glare at the duo. However, at that moment, Ren Fa was far too consumed with thoughts of Qin Song to care about Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng and Oppo's actions. His attention was wholly focused on Qin Song, as the matter of his father's coffin relocation had been settled, and his daughter had found a commendable suitor. In this moment, Ren Fa was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. Under the influence of alcohol, Ren Tingting's gaze grew increasingly entranced, fixated solely on the man beside her. After downing a cup of wine, Ren Fa, reeking of liquor, approached Qin Song. "Dr. Qin, if I am not mistaken, you are 21 years old this year, correct?" Although he was unsure of the purpose behind Ren Fa's inquiries, Qin Song nodded in agreement. Ren Laoi was indeed correct. I had just celebrated my 21st birthday last month. Observing that the information he had gathered was accurate, Ren Fa nodded with satisfaction. "Dr. Qin, may I inquire if there have been any arrangements made regarding your matrimonial prospects by your esteemed master?" To his surprise, Ren Fa broached such a personal subject. For a moment, Jiu Shu, seated opposite, widened his eyes in astonishment. Was Ren Laoi intending to propose a match for his junior disciple? At that moment, even Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, who were preparing to pack up, perked up their ears. Instantly, the gazes of the three disciples converged upon Ren Fa, patiently awaiting his next words. Chapter 29. A night at the Ren residence. Ren Tingting had not anticipated that Ren Fa would be so forthright. He immediately inquired whether Qin Song was already betrothed. Although she felt a twinge of embarrassment, Ren Tingting gazed at Qin Song with an expression filled with hope. Deep within, she harbored a fear that Qin Song might already be bound by a prior engagement. She dreaded that her fervent admiration would ultimately dissipate into nothingness. Observing the inebriated Ren Fa, Qin Song smiled and replied, "Ren Laoi, my master has not arranged any matrimonial commitments for me." At that moment, Qin Song had already discerned Ren Fa's intentions. Looking at the blushing Ren Tingting beside him, the answer was evidently clear. The Qing sect of Maoshan, being a branch of the Zhengyi school, imposes no restrictions on marriage and procreation. Though in this era, the traditions of marriage typically adhered to the wishes of parents and matchmakers, Qin Song and Appos, as esteemed mentor, the revered Tai Xianjinren, had never interfered in the romantic affairs of his disciples. Furthermore, as someone who had lived a previous life, Qin Song held a disdain for such antiquated notions. While Ren Tingting was fair-skinned and beautiful, and her family affluent, she was, in the eyes of most men, an epitome of perfection. However, discussing marriage at this juncture seemed rather premature. Yet if they were to engage in a conversation about it, possibilities could arise. Upon hearing that Qin Song had no existing engagement, Ren Fa was so elated he nearly lost his balance. "Dr. Qin, this is splendid news. Let me tell you, my daughter is undoubtedly worthy of you. As for my daughter, she..." Just as Ren Fa was speaking, he suddenly swayed and began to topple to the side. Fortunately, Qin Song, with remarkable quickness, managed to catch him in time, preventing a potentially disastrous fall. However, the abrupt movement caused several dishes on the table to topple over onto him. It was unexpected that old Master Ren would falter at such a crucial moment. This left the trio of master and disciples somewhat disheartened, as they had anticipated a spectacle. Observing Qin Song, now smeared with sauce, and glancing at the thoroughly intoxicated Ren Fa, Ren Tingting felt a surge of anxiety. "Dr. Qin, I sincerely apologize, truly." With that, she hurriedly took the towel offered by the servant and meticulously began to wipe down Qin Song's attire. This gesture bore an uncanny resemblance to an intimate act between spouses. In an instant, the trio's expressions shifted to one of subtle surprise. "I am so sorry, Dr. Qin. My father has had too much to drink today. Please do not take offense." Initially, Ren Tingting had hoped her father would assist her in smoothing things over with Qin Song, but she never anticipated that Ren Fa would be the one overwhelmed by alcohol. At this moment, even Qin Song was taken aback by old Master Ren's unexpectedly poor tolerance. Although Ren Fa was unscathed, Qin Song felt rather uncomfortable. Despite having wiped his clothes with a warm towel, the lingering aromas of the meal and various grease stains proved stubbornly resistant to removal. Seeing this, Jiu Shu approached with a mischievous grin. "Junior brother, look at yourself. You are in dire need of a bath. With such a strong odor, how can you possibly sleep at night?" Hearing the words of Uncle Jiu, Ren Tingting quickly added, "Indeed, Dr. Qin, you should take a bath. As for your clothes, I will instruct the steward to find you a set shortly." For Qin Song, who harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, being in such a state was truly difficult to endure. With no other choice, he nodded in agreement. The once lively dinner party had come to an abrupt halt due to Ren Fa and Appos' drunkenness. After the banquet concluded, Uncle Jiu decided not to linger any longer, for the body of old Master Ren lay in the mortuary. He could not rest easy without keeping watch over it. As for Alwei, he had already succumbed to intoxication beneath the table midway through the dinner. Had it not been for Qiu Sheng's keen eyes spotting him, Alwei might have spent the entire night asleep in the courtyard. After bidding farewell to Uncle Jiu and the others, under Ren Tingting and Appos' guidance, Qin Song entered a guest room. Within 10 minutes, the steward arrived with a large wooden tub filled with hot water, saying, "Dr. Qin, this is prepared for your bathing." and here are fresh clothes for you. You may change and hand your soiled garments to the servants. They will take them downstairs for ironing. After this, several attendants placed the bathing tub inside the room, and the steward thoughtfully opened the folding screen for Qin Song. After changing out of his dirty clothes, Qin Song promptly immersed himself in the wooden tub. After indulging in a sumptuous feast and enjoying a soothing bath, Qin Song found himself in a moment of unparalleled bliss. Yet, despite this, he remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers. According to the unfolding narrative tonight, old Master Ren would rise from his coffin and directly lead to Ren Fa's demise. However, as Qin Song waited with bated breath, the anticipated arrival of old Master Ren remained elusive. It was not until a servant inquired if he required fresh water that he realized he had lingered in the bath far too long. At that moment, he was still perplexed as to why old Master Ren had not yet appeared. Could it be that the protective measures devised by Uncle Jiu were genuinely effective? Or was it possible that his own presence had altered the course of the story? Just as Qin Song was lost in these swirling thoughts, the voice of Ren Tingting suddenly broke the silence outside. "Qin, Dr. Qin, are you asleep?" Upon hearing her, Qin Song hastily replied, "Not yet, Miss Ren. Is there something you need? I have had the clothes you just changed out of washed and pressed. May I come in?" After a brief glance at the screen to ensure he would not be exposed, Qin Song responded, "Miss Ren, please come in." Following his invitation, the wooden door creaked open, and Ren Tingting stepped behind the screen. "Dr. Qin, here are your clothes. I have placed them on the chair." "Thank you, Miss Ren, for your thoughtfulness." Once Ren Tingting had arranged the garments, she turned to Qin Song and explained, "Dr. Qin, my father had a bit too much to drink tonight, so please do not take it to heart." To his surprise, the girl remained unconvinced. Qin Song hastily reassured her, "Miss Ren, you need not worry at all. It is merely a trivial matter that I shall not dwell upon." Upon hearing Qin Song's candid response, Ren Tingting gradually relaxed the anxiety that had gripped her heart. However, after waiting for quite some time, she noticed that Qin Song had yet to hear her footsteps departing. "Miss Ren, is there something else you wish to discuss?" he inquired. At this prompt, Ren Tingting mustered the courage to articulate the feelings she had long kept hidden. "Dr. Qin, the truth is that I have always..." Just as she began to speak, a piercing scream echoed from within the Ren residence. "Ah, help!" Recognizing it was the voice of Ren Fa, Qin Song immediately understood that something had gone awry with him. Chapter 30. The Arrival of Old Master Ren. "Miss Ren, wait for me." Before Qin Song could finish his sentence, a loud crash resounded through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that Ren Tingting, in her anxious fervor, had dashed towards Master Ren's chamber. To his astonishment, the girl boldly strode forth without a hint of trepidation, ignoring the droplets of water cascading down his attire. Qin Song hastily donned his garments and swiftly exited the guest room. At that very moment, chaos reigned within the Ren residence, with servants scurrying about in disarray. While some hastened towards Master Ren's room, many others were making a hasty retreat. "Zombies, run for your lives. Follow me and protect the master and the young lady." Ren Tingting, disregarding her own safety, was determined to breach her father's chamber. Several servants quickly intervened to restrain her. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Qin Song seized Ren Tingting and pulled her aside. Given the circumstances, if old Master Ren had indeed risen from his coffin, it was certain that he had transformed into a zombie. The most perilous individuals in this scenario were none other than Master Ren and his daughter. After all, they were the closest kin to old Master Ren. Should Ren Tingting force her way inside, not only would she be unable to rescue her father, but she might inadvertently lead him to his doom. Caught off guard by Qin Song's sudden grasp, Ren Tingting struggled fiercely. "Dr. Qin, I implore you, please save my father." Although she was unaware of the exact peril that Master Ren faced, the panicked demeanor of the servants made her acutely aware of the imminent danger posed by the undead. As a Taoist priest of Maoshan, Qin Song is the most trustworthy person in this moment. Ren Tingting places all her hopes upon him. "Very well, I shall enter now. However, you must promise me to refrain from wandering about." After uttering those words, Qin Song instructed the servants to ensure Ren Tingting's safety before rushing into Ren Fa's chamber. At this moment, Ren Fa's room was already in disarray. Qin Song witnessed the elderly Master Ren gripping a servant's throat, savagely drawing his blood. With a swift motion, Qin Song hurled the prepared glutinous rice, momentarily forcing the old master back. Alas, the servant had already succumbed to his fate. As Qin Song searched for Ren Fa, he heard a voice emanating from beneath the bed. "Is that you, Dr. Qin? Save me." To Qin Song's astonishment, Ren Fa had taken refuge beneath the bed at such a critical juncture. Fortunately, Qin Song had previously arranged talismans and magical instruments around the bed. Otherwise, Ren Fa would have met his demise. Earlier, at the banquet, Ren Fa had succumbed to inebriation and collapsed in the courtyard, only returning to his room with the assistance of servants. In his hazy state, he intended to summon someone for a hangover remedy, but inadvertently caught sight of a dark figure on the balcony. Realizing the peril, and with the glutinous rice talismans providing a brief reprieve, Ren Fa managed to buy himself a fleeting moment to escape. Regrettably, the servant tasked with delivering the hangover soup was not as fortunate. Gazing at the shimmering bagua mirror, which sparkled with golden light, and observing the unharmed Ren Fa, the colossal stone that had weighed heavily upon Qin Song's heart finally fell. Just as old Master Ren drained the blood from the servant, his gaze turned towards Ren Fa, who had just crawled out from beneath the bed. In the blink of an eye, old Master Ren leapt to the bedside. "Father, please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Ren Fa pleaded desperately, wielding the bagua mirror in a fervent defense. Each time old Master Ren extended his hand, a burst of golden light emanated from the mirror, thwarting his advance. At that moment, Qin Song was astonished by the swiftness of old Master Ren. He had scarcely registered the situation before the old man was already at the bedside. "If you wish to harm old Master Ren, you must first reckon with the silver needles I possess." With that declaration, Qin Song reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Oh no! In the haste of the sudden turn of events, Qin Song had rushed over without the time to gather his pouch containing the silver needles and magical artifacts. A loud thud echoed as old Master Ren landed before Qin Song. As he saw the glistening, darkened nails poised to strike, Qin Song swiftly crouched and evaded the attack. "Old Master Ren, step back. Allow me to handle this." "Very well." With a swift movement, Qin Song circled around, his fist as large as a sandbag, hurtling towards old Master Ren's face. A thunderous crash resounded as old Master Ren was sent flying into the distance. Even when the venerable Ren's patriarch crashed through the wall, he did not cease his advance. For Qin Song, endowed with extraordinary strength, it was not a formidable task to send Ren's patriarch flying. However, relying solely on brute force to contend with a zombie proved to be quite a challenge. As a descendant of the Maoshan lineage, how could Qin Song be limited to mere martial arts and medicine? Observing that Ren's patriarch had yet to regain his footing, Qin Song swiftly retrieved the talismans and magical artifacts he had meticulously prepared in advance. These items had been strategically placed in Ren's residence with the express purpose of subduing the undead. With both hands grasping a talisman, Qin Song swiftly formed a hand seal. "Boundless heavens, the cosmos grants its power. Divine weapons ignite with celestial fire. Heed my command. Eradicate the demons with heavenly flames. I command thee." With a flick of his fingers, a flickering tongue of fire materialized from his hands. As Qin Song cast his right hand outward, the blazing flame surged forth into the night. Witnessing Qin Song and Appo's flamboyant display of power, Ren Fa felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Dr. Qin, I'm immensely grateful for your presence. Otherwise, my life would surely be forfeit today." Yet, as he watched the patriarch being expelled from the room, a wave of trepidation washed over Ren Fa. He could scarcely fathom that his father, who had passed away many years ago, had transformed into such a grotesque entity. "I urged you to incinerate the body, but you refused. Now, look at the consequences." Before Qin Song could voice his complaints, he abruptly noticed crimson stains adorning Ren Fa's garments. "Patriarch Ren, you are injured?" Qin Song's face was etched with concern. Master Ren shook his head repeatedly, saying, "It's nothing, just minor injuries. I was merely caught by my father by accident. I will bandage it shortly, and in a few days it will be fine." To his surprise, Ren Fa seemed rather naive, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Glancing at the slightly torn garment, Qin Song swiftly tore it apart, revealing the wounds on Ren Fa's body. At that moment, 3 claw marks were oozing blood on Ren Fa's shoulder blade. The area around the wound was a ghastly white. Furthermore, Qin Song sensed a faint aura of death surrounding the injury. "These are just minor wounds, nothing serious." "But Dr. Qin, why has my father ended up in this state? Did he not already pass away?" Chapter 31. The divine might of heavenly thunder and fire at present. Ren Fa's foremost concern is the transformation of the venerable old master Run into a monstrous entity, one that even resorts to murder and blood-sucking, displaying an extreme madness. This matter will be elucidated in due course. For now, it is imperative to address the immediate threat he poses. Although the old master Run has been repelled by Qin Song, vigilance must not be relaxed. Driven by an insatiable thirst for the blood of his kin, the old master is unlikely to relent easily. Supporting the injured Run Fa, the two slowly exited his chamber. "Father, what has happened?" Ren Tingting was the first to rush over upon seeing them emerge. Observing the worry etched on her face, Qin Song entrusted Ren Fa into her care. "Miss Ren, please escort the old master away. In your room, I have prepared some glutinous rice. Remember, you must promptly apply it to the old master's wounds. Go quickly." Though she did not fully comprehend the reasons behind his instructions, Ren Tingting held unwavering faith in Qin Song's words. After hearing his directives, the pair hurriedly departed. Once the father and daughter had left, Qin Song's gaze shifted to the courtyard. At that moment, the old master Run was in the midst of an unrestrained fury, his anguished roars echoing throughout. This turmoil stemmed entirely from the wounds inflicted by talismans. His body was engulfed in flickering crimson flames. While the exact nature of this creature remained a mystery, it was clear to all that it posed a significant danger. At this moment, all the servants and attendants had retreated to a safe distance, with a few audacious individuals occasionally casting glances towards the courtyard. The elderly Run, engulfed in flames, was acutely aware of the torment inflicted by the scorching fire. In a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames consuming him, he was dashing around the Ren residence, desperately seeking to quench the inferno. Despite colliding with numerous trees and walls within the courtyard, the fire clinging to him showed no signs of abating. A roar erupted from him, and suddenly, a dense aura of death emanated from his body. Remarkably, upon encountering the flames, this eerie essence extinguished a significant portion of the fire almost instantaneously, just as the elderly Ren seemed poised to liberate himself from the searing flames. Qin Song surged toward him with alarming speed. "Abomination, perish!" Within mere moments, Qin Song stood directly before the elder, clutching a bagua mirror in his hand. The sudden appearance of a living person immediately captured the attention of the elderly Ren. With his arms outstretched, his fingers, resembling sharp daggers, lunged toward Qin Song. "Are you courting death?" Qin Song understood well that the inky black nails were laden with corpse poison. A mere scratch would undoubtedly result in infection, and, if mishandled, he could risk becoming a zombie. In a flash, Qin Song evaded and positioned himself behind the elderly Ren. With fingers aligned, his palm descended upon the elder with the precision of a steel blade. Simultaneously, Qin Song began to chant a spell. As the incantation echoed, Yu Qing begins to manifest. The true talisman calls for an alliance. Electric Mother and Thunder Lord swiftly descend with divine powers. Heed the call and arrive post-haste. Unleash the resonant sound, Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands. With the final utterance, a silvery lightning bolt erupted from Qin Song's palm. In the blink of an eye, it struck directly behind Old Master Ren. The thunderous talisman struck him squarely, creating a fist-sized hole in his form, from which dark, putrid blood mixed with shattered remnants of flesh scattered across the ground. Although he was a zombie and ordinarily impervious to mundane blades, this time he was struck by the heavenly thunder summoned by Qin Song through talismans, infused with a trace of righteous energy. The combination of heavenly thunder and righteous aura constituted the greatest nemesis of a zombie. The impact of the celestial bolt left Old Master run in agony, prompting a pained cry. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from his sunken eye sockets. Enraged, Old Master Ren ceased to concern himself with seeking out Ren Fa and Ren Tingting. His singular focus became the annihilation of the individual before him. In an instant, he surged forward, enveloped in a gust of ominous wind, closing the distance to just a few meters from Qin Song. Alongside the chilling breeze came a nauseating stench of decaying flesh, overwhelming Qin Song to the point of near unconsciousness. Fortunately, his reflexes proved swift enough to evade the brunt of the sinister wind. Otherwise, the cadaverous poison intertwined with the chilling wind would undoubtedly place Qin Song at a disadvantage in this fierce confrontation. Just as Qin Song evaded the sinister gust and prepared to retaliate, he was suddenly taken aback to witness the body of Old Master Ren unexpectedly lunging towards a distant side chamber. Upon closer inspection, Qin Song discerned that all the servants and attendants of the Ren household were huddled within that very room. Should Old Master Ren penetrate their ranks to siphon their lifeblood, it would not be long before his wounds healed completely. Meanwhile, the attendants were thrown into disarray. Upon spotting the monstrous figure charging towards them, they scattered like frightened birds, their startled cries echoing through the air. Qin Song, resolute not to grant Old Master Ren this opportunity for resurgence, hastened towards the scene. However, the sheer number of servants within the Ren estate was overwhelming. Even amidst the chaos of their frantic flight, one unfortunate soul was seized by Old Master Ren's grasp. Though the servant struggled desperately to free himself from the clutches of the undead, the strength of an ordinary person was no match for the rigidity of a zombie. In an instant, the attendant was lifted effortlessly like a chick by Old Master Ren. Simultaneously, the ghastly fangs of Old Master Ren sank into the servant's neck. The sound of blood gushing forth resonated ominously. At that moment, the servant seemed to hear the very echoes of his life force dwindling. As the crimson tide ebbed away, his struggles weakened, until at last he succumbed to an utter lack of resistance. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Even Qin Song did not anticipate the astonishing speed at which Old Master Ren was draining the life from his servant. Seeing that the unfortunate servant was on the brink of succumbing, Qin Song hastily bit into his own index finger. Instantly, several crimson droplets of blood welled up from the tip. Gazing at his bleeding finger, Qin Song promptly began to inscribe a talisman in mid-air. Jade purity emerges. True talisman covenants. Today, the disciple of Maoshan, Qin Song, respectfully summons the divine, general thunder of the nine heavens. Swiftly descend with your thunderous wrath, Taishang Laojun. I implore you with urgency. Upon uttering these words, Qin Song felt a shroud of darkness enveloping his vision, only to be followed by a sudden flash of white light piercing through the originally pitch-black night sky. With the emergence of this white light, a dark cloud materialized in the once clear sky adorned with a crescent moon and scattered stars. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of heavenly thunder, as thick as a human arm, descended from the cloud, targeting none other than Old Master Ren in the courtyard. Chapter 32. The remarkably resilient Old Master Ren. As the thunderbolt descended, the night sky transformed into a luminous tableau, the dazzling white light blindingly intense. Once the thunder's might dissipated, Qin Song rubbed his eyes and turned his gaze toward Old Master Ren. Observing the seemingly motionless figure, Qin Song finally exhaled in relief. Phew, it seems to be resolved. Yet, before Qin Song could complete his thought, a series of faint cracking sounds reached his ears. Although subtle, the noise was unmistakable. As soon as Qin Song caught wind of it, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he began to heighten his vigilance, he suddenly realized that the body struck by the thunderbolt had already been reduced to charred remains. I had thought the thunder would not possess such formidable power. While confusion enveloped his mind, a furious roar erupted from the nearby thicket. In an instant, a shadowy figure surged forth from the underbrush. Damn! At that moment, Qin Song was utterly taken aback. Old Master Ren had not turned to ash. Could it be that the charred corpse belonged to that servant? In an instant, He could not help but ponder the overwhelming strength of this zombie. Although the thunderbolt had not annihilated old Master Ren, the tempest had effectively diminished the malevolent energy that once enveloped him, reducing it by a significant degree. Now, old Master Ren stood as a mere shadow of his former self. As Qin Song gazed at the approaching figure of old Master Ren, he suddenly realized that his own strength was woefully inadequate. After all, the potency of the Maoshan talismans largely correlates with the power of the practitioner. Had his cultivation reached a higher level, vanquishing old Master Ren with a mere thunder talisman would have been an effortless endeavor. Observing old Master Ren charging towards him, Qin Song clenched his fist and launched a powerful strike. A resounding thud echoed as old Master Ren's corpse was propelled away like a cannonball. At that moment, after enduring the purifying flames and celestial thunder, old Master Ren and Appo's body had become a mere wreck. Even as Qin Song approached, he could detect the acrid stench of charred flesh. Originally, with his formidable physique, old Master Ren could have withstood Qin Song and Appo's dual punches without fear. Yet now, Qin Song's fists had left two distinct impressions upon his form. Sensing the imminent threat posed by Qin Song, old Master Ren surprisingly remained stationary, opting not to charge once more. Looking at the immobile figure of old Master Ren, Qin Song cracked his knuckles and taunted, "Come on, this is the perfect opportunity to hone my boxing skills." At this moment, he also recognized old Master Ren and Appo's vulnerability and was poised to exploit it. However, just as Qin Song prepared to strike, a cacophony erupted from the distant hall. "Run! Run for your lives!" Amid the frantic escape of the household servants, a zombie clad in servant attire suddenly sprang forth from the living room. It was at this juncture that Qin Song comprehended the grim reality. The servant initially bitten by old Master Ren had now been transformed into a zombie. If another individual were to fall victim to its vampiric bite, the spread of this corpse poison would be catastrophic. How wretched! Before him lay the formidable figure of old Master Ren, already sufficient to trouble Qin Song. Yet now, with the emergence of a new zombie, Qin Song sensed that the situation had taken a dire turn. It seemed that the birth of this new undead had emboldened old Master Ren. Or perhaps he had perceived the unease within Qin Song's heart. At this moment, old Master Ren unexpectedly launched an attack towards Qin Song. The Bagua mirror, suppress. Just as Qin Song prepared to address the immediate threat, a booming voice echoed, followed by a copper Bagua mirror soaring towards old Master Ren. Gazing at the somewhat antiquated mirror, Qin Song immediately recognized that Uncle Jiu had arrived. The mirror struck old Master Ren with tremendous force, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, the palm-sized mirror felt as colossal as a mountain upon him, rendering him unable to move an inch. Seeing old Master Ren subdued in a single move, Qin Song finally exhaled in relief. "Brother, you have arrived rather late. This is the fastest I could manage. Are you unscathed?" As Qin Song's words fell, he lifted his gaze to behold the trio of master and disciples. Ever since Uncle Jiu departed from the Ren residence, the three had hastily returned to the mortuary, anxious about any unforeseen developments regarding old Master Ren's corpse. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Upon discovering that old Master Ren's body had vanished, along with the carcass of the lamb on the ground, Uncle Jiu wasted no time and hastily made his way back to the Ren residence, armed and ready. Fortunately, Qin Song remained in the Ren residence. Otherwise, it would have become a scene of carnage, filled with the undead. The old Master Ren has now been subdued, and the next priority is to devise a way to eliminate him. With the presence of Uncle Jiu, Qin Song felt an ease in his heart. Casting a glance towards the living room, he hastily exclaimed, "Senior brother, there is still a zombie inside. I shall confront it, while you take care of the old Master Ren. Rest assured, junior brother, should you require assistance, simply call out," replied Uncle Jiu, who then summoned his two apprentices and retrieved the ropes they had prepared in advance. With Uncle Jiu outside, Qin Song felt no trepidation. However, upon bursting into the living room, he discovered that the servant, who had earlier been bitten, had now completely succumbed to the transformation into a zombie, attacking any living being it encountered. Qin Song surveyed the hall, noting that numerous individuals bore injuries. Realizing the impending danger, he swiftly grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and charged towards the servant. "How dare you act so brazenly before me?" he declared, forcefully pressing the rice against the wound. Instantly, dark smoke billowed from the injury, and the servant, now afflicted with zombie poison, let out a series of anguished cries. "Alas, there is no saving you now. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Qin Song made a series of gestures in the air before forming a hand seal. Extending his index finger, he pointed directly at the servant's forehead. As his finger descended, the servant, caught firmly in Qin Song's grasp, erupted into a cacophony of tormented wails. What on earth is happening? Gazing down at the chaotic hall below, filled with frantic servants, Ren Fa was overwhelmed with astonishment and curiosity. However, upon spotting the rigid servant, a profound fear gripped his heart. What has become of Xiao Fuzi? Was he not bitten to death? How could he possibly be alive again? "Master, Xiao Fuzi has transformed into a monster. Just moments ago, he was chasing us, biting and clawing." Upon hearing the steward Indapo's explanation, Ren Fa immediately scrutinized the servants below. Indeed, among the more than 20 individuals, 5 or 6 bore the marks of injury. Watching the fierce struggle involving Qin Song, Ren Fa felt a rising sense of urgency within him. Chapter 33. An unexpected turn of events. Lord Run flees Dr. Qin. Please ensure he does not harm anyone. Ren Fa's words were not merely an expression of concern for his subordinates, but also reflected his anxiety for the valiant Qin Song, who was the prime candidate for his daughter's hand in marriage. After all, should anything happen to him, whom would he turn to for redress? "Rest assured, my lord." Upon uttering this, Qin Song had a zombie pinned against the wall, which then let out a chilling howl. "Howl, specter! Taste the wrath of thunder." With the invocation of the incantation, a streak of white light illuminated the hall. In an instant, a bolt of lightning pierced the very being of the zombie. Although the power of this thunder was insufficient to contend with the zombie of Lord Run and Appo's caliber, it was more than capable of vanquishing one that had only recently risen. As expected, as the smoke dissipated, the erstwhile servant transformed into a zombie lay lifeless upon the ground, devoid of any further movement. With the demise of the zombie, Qin Song was promptly greeted by the system's notification. "Congratulations on exterminating a zombie. Reward: 20 points of virtuous merit, 5 silver coins." Upon receiving the system's notification, Qin Song surveyed the surroundings with a sense of satisfaction. However, when the nearby servants caught his gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. It felt as though Dr. Qin regarded them as prey. After uttering these words, the old butler couldn't help but shiver. Once the zombie was dealt with, Qin Song quickly instructed the butler to apply glutinous rice to each injured servant to prevent the corpse poison from entering their bodies and transforming them into zombies. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, Qin Song hurried over to Ren Fa's side. Observing the wounds that were gradually tinged with crimson, Qin Song nodded in satisfaction. This indicated that Ren Fa and his daughter had not disregarded his words. Otherwise, Ren Fa would have succumbed to the corpse poison by now, lost to delirium. "Master Ren is still not entirely safe outside. You and Miss Ren should remain in the room for the time being." "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Glancing at Qin Song, Ren Tingting, filled with concern, inquired, "Dr. Qin, since you were here while my grandfather, how is he faring?" "Your grandfather is in the capable hands of Uncle Jiu. I trust it won't be long before he subdues the situation." Just then, Qin Song heard Uncle Jiu's voice. "Qiu Sheng, prepare the heavenly net at once." The so-called heavenly net was merely a simple web woven from ordinary hemp rope. However, what made it unique was that it underwent a daily ritual of the statue of the 3 Mao ancestor, coupled with monthly immersion in chicken blood and vermilion, rendering it a nemesis to numerous malevolent entities. Although old Master Run was securely bound by the corpse-binding rope, Uncle Jiu, in his haste, had neglected to sprinkle dog blood on the rope beforehand, leading him to worry that it could only restrain for a limited time. To ensure safety, Master Jiu specially set up a net outside. Upon receiving Master Jiu's command, Qiu swiftly retrieved the heavenly net from the cloth bag and cast it out as if he were fishing. As the net, coated with vermilion and chicken blood, descended, a series of explosive sounds erupted from Old Master Ren's body. Each time the heavenly net made contact with Old Master Ren, it inflicted a wound, from which black blood began to seep forth. Seeing the zombie rendered immobile, flailing helplessly in place, Master Jiu's expression darkened, and he ordered his two disciples to stand back. Rubbing his hands together, a 5-emperor money sword materialized in Master Jiu's grasp. With a flick of the sword's tip, he extracted a talisman from the cloth bag. 6 Ding and 6 Jia he my command. May the flames of gold flourish, capturing the demonic spirits, by the decree of the 9 heavens, ignite with urgency. As Master Jiu thrust the 5-emperor money sword forward, a fiery serpent suddenly leaped from the sword's tip. Perhaps sensing the power contained within the serpent, Old Master Ren, ensnared in the heavenly net, began to struggle with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, the net that held him captive showed signs of impending collapse. However, all of this struggle proved futile. The heavenly net was specifically designed to subdue malevolent beings. Even if Old Master Ren could break free, it would not be an easy feat just when everyone believed that the fire serpent unleashed by Master Jiu would be enough to obliterate Old Master Ren. An unexpected turn of events occurred. In the courtyard of the Ren residence, a sudden black whirlwind swept through, and before the fiery serpent could reach the Old Master Ren, the flames were inexplicably blown aside. Who could it be? The appearance of such an anomaly in the courtyard surely indicated that someone was covertly aiding the Old Master Ren. However, what Ninth Uncle could never have anticipated was that, as the flames were diverted, 2 glimmers of silver suddenly flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into the Old Master Ren and Amp, Oppo's, S-body. A howl erupted from him, and with it, a dense wave of corpse energy surged forth uncontrollably. Subsequently, Old Master Ren shot out of the courtyard like a cannonball. Witnessing this, Ninth Uncle was taken aback. Simultaneously, Qin Song also sensed that something was amiss. Master Brother, it seems that Old Master Ren is rather unusual. The silver flashes that streaked across the night sky were, of course, the 2 silver needles launched by Qin Song. He had intended to take advantage of Old Master Ren's distraction to subdue him completely. Yet, to his astonishment, not only had the silver needles failed to restrain Old Master Ren, but he had also managed to escape. Acknowledging Qin Song's confusion, Ninth Uncle nodded in agreement. Indeed, Old Master Ren was quite extraordinary. A typical zombie would never be able to break free from the binding corpse ropes and the heavenly net, let alone flee from this place. At this moment, although Old Master Ren had evaded capture, the heavy atmosphere of corpse energy in the courtyard had yet to dissipate. Wherever the miasma of death passes, flowers, grasses, and trees wither and decay. Should a living person become tainted by it, they may suffer misfortune, and in severe cases, risk transforming into a zombie. Gazing at the lingering miasma, Master Jiu had no choice but to instruct Wenkai to fetch glutinous rice. As the rice was continuously cast into the air, the courtyard of the Ren residence echoed with sounds akin to firecrackers. Concurrently, the miasma that had gathered in the courtyard began to dissipate significantly. Just as Master Jiu tirelessly worked to dispel the miasma, Ren Tingting, trembling with fear, rushed out from her bedroom. "Dr. Qin, are you all right?" Noting the concern in Ren Tingting's eyes, Qin Song gently shook his head. "I am fine. How is Master Ren faring? I have just applied the wound medicine to my father, but he seems a bit dazed and is currently lying in his room." Seeing that Ren Fa had not transformed into a zombie despite the time that had passed, Qin Song finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 34. Regret at Present. The glutinous rice that Qin Song had strategically prepared at the Ren residence was nearly exhausted. In a bid to eliminate the corpse energy from the wounds of the servants, the steward had hastily sent someone to procure dozens of pounds of glutinous rice from the rice shop. Fortunately, Qin Song had discovered the issue in a timely manner, allowing Ren Tingting to apply the rice to the wounds in an effort to draw out the malevolent energy. Had he delayed, Ren Fa would have undoubtedly succumbed to becoming a zombie. Casting a glance at Ren Tingting beside him, Qin Song approached his senior, Jiu Shu. "Brother, I entrust the matters of the Run residence to you. I'm gonna step out for a while. Where are you going? Before Jiu Shu could finish his sentence, Qin Song's figure had already darted out of the courtyard of the Ren residence. Although Run Tingting was uncertain of Qin Song's exact intentions, she harbored a lingering suspicion that it was undoubtedly related to the late Master Ren. Jiu Shu, do you think Dr. Qin might be in danger? She inquired, her face etched with concern. With a reassuring smile, Jiu Shu replied, Do not worry, Miss Ren. Although my junior is not particularly adept in the ways of talismans and spells, he is more than capable of dealing with a zombie. With that, Jiu Shu and Appo's gaze wandered into the distance. Moreover, our methods at Maoshan extend beyond mere talismans and spells. Jiu Shu, what has happened to my grandfather? Ren Tingting pressed, her anxiety palpable. Observing her distress, Jiu Shu sighed and said, As it stands, your grandfather has transformed into a zombie. Upon hearing the word zombie, Ren Tingting and Appo's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Such mysterious entities were merely tales she had heard in the past, yet she had never encountered one firsthand. To her astonishment, today her grandfather, who had passed away many years ago, had transformed into a legendary zombie. It had been 2 decades since my grandfather's demise, and not only had his body not decayed, but he had also morphed into such a monstrous being, it was utterly bewildering. In Ren Tingting and Appo's perspective, her grandfather had been deceased for countless years. Even if he had not decomposed into mere remnants, he should have been reduced to nothing but a few bones by now. At that moment, witnessing Run Laote springing forth from the coffin in pristine condition was nothing short of a violation of all logic. Although she felt a tinge of fear, her curiosity about this extraordinary phenomenon overwhelmed her. Uncle Jiu, can you enlighten me about what is truly happening here? Noticing Ren Tingting's inquisitive expression, Uncle Jiu had no intention of withholding the truth. Miss Ren, to be candid, from the moment the coffin was opened, my apprentice and I sensed something amiss. After saying this, Uncle Jiu rubbed his brow and continued, The dragonfly waterhole, once a site of good feng shui, was utterly destroyed by a handful of lime, transforming it into an exceptional resting place for the dead. Your grandfather and Appo's body has been nurtured there for over 20 years. It is indeed unsurprising that he has turned into a zombie. Upon hearing that Uncle Jiu had recognized the anomaly from the very beginning, Ren Tingting hastily inquired, If you noticed something was amiss back then, why did you not rectify it sooner? At this question, Uncle Jiu cast a glance at Ren Fa, who was not far away. When the coffin was unearthed, I once advised Master Ren that it would be best to cremate it on the spot. However, your father repeatedly dismissed this suggestion. Now that old Master Ren has transformed into a zombie, this is the outcome I dreaded the most. Upon hearing this, Ren Fa, who was not far away, was about to speak, but after his lips trembled a few times, he could not utter a single word. The feng shui site, the burial ground for the dead. At this moment, Ren Fa was overwhelmed with regret, pondering why he had not heeded the advice of Master Jiu to incinerate the coffin and its occupant on the spot. If only he had set fire to it that day, perhaps none of this turmoil would have transpired. In an instant, a profound sense of remorse welled up within Ren Fa. Master Jiu, this is all my fault. The current predicament is entirely of my own making, and now I beseech you to help our family eradicate this calamity to prevent further casualties. Once this is resolved, I shall offer a substantial reward. Regarding Ren Fa and Appo's present attitude, Master Jiu felt quite satisfied. You are too kind, Master Ren. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous is the duty of us practitioners. I shall see this matter through to the end. You can rest assured. With that, Master Jiu, accompanied by Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, proceeded to the hall to assist the injured servants in dispelling the corpse poison. Although the steward had procured dozens of pounds of glutinous rice from the rice shop, it was still far from sufficient for the wounded. As it was now the dead of night, and all the glutinous rice from the Ren family shop had been utilized, finding more rice had become a pressing dilemma. In a moment of desperation, Master Jiu had no choice but to utilize the remaining glutinous rice to treat the severely afflicted. Meanwhile, he dispatched Qiusheng to the neighboring town with the intent of procuring additional glutinous rice from afar. After securing a pouch of coins, Xiaoxing departed from the Ren residence on his bicycle. Although the injuries sustained by Ren Fa had been contained for the time being, the assailant was none other than old Master Ren himself, whose body harbored a lethal miasma and the essence of the dead, far exceeding that of an ordinary zombie. To ensure safety, Master Jiu summoned Ren Fa into the chamber, believing it best for him to personally oversee the treatment. As for Qin Song, he was currently traversing the night sky, endeavoring to locate the whereabouts of old Master Ren. Following the trail of the miasma and the scent of silver needles, Qin Song pressed onward. With each step, the dogs in every household erupted into a cacophony of barks, adding to the night's eerie atmosphere. In the stillness of a late night, a young couple lay in bed, preparing to indulge in their intimate desires. However, the woman suddenly noticed a dark silhouette standing outside their window. Ah! Her shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the night, startling her partner, who was already on the brink of excitement. "What the hell are you screaming about? You nearly scared the life out of me," he exclaimed. "There's someone outside, spying on us." Without hesitation, the woman wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Following her pointing finger, the man indeed spotted a shadowy figure lurking outside. "What the hell? It's the middle of the night, and you're peeping through windows? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Upon finishing his words, the man seized an axe and strode towards the door. Just as he was about to push it open, intending to deliver a lesson to the voyeur lurking outside, a deep, guttural roar suddenly echoed from beyond the threshold. In an instant, a charred visage appeared before him. Before he could utter a sound, his throat was pierced by razor-sharp claws. In a heartbeat, blood gushed forth, staining the ground beneath him crimson. After a prolonged silence, with no hint of a commotion outside, the woman, curled up in her blankets, began to feel restless. "Hey, is it done yet? Just teach him a lesson. Don't let it escalate to murder." No sooner had her words escaped her lips than a deep, menacing roar resonated in her ears. Chapter 35. Another 2 lives lost at this moment. Qin Song was immersed in the essence of the silver needles while tracking the whereabouts of old Master Ren. Suddenly, a piercing scream in the night captured his attention, coincidentally emanating from the direction where old Master Ren had vanished. Upon Qin Song's arrival, he was met only with the sight of 2 mangled corpses. Strikingly, it appeared that these individuals had been gripped by an intense terror before their demise, their eyes now wide and unblinking. This scream not only drew Qin Song, but also alerted the nearby residents. The news of a brutal death in the dead of night sparked considerable unrest. Soon, someone rushed to the town to report the incident. Although the deaths were somewhat unexpected to Qin Song, what truly astonished him was the discovery of 2 silver needles embedded in one of the bodies, needles that he had previously inserted into old Master Ren. In that moment, Qin Song realized that after old Master Ren had consumed the blood of these 2 individuals, he had not only regained his strength, but had also experienced an enhancement beyond that. The silver needles must have been forcefully expelled from his body. With the needles now outside, Qin Song found himself unable to discern the current whereabouts of old Master Ren. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon his pursuit for the time being. Silently stowing away the silver needles, Qin Song took one last glance at the lifeless bodies. Then, with a grip akin to lifting a mere chick, he hoisted the 2 corpses. The onlookers surrounding the scene were filled with both curiosity and trepidation. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Yet, before the crowd could finish their inquiries, Qin Song and his companions swiftly maneuvered through the throng and vanished in the blink of an eye. Shortly after Qin Song departed with the 2 corpses, a sudden chorus of birdsong erupted from a nearby hillock. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying an air of foreboding. At that moment, a shadow flitted past, swiftly alighting upon a massive boulder. This figure was none other than the elusive old Master Ren. At this juncture, old Master Ren seemed to sense the power emanating from the moonlight. He gradually extended his arms, and astonishingly began to absorb the essence of the moonlight while perched upon the stone, as he continued to devour the lunar essence. The wounds inflicted upon him by Jiu Shu and Qin Song gradually healed, restoring him to his former state. Even the ominous aura surrounding him intensified in richness. Time passed, and soon the sound of footsteps echoed across the hill. Perhaps sensing the approach or catching the scent of the living, old Master Ren suddenly opened his crimson eyes wide. With a fierce roar, he lunged towards a certain direction. "How dare you, vile creature!" A thunderous shout rang out, and a yellow talisman shot towards old Master Ren and Appo's forehead. As the talisman descended, the once furious old Master Ren fell utterly silent. As the venerable Ren stood motionless, a man clad in a blue robe approached him with deliberate calmness. Observing the elder's body, marred with numerous wounds, the man could not help but furrow his brow. "I never anticipated that these two insufferable Taoists possessed such capabilities. Were it not for the corpse-seeking talisman I inscribed upon you, you might have already been reduced to mere ashes." The man continued to speak to himself while retrieving a small porcelain vial from within his robe. "Ah, I had a premonition you might not be my match. Fortunately, I came prepared." With that, he casually removed the stopper from a vial. In an instant, a foul stench wafted into the air, causing even the blue-robed man to instinctively pinch his nose. "Do not be deceived by the odor. This is a potent elixir for you." After declaring this, he forcefully pried open Ren's mouth and poured the vial's contents into it. Instantly, a noxious black liquid surged into Ren and Appo's body. In moments, the once immobile elder began to convulse uncontrollably. Indeed, this concoction is remarkably effective, though it is regrettable that I spent over half a month excavating graves to collect so little corpse oil. The blue-robed man lamented as he spoke, revealing a look of regret. As the corpse oil was incessantly absorbed by Ren, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Sensing the elder's rising vitality, the man nodded in satisfaction. "Today, let Ren Fa that scoundrel live for another day. Tomorrow, you shall take his life." After uttering these words, the man departed from the small hill without a glance back. It seemed as if old Master Ren comprehended his words, for he not only refrained from pursuing, but also stood still, absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Meanwhile, Ren Fa was diligently organizing the servants to apply glutinous rice to dispel the corpse poison. Despite still bearing wounds, he insisted on assisting his companions. At this moment, glutinous rice was the most urgently needed remedy. Although Ren Fa had already treated his injuries with glutinous rice, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. "Uncle Jiu, does this glutinous rice truly work? Why do I still feel nothing in my wounds?" Observing Ren Fa's worried expression, Uncle Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, Master Ren, the corpse poison cannot be eradicated instantaneously. You have already removed the majority of it with the glutinous rice. If you continue to apply it to your wounds over the next few days, you will soon recover." Just as Ren Fa was about to ask Uncle Jiu for some talismans for protection, when Kai suddenly rushed in from outside. "Master, my uncle has returned." Upon hearing that Qin Song had come back, the heavy stone that had weighed on Uncle Jiu and Appo's heart finally fell to the ground. "Quick, summon your uncle in." As Qin Song entered through the door, concern was etched across Uncle Jiu's face. "Junior brother, have you encountered any troubles?" Seeing his senior brother surveying him from side to side, Qin Song chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Brother, there is no need for you to worry. I'm perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, you, such a restless spirit. You leave without a word, not even pausing to wait for me. If you had departed, what would become of those in the Ren residence? Moreover, it's hardly a significant matter. I can manage it entirely on my own." After Jiu Shu finished speaking, he suddenly realized that in the courtyard lay two lifeless bodies. Gazing at the corpses, Jiu Shu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. "Disciple, have you taken a life?" Chapter 36. The Mysterious Silence of Qiusheng After Speaking. Uncle Jiu gazed anxiously at Qin Song and the two lifeless bodies. Upon hearing this, Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. "Master brother, what are you saying?" "These two were slain by old Master Ren. By the time I arrived, it was already too late to save them." Although their voices were not raised, Ren Fa overheard their conversation. "Oh, Isn and Appo's. This Lute Dadong and his wife? How could they both be dead? Could it be?" While Ren Fa did not catch Qin Song's response, he could infer the circumstances from the wounds. An overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. Had we only cremated them on the spot, we would not be facing such casualties today. Noticing Ren Fa's expression of remorse, Qin Song quickly gestured for Uncle Jiu to refrain from further discussion. Despite Ren Fa and Appo's own heart being heavy with regret, it was essential for both of them to continue their lives in Ren Family County. To offend Ren Fa over such a trivial matter would be an unwise endeavor. Rest assured, both of you, the Ren family will provide compensation for the unwarranted casualties we have suffered. Our immediate priority is to locate my father. Upon hearing this, both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at the already deceased Lu Dadong and his wife, Ren Fa summoned the steward to his side. Please call away over. Given the gravity of the situation, he must be informed. Furthermore, we need to alert the surrounding villages and towns to remain vigilant. He will need to take charge of these matters. Understood, Master. Regarding this matter, the steward could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Upon leaving the residence of Run, he made his way directly to the government office. Both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song were quite satisfied with Ren Fa and Appo's attitude towards his duties. Once the steward departed, Uncle Jiu called Ren Fa aside. Master Ren, this matter arises from your residence, concerning the consolation of the families. Rest assured, Uncle Jiu, this responsibility lies with me. However, since these two have already been killed by my father, if we delay too long, might it? The implication being that Ren Fa was concerned the two might transform into zombies, endangering the surrounding populace. In response, Uncle Jiu offered Ren Fa a reassuring promise. Master Ren, there is no need for undue worry. Shortly, I shall affix talismans to both of them, ensuring they will not turn into zombies for the time being. Once their families have consented, we can then proceed with further arrangements. What do you think? Although Ren Fa was a powerful figure in Renjia Town, the unexpected deaths of two individuals could lead to significant troubles if their families were unable to see their remains. Moreover, the fact that they had been killed by a zombie could, if known to outsiders, heighten awareness among the community, thereby minimizing potential casualties. Master Ren, once you have dealt with the families, it would be best to incinerate the two corpses. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's intention to cremate the bodies, Ren Fa naturally had no objections. After all, he had just recently experienced the terror of being pursued by zombies. Not long after, the butler hurriedly brought Away to the Ren residence. Upon entering, Away was met with a scene of utter chaos in the courtyard. Spotting Ren Fa standing amidst the disarray, bandages wrapped around his body, Away immediately perked up. Cousin, what on earth has happened? Has your home been attacked by bandits? Do you need me to summon the security team? How is my cousin's sister faring? To Away and Appo's barrage of questions, Ren Fa merely shook his head slowly. Your cousin's sister is fine. Away, come here. I need your assistance with something. At his words, Away eagerly rushed to Ren Fa's side. They stepped aside, while Jiu Shu took Qin Song to another corner. Junior brother, have you noticed that there seems to be something amiss with the corpse of the old Master Ren? With Jiu Shu and Appo's keen observation, Qin Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, I also sense something is off. The old Master Ren has only just turned into a zombie. How could he possess such formidable strength? Moreover, the chilling wind that swept through the courtyard just now was clearly orchestrated by someone. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's analysis, Jiu Shu and Appo's expression darkened. So, you imply that there is someone covertly aiding this zombie? Qin Song nodded affirmatively. Precisely. I suspect it could very well be that feng shui master from years ago. With that, Qin Song recounted the haunting occurrences in Ren Tingting and Appo's room. After listening to Qin Song's account, Uncle Jiu was left utterly astonished, setting aside the matter of sending ghosts to torment Ren Tingting. The mere existence of the devastating array designed to sever the lineage was an exceedingly sinister tactic. If the individual standing behind Old Master Ren is indeed the feng shui master from years past, then this predicament becomes rather complicated. After much contemplation, Uncle Jiu resolved to inquire further from Ren. 2 decades prior, what animosity had arisen between the Ren family and that feng shui master, to the extent that the latter sought the ruin of the Ren family, leading to their extinction? Old Master Ren, may I be so bold as to ask, what kind of grievance existed between your esteemed father and that feng shui master. Upon hearing this, Ren's expression momentarily faltered. Uncle Jiu, I am not entirely certain about the nature of their discord. All I know is that after my father acquired that auspicious piece of land, he expelled that feng shui master, and shortly thereafter, my father passed away. However, I can assure you that my father did not mistreat the feng shui master. Before his departure, he bestowed upon him a considerable sum of jewels and riches. Upon learning that the Ren family had not wronged the feng shui master in the past, Uncle Jiu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Although the master may have been disgruntled about losing the auspicious site, having received wealth from the Ren household, one would expect any grievances to be resolved amicably. It seemed unfathomable that it would escalate to the point of the Ren family facing extinction and ruin. Master Ren, I implore you to reflect upon this matter with utmost seriousness, for it concerns not only your well-being, but also the life of your esteemed daughter. In a moment of contemplation, Ren Fa found himself diligently recalling the events of yesteryears. However, after much deliberation, he could only shake his head in dismay. The passage of time had rendered many memories elusive. In light of this, neither Uncle Jiu nor Qin Song felt it appropriate to comment further. At present, with the origins of the predicament still shrouded in mystery, the immediate priority must be to attend to the injured, lest any of them succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie. Yet, outside the door, Wen Kai had already been waiting for several hours, still without a glimpse of Maoshan. At this juncture, even Uncle Jiu felt a growing sense of urgency. Chapter 37. The enraged Master Jiu. As the clock approached the witching hour, Maoshan had yet to return, causing Master Jiu to grow increasingly anxious. Master, do you think Maoshan might have encountered a zombie out there? At this moment, even Wen Kai harbored a flicker of concern for Maoshan and Appo's safety. Although Maoshan often delighted in teasing Wen Kai, resulting in countless humorous escapades, their bond as disciples of Master Jiu was undeniably strong. Upon hearing Wen Kai and Appo's words, Master Jiu and Appo's restlessness intensified. Observing Master Jiu's agitation akin to an ant on a hot pan, Qin Song promptly offered reassurance. Brother, fret not. The direction in which old Master Ren departed is entirely opposite to where Maoshan ventured. He may simply be delayed by some matter on his journey. With Qin Song's words easing his worries about Maoshan encountering old Master Ren, Master Jiu finally exhaled in relief. This rascal has been gone for too long. Who knows where he has wandered off to? Qin Song merely chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate. If his memory served him correctly, Maoshan was likely reveling in the company of that female ghost, unwilling to return without indulging in a few more escapades. Now that the Ren residence was entirely devoid of glutinous rice, Master Jiu and Qin Song resorted to crafting a few talismans to distribute among the others. This not only served to protect against the invasion of corpse energy that could transform individuals into zombies, but also provided a means of self-defense. Now, the venerable Master Ren has transformed into a zombie, and both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song dare not return to their respective homes. Under the butler's arrangement, the three of them took up residence in guest rooms. The following morning, it was uncertain when Maoshan had returned from Lin County, but upon seeing the 2 large bags of glutinous rice, Uncle Jiu hastily instructed the butler to distribute the rice. As for the bespectacled Maoshan, he gave it no further thought. With the intervention of various local gentry, including Wei and Ren Fa, news of the zombie's presence quickly spread throughout the vicinity. In no time, the entire Ren County was engulfed in panic, with many residents too fearful to step outside their front doors. Perhaps out of guilt or perhaps for the sake of righteousness, Ren Fa specifically ordered the purchase of a substantial quantity of glutinous rice from other regions, distributing it from house to house. Moreover, each household received $2 silver as compensation, rice to consume and money to spend. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Fa could be said to have garnered both fame and fortune. After a bustling morning, the group finally managed to address the matter of compensation and the cremation of the corpses. Upon returning to the Ren residence, Qin Song immediately collapsed into a chair. Dr. Qin, you must be exhausted after such a busy morning. Please, have a cup of hot tea to refresh yourself, said Ren Tingting, thoughtfully bringing over a cup of steaming tea. Observing her with genuine concern, Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai felt a pang of jealousy. Ms. Haing, we too have toiled all morning and are equally fatigued. Might we also enjoy a cup of hot tea? With Wen Kai's remark, Ren Tingting's face flushed a deep crimson. I shall fetch you some tea. With that, Ren Tingting hurriedly dashed out of the living room, observing the smug grin on Wen Sai's face. Qin Song couldn't help but shoot him a glare. You are such a nuisance. Just then, as a few of them were resting in the living room, Qiusheng ambled in, rubbing his eyes. Master, where have you all been? Gazing at the drowsy Qiusheng, Jiu Shu felt a surge of irritation. You little rascal. Where did you wander off to last night? Why have you only returned this early in the morning? Jiu Shu was fully aware that Qiusheng had only come back at dawn. The journey to Lin County would take, at most, a little over an hour by bicycle. The fact that he had been absent all night suggested that Qiusheng had been out gallivanting. Qiusheng, do you have any idea how worried your master has been about you, given your absence last night? Noticing Jiu Shu's furious gaze directed at Qiusheng, Wen Kai occasionally stoked the fire. Master, it's not my fault. When I was returning after buying rice, a sudden downpour hit, and with the darkness and slippery roads, I had no choice but to find a dilapidated temple to spend the night. After speaking, Qiusheng couldn't help but yawn again. However, this careless gesture drew Jiu Shu's attention to the two bruises on Qiusheng's neck. Examining the bruises, Jiu Shu's brow furrowed. Aside from taking shelter from the rain in the temple, did you engage in any other activities last night? Jiu Shu inquired, scrutinizing Qiusheng from head to toe. No, master. When I returned yesterday, a sudden tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Fearful of my glutinous rice getting wet, I sought refuge in a dilapidated temple for the night. However, upon hearing Qiusheng's explanation, a Wei interjected. I was patrolling with my brothers yesterday, and it didn't rain at all. Hearing this, Qiusheng shot a Wei a disdainful glance. You were inebriated to the point of oblivion yesterday. What could you possibly remember? It was only when Jiu Shu noticed other bruises on Qiusheng and Appo's body that he stormed over to confront him. You scoundrel! What on earth were you up to yesterday? With that, Jiu Shu struck Qiusheng across the face. The sudden slap jolted the previously dazed Qiusheng back to alertness. Master, I assure you, I did seek shelter from the rain in a decrepit temple last night. Then tell me, who else was with you in that rain-soaked wilderness? Just myself alone. At that moment, Qiusheng's gaze was unfocused, and his limbs felt weak. What was most alarming was the faint aura of ghostly energy emanating from him. If merely seeking refuge from the rain could transform one in such a manner, it would indeed be a case of encountering the supernatural. Unbelievably, Qiusheng continued to protest, igniting a surge of anger within Jiu Shu. As Jiu Shu prepared to deliver another blow, Qiusheng quickly sought refuge behind Run Fa. Master Run, I am utterly exhausted. Could you kindly arrange a guest room for me? Although the reasons for Jiu Shu and Appo's inexplicable anger remain unclear, Ren Fa merely nodded in acknowledgement. With Ren Fa and Appo's affirmation, Qiusheng swiftly dashed up to the second floor. A loud bang resonated as he concealed himself in a guest room. Wretched disciple, how dare he deceive his master? Witnessing Jiu Shu's mounting frustration, Qin Song hurriedly urged him into a chair. Senior brother, allow me to handle this matter. It is hardly worth such intense ire. Meanwhile, Wen Kai remained utterly bewildered, observing the two. Uncle Master, what on earth is wrong with Qiusheng? Why is the master so furious? Noticing Wen Kai and Appo's curiosity, Qin Song gestured toward Jiu Shu and remarked, if you were curious, perhaps you should inquire with your master. Chapter 38. Encountering a ghost at midnight, observing the irate Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai instinctively recoiled. Master, please spare me. If I inquire about my teacher now, he would surely vent his anger upon me. Unexpectedly, Wen Kai displayed a moment of cleverness, which took Qin Song by surprise. Rest assured, Qiusheng merely encountered a ghost in the dead of night. There is no cause for alarm. What? Qiusheng ran into a ghost? Wen Kai initially reacted with astonishment, only to be replaced by a mischievous grin. I bet Qiusheng must have come across a beautiful female ghost on his way. Just now when he entered, I noticed a mark on his neck. It resembled those left by the courtesans of Yihong Courtyard. As Wen Kai indulged in his whimsical musings, Qin Song could not suppress a couple of coughs, signaling him to cease. However, the astute Wen Kai failed to notice that Uncle Jiu was already losing patience with his feather duster. Upon hearing more of Wen Cai's nonsensical chatter, he swung the duster toward him. "Do you seek a death wish? How dare you sneak off to Yihong courtyard behind my back?" As the feather duster swung ominously toward him, Wen Kai hastily pleaded for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I have never been there, I swear." At that moment, the feather duster had already cast a shadow of dread over Wen Kai's heart. Witnessing Uncle Jiu's impending strike, he fled in a panic to the courtyard. Watching Wen Kai escape in disarray, Uncle Jiu helplessly lowered his feather duster. Such misdeeds, such misdeeds. Why have I ended up with these two useless individuals? At this very moment, Uncle Jiu's heart is filled with both anger and helplessness. Fortunately, there is no one else in the living room. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed just now. As for disciplining them, it can wait until they return to the ancestral hall. After all, this is Ren's residence. The implication is, of course, self-evident. Presently, the entire Ren family county exudes an atmosphere of dread. The once bustling streets, now devoid of life, are patrolled solely by the security team, with no other residents in sight. Even the usually lively taverns and pleasure houses are eerily empty. As for the main gate, it has long been locked and the lights extinguished. Soon, evening descends. The few individuals stationed at the Ren residence find no shortage of food and drink, as Ren Fa generously lays out more than a dozen dishes on the table. However, it is regrettable that not a single drop of wine graces the table. According to Uncle Jiu, drinking is a distraction, especially since they remain unaware of when old Master Ren will return. Thus, he has instructed Ren Fa to put away the wine. After hastily consuming a bit of dinner, Qiuxing dons his coat and prepares to depart. "Where are you off to, you little rascal?" Uncle Jiu calls out to stop him. Qiuxing scratches the back of his head and replies, "Master, my aunt has something to attend to today, and I need to help her at the shop." With that, Qiuxing leaves the Ren residence without looking back. Following the emergence of zombies in the area, all the local shops have long since closed their doors. Autumn's arrival was not merely to assist his aunt in managing the shop. It was evidently a rendezvous with the female specter. As he watched Autumn gradually recede into the distance, Uncle Jiu could only sigh in exasperation. Noticing his senior brother's distress over the situation, Qin Song quickly offered reassurance. "Brother, did we not agree that I would handle this matter? Have no worries." With that, Qin Song promptly followed in Autumn and Appo's footsteps, exiting the Ren residence. At that moment, Autumn was eagerly anticipating his meeting with the ghostly beauty, Xiao Yu, blissfully unaware of Qin Song trailing closely behind him. They traversed several miles without pause, with Autumn showing no signs of fatigue. Fortunately, Qin Song possessed considerable stamina, allowing him to keep pace. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely fallen behind. As Autumn stepped into a dilapidated manor, Qin Song felt a surge of irritation. This rascal, bewitched by the ghost, had ventured into such a desolate area, where a manor had inexplicably emerged. Even a child of 3 would exhibit hesitation and wariness in such circumstances. Particularly irksome was the fact that Autumn, having studied the principles of Maoshan Taoism under Uncle Jiu for so many years, seemed oblivious to such fundamental wisdom. Only after Autumn and Appo's figure vanished from sight did Qin Song find a concealed spot to scale the wall and enter the courtyard. The moment he leaped into the yard, he heard a melodious voice. "At last, you have arrived. I was almost dying from longing for you after such a long absence." As the voice echoed, a stunning figure materialized before Autumn. Captivated by Xiao Yu's exquisite features and alluring form, he leaned in closer. "Isn't it just because I've come to see you that you've missed me so much after only half a day?" With that, Qiuxing pulled Xiao Yu into his embrace. "You're such a rascal." Xiao Yu giggled as she nestled into Qiuxing's arms, her enchanting demeanor leaving him utterly captivated. However, as Qin Song gazed upon the ghostly figure in Qiuxing and Appo's embrace, he couldn't and Appo's help but furrow his brow. Initially, Qin Song had merely intended to give this ghost a stern lesson before sending her off to reincarnation. Yet, He was taken aback to discover that this specter was surrounded by a significant aura of bloodlust. Judging by the sheer volume, the number of souls claimed by this ghost was undoubtedly considerable. Just as the two were about to enter the house and stir up a storm, Qin Song shifted slightly, inadvertently causing a commotion among the birds and beasts in the trees. At the same time, the ghost became aware that something was amiss. Who is it? Hiding away. What do you intend to do? Observing the wary expression on Xiao Yu and Appo's face, Qiusheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Is someone there? Did you perhaps see incorrectly? Just as Qin Song sensed that he had been exposed and prepared to make his move, a thick cloud of black smoke suddenly materialized in the yard nearby. As the smoke writhed slowly, a figure clad in a long robe and wielding shackles emerged from its depths. Upon witnessing this unexpected apparition in the courtyard, Qin Song's heart skipped a beat. A Yinkai. It was indeed a Yinkai. During his time at Maoshan, he had the fortuitous opportunity to encounter several ghostly emissaries alongside his master. With a lineage that boasts thousands of years, Maoshan excels in exorcising malevolent spirits. Consequently, numerous adept practitioners from Maoshan, upon their demise, transitioned into ghostly agents in the underworld, continuing their vocation of spirit apprehension. After nearly a millennium of accumulation and refinement, the Maoshan lineage has become a formidable entity within the realm of the dead, characterized by intricate relationships and complexities. Although Qin Song did not specialize in the Maoshan talismanic arts, his mentor, Jiu Shu, possesses a significant role in the underworld, overseeing communications between the living and the deceased, as well as the intricacies of paper offerings. The figure emerging from the inky mist is a bona fide emissary of the underworld. Upon stepping forth, his gaze fixates upon the ghostly figure of Xiao Yu. Dong Xiao Yu, you truly possess audacity. After death, not only do you evade the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld, but you also dare to linger in the realm of the living, wreaking havoc upon more than 20 lives. Today, this emissary shall take you back to restore the integrity of the underworld. Chapter 39. A fierce battle with the Yinkai. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Yinkai, Dong Xiaoyu felt a surge of shock within her. Clearly, she had not anticipated that she would attract the attention of such a being. Just as she prepared to flee, she suddenly realized that a faint black mist had begun to rise around her residence. Humph, do not even think of escaping. Today I shall take you back. With that, the Yinkai brandished its shackles and lunged toward Dong Xiaoyu. Witnessing the imminent threat, Dong Xiaoyu instinctively tugged at Qiu Sheng beside her. Young master, that person is wicked and intends to capture me. Observing Dong Xiaoyu's face filled with grievance, Qiu Sheng felt a surge of fury within him. However, at that moment, Dong Xiaoyu had already invoked a concealment technique. Qiu Sheng felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and when he finally discerned the identity of the intruder, his anger ignited. You away, dare to seize my woman. At that moment, the once fearsome Yinkai transformed in Qiu Sheng's eyes into nothing more than a lecherous away. As he prepared to pounce on Dong Xiaoyu, Qiu Sheng rushed forward in haste. As the two became entangled in a fierce struggle, Dong Xiaoyu continually retreated, desperately seeking to escape. Even the Yinkai was taken aback, unable to comprehend why a mere mortal would dare to oppose him. As Qiu Sheng charged toward him, filled with rage, the Yinkai merely waved his sleeve, sending Qiu Sheng flying like a fallen leaf to a distant spot. To her astonishment, Qiu Sheng fell effortlessly under the control of the Yinkai, causing a wave of panic to surge within Dong Xiaoyu. After subduing Qiu Sheng, the Yinkai swiftly turned his gaze toward the fleeing Dong Xiaoyu. Still attempting to escape, he declared, and with a flick of his wrist, the soul-binding chains in his grasp soared toward her. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the chains struck her forcefully. You, a mere wandering spirit, dare to envision liberation from my grasp. With a mere gesture, the Yinkai summoned the chains back to his hand. Dong Xiaoyu, having endured the blow, appeared far from unscathed, although she had consumed the life force of numerous men, fortifying her own strength. The chains wielded by the Yinkai possessed an inherent power against spirits. With the Yinkai and Appo's enhancement, she nearly lost half her vitality in the encounter. At that moment, The Yin energy within her began to disperse like flowing water. In mere seconds, her entire soul became increasingly ethereal, her once enchanting visage now resembling that of withered wood. Fortunately, Jiu Shu lay unconscious. Had he witnessed Dong Xiaoyu's true form, he would likely be haunted by nightmares that night. At this moment, Qin Song felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for Jiu Shu's plight. As the Yin Chai prepared to capture her with the chains, Dong Xiaoyu hastily knelt and pleaded. "Esteemed Yin Chai, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please, I beseech you, show mercy and spare me. I vow that I shall never again commit any heinous acts." At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu's heart was utterly in turmoil. After all, she bore the weight of numerous lives upon her shoulders. Should she truly be captured by the messenger of death, a fate worse than death awaited her. Yet, her desperate pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears. "Please, esteemed sir, grant me a chance for survival. I shall repay you with servitude." With that, Dong Xiaoyu prostrated before him, pleading for mercy, hoping he would spare her life. "Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. Have you ever considered the lives you have taken? Today, I shall take you back to face your punishment." It was evident that Dong Xiaoyu's entreaties had failed to sway the messenger. As the ominous chains of soul-hunting loomed closer, she suddenly sprang from the ground, and an overwhelming tide of dark energy surged forth from her being. Simultaneously, her body shriveled like a desiccated orange, becoming withered and frail. "Since you refuse to grant me a path to life, let us both perish together, our souls scattered." With that declaration, Dong Xiaoyu let out a piercing scream. In an instant, her form inflated like a balloon, and a ghostly apparition identical to her emerged. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of Dong Xiaoyus encircled the messenger. "If we must die, let us die together," they cried in unison, and with that, they erupted around the messenger in a series of explosive bursts. Although the spectral envoy had sensed something amiss in advance, he was nonetheless unable to escape the encirclement of numerous manifestations of Dong Xiaoyu. In an instant, the small courtyard was enveloped in a chaotic swirl of malevolent energy. As countless streams of blood, congealed from this dark essence, surged towards the envoy. This unforeseen turn of events dealt a significant blow to the envoy. As the blood splattered upon him, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his form. Accompanied by waves of pain, the envoy's once solid figure began to waver precariously. What an audacious little spirit, daring to oppose the realm of the dead. Such folly is tantamount to courting death. With that thought, the envoy raised his hand, and a mournful staff materialized from thin air. Each swing of the staff was met with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Empowered by the staff, the envoy swiftly obliterated several of Dong Xiaoyu's avatars. Realizing this tactic no longer held any effect against him, Dong Xiaoyu felt a surge of urgency within her. At that moment, she was searching for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the envoy was engaged in fierce combat with a myriad avatars, one of Dong Xiaoyu's forms suddenly lunged towards him. "Ah, I shall bring about your demise." Dong Xiaoyu's previously emaciated head transformed into a gaping maw, intent on sinking its teeth into the envoy. The abruptness of her assault left the envoy momentarily flustered. In a state of desperation, he raised the mournful staff before him, hoping to ward off her impending attack. Originally, Qin Song had been perched atop the wall, harboring a desire to witness the unfolding drama. However, as the spectral envoy took Dong Xiaoyu away, he intended to subsequently escort Jiu Shu away as well. Yet, observing the spectral envoy's gradual descent into disadvantage, Qin Song found himself unable to remain passive any longer. No longer could he indulge in mere spectator sport. With that thought, he abruptly rose, muttering incantations under his breath while his fingers deftly inscribed talismans. "Six Ding and six Jia, heed my command from all directions. Let the golden flames blaze forth. Capture the demonic spirits. By the celestial fire of the 9 heavens, I command you with urgency." Suddenly, another figure materialized in the courtyard, startling the 2 spirits. As Qin Song's incantation reached its conclusion, the talisman in his hand was simultaneously completed. In an instant, a blaze erupted within the courtyard. Chapter 40. Qin Song takes action with the sudden appearance of the fiery serpent. The ghostly envoy instinctively recoiled to the side. In the next moment, several clones of Dong Xiaoyu were swiftly engulfed by the serpent's maw. "Are you from Maoshan?" Upon witnessing Qin Song leap down from the wall, the ghostly envoy could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Indeed, after addressing the envoy's inquiry, Qin Song immediately hurled forth 4 silver needles. When the envoy recognized that the needles were the unique ghost-slaying needles of Maoshan, he finally felt a sense of relief. Ghost-slaying. A piercing scream echoed as the already exhausted Dong Xiaoyu exploded violently, transforming into a myriad of fragments. With the destruction of her true form, the remaining clones could no longer maintain their appearance. In the blink of an eye, the remaining clones dissolved entirely into ghostly energy. Simultaneously, Qin Song received a notification from the system. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating a malevolent spirit. Reward: 50 points of Yin virtue, 20 silver dollars, and 1 root of 80-year-old He Shou Wu." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Song promptly opened his personal panel. Host: Qin Song. Cultivation level: Xian level Celestial Master, 2nd grade. Techniques: Maoshan Taoist Arts, Maoshan 49 Needles, Copper Skin Iron Bones, Maoshan Medical Arts. Yin Virtue, 775, 800. Account balance, 20 silver dollars. Gazing at his nearly full Yin Virtue bar, Qin Song felt a surge of excitement within. Although the ghostly envoy could not comprehend the reason behind Qin Song's sudden mirth, he nonetheless expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I am good too, a spectral envoy of the underworld. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Taoist, for your assistance. Having just witnessed your adept techniques in vanquishing that malevolent spirit, it seems you're a disciple of the Maoshan school. Given the esteemed role and position of Maoshan disciples within the realms of Yin and Yang, I must convey my utmost respect to Qin Song. After all, many disciples of Maoshan, upon their demise, ascend to become deities within the underworld. Even the least among them is still a spectral envoy, akin to myself. Consequently, many envoys traversing the mortal realm are exceedingly courteous towards the heirs of Maoshan." Upon hearing the envoy approach, Qin Song promptly clasped his fists and replied, "Esteemed envoy Gu, you possess remarkable insight. I am Qin Song, a disciple of the illustrious Tai Xianzhenren of Maoshan." As soon as Gu Tu heard the name Tai Xianzhenren, understanding dawned upon him. It became clear that Qin Song was indeed a true disciple of the revered master, having received his genuine teachings. "Envoy Gu, you flatter me," Qin Song responded. And upon learning that Qin Song was the legitimate heir of Maoshan, Gu Tu's demeanor transformed into one of even greater reverence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he began to gather the remaining fragments of Dong Xiaoyu's spectral essence. I truly did not anticipate that Dong Xiaoyu would prove so troublesome. Had I known, I would have summoned more brothers to assist. It was evident that Gu Tu was still troubled by the recent events. "Do not dwell on it, Envoy Gu. You were tasked with capturing her to face judgment in the underworld, aware that she awaits a punishment worse than death. She is bound to fight with all her might for a glimmer of hope," Qin Song reassured him. At this, Gu Tu silently nodded in agreement. However, his expression revealed that this matter had been etched deeply into his mind. "Taoist Qin, since you have already frightened Dong Xiaoyu to the point of losing her wits, I shall not linger here any longer, until we meet again by fate. Farewell." After bidding farewell to Qin Song with a wave, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept around the Yin envoy, and he vanished without a trace. Once the envoy had departed, Qin Song made his way to Qiusheng's side. With a mortal frame, Qiusheng had endured a blow from the Yin envoy, and at this moment, he lay unconscious. However, Gu Tu, being a Yin envoy, would not inflict harm upon the living. That strike had merely plunged Qiusheng into a deep slumber. Qiusheng, who had already been lacking in vitality, now rested soundly among a tangle of wild grass. After calling his name several times without response, Qin Song even resorted to slapping him a few times. Yet Qiusheng remained oblivious to the world around him. In desperation, he fetched a ladle of cold water from a nearby well, and thus Qiusheng received an impromptu cold shower while still lost in dreams. The sudden chill jolted him awake. Is it raining? Is it raining? Confused by the splash of well water, Qiuxing initially believed a rainstorm had begun. In his flustered state, he caught sight of Qin Song before him. Uncle Master, Xiaoyu, where is Xiaoyu? It's raining outside. We must seek shelter. To his surprise, the first thought that crossed Qiuxing's mind upon waking was to search for Dong Xiaoyu. Observing Qiuxing's panicked demeanor, Qin Song could not help but deliver a swift kick to his backside. Still thinking of your Xiaoyu? You've been bewitched by a ghost. Yet you continue to indulge in sweet dreams. As he surveyed his surroundings, Qiuxing found himself unable to locate Dong Xiaoyu, and a sense of urgency began to envelop him. Master Uncle, has that scoundrel away captured Xiaoyu? I shall confront that rascal immediately. Despite the gravity of the situation, Qiuxing remained oblivious to reality, prompting Qin Song to let out an exasperated sigh. Are you aware that your beloved is a vengeful spirit? She has sought you out with intentions to claim your life. With that, Qin Song retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his bosom. A glimmer of silver flashed as he pricked his fingertip with a silver needle. Amidst myriad stars, the path reigns supreme. A thread of clarity resides within the eyes, as countless illusions dissipate in the heart. All phenomena shatter. The way of nature prevails, swiftly, as the law commands. Upon completing the talisman, Qin Song cast it into the air. As it fluttered and fell, Qiuxing's once opulent residence began to transform under the talisman's influence, morphing into a desolate mound overrun with weeds and strewn with debris. Nearby, several nameless graves stood ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Confronted with this stark reality, Qiuxing shivered in fear. What on earth? Master Uncle, what is happening? He was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Observing Qiuxing's astonishment, Qin Song smirked. You are ensnared by the ghost's enchantment. Do you not realize this? Have I truly encountered a ghost? Qiuxing struggled to comprehend the situation. Not only have you encountered ghost, but you have also engaged in a skirmish with a spectral envoy from the underworld. I am at a loss for words. Upon realizing that he had actually fought with an envoy of the afterlife, Qiuxing's complexion turned notably grim. Master Uncle, did you just say I fought with an envoy? Looking at Qiuxing beside him, Qin Song felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With your meager skills, do you truly believe you could best an envoy? What you experienced was merely a beating at their hands. But will the envoy hold a grudge and come to take me away to the underworld tonight? Observing Qiuxing's anxious expression, Qin Song felt a surge of frustration. You are overthinking this. Your lifespan is far from over, so why would the envoy bother to seize your soul? In that moment, Qin Song suddenly empathized with the helplessness his master uncle often expressed. Chapter 41. The zombies enter the city upon gazing into Qiuxing's eyes, which bore a hint of nostalgia. Qin Song found himself at a loss for words. My dear fellow, you have truly been bewitched by beauty, he thought. The reason that female ghost lured you is solely to siphon off your vital essence. Had it not been for your master in Oppo's timely intervention in just a couple of days, you would have been drained of life. Though Qiuxing understood the truth in Qin Song's words, the recollection of their tender moments spent together the previous night left him with a bittersweet feeling. Enough reminiscing about the past. The affairs of the Run residents remain unresolved. We must return swiftly. With that, Qin Song led Qiuxing away from the chaotic rubble. At present, the old Master Ren was still lurking in the shadows, uncertain of when he might strike against Ren Fa and his daughter. Within the Ren estate, only Uncle Jiu and Wen Kai remained, leaving Qin Song with a lingering sense of unease. Thus, the two made no stops along their journey. By the time they arrived at Ren County, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Just as Qin Song prepared to hasten back to the Ren estate, he heard distant cries of anguish. Due to the presence of zombies, the streets had been utterly devoid of life during the day. The cacophony of screams, now echoing from afar, alerted Qin Song to the possibility of a dire situation unfolding. Let's investigate, he urged, and as they made their way towards the source of the sounds, gunfire suddenly erupted nearby. Bang! Just a few blocks away, a group of individuals was desperately seeking refuge from the onslaught of two shadowy figures. The individuals evading capture are none other than the security personnel under Ah Wei's command, while the two shadowy figures are villagers from the vicinity of Renjia County. However, at this moment, these two individuals have been utterly transformed into zombies. The gunfire that Qin Song had recently heard was indeed fired by the security team. As they gazed upon the zombies leaping towards the crowd, panic ensued among the onlookers. "Captain, it seems these zombies are impervious to bullets." In ordinary circumstances, the firearms wielded by the security team were merely for deterring local ruffians, and their stock of ammunition was exceedingly limited. Now, with all the bullets expended, the two zombies seemed entirely unaffected. Ah Wei could hardly believe his misfortune. It was his turn to lead the patrol when two zombies emerged. Looking down at his rifle, now rendered useless, he could not help but curse under his breath. "Captain, what should we do now?" At that moment, the entire group stood frozen in terror before the advancing zombies. "Where are the glutinous rice and talismans? Hurry! Who has the glutinous rice and talismans?" Suddenly, Ah Wei recalled the words of Jiu Shu, who had mentioned earlier that the talismans and glutinous rice could repel zombies. Upon hearing Ah Wei's words, several individuals hurriedly retrieved the glutinous rice and talismans they had carried on their backs. "Quickly, throw the glutinous rice and talismans at those two zombies." With that, Ah Wei grasped a handful of glutinous rice and hurled it towards the approaching zombies. In that dire moment, those few small packets of glutinous rice and a handful of talismans became the last bastion of hope for the group. As soon as the glutinous rice made contact with the zombies, a series of explosive sounds erupted. It proved effective. At that moment, the two zombies were forced to retreat, invigorating the morale of the security team. However, the distance between the two zombies and the crowd was still considerable. Thus, the glutinous rice thrown by Ah Wei had scarcely landed on the zombies. This attack not only failed to inflict any harm on the two zombies, but also drew their attention. "Captain, those two zombies are charging towards us." Ah Wei quickly recognized the predicament. "Give me the rice and talismans. I will deal with these two fiends." Once Ah Wei secured all the bags filled with glutinous rice, he charged at the zombies like a valiant warrior. Grasping a small bag of rice, he raised his hand, and the contents cascaded down upon the two zombies. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, reminiscent of festive firecrackers during the New Year. This time, the assault was undeniably successful. As the rice fell, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the two zombies, followed by their anguished roars echoing through the air. "You think you can challenge me?" With that, Ah Wei seized two more bags of rice and hurled them forcefully at the zombies. "Let us see you flaunt your bravado now." In that moment, Ah Wei reveled in his triumph. A deluge of glutinous rice surged toward the two zombies like a tempest, and before long, numerous wounds appeared on their grotesque forms, oozing with dark, putrid blood, creating a most repugnant sight. Just as Ah Wei prepared to capitalize on this advantage and obliterate the two undead, he suddenly realized that he had exhausted his supply of rice. "Is there any glutinous rice left?" Upon hearing that Ah Wei had thrown away all his rice, the teammates hiding behind him shook their heads in dismay. With the rice gone, a sense of disappointment washed over Ah Wei. However, he still possessed a handful of talismans, and gazing at the battered zombies, a flicker of confidence ignited within him once more. "Behold, receive my talisman," he proclaimed, mimicking the style of his mentor, and flung a talisman forward. Yet, to his astonishment, the talisman fell to the ground before it could even make contact with the zombies. As the two creatures lunged toward him, Ah Wei hastily dove into the crowd. "Goodness, these talismans for my mentor seem utterly ineffective. They're even less useful than the rice," he lamented, eyeing the stack of talismans in his hand. "Captain, should these talismans not be affixed directly to the foreheads of the zombies to be effective?" The corpses in Lord Ren's household had their talismans placed right on their brows. Did they not? Upon realizing this, Ah Wei slapped his forehead in frustration. "How could I have forgotten such a crucial detail?" Having said that, he prepared to rise and engage in yet another fierce battle with the two zombies. However, upon beholding their grotesque visages, Ah found himself gripped by a flicker of trepidation. "Xiao Guang, you were indeed correct. This talisman paper is meant for such a purpose. Here, take the talisman and swiftly affix it to those two zombies while we provide cover for you." "Ah, Why must it be me? Upon hearing I designate him for the task, Xiao Wang felt a surge of fear welling up inside him. Quit being such a coward and get in there. With that, I gave him a forceful shove, propelling him forward. In that moment, Xiao Wang felt a profound regret for having spoken out earlier. Now, he found himself in a predicament of his own making. Though the two zombies had sustained injuries and their movements had become sluggish, the sight of their pallid, menacing faces nearly caused Xiao Wang to lose control of his bladder. Chapter 42. Luring the tiger from its mountain as the hesitant Xiao Wang lingered, the concealed Away grew increasingly anxious. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Away's urging had an unintended effect. Xiao Wang, frightened, lost control of himself. Observing the unsightly stain trickling down Xiao Wang's pant leg, Away's lips twitched in disbelief. You coward, watch me. With that, Away snatched the talisman from Xiao Wang's trembling hands and boldly approached the two menacing zombies. Faced with the grotesque figures of the undead, Away swallowed hard, fearing that a moment and Oppo's inattention could lead to a gruesome fate. What am I so afraid of? Stealing his resolve, he clenched the talisman and charged towards the zombies. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the talisman had become damp with sweat, rendering the incantation nearly illegible. Perhaps sensing the presence of the living, the two zombies turned their vacant eyes towards Away. Roar! They bellowed in unison, sending a jolt of terror through Away and Oppo's heart. What are you roaring for? Take this. Without hesitation, Away flung the talisman at the approaching creatures. To his astonishment, the talisman had no effect whatsoever. Instead, his action seemed to provoke the zombies further. Roar! They howled again, charging towards Away with a relentless ferocity. Don't chase me, he shouted, panic rising within him. I have yet to marry, and I dread the thought of perishing. With that, Away scurried frantically towards the crowd. As he sprinted with fervor, his head suddenly collided with an unseen object, plunging him into darkness. Alas, he feared he was destined to become a zombie. In that moment, despair enveloped Away's heart, for he believed a wretched zombie had obstructed his path. Surrounded and dazed from the blow, he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Wake up, for heaven and Oppo's sake. Huh? Can this zombie actually speak? Just as confusion clouded Away and Oppo's mind, a sharp slap resounded, striking his face. For goodness and Oppo's sake, don't faint. Away looked up to find Jiu Shu standing before him, while behind him, Qin Song regarded the two zombies with vigilant apprehension. My goodness, Brother Qin, you are truly my savior. Please, rescue your little brother. In Away's eyes, Qin Song appeared as a beacon of hope. Stay back, and whatever you do, avoid being bitten by the zombies. With that, Qin Song sprang into action, charging towards the two undead creatures. The sudden emergence of an unfamiliar presence caused the zombies to fixate on him as their new target. As the two zombies lunged forward, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Qin Song's eyes. Just two pathetic pests daring to cause a ruckus here? With a swift motion, he cast two talismans, which soared like arrows towards the foreheads of the zombies. Meanwhile, Qin Song began to chant incantations. Yu Qing begins with Azure. The true talisman proclaims the pact. Mother of lightning and Lord of thunder, hasten the divine power to descend. Heed the call and arrive swiftly. Unleash the yang voice, Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. With his right hand, he brought his fingers together to form a sword-like gesture, gently slicing forward. A beam of white light surged forth like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, striking fiercely at the two zombies. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the two zombies were instantly reduced to piles of charred remains. At that moment, Qin Song received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated one zombie. Rewarded with 20 points of virtue and one corpse-fixing talisman. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated one zombie. Rewarded with 20 points of virtue and one corpse-fixing talisman. Observing the two piles of charred remains not far away, Away burst forth from a distance, his face alight with excitement. Brother Qin, your might is truly awe-inspiring. With a mere gesture, you have vanquished these two monsters. Away felt a profound envy towards Qin Song's prowess in dispatching the zombies. Although he had successfully eliminated the two zombies, Qin Song was filled with confusion. How had two zombies suddenly appeared in Rinjia County? I'm unsure either. I was just patrolling the streets when I happened upon these two zombies. However, they do not appear to be from this locality. The people of Rinjia County were already living in fear, too terrified to venture outside, regardless of the time of day, let alone risk being bitten by the old Master Rin. At this moment, Qin Song realized the urgency of eliminating the old Master Rin. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Just as Qin Song was preparing to return to the Rin residence, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was the hurriedly arriving Jiu Shu. "Junior brother, where are the zombies?" he inquired urgently, drawing a copper coin sword from his sleeve, his gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. "It is all fine now, senior brother. I have already vanquished the zombies," Qin Song replied, gesturing towards two charred remnants on the ground. Upon seeing the scorched remains, Jiu Shu let out a long sigh of relief, though his brow soon furrowed in concern. He had initially feared that the old Master Run had emerged to wreak havoc upon the populace, but to his surprise, it was merely two small zombies. "Senior brother, were you not guarding old Master Rin and Miss Rin at the residence? What prompted your sudden departure?" It was Wei who sent word, claiming he encountered zombies on the street. "I initially thought it was old Master Rin who had resurfaced, which is why I rushed over in haste." However, as soon as Jiu Shu finished speaking, both men and Oppo's expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Old Master Rin and Miss Rin are in danger." At that moment, they simultaneously voiced their shared concern. Currently, only Wen Kai remained at the Rin residence, and should old Master Rin take advantage of this opportunity to invade, Wen Kai would be utterly incapable of defending against him. "Let us go. Junior brother, we must return immediately." With that, the two men sprinted towards the direction of the Rin residence. Although they did not fully comprehend the reason behind Jiu Shu's urgency, Qiuxing and Wei sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. "Quickly, let us head to my cousin's house." With that command, a large group surged forth, heading directly towards the Rin residence. Before Jiu Shu and Qin Song could enter the Rin residence, they were met with a cacophony of piercing screams echoing through the streets. Simultaneously, a sense of dread gripped their hearts. Alas, something had indeed gone awry at the Rin estate. It was evident that, taking advantage of Jiu Shu's absence, a zombie had breached the sanctity of the Rin household. "We must rush to their aid." Without hesitation, Jiu Shu charged ahead into the Rin residence. As the two of them swiftly entered the courtyard, they beheld Wen Kai entangled with the venerable old Master Rin. Fortunately, prior to his departure, Jiu Shu had bestowed upon Wen Kai 2 protective talismans. Otherwise, he would have been torn to shreds at this very moment. Upon seeing Jiu Shu's unexpected return, Wen Kai's heart soared with joy. "Master, please save me." Chapter 43, A Fierce Battle. At this moment, Wen Kai tightly gripped a peach-wood short sword in his hand, while an ancient-style Bagua mirror adorned his chest. Coupled with the wrapped around him, his appearance was rather comical. However, at this moment, Qin Song had no time to mock him, as old Master Rin had cornered him into a dead end. Meanwhile, Rin Fa and his daughter were hiding behind Wen Kai, clutching a small bag of glutinous rice in their hands. Observing that Wen Kai was under the control of the zombie, Jiu Shu dashed forward in a swift motion. Simultaneously, the golden sword in his hand plunged fiercely into old Master Rin's body. As the sword pierced through, a surge of corpse energy erupted violently from within old Master Rin. Perhaps startled by the sword thrust, the once vice-like grip he had on Wen Kai suddenly loosened. "Damn, that hurts." This ghoul possesses immense strength. Jiu Shu furrowed his brow, gazing at the wounds on Wen Kai and Oppo's arm. "Tend to your wounds first. I shall deal with this zombie." Just as Jiu Shu finished speaking, old Master Rin suddenly let out a furious roar. Illo! A massive surge of corpse energy erupted from within him. As the energy expanded relentlessly, a wave of putrid stench swept across the entire courtyard. With a resounding thud, the golden sword was forcefully expelled from his body. Even Qin Song was taken aback. In merely a day's absence, old Master Rin's power had evidently ascended to another level, as the Sword of Wealth was forced out by the corpse's malevolent energy. Its once resplendent blade had lost all luster, and the tip resembled charred coal, stripped of its former glory. Before Uncle Jiu could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed old Master Ren suddenly leap forward, launching himself directly at him with unbridled ferocity. This wretched creature, with no time to ponder further, Uncle Jiu swiftly crouched down and executed a lazy donkey roll to evade old Master Ren's unexpected onslaught. Although Uncle Jiu's reflexes were commendably swift, he still bore 3 deep scratches on his back from the attack. "You vile beast! How dare you!" Even Qin Song was taken aback, never anticipating that the zombie would direct its aggression towards Uncle Jiu. Observing Uncle Jiu in peril, Qin Song clenched his fists and hurled himself towards old Master Ren. With a powerful punch, old Master Ren was instantly propelled back several meters. "Brother, are you all right?" Qin Song inquired with concern, glancing at Uncle Jiu. "It's merely a torn garment. I am unscathed," Uncle Jiu reassured him, swiftly closing the distance to Qin Song's side. "Junior brother, let us join forces and ensure he does not return." With a determined gaze fixed on old Master Ren in the distance, Qin Song subtly flicked his wrist. "Brother, this fiend has grown significantly stronger since our last encounter. We must proceed with caution." Agreed, realizing that the 2 humans before him were formidable adversaries. Old Master Ren understood that they were not to be underestimated. However, his true objective lay not with Qin Song and Uncle Jiu, but elsewhere. As he sprang up from the ground, he suddenly leaped forward, charging directly at Ren Fa and his daughter. "Master Ren, be cautious." With that, Jiu Shu darted towards the zombie. Observing that old Master Ren intended to strike at Ren Fa, Qin Song hastily seized the celestial net nearby. "Senior brother, catch!" he exclaimed, tossing one end towards Jiu Shu. Previously, old Master Ren had suffered a setback against this celestial net, and upon witnessing Qin Song brandishing it once more, the zombie retreated a few steps. This retreat provided Ren Fa and his daughter with a fleeting chance to escape. However, the astonished expressions on Qin Song and Jiu Shu's faces were unmistakable. "Senior brother, be careful, this zombie can see." No sooner had Qin Song uttered these words than old Master Ren abruptly leaped aside, causing their net to miss its target. The revelation that the zombie possessed sight left both men feeling quite overwhelmed. "Junior brother, this zombie may prove more formidable than we anticipated." After speaking, Jiu Shu flipped his hand, sending 2 corpse-binding talismans flying towards old Master Ren. Now that old Master Ren could perceive their every move, he certainly would not remain stationary as the talismans approached. At that moment, Jiu Shu exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. "Now in Oppos, that's our chance." With that, both men advanced, draping the blood-soaked net over old Master Ren. As a zombie, old Master Ren's agility was, of course, far inferior to that of a human. As the net ensnared the venerable Ren, an explosive sound reverberated, and wisps of black smoke began to emanate from his form. With a remarkable synchronization between the 2, it took mere moments for the zombie to become thoroughly entangled in the net. A cry of anguish escaped Run-End Amp, Oppos, lips, echoing his torment. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Song delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie hurtling across the hall like a deflated ball. The impact resounded with a series of crashes, scattering numerous objects, until the zombie finally came to rest in the corner of the courtyard. Simultaneously, Jiu Shu sprang into action. A flurry of talismans shot forth, landing swiftly upon Ren. "Brother, I leave this to you." Qin Song retreated a few paces, observing the unfolding events. Yu Qing Shi Qing, the true talisman, calls the Alliance, Electric Mother, and Thunder Lord. Descend with divine prowess. Heed the call and arrive swiftly. Unleash the Yang sound, Taishang Lao Jun, urgent as the law commands. As the final incantation was uttered, Jiu Shu pointed skyward with fervor. In an instant, dark clouds began to churn ominously above the Ren estate, brewing a formidable thunderbolt. Soon, a fierce bolt of lightning struck decisively upon the venerable Ren. The air was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. However, the power of the lightning did not manifest as Jiu Shu had anticipated. Rather, it appeared that the zombie had grown even stronger. As he beheld the zombie struggling to break free from its restraints, Jiu Shu steeled himself and promptly produced 4 talismans. The tip of his blade glinted with a chilling light, and soon after, a trickle of blood flowed from his fingertip. With a flick of his fingers, crimson plum blossoms fell upon each of the 4 talismans in succession. A thunderous shout erupted from Jiu Shu as the talismans positioned themselves in the 4 cardinal directions: east, west, south, and north. He then retrieved a 2-foot-long talisman from his bosom, inscribed with the words of the Jade Purity, a sacred covenant that reached the heavens above and descended into the netherworld below. To the east lay the Jinmu Qinlong, to the west the Xuanjin Baihu, to the south the Lihua Zhuke, and to the north the Kankui Xuanwu. The 4 spirits shall eradicate evil, in haste as commanded. As Jiu Shu completed his incantation, the seemingly ordinary talismans began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, they were enveloped in radiant hues of green, gold, red, and blue. Chapter 44. The 4 spirits' exorcism formation corresponding to these 4 talismans are the legendary beasts: Qinlong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. However, this revelation is not the most astonishing. When the 2-foot-long talisman descended into the 4 spirits' exorcism formation, Qin Song discerned a faint image of a 5-clawed golden dragon upon the talisman. The dragon, adorned with golden scales and possessing 5 claws, symbolizes supremacy. As the final talisman integrated into the formation, Uncle Jiu appeared utterly drained, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. Fortunately, Qin Song was by his side, preventing Uncle Jiu from collapsing to the ground. It was only when Uncle Jiu witnessed the last talisman merge with the formation that he exhaled in relief. "Junior brother, I am temporarily unable to summon any strength. I require your assistance in maintaining the formation." Upon hearing this, Qin Song promptly helped Uncle Jiu to a chair. "Elder brother, do not worry." At that moment, the zombie, sensing the imminent danger, gazed at the forming 4 spirits' exorcism formation and let out an enraged howl. Simultaneously, a surge of corpse energy erupted from within the zombie's body once more. Observing that old Master Ren intended to escape using the same tactic, Qin Song could not help but scoff. "Do you really think the same tactic will still work? Last time, old Master Ren had managed to forcefully flee from their grasp using this very method." Subsequently, Uncle Jiu had specifically instructed Wen Kai to procure a significant amount of resilient cow tendons, which were then soaked in chicken blood incense ash to create a sturdier net. This time, even if he were to exhaust all his corpse energy, there was no way he could break free from this net. As the 4 talismans gradually converged, a resplendent golden character and amp, Appos, Chi and amp, Appos, slowly emerged on the talisman, which measured over 2 feet in length. The formation solidified, and the talisman plummeted downwards with the weight of a mountain. Immediately, a creaking sound reverberated within the body of the old gentleman Ren. Yet, even as the golden character began to fade, the zombie remained not entirely vanquished. Although the 4 spirits' exorcism array had not completely obliterated the undead, he was now undeniably at his last gasp. Observing this, Uncle Jiu turned his gaze towards his companion. "Qin Song, junior brother, it is up to you from here on. Elder brother, you need not worry." As Qin Song beheld the struggling zombie attempting to rise, he took a deep breath and retrieved a needle case from his sleeve. The zombie, seeing Qin Song approach slowly, let out a series of desperate howls. However, at this moment, he was devoid of any power to resist. Upon reaching the old gentleman Ren, Qin Song flicked his hands, and 7 silver needles struck precisely at the creature and amp, Appos, S limbs, chest, and the center of its brow. As the needles pierced the flesh, a bead of sweat silently trickled down Qin Song's forehead. The current strength of the old gentleman Ren was no longer as feeble as when he had first become a zombie. Were it not for Uncle Jiu employing the 4 spirits exorcism array to confine him, Qin Song would never have dared to unleash all 7 of the Maoshan ghost-repelling needles at once. Now, under the suppression of the 4 spirits exorcism array, the old gentleman Ren's power had significantly waned, allowing the 7 silver needles to easily penetrate his body. As the silver needles penetrated the body, An ominous wave of corpse energy suddenly surged forth from the 7 orifices of old Master Ren. Witnessing this, Qin Song Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but wipe the sweat from his brow. Finally, he had managed to subdue him. Observing the motionless corpse, the tension in Jiu Shu and Oppos' heart gradually eased. Disciple, come here. This creature is far too fierce. Use the talismans to restrain it. With that, Jiu Shu trembled as he retrieved 2 corpse-confining talismans from his bosom. These talismans, crafted with the blood of a living rooster he had nurtured for 10 years, were painted with his own blood as ink. Their efficacy far surpassed that of ordinary vermilion talismans. In a bid to prevent old Master Ren from escaping once more, Jiu Shu decided to employ both talismans. Once affixed, the previously quaking old Master Ren fell completely still. After a brief moment of rest, Jiu Shu instructed the steward to fetch several red-crowned roosters from a kitchen. After extracting their comb blood to create ink, he spread several large talismans across the courtyard. Xiaoxing, go find some fresh bamboo. Remember, it must be fresh. After relaying his instructions to Xiaoxing, Jiu Shu then procured 2 corpse-binding ropes. Once old Master Ren was bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, Jiu Shu finally felt a sense of relief. Observing Jiu Shu and Amp, Oppos' actions, Ren Fa was filled with confusion. Jiu Shu, when shall we proceed to incinerate this creature? At this moment, in Ren Fa's heart, the venerable old Master Ren had long since vanished. The figure bound in the courtyard was merely a bloodthirsty monster. Only by reducing him to ashes could Ren Fa live peacefully and allow the people of Ren County to lead secure lives. Observing the anxious expression of old Master Ren, Qin Song swiftly pulled him aside. My senior brother is currently arranging the formation and cannot be distracted. Allow me to elucidate this matter for you. The reason we are undertaking this action is to leverage old Master Ren as bait. Bait? Upon hearing this term, Ren Fa was utterly perplexed. Dr. Qin, in such dire times, are you still trying to play tricks on me? What sort of fish are you two trying to catch? Certainly, it is the formidable fish that seeks to harm your Ren family. At this revelation, Ren Fa and Oppos' heart jolted with alarm. Someone intends to harm our Ren family? No sooner had he uttered these words than a thought surged within him. Could the hidden hand behind this be the Feng Shui master from years past? Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded. We cannot ascertain this matter definitively at present, but it is certain that there are indeed individuals who wish to bring misfortune upon your Ren family. As long as this zombie remained unburned to ashes, Ren Fa could not find solace. The realization that there were others scheming against them filled him with trepidation. Dr. Qin, you too must assist me in this matter. Rest assured, Master Ren, for having taken on this task. We shall see it through to the end. Now that your esteemed father has transformed into a formidable zombie, it is clear that the individual lurking in the shadows has invested considerable effort. He will not relinquish this zombie without a dire necessity. If that enigmatic figure truly is the geomancer from years past, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. At this moment, Qin Song's words fell upon Ren Fa like a bucket of cold water, drenching him in dread. The mere thought of the terrifying power of this zombie prompted Ren Fa to urgently implore, I beseech you both to resolve this matter, for if not, our Ren family shall undoubtedly know no peace. In that instant, Ren Fa was thoroughly terrified by the zombie. He understood all too well that the only hope for saving the Ren family lay with Uncle Jiu and Qin Song. Clinging to these 2 pillars of strength, the Ren family might still have a chance for redemption. Chapter 45. The plans behind in the present day. Ren Fa no longer dared to inquire about the actions of the 2, which allowed Qin Song and his companion to proceed with their tasks with remarkable ease. Soon, Xiaoxing returned from the back mountain, carrying a bundle of bamboo, and after a brief period of adjustment, a rudimentary spiritual shelter was erected. However, this shelter was not constructed within the guest hall of the Ren residence. Rather, it stood beneath a grand willow tree by the wall. With talisman paper as the cover and bamboo as the beams, this combination served to obscure the flow of spiritual energy to a certain extent. Brother Qin, I'm back. Upon seeing Ah Wei return with his men, Qin Song promptly inquired, How much glutinous rice did you manage to prepare? Not a grain more, not a grain less. Exactly 200 caddies, replied Wei, as he signaled his subordinates to carry the rice bags into the courtyard. Gazing at the 4 bags of pristine glutinous rice, Qin Song nodded in satisfaction. This is more than sufficient. He then beckoned to Jiu Shu. Go and cut some willow branches from the tree. Use them to encircle the shelter, and afterward, scatter a ring of glutinous rice around the branches. Do you understand? Upon hearing that they would be dealing with zombies again, Wei couldn't help but shudder. They had just dealt with 2 zombies. How could there be more? Staring at the grotesquely bound zombie, Wei instinctively took a few steps back, preparing to make a hasty retreat. Wei, don't blame me for not warning you. If you run away now and encounter another zombie, there will be no one to save you. To his surprise, Qin Song had noticed his little antics. Wei couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, saying, Brother Qin, you misunderstand. How could I possibly sneak away? I merely wish to check on my cousin. Seeing Wei's sheepish grin, Qin Song felt a sense of helplessness. Miss Ren is fine. You need not worry about her. Moreover, since you are here, do not linger idly. Assist Jiu Shu. At that moment, Wei, for the sake of his own well-being, dared not defy Qin Song and Appo's instructions. Thus, the 2 of them took willow branches and glutinous rice and made their way toward old Master Ren. Remember, form a complete circle, leave no gaps. With that, Qin Song swiftly moved to the side of Jiu Shu. Senior brother, we have arranged most of it here. Should we not go check on Wenkai? Upon hearing Qin Song mention Wenkai, Jiu Shu couldn't help but slap his forehead in regret. In the recent battle, Wenkai had been injured by old Master Ren. If the corpse poison was not eradicated promptly, Wenkai could very well transform into a new zombie. Although Wenkai and Jiu Shu often vexed him, in Jiu Shu and Appo's heart, he had long regarded these 2 disciples as his own sons. Let us go, we must see. With that, the 2 hurriedly dashed into the hall. Fortunately, Wenkai, aware of the dangers of corpse poison, had already applied glutinous rice to his wound. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he had not lost consciousness. Observing Wentsai's ashen face, a flicker of guilt crossed Jiu Shu's expression. At this moment, Ren Tingting was assisting Wenkai in removing the gauze to replace the charred glutinous rice. Upon seeing Qin Song and his companion approaching from outside, she swiftly rose to her feet. Miss Ren, you are truly diligent. Qin Song's unexpected politeness prompted Ren Tingting to hastily wave her hand, saying, This is merely my duty. By the way, my grandfather, he will no longer harm anyone, will he? Miss Ren, rest assured, we have managed to contain old Master Ren, and there will be no oversights, Qin Song reassured her. Hearing her uncle and Appo's explanation, Ren Tingting finally felt at ease. Miss Ren, you have been busy all day. You should return and rest early. The remainder of the task can be entrusted to us. As soon as Qin Song uttered these words, Ren Tingting felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, stifling several yawns in succession. Then I must trouble Uncle Jiu and Dr. Qin to take care of it. With that, Ren Tingting handed the prepared glutinous rice and gauze to the 2 men. Observing Wenkai leaning against the head of the bed, Uncle Jiu began to lecture him. I often urge you to read more and acquire skills, but you do not listen. Now look where it has led you, injured by a zombie. Master, though Uncle Jiu was incessantly scolding Wenkai for his lack of diligence and suggesting that his injuries were well-deserved, his hands worked with utmost care. All right, the wound is treated. Tonight, you must sleep soundly, and once we return to the mortuary, let in Appo's, see if you dare to indulge and play again. After attending to Wenkai and Appo's wound, the 2 men escorted him to a guest room to rest. As the 2 emerged from the guest room and stepped outside, they were struck by the sight of over a dozen injured servants within the Ren residence. Observing the pallid and listless expressions of these attendants, Qin Song felt a twinge of compassion in his heart. Suddenly, as if a thought had crossed his mind, he reached into his bosom and swiftly retrieved an object. Stopping one of the servants, he placed the item into his hands. Take this and procure 2 hens. Prepare a broth with this item and the hens, and distribute the resulting chicken soup among the injured. Remember, each person must not overindulge. Do you understand? During the past few days, Both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song had become quite familiar figures to the servants of the Ren residence. Although the servant was unaware of the exact nature of the object resembling a yam, he was certain that this individual would never wish them harm. Receiving the item, the servant cautiously replied, "Rest assured, Dr. Qin, I will see to it that this matter is handled splendidly." With that, the servant hurried off to the kitchen, clutching the object tightly. Watching the servant's retreating figure, Uncle Jiu inquired with curiosity, "Junior brother, what did you just give him?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely a piece of Hisho Wu," Qin Song replied. "I noticed that the servants here seem to be somewhat depleted in vitality, so I thought to use this method to help restore their energy." Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's explanation, Uncle Jiu nodded, seemingly understanding yet still somewhat perplexed. At this moment, beside the tomb of the Venerable Run, a man clad in blue stood fixated on a scarecrow positioned on the altar. Clearly inscribed upon the scarecrow were the birth and death details of the Venerable Run, while a drop of his blood stained its head. The blue-robed man furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. After several attempts to perform hand seals, the scarecrow on the altar remained utterly unresponsive. This lack of reaction plunged the man into deeper thought. He could hardly believe that these two foul Taoist priests from Maoshan possessed such a wealth of knowledge, managing to unravel his bloodthirsty seal. With a tinge of skepticism in his heart, he bit into his middle finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the altar. Once more he assumed the hand seals. Yet no matter how fervently he urged the seals, the scarecrow on the altar continued to show no sign of life. Chapter 46. Ascension of Cultivation. At this moment, the moon shone brightly against the backdrop of a clear sky, with stars sparse and distant. In the desolate clearing, a figure stood ominously beside a grave, exuding an unsettling presence. Glancing upward at the silvery moonlight, a peculiar smile crept onto the face of the man clad in azure robes. "Enough," he mused. "Renfa, consider yourself fortunate. You may survive this night, but come tomorrow, as the full moon rises on this ominous day, I shall see who possesses the power to save you." Meanwhile, Qin Song and his master, Jiu Shu, remained vigilant within the courtyard of the Ren family estate. The two were on high alert, ready to spring into action at the slightest rustle. Yet, despite their watch throughout the night, the elusive expert they anticipated failed to appear. As dawn broke, painting the horizon with a pale light, Jiu Shu could not stifle a yawn. "Junior brother, with the day upon us, do you think that person intends to withdraw?" Qin Song shook his head in response. "That is unlikely. The effort taken to bring misfortune to the Ren family indicates a deep-seated grudge. Such individuals do not relent until their objectives are achieved." Observing the weariness etched on Jiu Shu and Appo's face, Qin Song rubbed his eyes and suggested, "Brother, with daylight here, it is improbable that he would act recklessly. Perhaps we should return for a brief rest, after a long day and an entire night spent guarding the seal zombie." Both men were thoroughly exhausted. As Jiu Shu's eyelids grew heavy, and after ensuring that the sealed creature remained secure under the watchful eye of Ming Qiusheng, they retreated to their respective guest rooms for much-needed respite. After a long night, just as Qin Song's head touched the pillow, waves of fatigue washed over him. Just as he prepared to indulge in a much-needed slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake by the system's notification sound. Ding! The system has detected that the host and Appo's virtuous merit is sufficient for promotion. Would you like to advance immediately? Upon hearing the system and Appo's prompt, Qin Song quickly opened his eyes. He then summoned the system. Host, Qin Song, cultivation level, Xian level celestial master, 2nd rank, techniques, Maoshan Taoism, Maoshan 49 needles. Copper skin iron bones, Maoshan medical arts. Virtuous merit, 815,800, account balance, 20 silver yuan. To his astonishment, he had accumulated enough virtuous merit for promotion so quickly, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. System, elevate my cultivation. Ding. Preparing for cultivation advancement. Ding. Cultivation advancement successful. The host can view their cultivation level on the system panel. Ding. Congratulations. Copperskin Iron Bones has been upgraded to Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt. Maoshan Taoism Proficiency, 15. Maoshan Medical Arts Proficiency, 15. Maoshan 49 needles proficiency 15. The silver needles have successfully upgraded to golden needles. Acquired a new skill, strength to move mountains. Listening to the series of notification sounds, Qin Song felt a bit dizzy. Once all the notifications ceased, he groggily opened his personal panel. Host, Qin Song. Cultivation level, Xian grade celestial master, first rank. Techniques, Maoshan Taoism, Maoshan 49 needles, golden bell shield, ironcloth shirt. Maoshan medical arts, power to move mountains. In virtue, 15,500, account balance, 20 silver yuan, as the system in amp. Oppos, as prompt faded. A sudden cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from within Qin Song's body. With the conclusion of his cultivation enhancement, Qin Song abruptly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated completely. Not only that, but at this moment, Qin Song felt as though he were brimming with boundless energy, his spirit considerably uplifted. Without the luxury of indulging in his newfound abilities, Qin Song hastily settled into a cross-legged position on his bed. Having just completed his ascension, he found himself in a state of both instability and optimal readiness for cultivation. As his internal circulation commenced, the specialized techniques of Maoshan began to operate autonomously. Several hours later, Qin Song slowly opened his eyes. "Needle come," he commanded, and immediately, a flash of golden light darted through the room, culminating in a 2-inch-long golden needle that gracefully settled into his palm. Gazing at the needle nestled in his hand, Qin Song Kuden and Oppos, to suppress his elation. The Maoshan 49 needles had long been regarded as one of the most enigmatic arts of the Maoshan sect. Though seemingly straightforward, those of limited aptitude could only attain the most rudimentary level of mastery. To wield these 49 silver needles, however, required a far greater innate talent. If one wishes to master this particular technique to a profound level, its most conspicuous characteristic is the alignment of the needle with the mind's intent, accompanied by an outward radiance of spirit. This external illumination merely indicates a mastery of the practice, capable of simultaneously manipulating more than 14 needles. However, to Qin Song and Oppos' astonishment, this recent enhancement in his cultivation has led the system to elevate not only his skills, but also the quality of the silver needles. As he feels the subtle energy contained within the golden needle, Qin Song finds himself utterly captivated. Just yesterday, he had subdued a zombie by skillfully controlling 7 silver needles at once. Should he face old Master Ren today, the mere presence of 14 talismans for exorcism and evil dispelling would suffice to subdue him, ensuring that he would not encounter the same perilous situations as he did the day before. While Qin Song was engrossed in playing with the golden needle, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Junior brother, are you still not awake?" Upon realizing it was his senior brother, Jiu Shu, Qin Song hastily rose to open the door. "What brings you here, senior brother?" "It and Oppos. It's already noon. Are you not hungry?" After speaking, Jiu Shu gestured towards Qin Song and Oppos' stomach. "Come, let us first appease our appetites, and then we can return to our slumber." With that, Jiu Shu prepared to pull Qin Song along to dine. However, as they had taken only a few steps, they encountered Run Ting approaching them. "Oh dear, Dr. Qin, you are awake." Observing the tray that Run Ting was carrying, both men felt a twinge of confusion. "Miss Ren, what is it that you intend to do?" Noticing their gaze fixed on the tray, Ren Ting promptly lifted the lid to reveal its contents. "I just called out to you several times, but Dr. Qin, you remained asleep. Therefore, I instructed the kitchen to prepare a few small dishes to bring to you." As she spoke, Ren Ting's face inadvertently flushed. In that moment, Jiu Shu felt as if he had bitten into a lemon. "Well then, Miss Run, I shall not keep you from your conversation any longer. I must hasten to dine, lest the delicious food be devoured by Wontai and Xiuxing." With that, Jiu Shu tactfully departed from the scene. "Thank you, Miss Ren. Please do come in." With that, Qin Song graciously invited Run Ting into the guest room. Having not eaten for quite some time, Qin Song and Oppos' stomach audibly protested. Upon hearing the grumbling of Qin Song and Oppos' belly, Ren Ting could not help but stifle a laugh. "Miss Ren, may I inquire if you have dined yet?" If you do not mind, shall we share a meal together? This might not be appropriate, would it? Chapter 47. A cautious voyage lasts 1,000 years, seeing Ren Tingting's bashful demeanor. Qin Song promptly invited her into the room. What would be wrong with that? Moreover, you have brought so much food that I cannot possibly consume it all by myself. Well, very well. Listening to the sounds of Qin Song devouring his meal, Ren Tingting could not help but steal another glance at him. However, just that fleeting look made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Yet, Qin Song remained blissfully unaware of her unusual behavior. At that moment, he was simply too famished. In the blink of an eye, 2 bowls of white rice and several dishes had vanished into Qin Song's stomach. Noticing that Ren Tingting had yet to pick up her chopsticks, he finally turned his gaze toward her. Miss Ren, the food is so delectable. Why aren't Oppos? To you eating? Huh. Dr. Qin, I'm not very hungry. Please eat more. After saying this, Ren Tingting absent-mindedly picked up a piece of green vegetable. Dr. Qin, does the food suit your palate? If you enjoy it, I can prepare it for you every day. To Qin Song and Oppos. As surprise, the dishes on the table had been personally cooked by Ren Tingting. Delicious. Truly delicious. The realization that her cooking was so well received by Qin Song brought a smile to Ren Tingting and Oppos' face. Yet, in the next moment, she became acutely aware that she had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. Instantly, embarrassment washed over her, leaving her at a loss for words. Despite her long wait for a response, Qin Song offered none, leaving Ren Tingting in silent anticipation. Could it be that he did not clearly hear my words? Or is it possible that Dr. Qin harbors some affections for me as well? In a moment, Ren Tingting's mind began to wander uncontrollably. Until Qin Song had finished his meal, he did not bring up the topic they had just discussed. Ah, I am thoroughly sated, he exclaimed, patting his round belly. Dr. Qin, since you are already full, I shall take my leave now. After tidying up the dishes, Ren Tingting gracefully departed from the guest room. As Qin Song watched her receding figure, a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Never mind, it is best not to dwell on such matters. Resolving the issues at hand is of utmost importance. Clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, Qin Song promptly made his way to Uncle Jiu's guest room. At that moment, Wenkai was squatting in a wooden tub, the water within mingled with a substantial amount of glutinous rice. Oh, Wenkai, your master truly cares for you. Knowing you have been fatigued for several days, he specially prepared a bath for you. Seeing the teasing expression on Qin Song's face, Wenkai felt an unspoken sorrow. As Qin Song entered the room, Uncle Jiu hurried out from the bedroom. Youth certainly has its advantages. A mere nap rejuvenates one so completely. After expressing this, Uncle Jiu could not help but stifle a yawn. Brother, if you did not rest well, you should sleep a bit longer. I will keep watch during the day, and nothing will go awry. Upon hearing this, however, Uncle Jiu shook his head. Last night, this fellow Wenkai was scratched by Master Run, and I still need to help him eliminate the corpse chi. It is certainly not the time for slumber. With this, the two of them simultaneously glanced toward Wenkai, who was immersed in the bathtub. How are you feeling, Wenkai? Although Wencai's complexion had somewhat improved, the lingering effects of the corpse chi remained, rendering him still somewhat weak. Master Uncle, I feel much better. This glutinous rice water is truly unbearable. Perhaps you could speak to the master and let me out? Observing Wenkai still crouching in the tub, Master Jiu could not help but shoot him a glare. If you wish to come out, then do so on your own. What need have you for your master uncle? Ah, I can come out? With that, Wenkai joyfully stood up from the tub. Should you transform into a zombie, I shall be the first to throw you into the pyre for refining. Hearing Master Jiu's somewhat threatening tone, Wenkai instinctively recoiled, then promptly crouched back into the tub. Gazing at the innocent expression of Wenkai, Qin Song nearly burst into laughter. Casting a glance at the spirit altar beneath the willow tree, Master Jiu, with a hint of concern, inquired, Junior brother, do you believe that the feng shui master will truly arrive today? Tonight is indeed the most opportune moment for him to act. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will undoubtedly make an appearance. At present, the zombie had already been subdued by their methods, and with layers of talismans sealing it, it posed no threat to anyone. If that feng shui master truly intends to exact revenge through this zombie, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by tonight's full moon. Just as the two brothers were deliberating on how to confront the feng shui master, Ren Fa and Ren Tingting surprisingly arrived outside the guest room. Upon seeing the father and daughter, Jiu Shu could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. "Lord Ren, what brings you here?" "Jiu Shu, to speak candidly, I have been quite unsettled by the presence of that creature in the courtyard," Ren Fa replied. It was less a matter of concern than of profound unease. With a bloodthirsty zombie lurking in the yard, how could Ren Fa possibly find solace in sleep? Observing the worry etched across Ren Fa's face, Jiu Shu quickly reassured him. "Rest easy, Lord Ren. My disciple and I are here. Nothing untoward shall occur. You and Miss Ren should return and get some well-deserved rest." However, upon hearing Jiu Shu's counsel, Ren Fa could not help but shake his head. After all, it had not been long since a zombie had intruded upon his chamber. And now, even in slumber, Ren Fa required someone to stand guard at his bedside. It was all a matter of preserving his own life. "Jiu Shu, even if I were to return to my room, I cannot find peace. If that feng shui master were to seize the opportunity and slip into my chamber, I fear I would not even know how I met my demise." Seeing Ren Fa so deeply apprehensive, Jiu Shu sighed with resignation and nodded. "Very well, Lord Ren. In that case, let's proceed to the hall. This way, you and Miss Ling can also take a moment to rest." Seeing the wisdom in Jiu Shu and Appo's words, Ren Fa readily concurred with his proposal, primarily because he was indeed fatigued. He and Ren Tingting remained in the living room to rest, while the two soon approached the spirit altar. "Brother Qin, you have finally arrived. We have been guarding this place all morning and are nearly exhausted. Indeed, Master Uncle, I feel as though my eyelids are about to adhere to one another." Observing the lethargy of the two, Jiu Shu waved his hand towards them. "All right, you both should take a break for a while. I will call for you if necessary." Upon hearing that they could indeed rest, smiles instantly illuminated their faces. Master, I shall retire to sleep now." After meticulously inspecting the willow branches and glutinous rice, Qin Song then noticed that 5 copper coins were neatly arranged upon the chest of old Master Ren. "Senior brother, you even retrieved the 5 emperor coins? Isn't that a tad overly cautious?" Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter with Jiala. At this moment, the zombie was ensnared, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, rendering it immobile. When Qin Song caught sight of the 5 copper coins placed upon its chest, a sense of astonishment washed over him. These 5 copper coins were the very essence of the copper coin sword. Previously, due to the corrosion from the corpse's aura, the sword had been rendered nearly unrecognizable. Fortunately, the 5 coins had been intricately woven into the hilt by Uncle Jiu, thus escaping a tragic fate. The more preparations I make, the more at ease I shall feel. Casting a glance at the zombie within the spiritual shelter and then up at the blazing sun overhead, Uncle Jiu could not suppress a sigh. As long as this zombie remains, my heart shall find no peace. Just as the two were fixated on the figure of old Master Ren inside the shelter, an unexpected knocking echoed from outside the Ren residence. "Is anyone there?" "Hello." Upon hearing the calls from beyond the door, both men instantly tensed, their senses heightened. After several unanswered calls, the visitor began to pound on the wooden door with greater force. "Hey, is anyone home?" Observing the wary expressions on the faces of the two, several passing servants dared not even breathe. "Steward, go and see who is at the door." At this command, the steward trembled as he cautiously unlatched the door. When the two beheld the visage of the person outside, their faces were overtaken by expressions of utter astonishment and shock. "Jiala?" In that instant, both Uncle Jiu and Qin Song stood frozen in place, unable to fathom that the one knocking at the door was none other than Jiala, the disciple of the four-eyed Taoist. When the butler unlatched the door, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jiala's face. "Why did it take so long to open the door? I thought no one was home." Gazing at the young man standing outside, the butler found himself at a loss for words. "Jiala, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Uncle Jiu and Qin Song in the courtyard, Jiala and Appo's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" The butler, hearing the young man refer to Uncle Jiu as uncle, was momentarily puzzled. "Uncle Jiu, do you know this young man? He is my disciple's apprentice." Upon hearing this, the butler promptly invited Jala into the living room. Perhaps due to the loudness of Jala's knock, Ren Fa and Ren Ting also descended from the upper floor. Ren Master, allow me to introduce this young man, my disciple's nephew, Jala. Jala, this is Ren Master and Miss Ren. Hearing that this young man was indeed Uncle Jiu's nephew, Ren Fa naturally did not dare to be disrespectful. What an honor, what an honor. In response to Ren Fa's compliments and formalities, Jala smiled and greeted him. Jala, what brings you here? Where is your master? My master is currently at the funeral home. This time, he specifically brought me along to broaden my horizons. Originally, we intended to visit the funeral home and catch up with the two uncles, but to my surprise, there was no one at the funeral home. I initially presumed that both of my esteemed masters were present at the medical hall. However, the entrance was firmly shut, prompting me to venture into the streets in search of provisions to sustain me on my journey. After expressing this, Jala scratched the back of his head. Yet, after wandering about the streets for several rounds, I found myself in a desolate scene, devoid of any human presence. Even the taverns and eateries remained closed, which was quite peculiar. The recent disturbances in Renjia County due to the emergence of zombies had already instilled a sense of trepidation among the local populace, rendering them reluctant to roam freely. Moreover, the revelation that zombies had been sighted in the streets yesterday rendered the absence of life on the thoroughfare entirely understandable. How did you end up at the Ren residence? In response, Qin Song gazed at Jala with a look of perplexity. Well, while I was meandering about the streets, I suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from this abode. It felt as though something was amiss, which compelled me to investigate. I truly did not expect to encounter both of you here. As Jala endeavored to elucidate the circumstances to his two masters, his stomach emitted a conspicuous growl. Noticing their bewildered expressions, a flush of embarrassment crept across Jala's face. Esteemed masters, the eateries on the street are closed, and I have not had a morsel to eat for over a day now. Upon hearing that Jala had gone without sustenance for such a duration, Renfa promptly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles. Though it was merely a modest serving, Jala relished every bite. At last, having devoured the entire bowl, a look of profound satisfaction illuminated his face. After a brief moment, Jala suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to bring a bowl back for my master. To his surprise, Jala displayed such filial piety, prompting Uncle Jiu to cast a glance at Wenkai, who was squatting in the wooden tub. All right, you need not bring any plain noodles for your master. Have him secure the guest and bring him to the Ren residence. I have matters that require his assistance. Upon hearing that Uncle Jiu intended to seek help from his master, Jala's expression turned to one of bewilderment. He then suddenly recalled the peculiar spirit hall in the courtyard. All right, Master Uncle, I shall return shortly. With that, Jala departed from the Ren residence. Within the span of an hour, the four-eyed Taoist and Jala rushed to the entrance of the Ren residence in a flurry. Senior brother, junior brother, open the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song hastily unlatched the door. Junior brother, I heard Jala mention there is free food and drink here. Is it true? Is it really true? To his astonishment, the four-eyed Taoist was preoccupied with thoughts of food, leaving Qin Song momentarily speechless. It was evident that the four-eyed Taoist was ravenous at that moment. Fortunately, Ren Fa had been considerate, and before long, the kitchen delivered the prepared plain noodles to the table. Senior brother, whoa, I heard Jala say you were looking for me regarding something. At this moment, the four-eyed Taoist devoured the noodles as if he were a famished ghost reborn. Listening to his mumbled words, Uncle Jiu could only helplessly slap his forehead. Please, indulge yourself first. We shall discuss serious matters once you have finished. After the four-eyed Taoist contentedly set aside his bowl and chopsticks, Uncle Jiu proceeded to speak of old Master Ren. Subsequently, Uncle Jiu led him to the spirit altar. Upon scrutinizing the zombie with meticulous attention, a hint of intrigue flickered across the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's face. With the corpse-binding rope, the heavenly net, complemented by talismanic formations, and my junior disciple and Appo's silver needle seal. You have even employed willow branches and the 5 emperor coins. Is this truly a single zombie you have contained? Are you certain it is not a nest of them? In response to the four-eyed Taoist's jest, Uncle Jiu found himself somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, it was Qin Song who divulged the hidden truth. Senior Brother Four Eyes, the reason we employed such an array of methods to seal this zombie is that there are others behind it. Our caution is to draw that individual out of hiding. Chapter 49. The Siege of Corpses. When the four-eyed Taoist learned that there was someone controlling the zombies behind the scenes, a flicker of curiosity glimmered in his eyes. You have certainly orchestrated quite the spectacle. Not a hint of energy leaks out, yet you're so sure that the individual will come to us? Noticing the skepticism in the four-eyed Taoist gaze, Qin Song leaned closer and whispered, Master Four-eyed, have you forgotten what day it is today? What day is it? As the words left the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's lips, disbelief washed over his features. Are you saying that individual will make use of this evening and Appo's? Before the four-eyed Taoist could finish his thought, Qin Song eagerly nodded. Precisely. He refrained from allowing the four-eyed Taoist to complete his sentence. Firstly, to prevent the matter from being leaked and causing unrest among the Ren family. And secondly, to avert any potential sabotage that could compromise the formation and seals. To his surprise, Uncle Jiu and the others had considered this with remarkable foresight. The four-eyed Taoist then nodded in agreement. I shall certainly lend my assistance. I am eager to witness what extraordinary skills this geomancer possesses. Ren Fa had never anticipated that in just a few exchanged words, Qin Song would procure such a capable ally for him. Uncle Jiu, Dr. Qin, Dao is four-eyed. I entrust this matter to you. The lives of my entire family, numbering dozens, rest upon your capable hands. Gazing at the earnest expression of Ren Fa, Jiu Shu quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Master Run, with us here, there will be no unforeseen incidents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a hazy full moon began to ascend, gradually taking the sun and Appo's place in the sky. Observing the encroaching twilight, Jiu Shu promptly ushered Ren Fa and his daughter into the living room. Jialu, Qiu Sheng, you must guard the hall diligently. Ensure the safety of Master Ren and Miss Run. Understood? Rest assured, Master, they replied, though the two disciples were not fully aware of the intricacies of the plan at hand. Nonetheless, with Jiu Shu having assigned them a task, they dared not entertain any thoughts of negligence. As the three brothers-in-arms sat in the courtyard, vigilantly watching over the remains of old Master Ren, Simu Dao Ren suddenly straightened up. There is a presence of corpse energy nearby. Be alert. In contrast to Jiu Shu and Qin Song, Simu Dao Run and Appo's primary vocation was to escort the deceased back to their homeland, rendering him exceptionally sensitive to the emergence of corpse energy. The fact that he could sense its presence indicated the likely emergence of a new zombie in their vicinity. Just as the trio remained on high alert, the resounding thuds of the Ren Mansion and Appo's door reverberated through the air. With the door and Appo's echo, a thick wave of corpse energy surged inward from outside. We have a situation. Everyone, stay cautious. Jiu Shu called out with concern towards the living room. Qiu Sheng, Jialu, ensure the safety of those inside. Though an ample supply of glutinous rice and numerous talismans lay ready at hand, an inexplicable aura of trepidation lingered in the hearts of all present. As the knocking at the door grew increasingly fervent, the wooden entrance began to tremble. Observing the dust that fell softly at the threshold, Uncle Jiu exchanged a glance with the two companions, who promptly retrieved their talismans with silent understanding. Just as the three prepared to investigate further, the already frail door exploded into a myriad of splinters. It was then that they discerned a multitude of shadowy figures amassed outside the gates of the Ren residence. At the forefront of this ominous assembly stood a grotesque zombie clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty. As they beheld the dense throng, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of Qin Song and Uncle Jiu, while the gaze of the four-eyed Taoist was filled with utter astonishment. What in the world is happening? He exclaimed, his shock deepening upon noticing the yellow cloth tied around the zombie's wrist. For that leading zombie was none other than one of his own clients. On this particular journey, the four-eyed Taoist had been tasked with escorting over 10 guests. In this tumultuous era, rife with warlords and strewn with corpses, his business thrived remarkably. Thanks to his swift travel and a flawless record, he had garnered considerable renown across several provinces. Consequently, the fees for escorting his clients had risen steeply. As a corpse courier, having accepted the payment from the employer, it is only natural to ensure that the guests return to their homeland unscathed. Yet now, before him, one of the guests has transformed into a zombie. Without further contemplation, it is evident that the remaining ones have likewise succumbed to this ghastly fate. Unlike the motionless undead, which can be interred peacefully, zombies must be completely eradicated, their bodies reduced to ashes. Only through such measures can one prevent them from wreaking havoc upon the living. However, with all of his guests now transformed into zombies, the four-eyed Taoist is left to ponder the substantial compensation he must provide to the employer, as well as the irreparable damage to his reputation. At that moment, he felt a surge of regret so profound that it nearly consumed him. How could misfortune have befallen me in such a manner? By the heavens, should I encounter the culprit, I shall make them pay dearly. Gazing at the ominous swarm of zombies, Qin Song was equally astonished. How could such a multitude of zombies have suddenly emerged? Initially, the two had merely intended to leverage old Master Ren to draw out the elusive Feng Shui Master lurking behind the scenes. To their dismay, instead of the Feng Shui Master, they had summoned forth a horde of zombies. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, the four-eyed Taoist's nostrils flared with indignation. At least half of these creatures were my guests. By the heavens, they have all been turned into zombies. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Before the trio could devise a strategy, a unified roar erupted, and the zombies lunged toward them. Damn it, we must first deal with these zombies. Gazing at the dense throng of zombies, Qin Song felt a shiver run down his spine. His fingers clenched, and with a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered half of a zombie's skull. The creature swayed unsteadily for a moment before collapsing to the ground, lifeless and still. As they beheld the decimated zombie, the four-eyed Taoist and Jiu Shu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How had their junior disciple become so formidable? Although the zombies before them were merely newly transformed and possessed little strength, delivering a single blow that could obliterate their skulls was no trivial feat. What had this junior disciple consumed to develop such immense power? Meanwhile, Jiu Shu and the four-eyed Taoist had also dispatched several zombies. Just as the trio worked together to combat the invading horde, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the Ren family's living room. Chapter 50. Mastery of Martial Arts. As a piercing scream echoed from the living room, the trio was instantly struck with alarm. Oh no, a zombie has invaded. Accompanied by the chilling cry, a gunshot rang out in the hall. The only one armed was Ah Wei. A resounding bang shattered one of the living room windows. Gazing upon the zombie clad in a Qing dynasty official robe, the four-eyed Taoist's heart bled with fury. That dastardly fiend! I shall not let you escape my grasp. With that thought, he thrust his peachwood sword into the chest of one of the zombies. Realizing the peril that loomed over the people in the living room, Jiu Shu brandished his peachwood sword and charged into the fray. In the blink of an eye, the heads of 3 zombies were severed from their bodies. Turning to the terrified Qiu Sheng and Jia Lu, Jiu Shu cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful. Do not let these zombies harm any innocent lives." With that, he swiftly retreated to the courtyard. Upon witnessing the 3 round heads, the four-eyed Taoist's face morphed into a visage of despair. "Ah, my money, my guests. You insufferable Feng Shui master, come forth. I shall flay your skin today." Yet, his cries did not summon the Feng Shui master, but instead attracted 7 or 8 more zombies. At that moment, these zombies, having just undergone their transformation, found the scent of fresh life and blood irresistibly alluring. Fixated on the trio in the courtyard, several zombies lunged towards them once more. However, as the zombies charged forward, a glimmer of amusement crept onto Qin Song's face. To think there were still opportunities to gain experience. I shall graciously accept them all. With that, Qin Song unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, and in no time, the few zombies were completely vanquished. Concurrently, Qin Song began receiving notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. rewarded with 10 points of Een virtue and 5 silver dollars. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. Rewarded with 10 points of Een virtue and 5 silver dollars. Ding! Congratulations on successfully eliminating a zombie. Rewarded with 10 points of Een virtue and 5 silver dollars. As one zombie after another met their demise at Qin Song and Oppo's hands, the expressions of Jiu Shu and Mu Dao Run gradually transformed into astonishment. Brother, when did our junior disciple become so formidable? After dispatching over a dozen zombies, Qin Song exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared invigorated, as though the zombies were mere prey in his eyes. With another powerful punch, the zombie was obliterated, and he suddenly noticed Mu Dao Run and Jiu Shu staring at him intently. Hey, you too! Is it not a bit ungracious to just gawk? With that, Qin Song executed a swift kick, sending another zombie flying. As the number of zombies in the courtyard dwindled, the expressions of the two men shifted from shock to a state of numbness. Yet, every time Mu Dao Ren cast his gaze upon the fallen zombies, his heart ached profoundly. What sins have I committed? That accursed Feng Shui master shall not escape my wrath. Listening to the lamentations of the four-eyed Taoist, Jiu Shu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. After all, these walking corpses were a consequence of events transpiring within Jiu Shu and Oppo's own righteous establishment. Although he bore no direct responsibility, the fact that the four-eyed Taoist had come to assist meant that the corpses had been left unguarded, allowing for an opportunistic incursion. Thus, Jiu Shu could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Four-eyed brother, this predicament is entirely my fault. Once we resolve the matters concerning the Ren residents, we shall devise a plan to address the compensation issue. Jiu Shu's intentions were clear to the four-eyed Taoist. Despite his notorious avarice, this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Let's first capture that detestable Feng Shui master. With that, the four-eyed Taoist resumed his scathing curses directed at the Feng Shui master. With Qin Song's presence, the zombies in the courtyard were swiftly eradicated. Concurrently, Qin Song's virtuous deeds saw a substantial increase. Host, Qin Song, cultivation level, Xian level celestial master, first rank. Techniques, Maoshan Taoism, Maoshan 49 needles, golden bell shield, Maoshan medical arts. Strength of mountains, virtuous deeds, 265-1500 account balance, 145 silver yuan. Though the martial arts pathway is not suited for disciples of Maoshan, masters will impart some foundational skills in hand-to-hand combat, without the necessity for rigorous study. Ultimately, the Maoshan lineage primarily relies on talismans and mystical arts to vanquish demons, rendering the efficacy of physical techniques rather limited in this regard. However, Qin Song is an exception in this regard. Although martial arts are ineffective against ghosts and monsters, they are more than sufficient when dealing with ordinary spirits and zombies. Hey, junior brother, when did your martial skills become so formidable? Observing the astonished expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, Qin Song flexed his wrist and replied, "Haven't I always been this impressive? Have you forgotten the set competition when I made your nose bleed?" Upon hearing Qin Song bring up this embarrassing past, the four-eyed Taoist couldn't and Oppo's help but roll his eyes. Why bring up that which should remain unspoken? It's truly perplexing. We all study the same martial techniques, yet you possess such extraordinary strength while simultaneously excelling in your skills. To Qin Song's surprise, this question surfaced once more, leaving him somewhat speechless. Perhaps my master is biased and has imparted to me secret teachings that are not shared with others. Are you satisfied now? Seeing Qin Song's evasive response, the two, Jiu Shu and the other, felt a touch of helplessness. The Maoshan school has always prioritized talismanic arts, with little emphasis on martial techniques, which few choose to pursue. Even their master, the great Xian, is not particularly skilled in martial arts. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Song to have learned his skills from the great Xian. His statement was merely a means to deflect their inquiries. This matter remains a secret known only to Qin Song, and since he was unwilling to discuss it, the two simply shared a laugh and set the question aside. Casting a glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, Uncle Gio could not help but rub his temples in contemplation. The imminent crisis had been averted, he resolved to instruct the butler to gather some firewood, intending to incinerate the remains to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. This decision garnered a nod of agreement from Qin Song and the four-eyed Taoist beside him. Just as the trio prepared to summon someone to gather the wood and ignite the flames, Qin Song suddenly noticed what appeared to be a fleeting shadow by the wall. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be found. "What is the matter, junior disciple?" the two companions inquired, sensing his abrupt halt. "It's nothing. I thought I saw a shadow dart past. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the light." Although Qin Song dismissed the notion, the astute Uncle Jiu opted to thoroughly investigate the spirit altar. When the three arrived before the altar, they were taken aback by the startling scene that unfolded before them. Chapter 51. Seizing the opportunity at this moment, the three individuals gazed with grim expressions at the circle of willow branches on the ground. What was once a fortified enclosure of willow twigs had inexplicably been breached. Moreover, Jiu Shu had spotted a 3-foot-tall paper effigy standing silently before the spirit altar. This paper figure had appeared in the courtyard without any of them noticing. "This is dire." Upon seeing the paper figure, Jiu Shu felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, upon the layers of talismans, a scarlet talisman was now quietly affixed. As for the old gentleman below, he was restlessly writhing. "This is bad. Everyone be cautious." With that, Jiu Shu grasped his peachwood sword and stealthily approached the corpse of old Master Rin. As he drew nearer, he could increasingly sense a chilling, bone-piercing aura emanating from the altar. Just as Jiu Shu prepared to scrutinize the talisman, a flash of dark light darted by, followed by a sudden gust of malevolent wind. Then, a more formidable gust swept in, nearly causing Jiu Shu to stumble. At the moment this sinister wind arose, Qin Song felt a surge of foreboding. "Brother, be careful," he exclaimed, as a fierce wind suddenly whipped through the altar. Instantly, the arranged talismans, the 5 emperor coins, and the surrounding willow branches were all thrown into disarray. At that very moment, the noxious miasma of corpses, mingled with the wind, surged violently into old Master Rin's body. Alas! One must hasten to prepare the blood-stirred, glutinous rice. Although Jiu Shu has already sensed that something is amiss, his exclamation comes a tad too late. As the malevolent energy infiltrates, the talismans and binding ropes, originally intended to seal away the undead, are now tainted by a layer of sinister corpse aura. Under the relentless corrosion of this ghastly essence, the talismans and ropes begin to exhibit signs of disintegration. In a moment of desperation, Jiu Shu swiftly bites his middle finger, using the blood to inscribe a talisman, managing just barely to pacify the restless zombie. Yet, such a meager tactic is insufficient to truly subdue this undead creature. Just as Qin Song prepares to use a golden needle to reseal the venerable Mr. Run, he suddenly perceives an unfamiliar presence. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden needle is propelled towards the eaves of the living room. Following a resounding explosion, a shadow descends into the courtyard. The golden needle he cast now firmly lodged in the strangeress arm. "How fortunate I am to witness the famed Maoshan golden needle in my lifetime." Casting a cold sneer at the distant shadow, Qin Song muses, "You must be the geomancer from those bygone days, are you not? Since you have arrived, why conceal yourself upon the rooftop?" With that, Qin Song discreetly readies another golden needle, clearly preparing for confrontation. Given your awareness of the past grievances, why persist in this? If you choose to depart now, I assure you, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you. Oomph. You turned so many of my guests into zombies and now wish to erase it all? Upon realizing that this individual was indeed the feng shui master, a flicker of wrath ignited in the eyes of the four-eyed Taoist. Although he yearned to confront him with great force, the current predicament demanded his undivided attention. "I sincerely apologize for this situation. The reason the 3 of you came to assist the Rin family was solely for monetary gain. How about this? If you are willing to depart, I shall offer you double the price." As the foul aura emanating from the zombie intensified, Uncle Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist hastily drew their peachwood swords, aiming for the heart of the elder Rin. However, to their astonishment, the swords not only failed to harm the zombie, but shattered into mere splinters upon contact. Simultaneously, a surge of foul energy erupted from within the creature. This is disastrous. The foul energy is eroding the seal. It seeks to break free. Just as Uncle Jiu uttered these words, a deafening crash echoed through the air, as the myriad seals binding the zombie disintegrated into powder. Crack! The sound of splintering wood resonated as the board that once contained the zombie shattered, and in an instant, a pair of ebony claws lunged towards the two men. The speed of the zombie was astonishing, leaving the duo no time to react. The fearsome claws swiftly descended upon their chests. Two figures soared out from the spirit shrine, and Uncle Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist gasped in pain. Master! Upon witnessing the injuries sustained by the two individuals, Qin Song hurriedly rushed towards them. Observing the wounds on their chests, he swiftly produced the medicinal pills he always carried. Quick, consume this. It can counteract the corpse poison. With that, he pressed the pills into their mouths. Subsequently, in a flurry of activity, Qin Song sprinkled a hemostatic powder over their wounds to prevent excessive blood loss. As the zombie and Oppo's strike caused the two to cough up blood, the Feng Shui master erupted into laughter. You were warned to leave, yet you chose to remain. Ren Wei Yong, Ren Fa. Today, I shall witness who can impede me. This day marks the reckoning of blood debts for the Ren family. With that proclamation, the Feng Shui master retrieved a small porcelain vial from his garment. As the vial shattered upon hitting the ground, a potent stench surged towards the three. With the shattering of the vial, the master leaped onto the rooftop. This is corpse oil, remarked the Taoist with furrowed brows, as he inhaled the foul odor permeating the air. It appears that the strength of this zombie has been greatly enhanced by this man feeding it corpse oil. As he watched the Feng Shui master prepare to flee atop the roof, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Song's eyes. You wish to escape? Did I grant you permission? With a mere thought, the energy concealed within the golden needles erupted forth. A streak of lightning manifested in the pitch-black night sky. Stay! With that command, the Feng Shui master was abruptly hurled back to the ground. When the robe that shrouded him fell away, the three individuals immediately discerned the appearance of the geomancer. Clad in a flowing green robe, with a mane of silver hair and a visage etched with deep wrinkles, it would be unreserved to assert that this man was not significantly younger than Ren Wei-Yong. At this moment, he realized that it was indeed the golden needle within him that had unleashed the bolts of lightning, rendering him utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Qin Song was diligently tending to the wounds of his two senior brothers, while the geomancer exerted all his strength to expel the golden needle from his body. At this juncture, the zombie was gradually awakening from its sealed state. Should he fail to escape promptly, he too might very well become the blood offering spoken of by old Master Ren. Chapter 52. The Great Battle Against the Armored Zombie. Just as Qin Song began to sense that something was amiss, the elderly Run, not far away, suddenly let out a piercing howl. The sound echoed, and the zombie, which had previously been motionless among the ruins, abruptly sprang to its feet. At the same time, the creature lunged directly at the Feng Shui master, having absorbed Ren's blood in order to awaken and control him. The zombie was now free from the constraints of the talismanic array, rendering the Feng Shui master its primary target for attack. As the zombie broke free from its bindings, fear instantly washed over the Feng Shui master and Oppo's face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a grotesque visage loomed perilously close to his neck. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu and Oppo's expression shifted to one of grave concern. This was dire. The zombie had begun to feed on human blood once more. Witnessing the creature and Oppo's rapidly escalating momentum, Jiu Shu's heart skipped a beat, sensing impending doom. We must unite and subdue it at once. With that, Jiu Shu seized a peachwood sword, poised to strike at the zombie. However, at that moment, the Simon Taoist intervened, blocking his path. This creature has evolved. It has transformed into an armored zombie. Gazing at the metallic sheen that enveloped the zombie, a flicker of seriousness flashed in the Simon Taoist's eyes. So what if it has become an armored zombie? Today, I shall reduce it to a heap of scrap metal. Qin Song was well aware of the formidable power possessed by the armored zombie. Now, he has ascended to the rank of a first-level celestial master, and a mere ironclad zombie does not instill any fear in him. This zombie, having consumed the blood of the feng shui master, has seen its power multiply exponentially. Once the blood within the feng shui master has been entirely drained, the withered corpse is carelessly discarded aside. Although the feng shui master anticipated his fate, aware that his wrongful deeds would inevitably lead to retribution, he could not have imagined that such retribution would arrive so swiftly. With a fierce roar, the zombie erupted with a dense aura of death. Simultaneously, glimmers of golden light flickered from its limbs, chest, and the center of its forehead. In that instant, Qin Song grasped the situation with clarity. "Brother, quickly assist me in restraining it. This zombie seeks to shatter my golden needles." At that moment, Qin Song could distinctly sense the 7 golden needles he had sealed within the zombie's body trembling violently. Upon hearing Qin Song's cry for help, Uncle Jiu promptly retrieved several talismans from his robe. Yuqing, Shiqing, true talismans unite. Electric Mother and Thunder Lord, descend with divine might. Heed my call and arrive swiftly. Unleash the sound of Yang. Taishang Lao Jun, act promptly as the law commands. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning erupted from his palm. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as the lightning struck the ironclad zombie. However, this formidable palm lightning merely left a faint mark upon its body. Observing the flung, ironclad zombie, Uncle Jiu and Appo's brow furrowed deeply. Boom! Before Jiu Shu could regain his composure, he witnessed a dark figure swiftly rush towards the zombie, which was subsequently hurled away with great force. Accompanied by the sound of cracking walls, Jiu Shu realized that Qin Song had delivered a single punch that sent the armored zombie flying. This was astonishingly brutal. Jiu Shu understood the formidable power of the armored zombie, knowing that ordinary weapons could barely inflict any damage upon it. Yet with just one blow, Qin Song had launched the creature into the air. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Qin Song advanced towards the ruins with purposeful strides. He gestured with both hands towards the debris, and to Jiu Shu's astonishment, the flung armored zombie began to rise slowly from the rubble. Be careful, junior brother, Jiu Shu warned, quickly preparing several different talismans. Just as the zombie was about to retaliate, it suddenly found itself unable to control its limbs. No matter how fiercely the armored zombie struggled, its body remained unresponsive. Soon after, the ghastly energy that had been swirling within it began to escape through the tiny holes created by several golden needles. As the foul energy continued to drain from its body, the strength of the armored zombie diminished rapidly. Junior brother seized this opportunity to eliminate this abomination. With that, Jiu Shu produced a Bawa mirror from his robe. Reflecting the moonlight, the dazzling golden light fell upon the armored zombie. Though this assault appeared formidable, the damage inflicted upon the armored zombie was negligible. Brothers, assist me in forming a barrier. I shall vanquish this zombie. With that declaration, Qin Song abruptly retreated several paces, quickly forming intricate hand seals. By the decree of the Supreme, I invoke the forces of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the 7 stars to obliterate the spirits of demons and monsters, as per the sacred command. No sooner had he spoken than the golden needles, previously sealed within the zombie's body, began to shimmer with a brilliant golden light. Amidst the resounding explosions, the 7 golden needles seemed to animate, traversing within the armored zombie's form. As a foul, putrid aura surged forth, the immobilized zombie let out a reluctant roar. "Awoo!" Upon the conclusion of this ferocious cry, the 7 golden needles converge upon the zombie and Appo's chest. As they incessantly navigated within, the flesh at the zombie and Appo's chest was eventually reduced to a heap of pulverized remains. Witnessing the near-lifeless armored zombie, both Jiu Shu and the 4-eyed Taoist were left utterly astounded. Heavens! It appears Master did not deceive me. The 49 needles of Maoshan possess such immense power. After uttering this, the 4-eyed Taoist discreetly swallowed hard. In the hearts of many Maoshan disciples, the 49 needles were merely a method for healing. Yet now, they recognized that this techniques might far surpass that of ordinary spells and talismans. As the flesh was shattered by the golden needles, the malevolent aura within the zombie began to dissipate. Gazing at the man standing not far away, the ironclad zombie and Apos' eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. This individual possessed unparalleled strength. With a mere gesture, 7 golden needles converged from the ground into Qin Song and Apos' hand. At this moment, the ironclad zombie understood that in its current state, it stood no chance against Qin Song. Consequently, a thought of retreat began to form in its not-so-bright mind. With a roar, a surge of corpse energy suddenly erupted from within the ironclad zombie. This dense energy transformed into a foul wind, rushing toward Qin Song. Meanwhile, the ironclad zombie hastily retreated, seizing the opportunity to escape from the Ren residence. Did it really think it could play the game of a crafty escape? How naive! Chapter 53. The arrival of spring for Qin Song, to his astonishment. The armored zombie exhibited remarkable intelligence. Qin Song waved his hand, sending 7 golden needles hurtling towards the back of the creature. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful punch, the resultant shockwave dispersing the foul air surrounding them. It was this brief distraction that allowed the armored zombie to evade the onslaught of the 7 needles. Just as the creature prepared to leap and escape from the Run residence, Qin Song and Apos' thunderous shout resonated, causing dark clouds to gather ominously above the estate. Yuqing Shiqing, I humbly summon the true deity. General Lei Gong of the 9 heavens, descend swiftly with thunder. Taishang Lao Jun, heed my urgent command. With a crack, a thunderclap echoed through the air, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant white light. At that moment, outside the walls of the Run residence, the white radiance dazzled, accompanied by the relentless sound of thunder. The agonizing cries of the armored zombie pierced the night, sending chills down the spine of Ren Fa, who gazed out at the sky now aglow as if it were daylight, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. As the thunder struck from the heavens, Qin Song and his companions swiftly found themselves outside the courtyard walls. Observing a nearby pit billowing with black smoke, the 4-eyed Taoist expressed his concern. Junior brother, do you think this heavenly thunder can vanquish the armored zombie? Shall we not see for ourselves? With that, the trio hastened to the pit's edge. Although the pit was shrouded in swirling dust and smoke, a pile of charred blackened remnants lay at its bottom. Upon sighting the heap of charcoal, the trio's previously anxious hearts finally found solace. Junior brother, when did you become so powerful? Upon seeing the curious expression on the face of the 4-eyed Taoist, Qin Song chuckled and replied, I have always been quite formidable, you know. Gazing at the iron-armored zombie that had been reduced to ashes, Qin Song waved his hand, and 7 golden needles promptly returned to his grasp. Your needle technique is truly becoming more impressive. Had I known it was this potent, I wouldn't have bothered learning talismans in the first place. Junior brother, if you have some time another day, could you impart a few techniques to me? Observing the fervent gaze of the 4-eyed Taoist, Qin Song couldn't and Apos' help but grin. If even our master couldn't and Apos' teach you, do you really expect me to succeed where he failed? After witnessing the power of the Maoshan 49 needles, the 4-eyed Taoist was undeniably intrigued. However, upon hearing Qin Song and Apos' words, his enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished. The Maoshan 49 needles, while certainly a notable technique, is not considered a secret among the myriad practices of Maoshan. In fact, during the initial years of training, every disciple is required to master the first 7 needles. We do not seek to vanquish demons, but rather to heal the afflicted, was a phrase often reiterated by Master Tai Xian during lessons. Yet, to truly study the Maoshan 49 needles, one must possess an innate talent. Among the many disciples, Qin Song was indeed one of the most gifted, yet he had only scratched the surface of its depths. Were it the 4-eyed Taoist in his place, he might never uncover its profound mysteries. Just as Qin Song was jesting with the 4-eyed Taoist, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully vanquishing a formidable armored zombie. Rewarded with 300 points of virtuous merit, 100 silver dollars, and a century-old ginseng. Qin Song felt immensely satisfied with this reward. Although dispatching the creature had consumed considerable effort. The allure of the rewards was irrefutable. "Dr. Qin, are you all right?" Just as the three returned to the courtyard, Ren Tingting suddenly dashed out from the living room. "Dr. Qin, I just saw a lightning flash outside. You weren't harmed, were you?" Upon witnessing Ren Tingting's concerned expression, Jiu Shu could not help but exchange a knowing glance with Qin Song. "Tingting, come back. It's dangerous outside." Seeing Ren Tingting recklessly emerge despite the peril, Ren Fa swiftly followed suit. Approaching the trio, Ren Fa stood beside Jiu Shu and cautiously inquired, "Jiu Shu, is that monster dead?" "Rest assured, Master Ren. That zombie has been reduced to ashes by the heavenly thunder summoned by my apprentice. You can be completely at ease." With that, Jiu Shu gestured towards the deep pit outside the courtyard. Observing the thick smoke still emanating from the pit, Ren Fa hurriedly rushed over. Upon catching sight of the charred remains at the bottom, he knelt down with a thud. "Father, I have been an unfilial son." With this, he bowed 3 times towards Ren Weiyong, who lay in the pit. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Ren Fa finally returned to the courtyard. "Thanks to the 3 of you for your invaluable assistance. The cycle of my father's violence has been halted. I am here to express my gratitude." With a bow of his head, Ren Fa honored the trio with his heartfelt thanks. Upon witnessing the situation, Uncle Jiu swiftly supported Ren Fa and Appo's arm. "Master Ren, you have taken this too seriously. Exorcising demons and dispelling malevolent spirits is our sacred duty as practitioners of the Tao. If you wish to express your gratitude, might I suggest something more tangible?" Uncle Jiu glanced at the 4-eyed Taoist beside him. As longtime brothers in arms, a mere exchange of glances was sufficient for the 4-eyed Taoist to understand Uncle Jiu's thoughts. "Master Ren, in aiding the Ren family through this crisis, I have incurred the loss of dozens of clients. You must comprehend that we, as corpse handlers, prioritize the safety and reputation of our clients above all else. Now, with all our clients perished within your estate, how am I to report back?" Observing the lamentations of the 4-eyed Taoist, Ren Fa couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. "Rest assured, Tao is 4-eyed. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation for this matter." Watching the two scheming together, Qin Song felt a sense of helplessness. When did his 2 senior brothers become like this? As Ren Fa was drawn aside by the two, Ren Tingting quietly approached Qin Song. "Dr. Qin, I truly appreciate your help today." Noticing the blush on Ren Tingting and Appo's face, Qin Song smiled and replied, "It was my duty. Dr. Qin, I wish to tell you that I have always..." Before Ren Tingting could finish her sentence, a smile crept across Qin Song's face. "Ms. Heing, I understand your sentiments." His words left Ren Tingting astonished, and her face flushed a deeper shade of red. "Then, what are your thoughts on this?" After speaking, Ren Tingting gazed at Qin Song with eager anticipation. "What I wish to convey is that you reside in my heart as well." Upon learning of Qin Song and Appo's feelings, Ren Tingting instantly became exceedingly shy. Just as the two were exchanging their affections, Qiuxing inopportunely emerged from the living room. Noticing Ren Tingting and Qin Song engaged in whispered conversation, Qiuxing and Appo's hand, which had been raised, immediately fell to his side. Although Qiuxing uttered not a word, the delightful atmosphere was abruptly tarnished by his presence. Observing the intense glare from Qin Song, Qiuxing could not help but shudder. Master Uncle, please, continue your conversation." With that, Qiuxing hastily retreated into the living room. Chapter 54. The professional sorrow seller, the serene world of the two, was abruptly interrupted by Qiuxing, causing an immediate flicker of embarrassment to cross their faces. "Miss Ren, the day has grown late. You should return to your room and rest," Qin Song gently suggested, escorting the blushing Ren Tingting back to her quarters. As the night deepened, the group diligently cleared the yard of the remaining zombies before retreating to their respective guest rooms for the night. The following morning, Qin Song, as per his usual routine, sat cross-legged in meditation. Just as he completed his morning exercises, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Qin Song, are you awake?" Upon realizing it was Ren Tingting, Qin Song hastily rose to open the door. The first sight that greeted him was Ren Tingting and Amp, Oppo's delicate, rosy face. Today, she appeared exceptionally enchanting, adorned with exquisite makeup and a simple white dress that rendered her utterly captivating. At that moment, she held a wooden meal box in her hands, and upon noticing Qin Song's gaze lingering on her, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. "What are you staring at? Hurry and let me in," she playfully chided. Responding to her teasing tone, Qin Song stepped aside to allow her passage. "You've been busy for several days. I thought you must be utterly exhausted. So I had the kitchen prepare a pot of chicken soup for you to enjoy while it and Oppo's still warm," she explained, opening the meal box. Inside, not only was there a bowl of steaming chicken soup, but also porridge and pickles, a delightful breakfast spread. The sight of this morning feast instantly awakened Qin Song's appetite. "Miss Run, let us dine together." Perhaps it was the establishment of their relationship that allowed Run Tingting to sit gracefully by the table this time. It was evident that she had put considerable thought into her appearance, and in that moment, Qin Song felt a profound warmth in his heart. Accepting the bowl of soup offered by Ren Tingting, he promptly consumed the chicken broth within. "Slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself." Concern washed over Ren Tingting as she witnessed Qin Song drink directly from the bowl. "Fear not. It's not hot at all," he replied, savoring the taste with a satisfied smacking of his lips. "So how does it taste?" Seeing the eager anticipation on Ren Tingting and Amp, Oppo's face, Qin Song couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "This chicken soup is truly delightful. Miss Run, with such culinary skills, you could easily open your own restaurant." A hint of pride flickered across Ren Tingting and Amp, Oppo's face upon hearing Qin Song and Amp, Oppo's enthusiastic praise. "If you enjoy it, I'll gladly make it for you every day." Qin Song chuckled. "Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Miss Run." Glancing at the beaming Qin Song, Ren Tingting scrunched her nose slightly and said, "You call me and Oppo's, Miss Run and Oppo's, all the time. Don't you ever tire of it? From now on, call me Tingting." All right. Tingting, your chicken soup is truly exquisite. Could I trouble you for another bowl?" Just as the two were playfully exchanging banter indoors, a sudden exclamation echoed from outside. "Why do I smell chicken soup?" "Huh?" At that moment, a very familiar voice rang out, and soon, her eyes were directed towards the door. "Oh, Miss Ren, you're here too. What brings you to seek my junior brother so early in the morning?" To her surprise, the four-eyed Taoist had come over first thing, causing Ren Tingting's delicate face to flush a deep crimson. I have no particular business," she stammered. "You must be looking for Brother Qin, right? I shan't Oppo's to disturb you any longer." With that, Ren Tingting fled from Qin Song and Oppo's room as if pursued. Watching her retreating figure, the four-eyed Taoist turned to Qin Song, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Junior brother, what on earth is going on here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Could it be that you too?" he continued with a playful twinkle in his eye. Noticing Qin Song's silence, the four-eyed Taoist nonchalantly seated himself at the table. Observing the remaining chicken soup, he ladled himself a bowl. "Goodness, junior brother, you truly possess remarkable talents. I never would have guessed you were such a master of romance. Has it only been days, and you and Amp, Oppo's, already captured her heart?" He leaned in to savor the aroma of the soup. "Ah, the chicken soup made by your beloved smells delightful." Seeing the Taoist and Amp, Oppo's triumphant demeanor, Qin Song wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "Brother, isn't it high time we practiced our martial arts? Would you join me for spar?" With a wry smile, Qin Song flexed his wrist in anticipation. Upon reflecting on this fellow's extraordinary strength, capable of sending even an armored zombie flying with a single punch, the four-eyed Taoist waved his hand dismissively. "Junior brother, you truly have a knack for jesting. With these aging limbs of mine, how could I withstand your rigorous training?" He continued, I was merely joking, yet you took it to heart." Since Qin Song ascended to Maoshan under his master's guidance and began cultivating the Taoist arts, he has proven unmatched among his peers in martial prowess. Even his senior uncles engage in practice with utmost vigilance when facing him. Should Qin Song truly unleash his strength, one could be certain that no one would leave this guest room unscathed. Casting a disdainful glance at the smug four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song inquired, "Why are you here so early? What business do you bring?" With that, he poured 2 cups of steaming tea. "You are aware, my dear junior brother, that all my guests from yesterday have been lost. Master Rin felt remorseful and compensated me with $150. Observing the gleeful expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, Qin Song's countenance reflected his exasperation. "Let's speak of serious matters." Very well, very well. As you know, those guests cannot be returned to their hometowns, and thus, I must provide appropriate compensation. Moreover, I will need to explain the circumstances to each household." Noticing that the four-eyed Taoist had been rambling without addressing the main issue, Qin Song furrowed his brow. "Junior brother, I would like you to accompany me in these explanations, as it would lend credibility to our words. Additionally, I have received a new business opportunity. I wonder if you might be interested?" After finishing his words, the four-eyed Taoist quickly reassured, "Rest assured, the price is negotiable." However, no sooner had he spoken than Qin Song shook his head. "I will not go, regardless of the price." To Qin Song's unexpected and resolute refusal, the four-eyed Taoist felt a surge of urgency. "Junior brother, we are, after all, brothers of the same school. You cannot allow your elder brother's reputation to be tarnished, can you? If this deal falls through, who in the vicinity would dare to seek my services for corpse handling? Junior brother, you wouldn't want to see me starve, would you?" Seeing Qin Song remain unmoved, the four-eyed Taoist, embodying the role of a dramatic figure, discreetly began to wipe away tears. "Junior brother, even if you do not consider your elder brother, surely you must think of Jiao. He is still so young. If I lose my business, he will have no choice but to suffer alongside me in the dojo, left to drink the bitter winds of the Northwest." Observing the four-eyed Taoist's pitiful display, Qin Song felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Chapter 55, Taking on a Task. "Junior brother, now that my situation has turned dire, you cannot truly stand idly by, can you? Remember back at Maoshan, when you sneaked into the kitchen for a bite? I bore the brunt of the punishment for you." Upon hearing the four-eyed Taoist reminisce about those bygone days, a look of helplessness crossed Qin Song and Appo's face. "Have you forgotten? When you were 9, had it not been for my cover, Master would have nearly..." As the four-eyed Taoist continued his incessant rambling, Qin Song swiftly grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "All right, I will accompany you. Please, cease your chatter." Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's agreement, the four-eyed Taoist's expression transformed entirely. "Huh, I knew you were not so heartless, junior brother. Indeed, my kindness towards you was not in vain back then." As the four-eyed Taoist lunged toward him, Qin Song quickly restrained him. The exasperation he felt towards this somewhat eccentric senior brother was palpable. Even Master had little recourse against him, let alone Qin Song, the younger disciple. After finishing the last drop of chicken soup in his bowl, the four-eyed Taoist pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his sleeve. "Junior brother, take this. When the time comes, simply go to Sini village and seek out the village chief." He then produced a small cloth pouch from his inner robe. "Inside are 30 silver dollars, a token of my goodwill. Once you have received that group of guests in the village, just escort them to my Taoist temple." Gazing upon the bag filled with silver coins and the crumpled letter, Qin Song swiftly realized that he had been deceived. "Hold on, senior brother. Are you expecting me to make the journey myself?" Seeing the disbelief etched across Qin Song's face, the four-eyed Taoist chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, with great power comes great responsibility. I have faith in you." As Qin Song looked at the silver coins and letter being pushed toward him by the four-eyed Taoist, he shook his head repeatedly. "Let's not even mention that I have never dealt with a corpse, just considering your temple. That desolate spot where not even a bird would linger. I wouldn't even know the way to deliver it." Since descending the mountain, Qin Song had settled in Rinjia County alongside Uncle Jiu. Although the four-eyed Taoist had warmly invited the two to visit, Qin Song had never taken him up on it. As for Uncle Jiu, after his initial visit, he never returned despite the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's persistent invitations. According to Uncle Jiu, that place was suitable only for the four-eyed Taoist and his neighbor, Master Jiu. Even ghosts would shy away from such a locale. This clearly illustrated just how remote the four-eyed Taoist temple truly was. upon hearing Qin Song's admission of unfamiliarity with the route. A smug smile appeared on the four-eyed Taoist and Oppo's face. "It's all right if you don't know the way, for someone will guide you." With that, he called out toward the door, "Jiala, Jiala." Upon hearing his master and Oppo's call, Jiala rushed in a flurry from the courtyard. "Master, what do you need from me?" "Your master, Qin, is unfamiliar with the route. For the past few days, you have accompanied him on a journey to escort several guests back to the temple." Gazing at the mischievous grin of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song immediately realized that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Noticing Qin Song's silence, the four-eyed Taoist chuckled. "Little junior brother, am I not considerate? I've even arranged a guide for you." After saying this, the four-eyed Taoist let out a few mocking laughs. It would have been better had he not laughed. Upon hearing it, Qin Song instinctively raised his fist. "Hey, let's speak properly." Although Qin Song was tempted to land a punch on his face, he managed to suppress the fury boiling within him. Observing Qin Song and Oppo's gloomy expression, Jiao Lu quickly chimed in, "Uncle Master, fret not. This time, not only will I accompany you back, but Wen Kai will also join us, ensuring your journey one and Oppo's be lonely." Upon hearing that Wen Kai would be accompanying them, Qin Song felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Having already taken on the burden of the four-eyed Taoist and Oppo's troublesome task, he was already unfortunate enough. To his dismay, Wen Kai insisted on tagging along. What purpose could Wen Kai serve on this trip? Watching Qin Song's increasingly sullen demeanor, the four-eyed Taoist hastily clarified, "Last time, when we dealt with that armored zombie, my brother's money sword and 5 emperor coins were completely destroyed. He fears that without these items, the malevolent energy in the ancestral hall cannot be subdued. Hence he called Wen Kai to join this trip." Observing Qin Song and Oppo's worsening expression, the four-eyed Taoist instinctively recoiled, sensing a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. "Disciple, I have completed my task. Jiala, please take good care of your master uncle during the journey. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, the four-eyed Taoist set down his belongings and departed without a backward glance. Observing the somewhat downcast expression on Qin Song and Oppo's face, Jiala cautiously inquired, "Master uncle, when shall we set off?" "Let's depart immediately," Qin Song declared, striding purposefully out the door. Throughout the journey, Jiala and Wen Kai, like two lively sparrows, chattered incessantly. Meanwhile, Qin Song remained seated in the cart, eyes closed, uttering not a single word. The journey spanned nearly 20 miles, and after several hours, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the cart finally came to a halt. "Dr. Qin, beyond this point lies the mountain path. The remaining miles must be traversed on foot," came the words of the driver. Upon hearing this, the three swiftly disembarked from the cart. With nightfall approaching, the deep mountains were often rife with wild beasts, and one could never be too cautious of wandering spirits. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, they promptly made their way towards Sini village. After approximately half an hour of navigating the mountain trail, a quaint village came into view. "Master uncle, there lies Sini village ahead." By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and nearly every household had shuttered its doors for the night. Fortunately, the village was not extensive. After a brief exploration, Qin Song quickly located the village chief and Oppo's residence. Standing before a somewhat dilapidated wooden door, Qin Song rapped gently upon the door. "Is anyone there?" After a brief moment, a voice resonated from the courtyard. "Who goes there?" As the words faded, an elderly man with a head of white hair unlatched the door. Upon observing the three unfamiliar faces before him, a flicker of wariness crossed the old man and Oppo's eyes. "Whom are you seeking? What is your purpose here?" "We are in search of the village chief," one of them replied. "We have come specifically to retrieve a corpse, though we are uncertain if the chief is present." Upon hearing Qin Song and Oppo's assertion of their intent to claim a body, the elder scrutinized him from head to toe. "You are a corpse retriever?" At that moment, Qin Song was clad in simple attire, lacking any semblance of a traditional corpse retriever. Meanwhile, Wen Kai and Jia Lu had been continuously surveying their surroundings since their arrival, further diminishing any impression of them being virtuous individuals. In an instant, the elder and Oppos, as suspicion towards the trio began to mount. Chapter 56. The business was usurped, although darkness had descended, rendering the outside world a mere void. Qin Song discerned the unease in the village chief and Oppos' eyes by the flickering light of the oil lamp. Noticing the chief and Oppos' skepticism, Qin Song hastily produced a crumpled piece of paper, declaring, "I am indeed a Taoist of Maoshan, and the four-eyed Taoist is my senior brother. Here is a letter penned by him. You shall recognize it immediately." Upon hearing Qin Song claim the four-eyed Taoist as his brother, the village chief's demeanor shifted to one of belief. "I never imagined that you, being so youthful, are indeed Taoists. However, you have arrived too late. This afternoon, the corpses from the village have already been taken by other Maoshan Taoists." Caught off guard by this revelation, Jiu Lu felt a surge of urgency. "Chief, was it not agreed that these corpses would be entrusted to my master for transport? Why you handed them over to someone else?" Noticing Jiu Lu and Oppos' rising agitation, Qin Song quickly intervened, pulling him back gently. "This was not my intention. It was the decision of the villagers. Yesterday, we received word that the four-eyed Taoist encountered an accident while transporting corpses in Rinjia County, leading to all the bodies being reduced to ashes. The villagers, fearing further mishaps, sought out another Taoist to take charge of these remains." After speaking, the chief scratched the back of his head in contemplation. That Taoist is also a disciple of Maoshan. Upon learning that the individual who had taken the corpses was also affiliated with Maoshan, Qin Song and Oppos' brow furrowed in concern. "May I inquire as to the name of that Taoist?" Seeing that Qin Song harbored doubts, the village chief hurriedly remarked, "The name of that Taoist is rather difficult to pronounce, as if it were something like Ma. What was it again? In any case, he has a scruffy beard, looking as though he has fled from some calamity. May I inquire if his name is Mama D?" Upon hearing this name from Qin Song, the village chief clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Yes, that's the one. Do you actually know him?" When Qin Song learned that it was Mama D who had taken away the corpse, he immediately felt a sense of relief. "That man is my senior brother. By the order of our lineage, Qin Song ought to address Mama D as his third senior brother. However, this particular third senior brother was not well liked among the people on the mountain. Years ago, when Qin Song shared a dwelling with him, he vividly recalled Mama D and Oppos' numerous bad habits: snoring, flatulence, teeth grinding, sleep talking, neglecting personal hygiene, and a peculiar penchant for scratching his feet. These were all traits he could easily associate with Mama D. To any rational individual, Mama D was undoubtedly a peculiar flower amidst a garden of blooms. It was precisely due to these myriad flaws that no one among the peers of Mao Mountain wished to spend even a moment in his company, rendering his social standing utterly abysmal. At this moment, even Qin Song could hardly fathom that he would hear news of Mama D in this place. Upon realizing that Qin Song was indeed a brother-in-arms with that eccentric Taoist, the village chief felt reassured. "Since you are fellow disciples, I have nothing further to say. The night is drawing near. You should find a place to rest." With that, the village chief casually shut the wooden door. The three individuals could hardly have anticipated that after their arduous journey spanning several miles, their business would ultimately be usurped by others. For a moment, Wen Kai and Jiala found themselves in a state of bewilderment. "Master Uncle, what shall we do next? Shall we return to the county or proceed to Master Simu's dojo?" Observing Wen Sai's dazed expression, Qin Song could not help but deliver a playful slap to his head. "It is already quite late and without a carriage. How can we return to the county?" After speaking, he cast a glance toward the outskirts of the village. "When we arrived, I noticed a land temple outside the village. Let us take refuge there for the night." "Master Uncle, what should I say to my master?" Jiala, somewhat discontented, voiced his concern. Qin Song patted his shoulder reassuringly and replied, "Your master and Oppos' reputation is indeed somewhat tarnished at present. It is understandable that he would resort to an alternative for the ghostly transport. I will explain the situation to him upon our return." Despite feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction at having their business poached, Qin Song reasoned that the culprits were, after all, fellow disciples, Thus, the spoils remained within the family. The recent incident involving old Master Ren transforming into an ironclad zombie had indeed tarnished Master Simu's reputation. Restoring his clientele would depend on his future endeavors. After offering words of consolation to Jala, the trio finally made their way toward the village and Oppos, the edge. As darkness enveloped the night, the deep mountains were known to harbor ferocious beasts, and the three dared not linger along the path. As the three were about to exit the village, a woman hurriedly approached from a distance, carrying a teenage child on her back. The group brushed past each other without much thought. However, when the woman ran by Qin Song, he instinctively halted his steps. "What is the matter, Master Uncle?" Zhao Lu inquired, noticing Qin Song and Oppos' sudden pause. It and Oppos' nothing, just a feeling. Qin Song and Oppos' words trailed off as he shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Never mind. It's better to avoid unnecessary complications. Let us hasten our journey." Just as the trio prepared to continue on their way, a sudden commotion erupted in the previously tranquil village. Dr. Lu, please open the door. I beg you, save my son." The very woman they had just passed was now anxiously calling out from outside a house, but after a lengthy pause, there was no response. Observing the woman's desperation, Qin Song let out a sigh. To save a life is to build a pagoda of merit. With that, he made his way toward her. Upon witnessing Qin Song and Oppos' approach, Wen Kai and Jia Lu quickly grasped the situation. "Sister, are you searching for a doctor? What has happened to your son?" Hearing Qin Song's persistent inquiries, the woman scrutinized the three before her. However, their faces were unfamiliar. She had never seen them in the village before. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. "Who are you? I don't believe I've encountered you in the village." Seeing the woman gazing at the three with a wary expression, Qin Song hastily began to explain. "Dear lady, please do not be alarmed. I am a physician from the Materia Medica Clinic in Rinjia County, and my name is Qin Song. These two are my apprentices. We happened to be passing through your village this evening and heard that you were in search of a doctor. So we came to see if we might be of assistance." Upon hearing Qin Song claim to be a doctor, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face. Though she had never heard of the Materia Medica Clinic, she was well aware of the considerable reputation of Rinjia County. Moreover, judging by their appearances, the three did not seem ill-intentioned. Gradually, her defenses began to lower. "Dr. Qin," she said, "my name is Jiu Shu. This is my son. He has been in a state of unconsciousness since sunset. I implore you to save him." Chapter 57. The spell to exorcise evil. Casting a glance at the small boy on the woman's back, Jala quietly approached Qin Song's side. "Master Uncle," he whispered, "it seems that this child is enveloped in a sinister aura. Could it be that he has attracted something malevolent?" Implicit in Jala and Oppos' words was the suggestion that the child might have encountered an evil spirit. Surveying the child on the woman and Oppos' back, Qin Song promptly addressed her, "Madam, this is not a place for medical treatment. Is your home far from here? If not, we should hasten to take the child back so I may attend to him." "Not far at all. Just a turn ahead and you and Oppos' find my home." Upon hearing that the distance was manageable, Qin Song quickly signaled to Wen Kai, who understood the cue and took the child into his arms. In just a few minutes, the woman led the trio to a humble thatched cottage. "Dr. Qin, this is my home. Please come in." After gently placing the child on the bed, Qin Song swiftly loosened the boy's collar. "What affliction does my son suffer from? Are you confident in your ability to cure him?" "Rest assured, Sister Zhou, your son is still salvageable." With that, Qin Song raised his hand, and two golden needles promptly appeared in his grasp. With a deft movement, he accurately inserted the needles into the child's intang and hogu positions. Suddenly, the boy lying on the bed coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, and then his head tilted as he fell unconscious once more. Observing the crimson stains on the bed, Jiu Shu became frantic. "Are you truly a doctor? If my son suffers any harm at your hands, I will not let this go unpunished." Seeing Jiu Shu's deep concern for her son, Qin Song pointed to the bloodstains on the bedside and said, "Sister Zhou, take a closer look. What color is the blood your son has coughed up?" Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu lowered her gaze to the blood on the bed. Under the dim light resembling grains of millet, she discerned that the blood recently expelled by her son was as dark as thick ink. This revelation left Jiu Shu momentarily speechless. Rest assured, sister, my master's medical skills are among the finest in Rinjia County. If he says there is hope, then there is certainly hope. The words of Wenkai alleviated much of the gloom in Jiu Shu's heart. After Qin Song meticulously cleaned the dark blood, he flicked his fingers, causing 2 golden needles to vibrate with a low hum. After an unsuccessful attempt, Qin Song once again harnessed the energy within himself, making the needles resonate. The eyelids twitched. As the needles continued to tremble, a faint trace of malevolent energy was gradually expelled from the child's body. However, after a prolonged period, the unconscious child showed no signs of awakening. Wenkai, draw a talisman to dispel evil. Huh? Wenkai paused in surprise at Qin Song and Appo's command, his face betraying a look of difficulty. Master, I cannot draw that talisman. Wenkai and Appo's admission rendered Qin Song momentarily speechless. Jala, all the supplies are in the bundle. You come and draw it. Upon hearing this, Jala promptly unfurled the package. After extracting the vermilion brush and yellow paper, it wasn't long before a talisman to dispel evil was freshly completed. Master Uncle, the talisman is ready. Taking the talisman handed over by Jala, Qin Song suddenly tossed it into the air and began to recite the incantation. Exterminate evil, dispel demons, command. At the moment the incantation concluded, a flame unexpectedly erupted from the talisman that had been thrown aloft. This sudden turn of events startled Jiu Shu. Is this truly a method for healing? As the talisman burned to ashes, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the remnants, gradually descending upon the child's forehead under Qin Song's guidance. With the arrival of the smoke, a look of profound agony suddenly crossed the little boy's face. Xiaoguang, witnessing her son writhing in pain upon the bed, filled Jiu Shu with heartache. As she attempted to rush forward to embrace her son, Jala quickly intervened. Sister, if you go now, you will only harm your son. After a moment of inner turmoil, Jiu Shu reluctantly remained in place. It was only when no more dark energy surged from the child's body that Qin Song finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After retracting the golden needle, he sat beside the child, attentively observing the boy's condition. A few minutes later, the previously unconscious little boy slowly opened his eyes. So, my son, mother. Upon hearing that familiar call, Jiu Shu could not help but shed a few warm tears. Just as she believed her child was safe, the boy unexpectedly fainted once more. Dr. Qin, what has happened to my son? Why has he fainted again? Looking at the anxious Jiu Shu, Qin Song replied in a steady tone, do not worry. He is not in immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Jiu Shu and Appo's heart finally settled. However, the subsequent words caused her heart to clench once more. If I am not mistaken, your son has encountered something he should not have, which has caused him to lose a fragment of his yang essence, resulting in his prolonged unconsciousness. I have stabilized 3 strands of his yang essence and calmed his frightened spirit. During this period, you must keep a close watch on your son and ensure he does not venture into the mountains alone. Hearing that her son was not gravely harmed, Jiu Shu felt immense gratitude towards Qin Song. Yet, when Qin Song and Appo's gaze fell upon the boy lying in bed, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. What Qin Song had stated was indeed true, though he had not conveyed all the circumstances to Jiu Shu. The reason the child appeared lost and remained in a deep slumber was likely due to an encounter with the mountain spirits or goblins. These entities dwell deep within the mountains and have a particular interest in children whose yang essence remains untainted, as it serves as the finest nourishment for them. Indeed, in certain remote mountainous regions, the antiquated practice of offering young boys and girls to mountain deities still persists. Most of these children ultimately become sustenance for various supernatural beings, enduring a fate worse than death. The child before us has been deprived of his vital essence by a certain entity, thus injuring his very essence. Although Qin Song successfully rescued him from the brink of death, the fact remains that his intrinsic vitality has been compromised, and his lifespan is destined to be significantly shorter than that of an ordinary person. As for this truth, Qin Song has no intention of revealing it to Jiu Shu. This child's plight signifies that he is fated to encounter such tribulations in his life. Should Jiu Shu learn the reality of the situation, Qin Song fears that further calamities may arise. Rather than subjecting this mother and son to the anguish of such painful truths, it seems more prudent to allow them to live out their remaining days in joy and contentment. Chapter 58. An unexpected encounter with the dragon-slaying Taoist. Now that the child was safe and sound, Qin Song and his companions resolved to leave the village and seek rest at the local earth temple. Upon hearing that the three men had nowhere to stay, Jiu Shu insisted that they should not depart. "Dr. Qin, if you do not mind, you may spend the night in the side room. Though it is somewhat dilapidated, it is certainly preferable to the earth temple." Seeing Jiu Shu's eagerness to retain them, the two young men, Kai and Jiala, began to reconsider their decision to leave. "Uncle Master, Jiu Jiu is right. In this desolate wilderness, why should we venture out? It would be better to stay the night in Jiu Jiu and Appo's side room." Before Kai could finish his sentence, a single glance from Qin Song silenced him. While Kai's reasoning held some merit, they were, after all, three men entering the home of a woman. What kind of propriety would that suggest? Ultimately, the trio graciously declined Jiu Shu's kind offer and departed the village under the dim light of the moon. Qin Song's memory did not betray him. After walking over a mile along the mountain path, they indeed spotted a decrepit earth temple by the roadside. They spent the night there, and by dawn, the three resumed their journey. The group of guests at the Four-Eyed Taoist and Appo's abode had already been claimed by another, and their immediate task was to retrieve the items entrusted to them by Jiu Shu. After 2 days of relentless travel, Kai could not help but lament his situation. He had anticipated that this outing would afford him the opportunity to explore the scenic landscapes before finally enjoying a prolonged visit at the Four-Eyed Taoist sanctuary. Yet, throughout this arduous journey, it was not merely the scenery that wore them down. Even the act of walking began to feel like a deathly toil. Under the blazing sun, Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. "Jiala, how much longer until we reach our destination?" Casting a glance at the distant mountain peak, Kai replied with a smile, "Soon." Upon hearing those words, Qin Song and Appo's hearts sank in despair. Over the past 2 days, Jiala had used that phrase to placate them countless times. However, each time they were met not with their destination, but with either mountains or trees. In an instant, doubts began to arise within Qin Song and his companion regarding Jiala and Appo's assurances. "Jiala, just how far is your master and Appo's sanctuary from here?" "Uncle Master, it truly is close. We just need to cross the mountain ahead and traverse through a grove, and we shall arrive." Realizing there was still such a considerable distance to cover, Qin Song suddenly understood why Uncle Jiu was so averse to visiting this forsaken place. "Let's rest for a while. We shall resume our journey once the sun has dipped lower." To his surprise, Qin Song was the one to suggest a break, and Kai, squatting beneath a tree, instantly brightened. "Hooray!" With that, Kai promptly retrieved a water flask and roasted chicken from his pack, appearing as if he were preparing for a picnic. Despite the arduous trek, their appetites had been satisfied following Qin Song, for the business at the charity house had not been thriving, leaving the trio to scrape by on meager earnings, rarely indulging in savory fare. As for the frugality of the Four-Eyed Taoist, well, that was another story altogether. During these past few days, Kai and Jiala not only indulged in a plethora of street delicacies, but even when they encountered no eateries along their journey, they had prepared delectable roasted chicken and duck at hand. Naturally, the expenses were borne by Qin Song. After noon had passed, the trio resumed their journey, now considerably closer to the dwelling of the Four-Eyed Taoist. However, the surrounding area was desolate and devoid of any resting places. Reluctantly, they opted to travel through the night in haste to reach the Taoist's abode. As they traversed through the woods, Qin Song suddenly heard the distant sound of a bell tolling, dinglingly. Following this, a man and Appo's voice echoed, proclaiming, "Strangers, keep your distance. The immortal returns." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Song felt a sense of familiarity. Yet he pondered for a long time without being able to recall whose voice it was. As soon as Jiala heard it, he hurried to Qin Song's side and exclaimed, "Master Uncle, a corpse driver is approaching." It was well known that the four-eyed Taoist earned his living by guiding corpses, and as his disciple, Jiala was well aware of this. Let him carry on with his task. It is of no concern to us. In any sect, corpse drivers typically prefer to travel at night, partly to avoid startling the living, and partly to deter the curious from intruding upon their profession. Thus, nocturnal travels were customary. Additionally, corpse drivers often chose to navigate through secluded paths. Although the three had inadvertently encountered a corpse handler, such taboos were of little consequence to the disciples of Maoshan. Nonetheless, Qin Song found himself rather intrigued by this individual. The voice resonated with an uncanny familiarity, prompting Qin Song to unravel the mystery surrounding the identity of this corpse handler. As he pondered in silence, the voice drew nearer to the trio. Ding ling ling ling. Beware of the living, the immortal returns. Following the direction of the sound, they beheld a robust man with short hair progressively materializing before them. Behind him trailed a procession of corpses. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Qin Song was taken aback. The figure approaching was none other than his senior brother, the Dragon Slayer Taoist. Among the many disciples of Maoshan, only the Dragon Slayer Taoist shared a close bond with the eldest brother, Shijian. Like Shijian, he was known for his domineering and unyielding demeanor, often disregarding his fellow disciples. Consequently, his reputation among his peers was rather dismal. As for Qin Song, the junior disciple, the Dragon Slayer Taoist had never deigned to acknowledge him, leaving their relationship confined to the superficial camaraderie of fellow disciples. In regard to the fate of the Dragon Slayer Taoist, Qin Song, having watched the Exorcist Master, was already well aware. Under the guise of corpse handling, he had secretly engaged in the opium trade, ultimately meeting a grim end as a zombie, a fate most unfortunate. In the present world, many outcomes have already undergone transformation. Thus Qin Song could not assert what fate awaited the Dragon Slayer. However, upon noticing that the corpses behind the Dragon Slayer bore not a trace of necromancy, he was instantly reminded of a scene from a film. The act of transporting corpses was a ruse. The opium trade was, however, genuine. Just as Qin Song became aware of the Dragon Slayer's presence, the Dragon Slayer simultaneously sensed the existence of Qin Song and his companions. This woodland was exceedingly remote, with not a single dwelling in a radius of several miles. Ordinarily, no one would venture here. Moreover, it was the dead of night. How could three figures suddenly materialize in this forest? In that moment, the Dragon Slayer adopted a more cautious demeanor. Upon approaching and discovering that one of the individuals was indeed Qin Song, an expression of astonishment vividly adorned the Dragon Slayer's countenance. Chapter 59, A Council. Yet a warning. Qin Song, what brings you here? Upon recognizing his identity, Qin Song rose to greet the Dragon Slayer. Brother Dragon Slayer, it has indeed been an age. We are, after all, brothers in the same sect. Must you address me so formally upon our reunion? Are you not inclined to acknowledge me as your junior brother? Hearing Qin Song's pointed remarks, the Dragon Slayer could not suppress a cold snort. Junior brother Qin, what brings you to this place? He glanced at the wary expression on the Dragon Slayer and Oppo's face, and then at the zombies lurking behind him. Qin Song replied nonchalantly, I am merely accompanying my two disciples for a leisurely excursion and happened upon this location by chance. As soon as Kai and Jiala realized that the man before them was their uncle, they hastily approached the Dragon Slayer. Uncle, your disciple Kai pays his respects to you. Uncle, your disciple Jiala pays his respects to you. The Dragon Slayer regarded the two young men with a frigid gaze and inquired, who is their master? One is the disciple of Brother Lin, and the other is the disciple of Brother Simu. Upon hearing that Kai and Jiala were indeed disciples of his acquaintances, a derisive snort escaped the Dragon Slayer's nostrils. Do not presume to be familiar with me. My relationship with your masters is not so close. Though the reasons behind their animosity remained opaque, the two young men quietly retreated to the side. Kai felt a profound dissatisfaction with the cold shoulder he had received, as he realized the futility of his overtures. As fellow disciples, why put on airs? Hearing Kai muttering to himself, The dragon-slaying Taoist was immediately consumed by rage. "You insolent brat, disrespectful to your elders and poorly disciplined. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." With that, the dragon-slaying Taoist lunged forward, his right hand swiftly reaching out, fingers curling as he prepared to seize Wen Kai. The suddenness of the event left Wen Kai with no time to react. Just as he braced himself for an inevitable beating, a hand unexpectedly grasped the wrist of the dragon-slaying Taoist. "Senior brother, he is merely a child. Why let your temper flare at him?" As he spoke, Qin Song gradually pressed down on the dragon-slaying Taoist's hand. Throughout this exchange, a faint smile lingered on Qin Song's face. Meanwhile, the dragon-slaying Taoist was engulfed in profound astonishment. To him, the grip on his wrist felt less like Qin Song and Appo's hand and more like a colossal iron clamp. No matter how forcefully he struggled, he could not free himself from Qin Song and Appo's grasp. Unwilling to concede, the dragon-slaying Taoist began a silent contest of strength against Qin Song. However, as time passed, beads of perspiration began to bead on his forehead. In stark contrast, Qin Song maintained his serene smile, as if nothing were amiss. Though Wen Kai and Jiala could not comprehend the nature of the struggle taking place, witnessing the dragon-slaying Taoist's predicament brought a sense of secret amusement to their hearts. Seeing Qin Song's relaxed demeanor, the dragon-slayer Taoist could not help but sneer. "Junior brother Qin, after all these years, your strength has certainly increased." "You flatter me, senior brother dragon slayer. It seems your temper has also grown considerably since we last met." Despite Qin Song and Appo's biting sarcasm, the dragon-slayer Taoist felt a surge of anger within. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, he found himself unable to break free. After a brief stalemate, the dragon-slayer Taoist finally chose to concede. "Heh, junior brother Qin, don't you ever tire of holding on like this? I'm not weary at all." In that moment, the atmosphere grew remarkably still. Observing the smiling face of Qin Song, the dragon-slayer Taoist felt a deep-seated resentment welling up within him. "Junior brother Qin, shall we let this matter rest? What do you think?" Noticing the dragon-slayer Taoist's capitulation, Qin Song replied with a smile, "Since senior brother dragon slayer has said so, let it be." With that, Qin Song slowly released his grip. A look of relief finally crossed the dragon-slayer Taoist and Appo's face. However, as he glanced at the bruise on his hand, a flicker of malice appeared in his expression. Qin Song had already anticipated the dragon-slayer Taoist's dissatisfaction. "What is the matter, senior brother? Do you have something else to discuss? Delaying our journey may incur a penalty." Saying this, Qin Song reached out and patted the motionless corpse before him. As his palm struck, the lifeless body let out a sudden wail. "Ouch!" Almost immediately, the corpse slumped to the ground. Unexpectedly, such an event transpired. Gazing at the innocent-faced Qin Song, a flicker of murderous intent unconsciously surfaced in the eyes of the dragon-slaying priest. This sudden turn of events startled Wen Kai, who exclaimed, "Jiala, run! These corpses have turned into zombies." Having recently encountered the armored zombies in Renjia County, Wen Kai had become particularly sensitive to the notion of animated corpses. His shout prompted those masquerading as corpses to swiftly retreat to the sidelines. This scene nearly shattered Wen Kai's fragile courage. "What nonsense are you shouting? Where did these zombies come from?" Qin Song retorted, yanking Wen Kai by the ear and pulling him forth. "Huh? Not zombies?" Only upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's words did Wen Kai muster the courage to glance at the impostors, where he finally discerned their expressions, particularly the fear etched upon their faces. His curiosity surged. "Master Uncle, these individuals, they're not dead?" Wen Kai inquired. At this, Qin Song could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Whether they're dead or alive, you ought to pose that question to your dragon-slaying master uncle." With that, Qin Song cast a nonchalant glance at the dragon-slaying priest and added, "You should inquire why your dragon-slaying master uncle has assembled a group of living individuals to impersonate corpses." "Qin Song, what exactly do you intend to do?" The dragon-slaying priest, taken aback by the revelation of his secret, immediately contemplated silencing him. However, upon considering Qin Song's unfathomable strength, he forcibly suppressed that thought. He is no longer a match for Qin Song. When faced with him, He has no chance of victory whatsoever. Although Qin Song inadvertently uncovered his secret, he fortunately remained oblivious to the opium carried by the living beings before him. In that moment, the Dragon Slayer felt an overwhelming frustration as he gazed at Qin Song. What do you intend to do, Brother Dragon Slayer? That question should rightfully be posed by me. After speaking, Qin Song cast a glance at the dozen or so individuals masquerading as zombies. Brother Dragon Slayer, the cycle of heaven is just. Who can escape the judgment of the heavens? Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately reap the consequences of their deeds. While it was unclear whether Qin Song's words were a warning or a counsel, the Dragon Slayer chose to disregard them entirely. Qin Song, let us part ways on this broad road. Mind your own business. Chapter 60. Hitching a ride in this present day. Qin Song has undeniably transformed from the once bullied junior disciple of Ur. Aware that he cannot match Qin Song's prowess, the dragon-slaying Taoist glared furiously at the shambling figure lurking nearby. Get out here, you lot. I didn't pay you to stand around idly. Upon witnessing the dragon-slaying Taoist and Oppo's outburst, a dozen individuals hastily gathered behind him. Although they formed a line reminiscent of mindless zombies, the ruse had been discerned by Qin Song, allowing the group to move with newfound ease. Qin Song, do not celebrate prematurely. Our paths shall cross again. With that, he departed the scene, accompanied by his entourage. As they gazed at the receding figure of the dragon-slaying Taoist, Wen Kai and Jia Lu were left in a state of confusion. Master Uncle, are you not fellow disciples? Why did it nearly lead to a confrontation upon your first meeting? To Wen Kai, the bond among fellow disciples should be profound, akin to that of brothers. However, he remained oblivious to the reality within the confines of Maoshan, where numerous peers existed, and the elders often turned a blind eye to the factions that emerged among the disciples. If you are truly interested, inquire with your master when you return. Qin Song retorted with a piercing glance at Wen Kai. Eat quickly. We must be on our way. Regarding the dragon-slaying Taoist, who had strayed down a misguided path, Qin Song felt little desire to elaborate. Ultimately, the choices made were his own, and he would inevitably face the consequences of his actions. After satisfying their hunger, the trio resumed their journey beneath the starlit sky. Little did Qin Song know, on the other side of the forest, a group of animated corpses was advancing in an orderly fashion. At the helm was the enigmatic four-eyed Taoist. Unlike the dragon-slaying Taoist and Oppo's method of controlling the dead, the four-eyed Taoist employed a rather peculiar technique. Leading the procession, all the corpses mimicked his movements in perfect unison, accompanied by the melodious ringing of copper bells. As the procession surged forward with vigor, the dead traversed the path, while the living graciously made way. Although the profession of guiding the dead was often monotonous and fraught with the company of many corpses, the four-eyed Taoist infused this seemingly dull task with an element of novelty. We leap and bound, we continue to jump, we spread our legs as we leap. We jump forward and then backward, twisting and turning as we go. We spread our legs anew. Just as the four-eyed Taoist was reveling in his playful antics with a throng of corpses, he suddenly slipped, causing him to lurch backward. Fortunately, a multitude of corpses stood behind him, providing a cushion that prevented him from tumbling. At that moment, all the corpses formed a line, their arms resting on the shoulders of the one in front. As the leader, the four-eyed Taoist orchestrated the movements of the entire ensemble. Regaining his grip on the copper bell that controlled the corpses, he shook his drowsy head. Alas, age is indeed a burden. It was still before the witching hour, and already he felt the weight of slumber. With that, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but stifle a yawn. The paths in the mountains are arduous and treacherous. Just as the four-eyed Taoist was leading a procession of corpses, a tree, abruptly severed at its midpoint, appeared before him. Casting a glance at the corpses trailing behind, he could not help but murmur, "Behave yourselves and do not cause any trouble." With that, he shook the copper bell in his hand and commanded, "Spread your legs and bend backward." Following his instructions, the Taoist bent at the waist, deftly evading the obstructive trunk. The other corpses, mimicking his movements with surprising accuracy, managed to navigate around the hindrance as well. Although this peculiar method of guiding the corpses was indeed amusing, After several consecutive days of travel, the four-eyed Taoist found himself overwhelmed by fatigue. "I am utterly exhausted," he lamented. Unbeknownst to him, directly ahead lay a dead tree that obstructed his path. In a moment of distraction, he collided forcefully with the barren trunk. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. At that moment, still holding the copper bell, his gesture prompted the corpses behind him to mimic his action, each one clutching their midsection in unison. Observing this synchronized display among the corpses, the Taoist felt a twinge of exasperation. "It is I who is in pain. Why do you mimic my suffering?" With a resigned sigh, he straightened his posture and commanded, "Rise. Turn around." Under his direction, the procession of corpses once again fell into formation. "Let's continue our leap forward." Yet, after a few bounds, the Taoist halted once more. "I am truly fatigued." At that moment, a frog abruptly leaped from the grass by the roadside. Observing the palm-sized creature, the four-eyed Taoist suddenly conceived an idea. "Ha!" Eyeing the frog resting on the ground, he reached out and hung a copper bell on the arm of the zombie. Subsequently, he seized the frog with great care. The four-eyed Taoist then cautiously tore off the talisman, controlling the zombie. "Brother, lend me a hand," he murmured as he rolled the talisman into a ball and stuffed it into the frog and Appo's mouth. Once the task was completed, he gently placed the frog back on the ground. "Jump, come on, jump." Watching the frog remain still, a sense of urgency welled up within him. Perhaps it understood his command, for the frog suddenly leaped forward, causing the motionless zombies to spring forth as well. Oh my goodness, under the talisman and Appo's influence, the zombie horde took a sudden leap, immediately resulting in a solid kick to the four-eyed Taoist's backside, though his rear ached. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he witnessed the synchronized leap of the zombies. Had I known it would be this convenient, I would have done it sooner." With that, the four-eyed Taoist sprang into action, leaping onto the shoulder of one of the zombies. "Brother, give me a ride." No longer burdened by the arduous task of controlling the undead, the four-eyed Taoist found himself in a state of unparalleled comfort, aided by the very creatures he commanded. However, such leisurely moments are often ephemeral. Just as he was reveling in his contentment, the frog abruptly ceased its movements, resting motionless upon the ground. "Hey, my friend, lend me your ears. Continue your leaps," he implored. As if endowed with a spark of sentience, the frog responded promptly, resuming its activity, yet to the Taoist's dismay, it altered its course entirely. Panic began to set in for the four-eyed Taoist. "No turning. You must not turn," he exclaimed, hastily dismounting from the back of the undead. Meanwhile, under the frog's command, the procession of the undead began to leap slowly towards the roadside ditch. Wait. We cannot descend into the ditch. My good fellow, we must not go down." Chapter 61. Senior brother, your taste is quite heavy despite the relentless efforts of the four-eyed Taoist to halt the advancing horde of ghouls. He found himself powerless against their relentless march. Under the guidance of a particular frog, the procession of ghouls descended into chaos. Just as he intended to recapture the elusive frog, he realized that the one adorned with talismans had seamlessly blended into the throng of frogs. In that moment, the four-eyed Taoist was at a loss. Not this one, nor that one. After an exhaustive search, he finally located the frog he had been pursuing. However, just as he reclaimed the talisman, a white ribbon suddenly shot forth from the forest. In swift succession, a figure clad in white emerged gracefully. To his astonishment, the two white ribbons coiled around the figure, who appeared intent on stealthily abducting a ghoul. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's temper flared. With a quickened pace, he lunged forward, grasping the ghoul by its feet. "Dare you steal my corpse? I shall render you a fool." Realizing the deception had been unveiled, the figure shifted their focus onto the four-eyed Taoist. The living are associated with Yang, while the ghouls embody Yin. For those mountain spirits and wild creatures, the Yin energy within the ghouls is considered a substantial boon. As the white figure charged towards him, the four-eyed Taoist understood he had become the target of a malevolent being. Just days prior, a mishap involving guests had transpired in Rinjia County, tarnishing his reputation. Should this new batch of guests encounter further misfortune, it would likely spell the end of his livelihood in the realm of corpse transportation. With a malevolent creature now at play, the four-eyed Taoist was understandably furious. Bold and captivating fiend, receive my blade. With that, the four-eyed Taoist twirled his sword and lunged towards the enchanting demoness. Being a creature of ethereal origin, the demoness was acutely aware of the Taoist's formidable prowess. As the bronze sword neared her, she swiftly ascended into the air. In a graceful motion, she shed her flowing white silk robe. Gazing upon the vibrant beauty before him, the four-eyed Taoist felt a sudden thirst arise within him. Goodness, how exquisite! Staring at the demure, yet alluring demoness, his heart raced uncontrollably, especially when their eyes met. Her enchanting gaze nearly ensnared his very soul. The demoness, well versed in the art of seduction, skillfully lured him closer, rendering the four-eyed Taoist utterly defenseless as he approached her. Come closer. Watching her beckon him with a playful finger, his heart pounded vigorously. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he finally shook his head. No, I mustn't succumb. I am a Taoist. Observing his indifference, the demoness slightly parted her lips, and to his astonishment, a multitude of bubbles escaped from her mouth. My word, how marvelous! She can even blow bubbles. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist remained oblivious to the fact that these bubbles were infused with potent love toxins. Come on, do come. Although he repeatedly declared his resolve, his body betrayed him with unwavering honesty. It is unbearable. I cannot endure it any longer. My dear, I am coming. With these words, the four-eyed Taoist cast aside his bronze sword and lunged towards the seductive enchantress. Enraptured by her allure, he embraced her, oblivious to the impending peril that quietly approached. As the four-eyed Taoist succumbed to her enchantment, the enchantress gradually revealed her true nature. It hurts and itches. What a delightful sensation. In that moment, she had shed her guise as a youthful maiden and transformed into a vixen. Gazing at the blissful expression of the four-eyed Taoist, a glimmer of malice flickered in the eyes of the vixen. Just as she prepared to strike him, he suddenly lifted his head. Ha! To his astonishment, the glasses of the four-eyed Taoist morphed into a magical artifact. Little imp, did you truly believe you could deceive my glasses? With that, he moved his hand slightly, sending a flare of flames hurtling towards the enchantress. Celestial fire spell command. To her surprise, the four-eyed Taoist had not been enchanted at all, causing the enchantress to panic. Observing the fiery orb, she quickly ascended into the air. Trying to flee? Seeing his initial strike miss, the four-eyed Taoist casually hurled his bronze sword. A piercing scream echoed as the enchantress fell to the ground. Humph, you do possess some charm. I merely wished to toy with you. Yet you took it seriously. Casting a glance at the motionless vixen, the four-eyed Taoist prepared to retrieve his bronze sword. As he approached the vixen, she suddenly sprang to life, her sharp claws lunging towards the four-eyed Taoist. It seems you are not quite finished yet. Allow me to play with you a little longer. With that, the four-eyed Taoist flicked his hand, and the fallen bronze sword soared into his grasp. He raised it just in time to deflect the claws, creating a shower of sparks upon impact. The force of the collision sent him staggering backward, while the vixen was propelled several meters away. The balance of power was unmistakably clear. Foul fox, shall we continue our little game? With a flourish, the Taoist brandished the bronze sword. You insufferable Taoist. The vixen, incensed by his mockery, swiftly transformed, summoning a foul wind that swept through the forest. How long has it been since you last bathed? With a deft leap, the four-eyed Taoist evaded the onslaught of the noxious breeze. Although the wind did not harm him, it caused the talismans that had been affixed to the head of the walking corpse to flutter down chaotically. What trickery is this? Seeing the disarray among the corpses, the Taoist felt a surge of frustration. Gentlemen, cease your jumping and running. As he frantically attempted to regain control over the chaotic scene, the vixen's face brimmed with triumphant delight. With a swift motion of her hands, she ensnared a wandering corpse. Now that the undead was secured, the enchantress dared not linger. However, just as she prepared to flee, a beam of golden light suddenly cleaved through the night sky, piercing straight toward her forehead. Who could it be? In the dead of night, the sudden appearance of a formidable presence nearby aroused the vigilance of the Taoist. Upon turning to look, he recognized three familiar figures hastening through the thicket. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Qin Song jested, glancing at the corpse pinned to the tree. "Brother, it has been a few days since we last met, and your tastes have certainly become rather peculiar. Even a fox spirit has caught your fancy? In front of Jiao, you really ought to watch your tongue. Come quickly and lend a hand." Chapter 62. Surrounded by the undead, casting a glance at the fox spirit, whose eyes remained unclosed in death, the four-eyed Taoist found himself seething with frustration. Were it not for this fox spirit and Appo's meddling, the undead would not be scattering in chaos. "You three, swiftly assist me in recapturing the undead. Otherwise, we shall incur losses." With that, the four-eyed Taoist commenced his efforts to seize the wandering undead. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the four managed to round up all the undead. Observing that none had escaped, the four-eyed Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, not a single one is missing." He then raised his gaze to the heavens in gratitude. "I am fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, this business venture would surely have collapsed." Upon hearing this, Qin Song glanced at the corpse of the fox spirit. "We happened to pass by and heard the sounds of battle, which prompted our arrival. We had no idea we would encounter you here." Just as the four-eyed Taoist and Qin Song were exchanging pleasantries, he suddenly noticed that there were no undead following the trio. "Junior apprentice, where are the undead I asked you to drive away? What have you done with them?" Seeing the four-eyed Taoist broach the subject, Qin Song recounted the sequence of events. When informed that his business had been usurped, the four-eyed Taoist nearly erupted in rage. However, upon learning that the culprits were his fellow disciples, his spirits lightened considerably. According to Qin Song, the water should not flow to outsiders, for they were all brethren of the same school, making this outcome somewhat palatable. Thus, a group of four, accompanied by a throng of wandering souls, ambled along, stopping intermittently. At last, they arrived at the dawn of the second day at the abode of the four-eyed Taoist. Much like a film set, the Taoist sanctuary was blessed with superb feng shui and breathtaking scenery. Not far from the four-eyed Taoist residence stood a modestly sized courtyard. Glancing at the somewhat unadorned little yard, Qin Song realized that it must surely be the dwelling of Master Jiu. Come, my junior brother, please step inside." As soon as the courtyard door swung open, the four-eyed Taoist eagerly began to extol the virtues of his domain. "Junior brother, what do you think of my sanctuary? Senior brother Lin always remarks that this place is unworthy of mention, but what does he know? This is what we call down-to-earth living, a pastoral retreat, do you understand?" After saying this, the four-eyed Taoist took a deep whiff of the air in the courtyard. "Do you all smell that? The air is so fresh here. Can the environment in the county town compare?" Upon hearing the four-eyed Taoist's words, Wenkai theatrically inhaled the fresh air. "Uncle Master, I don't detect the scent of fresh air. Rather, the pungent odor of chicken and duck droppings is quite overwhelming." To Wentsai's unexpected candor, which unveiled the four-eyed Taoist's pretensions, Qin Song could not help but chuckle. The four-eyed Taoist, upon hearing Wentsai's remark, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What do you know, you rascal? This is the essence of pastoral living, a return to simplicity. Do you comprehend? Do you understand?" The four-eyed Taoist continued, playfully rapping Wentsai's head as he spoke. In a moment of panic, Wenkai fled, fearing that the four-eyed Taoist would strike again. Under the guidance of the four-eyed Taoist, the group finally entered the temple. With guests arriving and everyone having toiled through the night, the four-eyed Taoist promptly assigned Jala to the kitchen to prepare a meal. While the others conversed cheerfully in the living room, Jala found himself laboring in the kitchen, feeling somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, the lengthy cooking process offered him a chance to escape his discontent. He decided to lie down in a pile of hay and close his eyes for a brief respite. Just a moment in Appo's slumber, he thought, and soon fell into a deep sleep, unaware that over an hour had passed. In pursuit of expediency, the four-eyed Taoist had been tirelessly working day and night, fearing any delay. Since the previous evening, he had gone without food or water for more than a day. After waiting in the living room for quite some time without news of the meal, he began to feel anxious. "Junior brother, please remain seated for a moment. I shall check on the kitchen," he said, before hastening to the kitchen door. Upon discovering Jiala stealthily asleep, The four-eyed Taoist was greatly vexed. This impudent boy, tasked with preparing a meal for his master uncle, has instead chosen to indulge in slumber, observing Jiao deeply immersed in his dreams. The four-eyed Taoist picked up a log of wood from the entrance in exasperation. Although at this moment Qin Song and Wen Kai were seated in the living room, they observed every movement of the four-eyed Taoist with clarity. "Master Uncle, is the four-eyed master planning to cook himself?" Wen Kai inquired, perplexed, as he witnessed the four-eyed Taoist lift a bundle of firewood. In response, Qin Song slowly shook his head. While this scenario diverged somewhat from the film Uncle Zombie, upon seeing the four-eyed Taoist embrace the firewood, Qin Song intuitively understood that Jiao Lu was likely inescapably doomed to endure a beating. Ding-ling-a-ling as the copper bell in his hand clanged incessantly, the four-eyed Taoist began placing the firewood into the hands of the ghouls. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, ghouls possess spirit. Ghouls have essence. Forget the bell sound. Heed my command and strike. Respond to my call and lash out. Obey my decree. Heed my command, I summon you. No sooner had the words left the four-eyed Taoist's lips than the group of ghouls instantly raised their clubs. Observing this formidable display, Wen Kai and Appo's heart sank with the realization that trouble was imminent. As he watched the horde of ghouls marching in formation towards the kitchen, his heart quivered. No wonder Jiao Lu and Appo's martial prowess was so formidable. It had evidently been forced out of him. In that moment, Wen Kai suddenly grasped that, in comparison to the four-eyed Taoist, Uncle Jiu was indeed far too lenient. Seeing the astonished expression on Wen Kai's face, Qin Song chuckled and remarked, "Do you see now? If you and Xiu Sheng do not exert yourselves in your studies, this will be your fate." Just as he finished speaking, a wail of despair echoed from the nearby kitchen. Listening to Jia Li's mournful cries, Qin Song couldn't help but shake his head. Over the years, Jiao Lu has truly endured much under the tutelage of Master Simu. After a span of more than 10 minutes, Simu Daoran finally covered Jiao Li's mouth and led him outside. "Oh, Master, please spare me." As long as he remained silent, all was well. But the moment he uttered the word, "Oh," the walking corpses stirred once more. Seeing those ghastly figures lurching towards him, Jiao Lu hurriedly covered his mouth. "Uncle Qin, you must advocate for me. I've been unjustly subjected to this beating." Observing the look of grievance on Jiao Li's face, Qin Song felt a twinge of compassion. "Brother, a lesson is sufficient. Let us be lenient this time. After all, we traveled all night yesterday." Chapter 63. Master Ishio's visit. Upon hearing Qin Song's coaxing, Jiao repeatedly pleaded for mercy. "Master, please spare me. I shall go and light the fire to cook." With that, Jiao scurried off to the kitchen, his tail between his legs. "Oh dear, junior brother, why are you advising me? This rascal truly deserves a lesson." As Qin Song heard the four-eyed Taoist utter the words, "Oh dear," he couldn't and Appo's helped but stealthily step back a few paces. Just then, a dozen ghouls approached, wielding sticks and charging toward the four-eyed Taoist. "What on earth is happening? Brothers, please refrain from striking," he exclaimed. "Ouch!" The four-eyed Taoist was taken aback, not anticipating that the ghouls would swing their sticks directly at his head. "Alas, junior brother, you must save me," as the four-eyed Taoist cried out in desperation. Qin Song flicked his hand, a golden needle gleaming in the air, and promptly plucked a talisman from the table. "Silence is the command. Forget the Appo's." "Oh dear, Appo's," he declared. Instantly, the talisman ignited midair. In that moment, the ghouls dropped their sticks, standing frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Observing this, the four-eyed Taoist finally exhaled in relief. "What close call! I nearly met my end at the hands of those ghouls." He shot a furious glance toward the kitchen. "It's all that wretched Jiala's fault. Had it not been for his words, I would not." As he continued, the four-eyed Taoist's hand abruptly froze in midair. Noticing his stillness, Qin Song quickly inquired, "Brother, what has happened to you?" As the cramps seized him, a rather unpleasant smile appeared on the face of the four-eyed Taoist. Fortunately, Qin Song was right beside him, and, after a round of massage, the four-eyed Taoist finally returned to his usual state. "Brother, Senior Lin instructed me to come and collect the 5 emperor coins and the copper sword. Do you truly possess these items?" Noticing Qin Song and Amp, Oppo's skepticism, a glimmer of amusement flickered across the four-eyed Taoist and Amp, Oppo's face. My dear brother, having traversed the land for many years, I indeed have a few of these treasures in my possession. With that, the four-eyed Taoist turned and entered his study, soon re-emerging with two antique boxes. Here you are. Everything that Senior Lin requested is contained within. After receiving the boxes, Qin Song promptly passed them to Wen Kai. Make sure to handle these with care. Do not misplace them. Upon hearing Qin Song's admonition, Wen Kai hurriedly stowed the items in his satchel. At that moment, Qin Song suddenly noticed two figures appearing in the nearby courtyard. Brother, the esteemed Master Jiu must reside in the adjacent courtyard, correct? Upon hearing Qin Song mention Master Jiu, a hint of disdain crossed the four-eyed Taoist features. Indeed, you are correct. That old monk lives next door. After speaking, the four-eyed Taoist observed that Master Jiu had returned. Ah, that old monk has come back. How unfortunate. With that, the four-eyed Taoist pinched his nose and waved his hand dismissively. Why bring up that foul monk at all? Come, junior brother, allow me to show you to your room. With that, the four-eyed Taoist led the two to a corner of the courtyard. Just as they were tidying up the room, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Four-eyed, have you returned? Upon hearing the voice, a flicker of disdain crossed the four-eyed Taoist and Oppo's face. Junior brother, the one knocking is that bothersome old monk. Please help me deal with him. If he inquires about me, just say I am unwell and send him away. In any case, I wish to avoid his ancient visage. To his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist pushed Qin Song out, leaving him with an air of helplessness. The knocking grew louder, and even Jiu Lu, who had been busy cooking in the kitchen, recognized Master Jiu's voice. Just as Qin Song was about to welcome their guest, he discovered that Jiu Lu had already ushered Master Jiu inside, accompanied by a modestly dressed young woman. When Master Jiu caught sight of Qin Song approaching, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Jiu Lu, has your master not returned? The once tranquil courtyard suddenly buzzed with activity. Master Jiu had assumed that the four-eyed Taoist had come back. Thus he brought along his new disciple for a visit. Little did he expect that the figure emerging was not the familiar four-eyed Taoist, but rather an exceedingly youthful boy. For a moment, Master Jiu was left perplexed, and the girl, Jing, who had been standing quietly to the side, was equally bewildered. Since Jing became a disciple of Master Jiu, she often heard him mention his old neighbor. According to Master Jiu's description, the four-eyed Taoist should be a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a rather disheveled appearance, complete with thick glasses perched on his nose. However, to her surprise, this four-eyed Taoist bore no resemblance to the man Master Jiu had portrayed. This individual was not only youthful and handsome, but also exuded an air of confidence in every gesture. He certainly did not resemble a sordid middle-aged Taoist. As Qin Song approached with a beaming smile, Master Jiu hastily turned to Jiu Lu. Jiu Lu, this is... Master, he is my uncle Qin Song. The gentleman beside him, named Wen Kai, is my uncle Lin's disciple. They have both come here as guests. Upon hearing Jiu Li's introduction, Master Jiu immediately welcomed them with a warm smile. So you are Taoist Qin. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Listening to Master Jiu's courteous words, Qin Song quickly returned the gesture. You must be Master Jiu. I have often heard my brother Four-Eyed speak of you. It is an honor to finally meet you. Upon hearing Qin Song's remark, a peculiar expression crossed Master Jiu's face. I presume Four-Eyed has not spared me from some unfavorable tales? Qin Song and Oppo's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment at this comment. Master Jiu, however, seemed unperturbed by it, and he then pulled Jing closer to him. This is my newly accepted disciple, Jing. Jing, quickly greet Taoist Qin. Greetings, Taoist Qin. Gazing at the curious Jing, Qin Song greeted her with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Wen Kai, standing nearby, had already become infatuated with the young and beautiful Jing. Hello, my name is Wen Kai, he said, extending his hands. Although Wen Kai and Oppo's gaze made her somewhat uncomfortable, out of politeness, Jing still shook his hand. Master Jiu had been waiting in the living room for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of the four-eyed Taoist, which piqued his curiosity. Qin Taoist, What seems to be the matter with your senior brother? Why has he not emerged after such a long while? Noticing that Master Ishio had mentioned the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song quickly explained, "My senior brother is feeling a bit unwell at the moment and is unable to receive guests. I hope you can understand." Hearing that the four-eyed Taoist was ill, Master Ishio's spirits lifted instantly. "Oh, the four-eyed Taoist is unwell? I shall go in and check on him." Chapter 64. Two Old Rogues. Initially, Qin Song had intended to cleverly deceive Master Ikkyu, but unexpectedly, this piqued the master's interest instead. Just as Jiala was about to intervene, the voice of the four-eyed Taoist suddenly resonated from within the room. "No need." Upon hearing this, Master Ikkyu had no choice but to retreat. With the four-eyed Taoist unwilling to receive guests, the master and Oppos, as previously high spirits were considerably dampened. "In that case, let us return," he declared, preparing to leave with Jingjing. Seeing that Master Ikkyu intended to take Jingjing away, Jiala grew anxious. "Master, please don an Oppos. Go. I have prepared breakfast. Why not stay and enjoy it?" The moment Master Ikkyu heard Jiala and Oppos' invitation, his face brightened with delight. "How could I impose?" Meanwhile, Qin Song also chimed in to persuade him. "Indeed, master. Jiala has already prepared breakfast. Why not stay for a meal before departing?" With such a delightful opportunity at hand, Master Ikkyu was not one to miss it. Noticing that he truly intended to linger, the four-eyed Taoist could no longer remain at ease. With a rustle, he turned and opened the door. Upon encountering the perfectly composed four-eyed Taoist, Master Ikkyu smiled and inquired, "Didn't you say you were unwell? What brings you out?" In response, the four-eyed Taoist retorted without hesitation, "Is it impossible to enjoy breakfast if one is unwell?" To this, Master Ikkyu could not help but chuckle. "Of course one can eat. One can eat." Having spoken, he tugged at Jingjing beside him. "Quickly greet Taoist Simu." "Master, is this the Taoist Simu you often mention?" As Taoist Simu emerged from the interior, Jingjing had already taken note of the man. Indeed, as her master described, yet the man's appearance was rather unseemly. "Greetings, Taoist." Casting a glance at the master and disciple, Taoist Simu could not help but roll his eyes. "What has he told you?" Faced with Taoist Simu's imposing demeanor, Jingjing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Master Ishio swiftly signaled Jingjing with a glance. Through their established rapport, Jingjing instantly grasped Master Ishio's intent. "Master says you possess a kind heart, embody integrity, and have devoted your life to vanquishing demons, upholding justice, and showing great affection for your disciples. Even when mistakes are made, you resort to words of love rather than punishment. A master like you is truly a rare treasure." Upon finishing, a hint of pride glimmered in Jingjing's eyes. When Jiala heard this flattery, he was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be his master? Yet, when he beheld Taoist Simu's countenance, he steeled himself and remarked, "Master, she captures your essence remarkably." Without delay, Jingjing's lips moved once more. "My master also says that when you two meet, it is as if brothers are reunited." Upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment crossed Taoist Simu and Oppos' face. What does reunion signify? The reunion felt as if it were separated by an eternity, a bittersweet amalgamation of joy and sorrow, leaving them both speechless in each other's presence. "Ison and Oppos. That right, master?" The unexpected eloquence of his disciple delighted Master Ikkyu, who nodded in satisfaction. "You are absolutely correct. Upon seeing you, I indeed found myself at a loss for words." "At a loss for words? Are you perchance mute?" After retorting to Master Ikkyu, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but scrutinize Jingjing. "You, little girl, possess a rather sweet tongue. You are both obedient and adorable, though it is somewhat regrettable that you have chosen the wrong master." Noticing the charged atmosphere between the two, Jiala hastily interjected to shift the conversation. "Master, why don't you enjoy a cup of tea with the Grand Master first? I shall fetch the breakfast I have prepared. What do you say?" After uttering this, Jiala quietly murmured, "Master, just agree, will you? Today we have guests at home. Consider yourselves fortunate." Observing Jiala dart towards the kitchen, Master Ikkyu promptly instructed Jingjing, "You two, go and assist." As the two young disciples hurried outside, the four-eyed Taoist patted Qin Song on the shoulder and said, "Sit down, junior brother. Have some tea first, and we shall partake of breakfast shortly." Glancing at the beaming Master Jiu, Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, you all enjoy your meal. I am not particularly hungry and will return to my room to rest." Eating breakfast with those two, Qin Song feared he might be overwhelmed. With peanut kernels smeared with nasal mucus and fermented tofu treated like mud, this small dining table was destined to become a battlefield for two. Qin Song was acutely aware that this breakfast could hardly be consumed in peace. Shortly after he returned to his room, a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted from the direction of the living room. Before long, the shattering of dishes filled the air. Although the two outside were embroiled in a fierce battle, Qin Song had already entered a state of deep meditation, oblivious to the commotion. As he settled into his meditative state, he soon felt waves of rich spiritual energy flowing through the atmosphere. At that moment, he understood why the four-eyed Taoist had chosen such an uninhabited location for the Taoist temple. Compared to the bustling Renjia County, the spiritual essence here was exponentially more abundant, making this place a veritable paradise in the current environment. Thus, Qin Song became engrossed in his meditation, unable to extricate himself. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized that the sun had already descended significantly. What a refreshing experience! Stretching his limbs, he gradually rose from his bed. Glancing outside, he noticed that night had fallen. Indeed, skipping a meal was not an option. Feeling his empty stomach, Qin Song promptly made his way towards the kitchen. Just as he turned to leave his room, he encountered the four-eyed Taoist approaching him. Meanwhile, he held a package in hand. "Ah, junior brother, you're awake?" Noticing the package in the hands of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. "Senior brother, are you planning to embark on another journey?" With that, Qin Song pointed at the package. "Oh, what journey could I possibly take? This is all the doing of that foul monk next door." Upon saying this, the four-eyed Taoist began to unpack the contents. Coconuts, a small bowl, cotton, and a wick. "What do you intend to do with these items?" As soon as Qin Song uttered these words, a clear sound of a bronze bell resonated from Master Jiu's dwelling next door. "See, that wretched monk is incessantly ringing away, making it impossible for me to sleep. Junior brother, would you care to stuff your ears as well?" With that, the four-eyed Taoist offered a wad of cotton to Qin Song. Chapter 65. Teasing Master Jiu. Observing the exasperated expression of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song could not help but chuckle. "Brother, I sleep so soundly that even the loudest thunder cannot rouse me. You might as well keep this for your own use." Seeing that Qin Song had no intention of utilizing it, the four-eyed Taoist rolled his eyes in exasperation. "When you find yourself unable to sleep tonight, do not come seeking cotton from me." With that, he took his belongings and retreated to his chamber. Before dawn the next day, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish being struck echoed through Master Jiu's courtyard. Qin Song had initially thought that his deep slumber would shield him from the clamor of the wooden fish. However, he greatly underestimated its potency. The persistent beating finally provoked the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's ire. "Ah, I can end Appo's. Take it anymore." With a cacophony of noise, he emerged, clutching a box in his arms. Upon witnessing the irate expression of the four-eyed Taoist, Jiu, bewildered, inquired, "Master, where are you off to so early?" "I'm going to buy a house." With that, the four-eyed Taoist stormed off towards Master Jiu's residence. "Monk, come here. I wish to discuss something with you." To his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist had sought him out so early in the morning. Master Jiu, with a genial smile, set aside his wooden fish. "Good morning, Taoist friend. What brings you to me today?" Gazing at the wooden fish and the bronze bell laid upon the ground, the four-eyed Taoist patted the box he was carrying. "Monk, how much do you intend to sell this house for?" "I shall purchase it, so you cease your incessant disturbances." Upon uttering these words, the four-eyed Taoist opened his chest, revealing it to be filled to the brim with gold. "Now, how much is it?" Witnessing the fury etched upon the four-eyed Taoist's face, Master Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear Taoist brother, we are neighbors after all. Our fates are intertwined in this life. How can such a bond be measured in mere currency?" After hearing Master Jiu and Appo's cunning reasoning, the four-eyed Taoist and Apos' ire only intensified. Pray tell, what would it take for you to vacate this place? Observing the disgruntled expression of the four-eyed Taoist brought immense satisfaction to Master Jiu. Dear brother, I have resolved to remain here, chanting sutras and meditating until I attain enlightenment. Thus I shall not be leaving. To his astonishment, Master Jiu was impervious to persuasion, driving the four-eyed Taoist to the brink of exasperation. You wretched monk, I shall keep watch over you and see the day of your demise. Just as the four-eyed Taoist prepared to return home for a much-needed rest, he inadvertently glanced at the table, noticing several clay dolls scattered across its surface. Gazing at the collection of clay figures, a clever idea struck the four-eyed Taoist. Monk, my previous words may have been harsh. Consider them merely a passing whim. Do not take them to heart. To his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist had taken the initiative to soften his stance, leaving Master Jiu utterly astonished. Your words are indeed heavy, dear brother. Seeing the four-eyed Taoist clutching a clay doll, Master Jiu, filled with a sense of pride, inquired, what do you think? Isn't this clay doll crafted by Jingjing remarkably like me? Indeed, it bears an uncanny resemblance. Could you possibly gift it to me? Certainly. If you cherish it, take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Jiu acquiesced. Observing the monk's eagerness, the four-eyed Taoist promptly extended the doll towards him. Monk, would you kindly provide your signature? I wish to keep it as a memento. Upon hearing this request for a keepsake, Master Jiu swiftly approached the table. A mere signature feels insincere. Instead, allow me to leave my handprint. With that, Master Jiu dipped his fingers in red clay and pressed them onto the doll. Once he completed the task, he cheerfully handed the clay doll over. Here you are. Should you ever miss me, just gaze upon this doll. While others might not grasp the significance of the clay doll, Qin Song understood perfectly. As he observed through the window, witnessing Master Jiu unsuspectingly bestow the doll to the four-eyed Taoist, he silently mourned for Master Jiu for 3 seconds. Upon returning to his own courtyard, the four-eyed Taoist instructed Jiala to prepare an altar for a ritual. Incense, candles, paper money, and effigies, everything was meticulously arranged. Noticing the four-eyed Taoist's preparations, Jiala could not help but ask, Master, are you planning to play a trick on the monk? With a gentle stroke of the knife, he meticulously severed the handprint from Master Jiu. As the lips of the four-eyed Taoist began to vibrate, the flag inserted into the table fluttered wildly. With a flick of his finger, a small bowl that contained charms and vermilion suddenly ignited a flicker of flame. He then plunged his finger into the mixture of vermilion and charms, staining it with the inky substance. 1 point of the spiritual platform, 2 turns of yin and yang, 3 flames of the sun emerge. Limbs and organs heed my command. Maoshan puppet technique, command. Having uttered these words, the four-eyed Taoist hastily applied the vermilion onto a nearby scarecrow. As the charms on the scarecrow burned away, he formed a hand seal, and the scarecrow slowly rose to its feet. A smirk of satisfaction crept onto the four-eyed Taoist's face as he gazed at the scarecrow in the center of the ritual platform. Let us see how long you can withstand this. With that, he controlled the scarecrow, commanding it to lift the items before it. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Master Jiu unexpectedly found himself grasping a wooden fish and subsequently hurled it away. What is happening? Under the control of the four-eyed Taoist, Master Jiu first tossed the wooden fish, overturned the table, and even tore the door apart. Witnessing Master Jiu and Apos' erratic behavior, Jingjing was left bewildered. Master, what are you doing? Huh? I don't know either. Listening to Master Jiu and Apos' voice from the neighboring courtyard, a cold smile crept onto the four-eyed Taoist and Apos' face. Of course you don't know. Just watch how I will deal with you this time. Having said that, the four-eyed Taoist inserted a toothpick into the waist of the straw man. At that moment, Master Jiu unexpectedly burst into a fit of wild laughter. Master, what are you laughing at? Jingjing was utterly baffled by the sight of Master Jiu, who alternated between convulsions and silly giggles. I've been struck at my laughter point. Quickly, help me release it. Listening to Master Jiu's hearty laughter, A smug expression involuntarily appeared on the four-eyed Taoist's face. Hee, the fun is yet to come. With that, the four-eyed Taoist guided the straw man to a corner of the altar. Ha 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 ha. What am I opening the cabinet for? Ha ha. Before Master Jiu could react, he pulled open the cabinet door and placed his fingers in the crevice. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Master Jiu, followed by another round of laughter echoing through the courtyard. Chapter 66. The encounter with the thousand-craned Taoist, as if scripted in a cinematic narrative. The two ultimately clashed due to Master Jiu's chanting and the rhythmic tapping of the wooden fish. Amidst the cacophony, Qin Song simply covered his ears, allowing himself to drift back into slumber. After an indeterminate passage of time, an urgent knocking at the door jolted him awake. Uncle Master, please wake up. Save my master." Upon recognizing the voice of Jala, Qin Song sprang from his bed. "Jala, what on earth is happening?" "Uncle Master, my master has consumed an entire jar of lamp oil, and now his stomach is painfully bloated. You must help him." With urgency, Qin Song rushed towards the living room. While he recalled the events from the film, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such proportions. Initially, the four-eyed Taoist had played a trick on Master Jiu, subsequently extracting one of his decayed teeth, only to then imbibe an entire vat of lamp oil himself. The outcome of this magical duel was destined to be mutually detrimental. Upon seeing Qin Song, the four-eyed Taoist appeared as if he had found savior. "Junior brother, please save me. My stomach aches terribly." Observing the Taoist and Appo's rotund belly, Qin Song could not help but sigh. "You two truly are." Left speechless by the farce orchestrated by these two old rascals, Qin Song resolved, "Bear with it. I shall assist you in expelling the oil at once." With deftness, he inserted a golden needle into the center of the Zhongwan acupoint. As the golden needle fell, the four-eyed Taoist suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. "Oh, my dear junior brother, what on earth have you done? I feel even worse." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the pained four-eyed Taoist let out a loud flatulence. Simultaneously, he hastily covered his backside. Junior brother, what have you truly done?" Seeing the four-eyed Taoist rolling on the ground in torment, Qin Song patted Jia Lu on the shoulder and instructed, "Assist your master to the latrine. We must not sully the house." "Oh, certainly." Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's directive, Jia Lu quickly helped the four-eyed Taoist rush outside. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist felt as if a tempest was raging within his belly, the pain unbearable. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, Jia Lu hastily returned. "Uncle Master, my master's visit to the latrine is exceedingly foul." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a weak voice emerged from the latrine. Jia Lu, assist me in coming out." Hearing the frail tone of the four-eyed Taoist, Jia Lu promptly dashed outside. However, just as the four-eyed Taoist had taken a few steps, he anxiously returned to the latrine. Observing the distressed expression of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song could not help but chuckle. This is what one calls self-inflicted tribulation. With that, Qin Song summoned Jia Lu back in. "Go, brew a pot of barley tea for your master. Remind him to drink it while it's hot." Upon hearing Qin Song's request, Jia Lu swiftly knocked on the latrine door. "Master, did you hear? It is not that I find it unpleasant. It is simply that the elder disciple summoned me to brew tea." With that, Jala fled the restroom as if propelled by a gust of wind. After a span of over 10 minutes, the four-eyed Taoist returned, his steps unsteady and trembling. Observing the pallor on his face, Jala rushed over. "Master, take care." With Jala's assistance, the four-eyed Taoist laboriously settled into a chair. "That odious monk dared to play such tricks on me. Junior brother, you must assist me in avenging this affront." Witnessing the woeful expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, Qin Song shook his head in disapproval. "Senior brother, this is a matter between you and Master Jiu. Moreover, you instigated the jest first. It is best that you resolve your disputes amongst yourselves." To his surprise, even Qin Song seemed disinclined to lend a hand at this critical moment. Realizing this, the four-eyed Taoist let out a resigned sigh. "Alas, I'm truly unfortunate. Even my dear junior brother refuses to assist." As he spoke, He cast a glance at Master Ishio's courtyard. "O odious monk, you possess some audacity. This matter shall be considered settled." The four-eyed Taoist wobbled his way out of the parlor. "Master, where are you going? Surely you do not intend to trouble the master further?" At Jiala's words, the four-eyed Taoist wore an expression of exasperation. "I am currently bloated. I need to relieve myself." With that, he dashed once more into the restroom, though having a stomach full of oil was indeed uncomfortable. The frequent visits to the restroom gradually eased the four-eyed Taoist's countenance. Just as the crowd had finished their lunch and prepared to venture out for a leisurely stroll, a large procession suddenly appeared in the distance. Observing the impressive assembly, both Jiala and Wenkai, the two young men, were filled with curiosity. After all, this secluded venue lay deep within the mountains, and apart from the occasional visits from Taoist Simu and Master Ishio, no other living souls frequented this place. The emergence of so many strangers naturally piqued Jiala's interest. Meanwhile, when Qin Song noticed the golden coffin, he immediately realized that it was the arrival of the Qinha Taoist. With the appearance of this royal zombie, the narrative of the film had officially commenced, accompanied by the resounding clang of bronze gongs. The group swiftly approached the courtyard of Taoist Simu. Simultaneously, the commotion caught the attention of Master Ishio and Jingjing. "Stop! Let me go greet them first." With that, the leading middle-aged Taoist stepped into the courtyard. This individual was none other than Qinha Taoist, a fellow disciple of Qin Song and Taoist Simu. "Brother Simu, it has been a long time. Junior brother Qin, what brings you here?" The unexpected encounter with Qin Song delighted Qinha Taoist immensely. Noticing Qinha Taoist's vibrant demeanor clad in his yellow robe, Qin Song couldn't help but extend his greetings. "Brother Qinha, it's been ages. I didn't oppose to expect you to look so spirited now. You always the jokester." With that, the three of them gathered together, bursting into hearty laughter. "Junior brother, what brings you to this place? Have you encountered some trouble?" Seeing the concern of the Qinha Taoist, Qin Song hastily clarified. "Senior brother Simu invited me over as a guest, and coincidentally, senior brother Lin needed to retrieve some items. Hence, I came along with Wenkai." Upon hearing that Wenkai had also arrived, Qinha Taoist finally noticed him, standing nearby. After greeting the two junior disciples, Qinha Taoist couldn't help but jest, "So, how is it, my dear junior? Are you finding this desolate place to your liking?" Upon hearing Qinha Taoist refer to his own Taoist temple in such a manner, Simu Taoist feigned a look of displeasure. "Desolate place? This is called pastoral charm, a tranquil and refined ambience. Do you not understand?" Listening to Simu Taoist and Appo's defense, Qin Song and Qinha Taoist could not suppress their laughter. Chapter 67. The Golden Coffin and the Zombie. It seems we, the brothers of the sect, have not gathered together for quite some time, have we? If only Brother Lin were here, then the four valiant warriors of Maoshan would be complete. Among the various disciples of Maoshan, Qin Song shares the closest bond with Taoist Qinha, Taoist Simu, and Uncle Jiu. During their days of studying and seeking knowledge on the mountain, the four were often playfully referred to as the four valiant warriors of Maoshan. Now, with three of them gathered, a wave of nostalgia washes over them. Just as the brothers reminisce about the past, Master Ishio unexpectedly joins them. "Taoist Qinha, it has indeed been a long time." With that, Master Ishio greeted him warmly. Upon noticing Master Ishio's arrival, Taoist Qinha quickly returned the gesture. However, amidst their reunion, a rather effeminate voice interrupted their conversation. Hey, what are you all doing standing around? Shouldn't you be on your way?" At that moment, the group also noticed the peculiar figure that seemed neither male nor female. "Manager Wu, this is my senior brother. I am borrowing some glutinous rice from him." Upon uttering this, an awkward expression appeared on Taoist Qinha and Appo's face. Hearing that Taoist Qinha wished to borrow glutinous rice, Manager Wu and Appo's face immediately reflected his confusion. "Glutinous rice? What do you need that for?" Just as Manager Wu began to inquire, a child clad in official robes, seated in a palanquin, interjected, "Manager Wu, since Master Qinha has a matter to attend to, let's take a moment to rest." Upon hearing this, Manager Wu quickly put on a smiling face. The servant understood. After speaking, Manager Wu waved the handkerchief in his hand and announced, "Let us all take a moment to rest." With this interruption from Manager Wu, the four-eyed Taoist immediately became incensed. Upon witnessing the four-eyed Taoist preparing to roll up his sleeves to confront Manager Wu, Qin Song hastily reached out to restrain him. "Brother, do not act impulsively." After much persuasion, the four-eyed Taoist finally managed to quell his fury. "Brother, who is that insipid fellow?" The thought of Manager Wu reprimanding the thousand-crane Taoist ignited the four-eyed Taoist's ire. "Brother, that individual is Assistant Minister Wu from the court, and the one in the sedan chair is a royal prince. You must exercise caution. They are accompanied by guards." Upon hearing the thousand-crane Taoist's explanation, the four-eyed Taoist scoffed in disdain. "What era are we in? Still clinging to titles of princes and ministers?" They trembled before foreign guns. Although Qin Song understood the validity of his words, he still signaled for the four-eyed Taoist to remain silent. "Brother, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. History teaches us that the common folk should not contend with officials. Why court trouble?" After saying this, Qin Song turned to the thousand-crane Taoist. "Brother, the court is increasingly in decline. Once this task is completed, it would be wise for you to distance yourself from these royal relatives to avoid attracting misfortune. You speak the truth, and I share the same sentiment." In agreement, the thousand-crane Taoist nodded. "Junior brother Thousand Crane, what cargo are you transporting this time?" Gazing upon the copper-cornered golden coffin, surrounded by an unsettling aura of death, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. As a master of corpse transportation, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the miasma that clung to the reanimated. Despite the binding of the coffin with taut black thread and numerous talismans intended for suppression, the emanation of the deathly essence remained unabated. This predicament caused the four-eyed Taoist to furrow his brows in contemplation. After a moment's pause, he quietly inquired, "Junior brother, could it be that what you're transporting is a zombie?" Upon realizing that his suspicions had been confirmed, the thousand-crane Taoist nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a zombie." The four-eyed Taoist was perplexed by his junior's decision to transport such a creature. "Junior brother, why would you take the risk of conveying this zombie? In my view, it is better to incinerate it and send it hastily to the afterlife." In response, the thousand-crane Taoist shook his head. "Elder brother, you may not be aware that the corpse within this coffin is that of a royal guardian of the borders. Without the emperor and Appo's decree, who would dare to incinerate it indiscriminately? It is precisely for this reason that I continue to transport this zombie to the capital, awaiting the emperor's command." Upon hearing that the sealed entity within the coffin was indeed a royal zombie, Master Jiu gestured towards the canopy of the cart. "Thousand-crane Taoist, given that the sun shines brightly, why not dismantle the tent? Allow it to absorb more sunlight. This may help dissipate some of the deathly essence." At Master Jiu's suggestion, the thousand-crane Taoist could not help but nod in agreement. "Your words are most insightful, Master. Thank you for your guidance." With that, the thousand-crane Taoist summoned several of his disciples. "East, south, west, and north, you all dismantle the rain canopy." Just as the four young disciples were about to act, Qin Song raised his hand to halt them. "Senior brother, what Master Jiu said is indeed true, but the copper-clad golden coffin is entangled with and it cannot touch a drop of water. As you traverse the mountains and forests, the weather is most unpredictable. A moment and Appo's inattention, and it could rain or wind could arise. Thus, it is prudent not to dismantle the rain canopy." As a professional corpse handler, Qin Taoist was acutely aware of the capricious weather in the mountains, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, junior brother is right. It is better to exercise caution." After Qin Song elucidated the potential dangers, Simu Taoist could not help but cast a disdainful glance at Master Jiu. "You foul monk, if you do not understand. Do not speak carelessly. If that zombie truly breaks loose, you shall bear the grave responsibility." It was precisely because of Master Jiu and Appo's earlier words that they had become soaked in the torrential rain, granting the royal zombie an opportunity to escape. With Qin Song and Appo's timely warning, the risk of the zombie fleeing had been significantly mitigated. When Jiala handed the prepared glutinous rice to Qin Taoist, Qin Song stealthily slipped a cloth pouch into Qin Daoist's hand. Junior brother, what is this? Qin Daoist was baffled, gazing at the cloth pouch Qin Song had presented. Do not worry, senior brother. I have prepared some antidote pills and a golden needle. They may save your life in a crucial moment. However, I sincerely hope you will not need these items. To his astonishment, Qin Song had indeed thought of everything so meticulously. The Daoist Qianhe promptly expressed his gratitude to Qin Song. After bidding farewell to the departing group, Wen Kai and Jia Lu could not help but engage in a hushed conversation. Wen Kai, my master mentioned that the coffin is called the Copperhorn Golden Coffin. Do you think it is truly made of gold? I cannot say for certain. It is my first encounter with such an imposing coffin. As they continued their whispered discussion about the Copperhorn Golden Coffin, Qin Song playfully delivered a light smack to each of them. What are you two pondering? The coffin is primarily made of gold, with brass at the corners serving as supports, weighing a staggering 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing that the coffin was indeed crafted from gold, Jia Lu could not help but exclaim in awe, this coffin is made of gold? If it were to be sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a considerable sum. Chapter 68. Ominous foreboding. As they gazed at the receding bronze-cornered golden coffin, both Wen Kai and Jiala were overwhelmed with emotion. Master, if this coffin were to be sold, it would fetch quite a sum, wouldn't it? Alas, should my master pass away, I would prepare an identical coffin as a tribute to him. Do you think he would be pleased? To Wen Cai's utter surprise, his rather foolish question left Qin Song momentarily speechless. The moment the four-eyed Taoist heard of Wen Cai's filial piety, he couldn't help but chuckle. If your master were to know of your devotion, he would surely adore you. With that, he playfully ruffled Wen Cai's cheeks. Noticing the suppressed laughter among the group, Wen Kai felt perplexed. What is going on? What are they laughing about? Jiala, equally bewildered, turned to his master. Master, are you perhaps envious of Uncle Lin? Rest assured, when I earn a fortune in the future, I shall certainly buy an identical coffin to honor you, ensuring you never lose face. To Jiala's astonishment, his thoughts mirrored Wen Cai's, prompting Master Ishio to burst into laughter. Jiala, you truly are a remarkable disciple. When your master passes, he will undoubtedly be immensely satisfied. With a glance at the four-eyed Taoist, Master Ishio continued, noticing the latter's face flushed with embarrassment. What's the matter, master? Do you not fancy this coffin? Jiala inquired. I love it. I absolutely adore this coffin. My master is simply enamored. At last, this farce concluded with a hasty beating, with the recipients of the blows being Wen Kai and Jiala. After finishing their midday meal, the group aimlessly wandered through the mountains for half a day, only returning to the dojo as the sun began its descent. After dinner, Qin Song found himself alone in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, his brow furrowing slightly. Junior brother, why are you not retiring for the night at such an hour? Seeing Qin Song standing in the courtyard, the four-eyed Taoist approached with curiosity. Sensing something amiss, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. Junior brother, are you attempting to predict the weather? Feng Shui and celestial observations are fundamental skills that one must master in Mao Mountain. However, after merely glancing upwards, the four-eyed Taoist soon realized that something was amiss. This weather. At that moment, as he observed the twinkling stars, the four-eyed Taoist and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed in parallel with Qin Song and Amp, Oppos. Suddenly, the previously clear night sky erupted with a thunderous clap. A cool breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the four-eyed Taoist to shudder involuntarily. It seems we cannot escape this calamity. Brother Qianhe may be in danger. As the thunder boomed, the four-eyed Taoist's heart raced. Senior brother, I shall take my leave. With the reverberation of the thunder, Qin Song leaped into the air, vanishing into the night sky. Observing Qin Song's departing figure, the four-eyed Taoist understood that a grave situation was unfolding. You two shall remain here to guard the house. You are not permitted to venture anywhere. I am stepping out for a moment. Do you comprehend? With that, the four-eyed Taoist hastily tucked away his talismans and artifacts, subsequently strapping the bronze sword to his back. As they watched the four-eyed Taoist vanish into the stormy night, Wen Kai and Jiala found themselves in a state of bewilderment. What on earth are my master and Uncle Qin up to? Both Qin Song and the four-eyed Taoist sensed an unease, while Master Ikkyu next door was equally restless. Gazing out at the torrential rain, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. At that moment, Master Ikkyu noticed the four-eyed Taoist amidst the downpour. Four-eyed, four-eyed. He called out repeatedly, yet received no response. Left with no choice, Master Ikkyu hurried next door. Jiala, why did your master rush out in such a hurry? Master, Uncle Qin is also absent, and we are unsure why he left. Upon hearing that both Qin Song and the four-eyed Taoist had departed, Master Ikkyu felt a sudden sense of dread. This is bad. Uncle Qin may be in danger. You must all stay here, protect Jingjing, and do not wander off. Like the four-eyed Taoist, Master Ikkyu dashed out into the rain. To her surprise, Master Ikkyu had also rushed out, causing Jingjing to feel anxious. Master, take me with you. Although Jingjing longed to accompany Master Ikkyu, she ultimately remained indoors, recalling his instructions. Upon encountering the eager and affable Jiala, Jingjing was immediately struck with a desire to depart. Jingjing, where do you think you're going? Jiala urgently interjected. The master instructed us to ensure your safety. You are not permitted to leave. As Jingjing turned to walk away, Jiala hastily attempted to dissuade her. Stay away from me. Your presence is utterly vexatious. With that, Jingjing strode purposefully towards Master Isshio's residence. As a seasoned admirer, Jiala was not one to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. He swiftly grasped an umbrella and chased after her. Jingjing, wait for me. Please just wait. Meanwhile, in the woods, a sudden downpour had rendered the path muddy and treacherous, obstructing the progress of the group. Even the cart transporting the coffin found itself mired in the muck, unable to budge an inch. Witnessing the cart tilted in the mire, Manager Wu grew frantic. You lot be quick and nimble. Set up the tents at once. Several attendants hurriedly retrieved the tents from the cart, while Manager Wu and the young master sheltered beneath a tattered oil paper umbrella, shivering in the evening wind. As the torrential rain continued to pour, Taoist Qianhe gradually became aware that something was amiss. The canopy of the cart was far too small, and with the relentless deluge and howling winds, the ink on the netting began to show signs of deterioration. This is grave. We are in serious trouble. Now the ink is gradually fading, and the string of the ink line has lost its efficacy. It is merely a matter of time. If the rain continues to wash over it, that ink line will soon be reduced to an ordinary piece of rope. Meanwhile, several attendants have erected the first tent. Report to Manager Wu, the tent is ready. Glancing at the tent in the distance, Taoist Qianhe hurriedly made his way over. Manager Wu, let the coffin be placed inside the tent first. The ink line has been soaked by the rain and is already beginning to deteriorate. If we cannot enter soon, then, before Taoist Qianhe could finish, Manager Wu impatiently waved his hand. We can wait, but not now. With that, Manager Wu sashayed over to the young master. Come, my lord, let us enter the tent. If you wish to hide from the rain inside the tent, then wait, humph. Having said that, Manager Wu and the others promptly advanced into the tent. Chapter 69. Mutation and the copper-armored zombie. Though the Qianhe Taoist harbored feelings of resentment, he was compelled to swallow his discontent. For the individual before him was of noble status, a prince, and one he could not afford to provoke. At this moment, he could only beseech the heavens for the storm to abate swiftly, hoping that the zombie within the copper-cornered golden coffin would not present any grave issues. Perhaps the heavens truly heeded the Qianhe Taoist and Appo's entreaties, as within mere moments, the fierce winds and torrential rains vanished without a trace. Even the ominous clouds overhead had dispersed. As the tempest receded, the tent nearby was swiftly erected. Observing the completion of the tent, Qianhe Taoist hastily instructed several disciples and attendants to maneuver the coffin, lest the storm return. Quickly, move the coffin into the tent. Just as they exerted their utmost to push the cart, a thunderous clap reverberated through the sky. Following this, a bolt of lightning struck directly upon the copper-cornered golden coffin. Fortunately, the quick-witted disciples managed to roll aside in time, narrowly escaping disaster. However, the same could not be said for the attendants, whose fates were far less fortunate. What has happened? The Qianhe Taoist, already on edge, found his heart racing as he witnessed the four attendants struck down by the lightning. At this moment, a plume of white smoke began to rise ominously from a coffin. followed by a brilliant red glow emanating from the ink line binding the copper-cornered golden coffin. "This is dire. Bring the rope, swiftly," gazing at the distant copper-cornered golden coffin. A sense of impending calamity gripped the Qianhe Daoist, as a few disciples took the opportunity to fetch some rope. An immense force unexpectedly began to lift the heavy coffin lid, revealing a pair of obsidian hands emerging from within. Alarm bells rang. The zombie was about to break free. Witnessing the imminent escape of the creature, Master Qianhe sprang into action, leaping atop the coffin. "Master, the rope!" shouted two disciples as they tossed a thick rope, akin to an arm's width, towards him. With a surge of strength, they secured the robust hemp rope tightly around the coffin. Yet, before Master Qianhe could gather his wits, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a foul wave of corpse energy surging forth, causing the coffin lid to be violently thrown aside. With a thunderous crash, the lid fell heavily to the ground, while Master Qianhe was unceremoniously toppled over, standing atop the coffin lid. He had no time to evade the impending disaster, and was struck directly by the lid, a searing pain radiating through his legs and coursing throughout his body. As the lid was flung away, a cataclysmic wave of corpse energy erupted from the coffin like a volcanic explosion. Suddenly, a zombie clad in an official robe leaped out from the coffin. With a piercing roar, the creature revealed its razor-sharp teeth to Master Qianhe. To his astonishment, illuminated by the moonlight, the zombie and amp Oppo's skin glimmered with a faint bronze hue. This was dire. The creature had been struck by lightning, transforming it into a bronze-armored zombie. This zombie, originally a member of the frontier royal family, exudes a dense aura of decay after its body has stiffened. At first, Daoist Qianhe expended considerable effort to subdue it. He had hoped that under the suppression of the bronze coffin, this undead creature could be safely transported to the capital. However, to his dismay, the plan backfired, transforming it into a bronze-armored zombie. The bronze-armored zombie is even more formidable than its iron-armored counterpart, impervious to blades and bullets. It is also resistant to fire and water. Even ordinary magical tools are powerless against this entity. As he gazed upon the bronze-armored zombie looming above him, Daoist Qianhe felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. The zombie is draining blood. Witnessing his disciple ensnared within the coffin by the creature, Daoist Qianhe was overwhelmed with anguish. He prepared the binding ropes for the corpse. Upon hearing this, the remaining three disciples hurriedly unraveled the ropes entwined around themselves. The sound of bronze bells echoed continuously, momentarily bewildering the zombie. Seeing that the binding ropes had restrained the creature, Daoist Qianhe swiftly grasped a peach with sword nearby. "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants power. Divine weapon. Heavenly fire. Heed my command. Exterminate the demons with the heavenly fire. I command." Daoist Qianhe wiped his finger across the wood sword, causing it to radiate brilliant golden light. Subsequently, the peachwood sword pierced straight into the body of the bronze-armored zombie. Although the sword managed to breach the zombie and amp Oppo's defenses, the injury inflicted was trivial and inconsequential to the bronze-armored fiend. Realizing that Daoist Qianhe had unwittingly delivered himself, the bronze-armored zombie lunged toward him. "Vile creature, surrender at once." Upon finishing his words, the Daoist Qianhe extended his hand and flung several corpse-binding talismans. Under the dual constraints of the talismans and the corpse-binding rope, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the copper-armored zombie. Despite the release of multiple talismans, the copper-armored zombie showed no sign of halting its advance. Each time a talisman adhered to its body, a wave of necrotic energy would corrode it thoroughly. "Quickly, bring the glutinous rice." At this moment, Daoist Qianhe was fervently engaged in combat with the copper-armored zombie, and upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of the talismans, he urgently called out. Responding to his command, a disciple hastily retrieved a bag of glutinous rice from his possession, scooping a handful and casting it towards the copper-armored zombie. As the rice rained down upon it, the zombie immediately felt a sharp pain. With a sudden burst of strength, the copper-armored zombie flung Daoist Qianhe and his disciples away. Crashed to the ground, Daoist Qianhe tasted blood in his throat, a crimson trickle escaping the corner of his mouth. Seeing their master incapacitated by the zombie's brutal assault, the guards promptly grasped their weapons, knives, swords, and spears. The overwhelming thirst for blood surged within the copper-armored zombie, drastically enhancing its ferocity, and soon, one of the attendants fell victim to its ravenous maw. Witnessing the horrific demise of their comrade before their eyes, several guards charged at the copper-armored zombie. "Monster, meet your end," one cried out, swinging a massive axe towards the creature's head. However, to his astonishment, the axe failed to sever the zombie's neck. Instead, the tremendous force reverberated through his arms, leaving them numb. With a swift motion, he swept aside the obstructive dual axes, only for the bronze-armored zombie to seize him by the throat. "No! Please, no!" echoed the cries of despair. As the guards surrounding the tent and several disciples of Master Jiu had already been drained of their lifeblood by the insatiable creature. Meanwhile, the malevolent energy within the zombie surged, and in an instant, several lifeless bodies littered the ground. A tremendous commotion erupted outside, inciting a wave of irritation within Steward Wu. What on earth is happening? Why is it so noisy out there? With a countenance twisted by fury, he flung aside the tent flap. Upon witnessing a throng of individuals grappling with the undead fiend, a cold sweat broke out upon him. "This is dire, my lord. The zombie has emerged again." Chapter 70. A blood battle to the bitter end. Long ago, during the tumultuous times at the border, the Taoist Qin had subdued a formidable enemy, the royal zombie. In a fierce confrontation witnessed by the fortunate manager Wu, though Qin ultimately triumphed over the undead creature, the toll was heavy, with no fewer than 20 lives lost to its malevolent grasp. The sheer ferocity of this being was indelibly etched in Wu and Oppo's memory. Now, as the zombie emerged once more from its coffin, a profound heaviness enveloped Wu, rendering his limbs leaden and his body unresponsive. No sooner had Wu's words faded than the royal zombie cast aside the two attendants it had seized. With a menacing rip, it tore through the tent fabric, revealing its grotesque visage. The young master, feeling a surge of resolve, stealthily grasped the dagger at his waist. "Forgive me, Uncle Wong," he declared, rising to confront the horror before him. To Wu's horror, the young master charged forth, seemingly embracing his demise. A cold sweat broke out on Wu's brow. "Master, no," he cried out. The ordinary weaponry could hardly breach the defenses of the royal zombie, and the young master and Oppo's iron dagger was no exception. It merely grazed the zombie and Oppo's tattered garments, producing a series of futile clinks. "Master, it and Oppo's perilous," Wu shouted, witnessing the malevolent creature preparing to sink its fangs into the young master. In a desperate bid, he rushed forward to intervene. An inexplicable pull, born of bloodline, drew the royal zombie towards the young master, who had narrowly escaped Wu's grasp, causing the undead to pursue relentlessly. "Master, you must flee." As the royal zombie lunged towards the two, Manager Wu hastily pushed the young master aside. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. Glancing down, he discovered that one of the royal zombie's hands had already gripped his shoulder tightly, blood seeping through layers of clothing. Observing the royal zombie charge towards the tent, a glimmer of resolve appeared in Qin Daoist's eyes. "You must flee, hurry." With that, Qin Daoist seized a corpse-binding rope and charged at the royal zombie. Unexpectedly, as Qin Daoist intervened, the royal zombie let out a furious roar. The earlier skirmish between the two had been fiercely contested, but now, confronted by a formidable foe, the royal zombie cast aside thoughts of the young master. Seeing the royal zombie shift its focus, Manager Wu felt a surge of hope. "My lord, we must run." With that, he scooped the young master into his arms and dashed into the woods without looking back. Earlier, during the scuffle, Qin Daoist had sustained injuries inflicted by the royal zombie. Now, the corpse poison had infiltrated his bloodstream, and continuous combat had made him acutely aware of its presence. The poison was affecting his mind and severely diminishing his strength. It was now nearly impossible for him to regain control over the royal zombie. At this moment, all Qin Daoist could do was by a fleeting moment of escape from Manager Wu and the young master. As for the ultimate outcome, it rests in their fate. Amidst the fierce struggle between Master Qianhe and the royal zombie, a small cloth pouch unexpectedly slipped from his bosom. Gazing at the fallen pouch, Master Qianhe was instantly reminded of the gift bestowed upon him by Qin Song at their parting. He hastily retrieved a detoxification pill and placed it in his mouth. Then his gaze fell upon the golden needle. "Junior brother, whether I can transcend this tribulation depends on you." With that, Master Qianhe flicked his finger, and the golden needle soared into the air. Perhaps sensing the dense aura of death, the once unremarkable needle now radiated with brilliant golden light. As the golden glow flickered, the needle spun gracefully in the air before darting fiercely towards the royal zombie. A resounding explosion echoed, and the royal zombie was sent sprawling. Witnessing the nearby broken trees, Master Qianhe gaped in astonishment. Is this truly Junior Brother Qin and Appo's golden needle? The power of the needle exceeded all of Master Qianhe and Appo's expectations. After being struck, the royal zombie could not suppress its howls. Although the needle had attacked only once and fell silent thereafter, Master Qianhe could distinctly feel that the deathly energy surrounding the copper-armored zombie had dissipated by more than half. Now, with a hole pierced through its body by the golden needle and bound by the corpse-binding ropes, the once formidable copper-armored zombie had lost much of its former ferocity. Upon witnessing the copper-armored zombie ensnared by the binding ropes, rendered utterly immobile, the Taoist priest Qianhe swiftly grasped the nearby peachwood sword. Although the sword had been shattered into 2 segments, its potency remained unblemished. This was indeed an opportune moment to vanquish the copper-armored zombie, now constrained. Clutching the broken sword, Qianhe lunged at the creature. However, with a fierce roar, the copper-armored zombie abruptly broke free from its restraints, the binding ropes snapping as if they were mere threads. In that fleeting moment, regret washed over Qianhe. He had squandered a golden opportunity. Cursed be the fate that had led to such a misstep. Though the zombie had liberated itself from the bindings, the malevolent energy surrounding it had diminished significantly, indicating its weakened state. As the saying goes, one must strike when the iron is hot. Thus, even if he could not deliver a fatal blow, Qianhe resolved to inflict considerable damage upon the royal zombie. Just as he prepared to advance, he was taken aback to see those who had been drained of their life essence slowly rising to their feet. Alas, these individuals had transformed into zombies. How infuriating! With the royal zombie still at large, and now faced with an additional cadre of ordinary zombies. A chill of dread enveloped Qianhe. To his astonishment, however, the royal zombie did not pursue him. Instead, it retreated into the forest, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, several zombies transformed from guards followed closely in the footsteps of the royal zombie, swiftly vanishing into the woods. Observing the departing figures, Taoist Qianhe realized with a heavy heart that it was likely that Manager Wu and the young prince were in grave danger. As he watched several disciples charge towards him, Taoist Qianhe steeled himself and plunged a peachwood sword into the chest of one disciple. "Alas, my inadequacies as a teacher have left you unprotected. Now, I can only send you on your journey swiftly." With that, he kicked aside the disciple who had turned into a zombie and lunged at another. At that moment, Qin Song and Taoist Simu were racing towards Taoist Qianhe's location. Upon witnessing the devastation of the camp, Qin Song's heart sank profoundly. Brother Qianhe, Chapter 71. Ultimately arriving too late, gazing upon the scattered coffins and the lifeless bodies surrounding them, Qin Song and the four-eyed Taoist abruptly realized their belated arrival. "Senior brother, please investigate over there. I will check the tents." With that declaration, Qin Song dashed towards the 2 tents. Just as he lifted the tent flap and peered inside, he beheld the Qianhe Taoist wielding a broken peachwood sword, which he forcefully plunged into the heart of a disciple. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat streamed down Qianhe Taoist's forehead. "Senior brother Qianhe." Upon witnessing this, Qin Song rushed forward without hesitation. A slight smile unexpectedly graced the anxious face of the Qianhe Taoist as he looked at Qin Song. "Junior brother, the royal zombie, and the 3 zombies." Before he could finish his sentence, Qianhe Taoist and Appo's head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground. "Senior brother, please wake up," Qin Song exclaimed, his heart racing as he looked at the pale visage of Qin Daoist, hastily removing his upper garments. As he surveyed the scene, it became evident that Qin Daoist's arm had been punctured multiple times by the royal zombie's grasp. The terrifying zombie poison had already spread to his limbs. Although glutinous rice was applied to the wounds, it had now turned to char, utterly incapable of restraining the poison and Appo's advance. At this moment, Qin Song could distinctly sense the zombie poison coursing through Qin Daoist and Appo's body, with some already encroaching upon the vicinity of his heart. The poison attacking the heart was beyond remedy. Fortunately, the Qin Daoist had already consumed the detoxification pill, allowing his vital energy to endure until this moment. Observing the waves of corpse energy surging from within the Qin Daoist, Qin Song waved his hand, and 7 golden needles promptly descended upon his major acupoints. With a flick of his wrist, a brilliant golden light illuminated the grassy expanse outside the tent. Subsequently, a golden needle landed precisely in Qin Song's grasp. Simultaneously, the vigilant Simon Daoist rushed into the tent, sensing the unusual circumstances. "Junior brother, what is happening?" "Simon brother, this is not the time for explanations. First, assist me in safeguarding the formation. I must expel the corpse poison from Qin brother. Given the current condition of Qin Daoist, every second was of the essence. The corpse poison had already encroached upon his chest. A moment and Appo's negligence could lead to dire consequences for him." Observing Qin Song and Appo's grave expression, Simon Daoist nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, junior brother, I shall handle it." With that, Simon Daoist drew the bronze sword strapped to his back. "Qin brother, you must hold on." At that moment, Qin Song vigorously shook his hands, causing the 7 golden needles to tremble with intensity. Simultaneously, Qin Daoist and Appo's face flushed a deep crimson. Witnessing this, Qin Song snapped his fingers, sending a talisman soaring onto Qin Daoist and Appo's form. "Supreme Celestial Star, adapt without cease, drive away malevolence and bind spirits, safeguard life and health. I invoke the celestial flames of the 9 heavens to scorch the forms of gods and demons, purify the body with the departing fire, command." As the voice of Qin Song faded, a dazzling burst of flames erupted from the talisman. Observing the flames leaping toward the body of Master Jiu, the 4-eyed Daoist could not help but feel a surge of urgency. "Junior brother, your elder brother has not yet succumbed to the state of a zombie. Do you truly intend to incinerate him? Brother, do not disturb me. I must concentrate fully on expelling the corpse poison. Any lapse in my efforts could result in my brother's soul being irretrievably lost. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing the gravity of Qin Song's words, the 4-eyed Daoist promptly fell silent. Gazing at the flickering flames, a glimmer of determination shone in Qin Song's eyes. "Brother, you must hold on." With that, he plunged 7 golden needles into the crown of Master Jiu's head. The spirit is steady. Heavenly fire burns. Under Qin Song's command, the flame surged fiercely toward Master Jiu's chest. Before the heavenly fire could make contact with Master Jiu's body, the corpse poison that had gathered near his heart scattered in disarray, as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. Witnessing the efficacy of this tactic, Qin Song hastily directed the celestial flames to drive out the toxins from Master Jiu's body. As time passed, a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted meat began to emanate from Master Jiu. "Junior brother Jiu, could it be that he is truly being roasted?" Although the 4-eyed Daoist longed to step forward and inspect the situation, he remembered Qin Song's prior admonition. Should he disturb the process of expelling the corpse poison, Master Jiu might truly be beyond salvation. The air was filled with the unsettling sound of flesh sizzling, as waves of corpse poison gradually surged towards the extremities of Daoist Jiu. Meanwhile, beads of sweat, like little pearls, cascaded down Qin Song and Appo's forehead, saturating his garments. Just as the critical moment of detoxification approached, a voice suddenly pierced through the tense silence. "Qin, Simu, where are you?" Upon hearing Master Ishio's call from outside, Simu Daoist hurriedly dashed out. You foul monk, silence yourself. At this crucial juncture, Qin Song could not afford any distractions. Seeing Simu Daoist rush over in haste, Master Ishio quickly stepped forward. Simu, where is Daoist Qinha? Qinha's disciple has been afflicted by deep-seated corpse poison, and Qin is inside combating it. We must not lose focus. Upon hearing this, Master Ishio swiftly made his way to the front of the tent. When he laid eyes on the pallid visage of Daoist Qinha, his expression changed dramatically. Simu, your disciple is poisoned too severely. Ordinary methods cannot expel the corpse poison. We must use snake venom to draw out the poison, and it will be wise to take him back. Just as Master Ishio attempted to enter the tent, Simu Daoist pushed him aside. You insufferable monk, do you wish to harm my disciple? I told you. Qin is assisting him with the detoxification. Do not meddle. At that moment, Master Ishio's gaze fell upon the more than 10 golden needles embedded in Daoist Qinha's body. Golden needles? Could it be that these are part of your Maoshan needle technique? Upon finishing his words, Master Ikkyu and Appo's face displayed an expression of incredulity. Indeed, my junior disciple has acquired the complete teachings of the 49 needles of Maoshan. When he heard the words of the four-eyed Taoist, Master Ikkyu was utterly astounded. It was unimaginable that a technique, once thought to exist solely in legends, could now be wielded by someone in reality. Observing the fully focused Qin Song, Master Ikkyu could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The 49 needles of Maoshan truly live up to their reputation. It seems I have acted rashly. Who would have thought that this foul monk could also face a setback? The four-eyed Taoist could hardly contain his satisfaction. All right, foul monk. Refrain from causing any further chaos and stay here to protect my junior disciple. Upon hearing this, Master Ikkyu promptly nodded in agreement. With that, the two of them positioned themselves outside the tent, ready to guard against any potential resurgence of the zombies. Chapter 72. Elimination of corpse poison as time progressed. The palms and soles of the Qinha Daoist gradually became darker. This transformation occurred because Qin Song had driven the corpse poison within him to the extremities. Whenever the limbs of the Qinha Daoist turned pitch black, Qin Song would take action, making an incision on his fingertips. Subsequently, the blood, tainted with corpse poison, would flow from the wound. As the foul odor from the blood began to dissipate, a look of relief gradually appeared on Qin Song and Appo's face. With the majority of the corpse poison purged from the blood, only the remnants clinging to the meridians remained. Although these remnants were few, neglecting them could inevitably lead to the Qinha Daoist becoming a zombie. The cleansing fire could not eradicate the lingering corpse poison within the meridians, leaving Qin Song with no choice but to seek an alternative approach. Through the tattered tent, Qin Song glanced at the starry sky above, and an idea sparked in his mind. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he positioned 7 golden needles near the heart pulse of the Qinha Daoist. By the decree of the Xianwei division, manifest the heavens and the earth, North Dipper and Mysterious Een, coalesce the 5 organs, Azure Dragon and White Tiger, myriad formations. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, guard my being, transform into divine light, purify my spirit, as swift as the command. Buzz. In an instant, the 7 golden needles resting on the chest of the Qinha Daoist quivered slightly, and a pale white mist surged into his chest. Puff! As the tendrils of smoke penetrated the body of the thousand-craned sage, Qin Song suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, wiping away the crimson stains. He cast a glance at the 7 golden needles. Attempting to control more than 20 needles simultaneously proves to be exceedingly challenging. Gazing at the wisps of white vapor that seeped into the tent, Master Ishio's eyes widened in astonishment, observing the flabbergasted expression on Master Ishio's face. The four-eyed Taoist could not help but revel in his own prowess. So, foul monk, do you acknowledge the abilities of my junior disciple? Harnessing the power of the stars for one and Appo's own use, indeed, your sect and Appo's techniques are nothing short of divine. In response to the smug demeanor of the four-eyed Taoist, Master Ishio could not resist a jibe. Four-eyed, if your junior disciple possesses such remarkable skills, how is it that you, as a senior, appears so feeble? Upon hearing Master Ishio's insinuation of his inadequacy, the four-eyed Taoist became incensed. You wretched monk, what nonsense are you spouting? If you are unconvinced, shall we settle it with a contest? Unexpectedly, the four-eyed Taoist proposed a physical confrontation. Master Ishio chuckled and shook his head. Ah, indeed, if your junior disciple were to engage, I would not stand a chance. However, against you, I assure you, you are no match for me. The four-eyed Taoist, incensed by Master Ishio's declaration, retorted, What do you know, you loathsome monk? The skills my junior disciple and I possess are fundamentally different. If you dare, let us compete and see if I do not leave you searching for your teeth. Master Ishio remained unconvinced by the four-eyed Taoist bravado. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, Qin Song unexpectedly emerged from a distant tent. Upon seeing him, they hurried over. Junior brother, how is Qian faring now? Inquiring thus, the four-eyed Taoist cast a worried glance at the tent behind him. Brother, he is no longer in any danger. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he should awaken shortly. As he spoke, a trickle of blood silently escaped from the corner of Qin Song's mouth. Junior brother, what is the matter? Alarmed by the sight of Qin Song spitting blood, the four-eyed Taoist became anxious. Brother, I am not gravely harmed. It is merely a slight injury to my vital energy. Qin Song reassured them, waving his hand before settling down outside the tent to regulate his energy. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the tent. Hearing this distressing sound, the four-eyed Taoist and Master Ishio swiftly entered the tent. Qian, what has happened? They gazed at the unconscious Qian. Worry etched across their faces. Brother Four-Eyed, there is no need for concern. This is merely the residual corpse poison within Qian flaring up. It will pass once expelled. No sooner had Qin Song uttered these words than Qian suddenly sat upright, a torrent of dark, foul blood gushing from his mouth. Instantly, the tent was filled with a repugnant stench of decay. After expelling the putrid blood, Qian collapsed once more onto the ground. As they gazed upon the unconscious figure of Master Qian, the two were momentarily at a loss for comprehension. With the expulsion of the foul blood, Master Qian and Appo's complexion noticeably improved. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from within, Qin Song finally felt the weight on his heart lift. Brother, do you carry any restorative elixirs? What? Upon hearing Qin Song's inquiry, Taoist Simu hurriedly searched his person. Benefactor Qin, I have some. With that, Master Ishio presented a porcelain vial before Qin Song. After hastily swallowing 2 pills, Qin Song's pallor began to show signs of recovery. Brother, are you truly unscathed? Though Qin Song was currently able to move freely like a normal person, his complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, strikingly alarming. I am fine. I merely exhausted my strength while detoxifying Master Qian, and the manipulation of so many golden needles took a toll on my energy. A brief rest will suffice. Just moments ago, Qin Song had exerted all his efforts to command 20 golden needles to purge the poison from Master Qian, which undoubtedly had a significant impact on him, given that he was a first-tier Qian-level celestial master. Once his color began to improve, Qin Song slowly rose from the ground. After glancing at Master Qian and confirming that he was not in grave danger, Qin Song turned his gaze to the two before him. Master Ishio, what brings you here as well? Seeing Master Ishio standing before him, Qin Song felt a sense of surprise. As the rain had just ceased, I observed the hurried departure of Simu, which led me to suspect that Taoist Qian might be encountering some trouble. Thus, I decided to follow closely behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing my words, Qin Song nodded slowly. Now that we are all gathered here, does that imply that Jiala and the others are in peril? Noticing Qin Song and Appo's concern for Jiala and the others, Simu quickly reassured him. Junior brother, fret not. In this desolate wilderness, what danger could possibly befall the 3 of them? However, upon hearing the phrase desolate wilderness, Qin Song's eyes widened in alarm. Elder brother, master, you must return at once. Within a radius of several dozen miles, the only signs of life are at the temple. Now that the royal corpse has escaped, it will undoubtedly target Jiala and the others. Upon hearing this, both Simu and Master Ishio were equally taken aback. Oh no, how could we have forgotten about this? Chapter 73. The urgent plea for assistance at this moment. Master Ikkyu and Taoist Simu profoundly realized the gravity of the situation. Master, we must return at once. We cannot allow that zombie to take advantage of the situation. The two made to leave the tent. Yet, after taking just a few steps, Taoist Simu found himself frozen in place. Junior brother, if we leave, what will become of you and junior brother Qin? Upon hearing this, Master Ikkyu was equally startled. Indeed, Qin, what will happen to you and Taoist Qin if we depart? Rest assured, my esteemed seniors, I merely require a brief period to recuperate from my lost vitality. I shall regain my strength soon and return with junior brother Qin. Observing Qin Song's unwavering determination, the two nodded in agreement. Very well, junior brother, take care of yourself. With that, Taoist Simu and Master Ikkyu left the tent without looking back. At this moment, the two were deeply concerned for the safety of Jiala and Jingjing. Confirming that Qin Song was capable of self-preservation, they hurriedly made their way toward the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, within the temple, the three individuals anxiously awaited the return of Qin Song and his companions. However, despite their anticipation, no sign of them appeared outside the darkened doorway. Gazing into the pitch-black night sky, Wenkai could not help but murmur, could it be that Uncle Qin has encountered some trouble? Upon hearing Wenkai and Appo's words, Jiala swiftly delivered a playful smack to his head. Cease your ominous predictions. As Wenkai and Jialu were playfully bantering, a sudden cry for help resonated from outside the dojo. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Upon hearing the desperate pleas, the three of them immediately sprang into action. Let's go see. Jialu and Wenkai dashed towards the door, with Jingjing following closely behind, eager to uncover the mystery. As they swung open the door, the ghostly visage of Manager Wu loomed before them, causing a palpable chill of fear to sweep over the trio. What has happened? Jialu inquired, only to then notice the unconscious child cradled in Manager Wu's arms. To their astonishment, it was the little prince they had seen earlier that day. There's a zombie outside. A terrifying zombie. Where's your master? The frantic expression on Manager Wu's face urged the three to swiftly usher him into the courtyard. By the flickering light of the lantern, Wenkai discerned the grievous truth. The young prince had been bitten by the zombie. Hey, Jiala, look! Wenkai exclaimed, pointing towards the little prince in Manager Wu's embrace. This child has been harmed by a zombie. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Manager Wu finally gathered his wits. Yes, my master has been injured by that zombie. You must save him. With resolve, Wenkai took the little prince from Manager Wu and hurried into the house. Jialu quickly fetched some glutinous rice. With that, Wenkai began to tear away the prince in Appo's as clothing, ready to attend to his wounds. To her astonishment, the zombie had emerged to wreak havoc. As she contemplated the recent departure of Master Ikkyu, Jingjing couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for him. Excuse me, have you seen my master? She inquired. Glancing at Jingjing, Manager Wu appeared puzzled. Who is your master? Are we acquainted? During the day, when the group passed by, Jingjing had remained hidden, thus Manager Wu did not recognize her. Now, faced with her question, he was at a loss regarding whom she sought. My master is Ikkyu, a monk. You must have seen him during the day. Surely you haven't forgotten? Upon hearing that she was searching for a monk, Manager Wu shook his head vigorously, responding, I don't know him. I'm not aware, I haven't seen him. When I was fleeing, I only encountered Taoist Qin and his group of disciples. Realizing that Manager Wu was oblivious to Master Ikkyu's whereabouts, Jingjing quickly lost interest in him. Although she was deeply worried about Master Ikkyu's safety, recollecting his explicit instructions not to wander, she found herself anxiously pacing in the courtyard. Behind her, Wenkai was frantically tending to the young noble. Upon observing the gaping wound on the young noble's arm, Wenkai was rendered speechless. The venom has penetrated too deeply. Glutinous rice may no longer suffice. Meanwhile, Jiala had brought the glutinous rice as requested. Wenkai, here is the glutinous rice you asked for. After handing it over, Jiala also noticed the injury on the young noble and Appo's arm. Wenkai, given the current situation, relying solely on glutinous rice seems futile, does it not? In response, Wenkai nodded. Quickly fetch some hot water. We shall bathe the child in glutinous rice water, which may help mitigate the spread of the corpse poison. Jala, who was following the four-eyed Taoist and possessed some understanding of zombies, hurriedly made his way to the kitchen upon hearing Wen Kai, as planned, to stabilize the poison with hot glutinous rice water. The clattering sound from behind caused Jing to frown. Glancing at the unconscious young master, she promptly urged Wen Kai forward. You must go assist Wen Kai in saving him. I shall handle things here. Seeing Jing take the initiative, Jala wasted no time and dashed into the courtyard. How is it? Has the water been heated? Observing Wen Kai applying glutinous rice to the young master's wounds, Jala quickly affirmed, Jing has gone to boil it. The poison had already spread throughout the body. You should grind some glutinous rice water, and also prepare a few talismans for emergencies. Noticing Wen Kai and Appo's worried expression, Jala silently exited the room. For a moment, everyone was diligently occupied, except for Steward Wu, who sat in the living room in a state of confusion. Upon seeing Jala emerge from the room, he approached him. Young master, is there anything I can assist you with? Jala, upon hearing this, scrutinized Steward Wu from head to toe. He felt no fondness for this effeminate man. Seeing the earnestness of the steward, Jiu promptly thrust the bag of glutinous rice into his hands. Since you wish to assist, you may grind the glutinous rice water, he declared, gesturing towards the stone mill in the courtyard. The steward diligently worked at grinding the rice, while Jiu, on the other hand, took the opportunity to slack off. Just as the steward was engrossed in his task, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the house. Upon hearing that sound, the steward abruptly abandoned his work. My lord, are you unharmed? As the effeminate steward prepared to dash inside, Jiu swiftly pulled him back. What are you so anxious about? It is merely Wen Kai extracting the poison from the corpse. Do not think of slacking off. Grind properly and with vigor. With that, Jiu grasped the steward's arm and led him back to the stone mill. Chapter 74. Pretending to be ill with a forceful tug from Jiu, the manager Wu's face instantly displayed a hint of grievance. Oh dear, young sir, you're causing me considerable pain. Upon hearing Wu's androgynous voice, combined with his delicate demeanor, Jiu was immediately beset by a wave of goosebumps. Enough of this nonsense. Do you wish to rescue your master or not? If so, then cease your idleness. With that, Jiu added several handfuls of glutinous rice into the stone mill. Oh, be gentle. It truly hurts. After uttering this, Wu shot Jiu an exasperated glance. Gazing at the scene before him, Jiu felt a tumult in his stomach, nearly regurgitating his dinner. Meanwhile, Jing, who had just boiled water, witnessed this entire spectacle. Jiu, your tastes are quite peculiar. Observing Wu and Appo's affectionate gaze, Jing felt a shiver run down her spine, prompting her to hastily retreat indoors. Jing, you've misunderstood me. To Jiu's surprise, Jing had misinterpreted the nature of their relationship, leaving him flustered. Before he could finish his sentence, he was determined to chase after Jing to clarify matters. However, to his astonishment, just as he attempted to rise, he found himself blocked by Wu. Young sir, where are you off to? Faced with the effeminate Wu, Jiu was overwhelmed by a wave of revulsion. Step aside. I'm going to deliver the glutinous rice water. You best not be lazy. With that, Jiu grabbed a wooden bucket and hurried towards the room. As Wen Kai placed the injured young master into the tub, the glutinous rice water within instantly transformed into an inky blackness. A grimace soon contorted the young master's face. Quick, prepare more glutinous rice water. After several exchanges of the water, the liquid finally ceased its dark metamorphosis, although the area surrounding the wound remained shrouded in darkness. Observing the now tranquil young master, the four companions finally exhaled in relief. Young master, what do you think our lord will awaken? Glancing at the unconscious young master, Jiu retorted with irritation. We have merely managed to temporarily suppress the corpse poison within him. To completely eradicate it, we must await the return of my master and uncle. Strangely enough, the steward Wu seemed inexplicably fixated on Jiu, following him wherever he went. In exasperation, Jiu retreated to a corner of the room in an attempt to evade Wu's incessant inquiries. To his dismay, Wu pursued him yet again, faced with the steward's effeminate demeanor. Jala felt a profound sense of helplessness. Just as Wu settled into a chair, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Though this delicate disposition was somewhat off-putting, Jala could not help but ask, "Hey, what nappos? What's wrong with you?" "And nothing. I just wish to rest for a moment," Wu replied, before exiting the bedroom in solitude. To his astonishment, the bothersome individual had voluntarily removed himself from sight, leaving Jala with an overwhelming sense of relief. Observing the little master thrashing about under the covers, Jala promptly rose to adjust the blanket. However, to his surprise, before he could take action, Jingjing had already tucked in the corners of the blanket. What astonished Jala even more was that after completing this task, Jingjing placed a gentle kiss on the child's forehead. Witnessing this scene left Jala utterly flabbergasted. How affectionate she is towards the child. It makes me wish to fall ill myself. Yet, scarcely had he uttered this thought when a mischievous idea suddenly sparked in Jala's mind. He discreetly approached the water bucket, scooped up a bit of warm water to dab on his forehead, and then dramatically collapsed onto the bed. "Oh dear, it seems I've come down with a fever." Gazing at Jala, who wore an expression of discomfort, both Jingjing and Wenkai were filled with curiosity. How could he possibly have a fever? Without hesitation, Wenkai reached out to touch Jala and Appo's forehead. But just as Wenkai and Appo's face drew near, Jala shot him a fierce glare. "Wenkai, this is none of your concern. Kindly step aside." After whispering this, Jala resumed his anguished groans. "Oh, my head is spinning." Following this, he discreetly signaled to Wenkai. I seem to have a bit of an upset stomach. I shall take a quick trip to the restroom." On an ordinary day, the somewhat naive Wenkai suddenly grasped Jala and Appo's intentions. Glancing at the feigning Jala, he swiftly darted out of the room. Observing Jala and Appo's anguished expression, Jingjing curiously approached him. "What on earth is happening?" With that, Jingjing placed her hand on Jala and Appo's forehead. Captivated by the worry etched on Jingjing and Appo's face, Jala found himself momentarily entranced. "But there's no fever." Upon hearing Jingjing's words, Jala hastily extended a hand. "My hand. It feels so warm." At this, Jingjing instinctively placed her hand in Jala and Appo's. "Your hand isn't hot at all." Feeling the delicate touch of her palm, Jala could not help but place his other hand atop Jingjing's. "You should feel it more carefully. My hand is truly burning." Yet, after a prolonged examination, Jingjing could detect no sign of abnormality. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Jala quickly tugged at his collar. "My chest hurts so much." He added a few moans for dramatic effect. "Chest pain? Where?" Jingjing inquired, placing her hand against Jala's chest, meticulously searching for any irregularity. As she felt her small hand glide across his chest, Jala thought this was the pinnacle of his existence. However, after probing several spots, Jingjing still found nothing amiss. Observing Jala and Appo's blissful demeanor, a trace of skepticism flickered in Jingjing and Appo's eyes. "Jala, you wouldn't and Appo's be jesting with me, would you?" As the situation threatened to unravel, Jala hurriedly explained. "It truly hurts. However, if you apply pressure to the right spot, I will feel considerably better." Upon hearing Jala's words, Jingjing swiftly pressed Jala's hand against his own chest. "Then you should press there for a while. I shall fetch you some medicine." Jingjing resolved to turn and leave to retrieve the medication. Unexpectedly, the prospect of Jingjing departing caused Jala to panic. I can't breathe." Jala feigned pressing his hand against his neck. Instantly, his face turned a deep crimson. "Jala, what is the matter with you?" Observing Jala convulsing, Jingjing promptly rushed back. I can't breathe." Upon uttering this, Jala pointed to his mouth, indicating his need for artificial respiration. Witnessing Jala and Appo's struggle for breath, Jingjing found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 75. The corpse transformation of Manager Wu. Although Jala was somewhat irritating on ordinary days, the gravity of the situation rendered such trivialities insignificant. Casting a glance at Jala and Appo's flushed complexion, she swiftly tore off a piece of gauze and placed it over his mouth. Witnessing Jingjing's preoccupation with the gauze at such a critical moment, Jala's mind began to devise a plan. Oh dear, my eyes. Why can't I see? Despite his words, Jiala's heart was secretly elated. Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly felt two soft petals against his lips. Soft and cool. Yet there was an unpleasant odor. If Jiala had opened his eyes at that moment, he would have realized that it was not Jing who had just administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but rather the androgynous manager Wu. Before Jiala could further savor this peculiar sensation, Jing inquired anxiously from the side, "How are you feeling? Are you better?" Looking at Jing's worried expression, Jiala nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he felt somewhat improved. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he once again closed his eyes. "Oh no, I can't breathe again." As he spoke, Jiala pointed to his mouth, signaling Jing to hurry. Observing Jiala's anguished face, Manager Wu approached once more. With a deep breath, he leaned in, his mouth once again meeting Jiala and Appo's. However, this time, Jiala quietly opened his eyes. Jing must still be feeling shy. Just as Jiala was about to gauge Jing's reaction, he realized that the lips pressed against his were not those of Jing, but rather the nauseating Wu Guan. Observing that Wu Guan was still enraptured and unable to extricate himself, Jiala hurriedly pushed him aside. "Hey, you effeminate fool, what are you doing?" Faced with Jiala and Appo's furious expression, Wu Guan immediately felt a wave of grievance wash over him. "I was performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." With that, he pouted and leaned towards Jiala once more. Witnessing his repugnant actions, Jiala swiftly shoved him aside. "You were going to give me mouth-to-mouth? Then that means just now was also." "Of course it was me." After uttering this, Wu Guan shot Jiala a resentful glare. Observing the vivacious Jiala before her, Jing could not help but inquire, "Are you all right now? Does your chest still hurt?" "Huh? My chest still aches a bit." After saying this, Jiala gazed at Jing with hopeful anticipation. "Oh dear, your chest hurts? Would you like me to give you a massage?" With that, Wu Guan once again leaned in towards Jiala. No need. I suddenly feel much better." Upon saying this, Jiala hurriedly dashed into the living room. Grabbing a bowl of tea, he quickly gulped it down. "That pest, how utterly annoying. Leaving me with such a foul taste in my mouth, ugh." Jiala complained while rinsing his mouth with the tea. Little brother. At that moment, the anxious steward hurried to Jialu and Appo's side. "My goodness, what do you intend to do this time?" Jialu felt utterly vexed at the sight of the effeminate steward. "Young man, I have a query for you. If one were to be pierced by a zombie, what would happen to them?" Although Jialu was reluctant to engage with the steward, in order to hasten his departure, he began to elaborate. "If a person is pierced by a zombie, my master has informed me about this. The afflicted individual would tremble uncontrollably, their limbs would itch, and they would have an overwhelming urge to grasp at things. Their mouths would also itch, compelling them to bite." Upon hearing Jialu and Appo's vivid description, the steward felt an unbearable itch all over his body, and he could not help but yearn to bite something. Observing the steward rendered speechless by his own depiction, Jialu and Appo's helped but feel a sense of satisfaction and continued. "Once this phase has passed, the injured individual will become particularly sensitive to blood. After some time, they will ultimately transform into a grotesque creature that is half human and half corpse." Having said this, Jialu poured himself another cup of warm tea. Just as he was rinsing his mouth by the window sill, a chilling wail echoed from outside. Ugh. Upon hearing the commotion, Jialu quickly lifted his gaze. Simultaneously, Jing emerged from within the house. "What is that sound outside?" As he spoke, Jialu opened the door. "Could it be that Kai is playing tricks on us?" As Jialu initially believed this to be a prank orchestrated by Kai, he was suddenly startled to discover three unfamiliar figures lurking in the courtyard. Judging by their attire, they were indeed the guards who had escorted the bronze coffin during the day. When Wu Guanshi caught sight of these three guards, he was equally taken aback. "What? Wherein and Appo's? They already dead? How could this be?" Upon hearing Wu Guanshi and Appo's alarming statement, Jialu hastily shut the door. "Wu Guanshi, are you certain they're dead?" "Absolutely. They were all bitten to death by that zombie." Observing Wu Guanshi and Appo's panicked expression, Jialu quickly gestured for him to be silent. "Shoo! Do not make a sound. Jing, quickly fetch a knife." With that, Jialu reached out and tore through the thin paper of the window, peering through the hole to observe the movements of the three figures. According to Wu Guanshi, these three had indeed fallen victim to the zombie's bite, and given their current bizarre behavior, Jiu surmised that they had transformed into grotesque, half-human, half-corpse beings. Meanwhile, the three half-human, half-corpse creatures were incessantly searching for something in the courtyard. Upon realizing that the guards had morphed into these grotesque beings, Wu Guanshi involuntarily glanced at his own shoulder. At that moment, he trembled uncontrollably, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Just as Jiu remained vigilant in observing the courtyard, he failed to notice that Wu Guanshi had begun to convulse without any prior warning, until the moment when the steward and Appo's hand rested upon Jiu and Appo's shoulder. Jiu became aware of the peculiar situation. "Hey, what in Appo's wrong? Are you all right?" "No, I and Appo's am fine." As the conversation unfolded, the steward and Appo's body convulsed once more. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, and the steward lunged violently towards the door. Witnessing the steward's sudden madness, both Jiu and Jingjing were momentarily taken aback. What on earth is wrong with this effeminate man? With no time for further contemplation, Jiu hurriedly pushed Jingjing into the room. "Quickly, hide that child." At this moment, the corpse poison within the steward could no longer be contained. He had fully transformed into a creature that was half-human, half-corpse. Observing the four figures approaching the residence, Jiu swiftly closed the door. Chapter 76. Besieged by zombie guards as the four figures surged towards the door, Jiu felt an urgent need to summon Wenkai for assistance. Wenkai, he called repeatedly, yet no reply came. It suddenly dawned on him that Wenkai had excused himself to visit the restroom and had yet to return. This was dire. The moment the four zombie guards crashed through the door, Jiu tightened his grip on the peachwood sword. "Jingjing, stay hidden inside. I shall handle the situation outside." With a mighty roar, he launched a kick at the nearest guard, though he successfully sent one of the guards staggering aside. The remaining three zombies revealed their bloodthirsty red eyes. "Wenkai, where on earth have you gone?" Jiu bellowed, prompting Wenkai to emerge from a nearby haystack. "What's wrong, Jiu? Have you been struck by Jingjing?" he said, rubbing his waist. However, upon spotting the four zombies before him, he froze in terror. "Good heavens! Why are there so many zombies all of a sudden?" "Wenkai, stop dawdling," Jiu shouted, thrusting his right hand forward as he aimed the peachwood sword at one of the zombies. Despite Wentsai's previous encounters with the undead, his cowardice rendered him profoundly fearful. Observing Jiu battling fiercely against the zombies, a thought struck Wenkai. "Zombies? Glutinous rice. Quickly, use glutinous rice. Pour the glutinous rice water on them." Upon hearing this, Jiu swiftly seized a ladle, and a cascade of white glutinous rice water surged toward the four zombies. Sizzle! A chorus of howls erupted from the zombies' mouths, and they began to scurry chaotically around the room. "Wenkai, come back." Seeing this, Wenkai hurriedly grabbed a bucket of glutinous rice water and dashed inside. Observing the four rampaging zombies, his expression was rife with vigilance. Although this glutinous rice water could indeed hinder the zombies and Appo's movements, it was only a moment before the four zombies lunged toward the two men once more. In their eyes, Jiu and Wenkai appeared as sumptuous feasts, irresistibly enticing. Just as the three zombies prepared to assault Jiu, the transformed zombie steward, Wu, intervened directly, blocking their path. Gazing at the wary Jiu, a sinister expression crept across Wu and Appo's face. He then pointed at the three zombies and subsequently at Wenkai. To their astonishment, the three zombies abandoned their attack on Jiu and instead charged toward Wenkai. "Goodness, even that insipid wretch has turned into a zombie and continues to fixate on you." Witnessing the four zombies splitting their assault between the two of them, Wenkai promptly splashed the glutinous rice water. "Still want to feast on me? Dream on." As the glutinous rice water splashed onto them, puffs of white smoke began to rise from the zombies' bodies. Sizzle! The zombies danced and leaped about, appearing in excruciating agony. "Ah, now you comprehend the power of this glutinous rice water, do you?" Upon finishing his words, Wenkai and Appo's movements quickened significantly. However, the glutinous rice water in the bucket was ultimately limited, After a few splashes, it ran dry. "Oh no, we've run out of glutinous rice water," exclaimed Wenkai, promptly placing the empty bucket atop a zombie's head before dashing over to Jala's side. "Jala, what should we do now?" "What do we do?" "Of course we fight." Seizing the moment while the foreboding steward was still disoriented, Jala delivered a swift kick towards him. Yet the blow merely caused the steward to stagger, while Jala winced in pain. Damn it, how has this wretched body become so resilient? Jala possessed commendable martial skills. Even if he couldn't vanquish the zombies, he could at least ensure he didn't suffer blows from them. In stark contrast, Wenkai was in a dire predicament. Having been frail since childhood and prone to laziness, his combat abilities were remarkably poor. Upon encountering the zombies, he quickly found himself on the receiving end of their assaults. "Jala, save me," Wenkai cried, as he frantically ducked and dodged around the room, creating chaos in the process. Hearing Wenkai's plea for help, Jingjing rushed out of her room without hesitation. "I'll help you," she declared, seizing a stick and swinging it at the zombie. However, to the robust zombie, the wooden stick was feeble. After only a few strikes, it broke cleanly in two. Although Jingjing's skills were indeed formidable, she soon found herself at a disadvantage against the resilient, ironclad zombies. Left with no other choice, Wenkai could only evade, desperately trying to avoid being bitten. Despite his numerous precautions, he ultimately fell victim to the joint assault of two zombies. In a moment of inattention, one of the zombies sank its teeth into his arm. A sharp pang of pain erupted, prompting Wenkai to cry out and clutch his wound as he fled to the side. Meanwhile, Jala and Jingjing were not faring any better. Under the relentless onslaught of three zombies, they exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. As the trio of zombies lunged once more, Jala swiftly grabbed the last bucket of glutinous rice water. "Kulme, witness my wrath," he exclaimed, brandishing the ladle before him. Having previously suffered the consequences of the glutinous rice water, the zombies hesitated, unwilling to advance against the two. For a time, the situation reached a stalemate. Seeing Jala wielding the glutinous rice water, the zombies dared not approach, prompting Wenkai to rush to Jala and Appo's side. Drench them with the glutinous rice water." A fierce glint shone in Wenkai's eyes as he regarded the four zombies before them. "We cannot afford to deplete this bucket. Once it's gone, these zombies will no longer fear us." With that, Jala passed the peachwood sword from his back into Wenkai and Appo's hands. Use the peachwood sword against them. Just as Jala transferred the sword, his gaze fell upon the wound on Wenkai and Appo's shoulder. "You've been bitten by a zombie?" Upon finishing his words, a flicker of vigilance appeared on Jala's face. He then poured a ladle of glutinous rice water onto Wenkai's shoulder. The moment it made contact with the wound, a plume of white smoke erupted. Wenkai, in turn, cried out in pain. "Bear with it for now. Once the master returns, we shall extract the corpse poison. At present, all three bore their own injuries." Gazing at the four zombies before them, a wave of despair surged within Jala. It seemed escape was futile. They could only wait for the master's return. Just then, one of the zombies, unable to suppress its yearning for blood, stealthily crept toward the trio. Observing the furtive figure, Jala promptly doused it with a ladle of glutinous rice water. With a series of crackling explosions, the remaining zombies immediately became docile. Chapter 77. Enter the water if you wish to survive. As time progressed, several zombies grew increasingly restless. In desperation, Jala resorted to using glutinous rice water to threaten and warn the undead. However, as the glutinous rice water dwindled, the zombies advanced once more towards the trio. Suddenly, four zombies lunged forward, and just as Jala prepared to retaliate with the glutinous rice water, he realized that the container was empty. "Oh no, there is no glutinous rice water left." With that, Jala hastily pushed Jingjing aside, while he kicked Wenkai down to the other side. After ensuring the two were out of harm and Appo's way, Jala was caught off guard and bitten fiercely by the black-clad manager. "You coward! I knew you harbored ill intentions." With that, Jala kicked him aside. Jingjing and Wenkai run quickly. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist and Master Xiang had just reached the entrance, and upon seeing the dilapidated door of the courtyard, panic seized their hearts. Jiala, Jingjing, are you all right? Without hesitation, the four-eyed Taoist rushed into the room. Scanning the scene, he saw the three engaged in a fierce struggle with four zombies, and they appeared to be at a disadvantage. Observing this, the four-eyed Taoist swiftly drew his bronze sword. Jiala, duck! With a flash of the sword, one zombie's head promptly fell to the ground. Master, you have finally returned. On one side, the four-eyed Taoist had already vanquished a zombie. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Jiu was diligently attempting to restrain the corpse-transformed Manager Wu. Gazing at the grotesque visage of Manager Wu, the four-eyed Taoist brandished his bronze sword and charged forward. Observing this, Master Jiu urgently called out, "Four-eyed, you must not take a life." However, this momentary distraction allowed Manager Wu to suddenly pivot and lunge at Master Jiu. "You foul wretch, dare you retaliate?" In desperation, Master Jiu was compelled to unleash a palm strike towards Manager Wu. Witnessing this, the four-eyed Taoist swiftly raised his bronze sword, which then pierced directly through Manager Wu and Appo's body. As he beheld the twitching form of Manager Wu sprawled on the ground, Master Jiu could not help but inquire in anger. "Why did you kill him? Hey, you were the one who pushed him onto the sword. What does that have to do with me?" retorted the four-eyed Taoist, pointing at Manager Wu. "Moreover, I acted for his own good, to spare him further suffering in life." With several zombies thoroughly eradicated, Jiala finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, it is fortunate that you have returned, otherwise." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiala felt a sudden dizziness and collapsed onto the ground. "Hey, four-eyed, come quickly to check on your disciple." With that, Master Jiu hurriedly tore open Jia Li's clothing. Upon observing the myriad wounds adorning Jia Li's body, Master Jiu couldn't help but frown repeatedly. Jia Li had been injured by a zombie, the corpse poison now coursing through his veins. Urgent measures were needed to expel the toxin. Observing the deeply concerned Master Jiu, the four-eyed Taoist nodded and said, "I understand. You should go check on your disciple." With that, the four-eyed Taoist hurriedly placed Jiala onto the bed. "Qing, Wenkai, are you both all right?" "Master, I'm fine, but Wenkai, he has been bitten by a zombie." Upon hearing that Wenkai had indeed been bitten by a zombie, Master Jiu swiftly instructed him to remove his shirt. Although Wenkai had also been afflicted by the zombie and Appo's poison, his injuries were not as severe as Jiala and Appo's. After accommodating Wenkai inside, Master Jiu and Qing quickly made their way outside, and before long, 2 large barrels of sweet rice water were prepared. After helping Jiala into the wooden barrel, Wenkai hastily leaped into the sweet rice water, and just as they entered, the milky liquid began to churn vigorously. Witnessing the water gradually darkening, a sly smile appeared on the four-eyed Taoist's face. "Wow, Master, this sweet rice water feels so soothing." Wenkai, having experienced it before, was not as startled as Jiala. "Isn't it delightful? I shall invite a few friends to join you. That will enhance your comfort." With that, the four-eyed Taoist pulled several vividly colored venomous snakes from his pocket, and before the two could react, he tossed the snakes into the barrel. By the time they realized what was happening, they leaped 3 feet high from the wooden barrel. "Oh my goodness, Master, why have you brought the venomous snake in here?" "Indeed, Master Uncle, do you wish for us to be bitten to death by it?" Observing the 2 bewildered individuals before him, the four-eyed Taoist suddenly glared fiercely. "What are you 2 rascals doing out here? Do you wish to become zombies?" As the reprimand from the four-eyed Taoist echoed in their ears, Wenkai and Jiala instinctively retracted their necks. "Master, there is a snake in that barrel. I am aware. It is a venomous one. I have already stated that I know." Realizing that the four-eyed Taoist was not jesting, Wenkai could no longer contain his anxiety. "Master Uncle, please do not jest at our expense. If either Jiala or I were to be bitten by that snake, fear not, the snake shall not bite you. It has been placed in there so that you can recover more swiftly." With that, the four-eyed Taoist cast a reluctant glance at the 2, his eyes filled with exasperation. As the 2 hesitated to return to the barrel, the four-eyed Taoist promptly picked up a nearby feather duster. "You 2 little rascals, are you ignoring my words?" Faced with a nearly bare feather duster, the 2 could only comply and jump back into the wooden barrel. Once they had submerged themselves once more in the sticky rice water, the four-eyed Taoist finally revealed the reason behind his actions. The corpse poison contained within these zombies is derived from the royal zombies, which are exceedingly ferocious. Ordinary treatment methods are utterly incapable of completely eradicating the poison. Only by employing venomous snakes to counteract the poison with their own toxins, combined with the immersion in glutinous rice water, can the malevolent corpse toxins within you be completely eradicated. Should any further delay of a mere 10 or 8 minutes occur, you both may as well brace yourselves for the onset of the corpse poison, transforming you into zombies. Upon realizing the formidable nature of this corpse toxin, the two hastily submerged their entire bodies into the glutinous rice water. At this moment, when Kai finally comprehended why the glutinous rice water had proven ineffective for the child, ultimately serving only to suppress the affliction. While the two were ensconced in the wooden tub, Master Jiu emerged from the room with an unhurried demeanor. The corpse toxin within the child has already been eradicated using snake medicine. It won and oppose, TB long before he awakens. Upon hearing this, the four-eyed Taoist nodded gently. Gazing at the inky night sky, a sense of concern for the safety of Qin Song and Taoist Qian, he began to take root in his heart. Chapter 78. Confronting the royal zombie, observing the furrowed brow of the four-eyed Taoist, Master Jiu could not help but let out a weary sigh. Four-eyed, are you concerned for your two disciples? Upon hearing this, the four-eyed Taoist nodded solemnly. You need not worry. Both Taoist Qin and Taoist Qianhe are individuals of great fortune and will surely be unscathed. Although Qin Song and Appo's abilities are indeed formidable, he has recently expended a considerable amount of his vitality to purge the corpse poison from Taoist Qianhe. Presently, he finds himself in a state of physical debilitation. Should the royal zombie seize this opportunity to strike at the two, unforeseen calamities may ensue. Alas, I hope they return soon. It was only then that when Kai realized that Qin Song had not returned with them. Unable to contain himself, when Kai inquired, Master Four-Eyed, where is Uncle Qin? Why did he not return with you? Uncle Qin is tending to Taoist Qianhe and Appo's injuries. In our haste to return to you, he was unable to accompany us. The four-eyed Taoist replied. Upon learning that Qin Song was still outside, a hint of concern shadowed Wen Kai and Appo's features. With the outside world so perilous, what if Uncle Qin were to encounter the escaping zombie? Before Wen Kai could finish his thought, Jala swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. Noticing the irate expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, Jala awkwardly chuckled. Master Wen Sai's mind seems to have been muddled. He speaks nonsense, pure nonsense. With that, Jala shot Wen Kai a glare. Looking up at Wen Sai's innocent visage, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but pinch Wen Sai's chubby cheeks affectionately. Wen Kai, you truly are an exceptional disciple. Your master holds you in the highest regard. For a moment, the living room was filled solely with Wen Kai and Appo's lamentations. Though his words may have sounded ominous, it is important to note that within a radius of several dozen miles, there are no other household aside from the temple. Currently, with the royal zombie yet to make an appearance, Qin Song and Appo's situation is undoubtedly precarious. Although the four-eyed Taoist was engulfed in anxiety, these three individuals required protection. Should he depart, Master Jiu alone would be insufficient to deter the ancient zombie. Reluctantly, the four-eyed Taoist approached the ancestral tablet, lighting a stick of incense, praying for the ancestor spirit to ensure the safe return of Qin Song and Qianhe. Just as concerns for Qin Song's safety loomed, Jingjing suddenly dashed out from the room. Master, that child has awakened. Upon hearing this, both Master Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist hurried into the chamber. Although the corpse poison within the young lad had been entirely dispelled, and he was no longer in mortal danger, his frail body exhibited signs of exhaustion after the ordeal. After a thorough examination, the two retreated from the room. Jingjing, take good care of the child and let him rest, they instructed. Just as they turned to exit, a rustling sound emanated from the bamboo grove outside. What is that? Hearing the unusual noise from beyond, the four-eyed Taoist swiftly drew forth his bronze sword from behind. It is merely a wild cat. Quickly sheathe your sword and do not frighten the child. Having spoken, Master Jiu could not help but roll his eyes. Very well. Let us take a moment to rest outside. I fear this night will not be tranquil. Ugh, you wretched crow and amp. Amp, oppose, mouth, could you refrain from uttering such words? Observing the worried expression on Master Ikkyu's face, Taoist Simu could not help but mutter. You foul monk, perpetually spouting such dismal remarks, with me here. I doubt anyone would dare to create a disturbance. Seeing Taoist Simu's confident demeanor, Master Ikkyu could not suppress a smirk. Is that so? With your meager skills, you would scarcely be able to stretch the limbs of a zombie. Hey, you insolent monk, if you are unconvinced, let us have a contest. With that, Taoist Simu rolled up his sleeves, eager to measure his prowess against Master Ikkyu. Unbeknownst to them, the two old adversaries began their verbal sparring once more. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from within the room. Ah, help! Upon hearing Jingjing and Amp, Oppo's cry for help, both men felt an ominous chill. Jingjing is in danger. We must investigate. In a flurry, Jingjing rushed out, cradling the unconscious little age. Seeing her panicked visage, Master Ikkyu quickly inquired, "What has transpired?" "Outside, there's a zombie." With that, Jingjing pointed back toward the house. Just as Master Ikkyu sought to understand the situation, a sound resembling splintering would erupted from within the room. Following the sound, one beheld a ghastly zombie, clad in the official attire of the Qin dynasty, burst through the window and invade the room. Gazing at the malevolent creature not far away, Master Ikkyu could not help but exclaim in alarm. Quickly to the next room. Without delay, Jingjing hurriedly took the young prince in her arms and fled to the adjacent chamber. As the zombie lunged toward them, Master Ikkyu swiftly produced a binding rope for corpses. Just as the rope ensnared the royal undead, the four-eyed Taoist hastily arrived on the scene. "Quick, subdue it." With that, Master Ikkyu glanced at the bronze sword in his hand. Perhaps sensing the increase in numbers, the royal zombie and Amp, Oppo's thrashing grew more vigorous. In a moment of inattention, Master Ikkyu was nearly yanked off his feet by the relentless creature. Meanwhile, the four-eyed Taoist, who had intended to advance, found himself compelled to roll aside as the zombie lunged toward him, narrowly escaping disaster. "Damn you, wretched monk! Are you intent on leading me to my demise? Enough chatter. Swiftly deal with this fiend." In response, the four-eyed Taoist ceased his prattling, and with a resolute gaze fixed upon the royal zombie's retreating form, he swung his bronze sword in a wide, arc clang. A sharp sound echoed as the sword struck the zombie, only to snap in two at the waist. When he looked up, Four-Eyed Taoist was astonished to find that the zombie bore not a single wound. Instantly, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Alas, this zombie is no ordinary creature. It has transformed into a copper-armored undead, just as the fiend was about to pounce upon Master Ishio. The four-eyed Taoist swiftly tightened the binding rope. "First, we must ensnare this beast." With that, the two grasped the ends of the rope and began to encircle it. Before long, the royal zombie lay bound and helpless upon the ground. Its body was impervious to blades and bullets, and even magical artifacts proved futile against it. "What shall we do?" As Ishio gazed at the thrashing zombie, a look of concern crept across his face. "What to do? Watch as I summon lightning to vanquish it." With that proclamation, the four-eyed Taoist retrieved a talisman from his robe. Jade purity begins. The true talisman invokes the alliance. Thunder Mother and Lightning Lord, hasten your divine power. Heed my call and descend swiftly. Unleash the thunderous voice. Taishang Lao Jun, I command you with urgency. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening thunderclap reverberated through the air. Chapter 79. The copper-skinned, iron-boned zombie suddenly. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, followed by a bolt of heavenly lightning that struck directly at the royal zombie. The four-eyed Taoist gazed sorrowfully at the gaping hole overhead. "Alas, my abode, you foul creature!" As the four-eyed Taoist stood aside lamenting, a peculiar sound emerged from the debris. "Four-eyed, could it be that your heavenly lightning was a mere illusion? I have an unsettling feeling that this zombie has not perished." "You speak nonsense. I have mastered the authentic Maoshan thunder technique. How could it possibly fail?" Just as the four-eyed Taoist began to retort, the royal zombie astonishingly rose once more. Goodness, it truly survived the strike. Both men were taken aback by the sight of the unharmed royal zombie before them. Through the tattered garments of the royal zombie, the four-eyed Taoist suddenly discerned a series of ancient bronze ripples coursing through its skin. This is dire. This zombie is not an ordinary one. It is a copper-armored zombie. No wonder my heavenly lightning had no effect. Upon recognizing the hue of the zombie and amp, Oppo's flesh, the four-eyed Taoist immediately grasped the creature and Oppo's true prowess. Roar. Initially surrounded and assaulted by the two, and now having endured a bolt of lightning, the royal zombie was filled with rage. Its roar seemed to convey its profound displeasure. Confronted by the vigilant expressions of the two men, the royal zombie lunged at them ferociously. Let us subdue it. Having spoken, Master Jiu removed the prayer beads from around his neck and struck at the zombie before him. Meanwhile, the four-eyed Taoist hastily retreated into the house. A cacophony of explosive sounds ensued as the beads in Master Jiu and Oppo's grasp detonated upon contact with the royal zombie. Observing the beads diminishing in length, a sense of urgency welled within him. "Four-eyed, where have you gone?" he exclaimed, just as the four-eyed Taoist burst forth from the room. "Step aside, monk, and allow me to vanquish him." With that, the four-eyed Taoist brandished a towering bronze sword and swung it towards the royal zombie. A thunderous clash reverberated through the air as the immense sword, accompanied by a fierce gust, descended upon the zombie's head. However, the four-eyed Taoist was unprepared for the outcome. The bronze sword shattered upon merely grazing the royal zombie, as if it were made of paper. Almost immediately, he felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by an overwhelming force that cast him aside. "Master." Upon entering the room, Jala was confronted with the sight of the four-eyed Taoist crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a deep concern for his well-being. "Your master is still alive." Upon uttering this, the four-eyed Taoist shakily rose to his feet. In that moment, he felt as though his internal organs had been dislocated, and his bones seemed on the verge of crumbling. As he gazed at the royal zombie entangled with Master Jiu, the four-eyed Taoist promptly commanded, "Jala, fetch the corpse-fixing talisman." Yes. Jala swiftly dashed into the four-eyed Taoist chamber. Soon he returned, clutching a stack of talismans and a peachwood sword. "Master, the talismans are here." Upon seeing the corpse-fixing talisman in hand, the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed, "Monk, allow me to lend you my strength." With that, he held the talisman in each hand, leaping forward to stand before the royal zombie. With a resounding clap, the talisman was affixed to its forehead, and astonishingly, the royal zombie stood still, obediently frozen in place. "Phew!" Master Jiu sighed with relief, observing the immobile royal zombie. "Well done, four-eyed. Your corpse-fixing talisman is indeed quite effective." Hearing praise from Master Jiu was a rare delight, nearly lifting the four-eyed Taoist into the air. Of course, just look at the artist behind it. However, before he could revel in the compliment, a wisp of white smoke began to emanate from the talisman affixed to the zombie and Oppo's forehead. "Oh no, it's attempting to break free from the talisman." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the four-eyed Taoist quickly placed two more talismans upon its brow. As the papers fell, the royal zombie fell silent once more. "Huh, you thought you could escape the talisman's control? Dream on." Yet, as he spoke, the two talismans again began to emit white smoke. "Goodness, this seems never-ending." As the words fell, the four-eyed Taoist affixed 3 talismans onto the forehead of the zombie. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the talismans once again emitted a plume of white smoke. Istik, istik, istik. Suddenly, panic struck as he realized his hands were empty. Master Jiu and the four-eyed Taoist were momentarily taken aback. "Quick, step back." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion echoed, and the talismans that had been affixed to the zombie and amp, Oppo's forehead, disintegrated into a cloud of ashes. "Jala, fetch some magical tools at once." With that, the four-eyed Taoist brandished his peachwood sword and charged at the royal zombie. "Damn it, I shall fight you to the end." The peachwood sword pierced straight into the body of the zombie. Huh, why did it penetrate so easily? Observing the sword now reduced to half its length, the four-eyed Taoist felt a twinge of confusion. As he attempted to withdraw the sword, he realized that it had never truly entered the royal zombie and Oppo's body. It had turned to ashes the moment it made contact. Be careful, four-eyed. With that warning, Master Jiu swung his prayer beads towards the royal zombie. Amidst a series of violent explosions, a substantial amount of corpse energy erupted from the zombie's body. Roar! The royal zombie let out a furious bellow, and to their astonishment, it reached out and grasped Master Jiu's prayer beads. This scene left the two in utter disbelief. Suddenly, the royal zombie exerted tremendous force, causing the beads, which were roughly the size of eggs, to disintegrate into powder. What shock! It was utterly unexpected that the beads could be so effortlessly crushed into dust. The expressions on their faces were filled with astonishment. Just as the zombie had shattered the beads with its bare hands, Jiu rushed back, carrying an array of items in a flurry. "Master, please catch," he exclaimed, tossing a length of ink line over. "We must subdue this creature." As they observed Jiu's tossed ink line, the two of them leapt into action, each grasping an end of the line. In the blink of an eye, a large net was cast over the head of the royal zombie. Bang! 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 A series of rapid explosions echoed as the net, specifically designed to capture zombies, began to tear apart, disintegrating into ashes. Yet, the royal zombie remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. Chapter 80. Invoking the Ancestors. Alas, this vile creature is astonishingly powerful. Observing the remnants of the ink line reduced to mere powder in his hand, the four-eyed Taoist was suddenly engulfed in righteous fury. "I refuse to believe it. I shall vanquish you." With that declaration, the four-eyed Taoist hurried into the room. At this moment, Jiu and Master Jiu were embroiled in a fierce struggle with the royal zombie, which was gradually gaining the upper hand. "Master, we need assistance." Upon hearing this, the four-eyed Taoist swiftly cast several talismans into the air. "Boundless heaven and earth, I summon the powers of the universe. Divine weapons of heavenly fire, heed my command. Exorcising celestial fire, heed." Immediately, several fiery talismans surged toward the royal zombie. Observing the approaching fireballs, Jiu and Master Jiu quickly retreated to the side, suddenly engulfed in flames. The royal zombie let out a series of furious roars. With no retreat available, the royal zombie began to leap in place, and a massive surge of corpse energy erupted from its body. As the corpse energy clashed with the flames, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the room, followed by a scorching wave that rushed toward the three of them. Caught off guard, the trio stumbled as the heat wave struck, although they appeared somewhat disheveled. The formidable power of the exorcising celestial fire proved to be quite a nuisance for the royal zombie. Now, with no escape, surrounded by the heavenly flames, the royal zombie was engulfed in a raging inferno. "Excellent. Burn it to ashes." After speaking, Jiu leaped up in delight. Perhaps realizing the formidable nature of the Tiangang fire, the royal zombie let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding corpse energy to surge dramatically. This sudden change startled the three individuals. As they observed the gradually waning flames, their hearts quivered in unison. Witnessing the imminent extinguishment of the fire, the four-eyed Taoist hastily knelt before the incense altar. "Grandmaster, save me," he implored, prostrating himself and murmuring fervently. "Incense wafting, let the universe abide. I beseech the Grandmaster to descend through the heavenly gate. I, the disciple, sincerely request the Grandmaster and Oppo's aid for the swift arrival of the golden body. The divine weapon must hasten as commanded." Accompanied by a rapid shaking of his head, Jiu stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Were he to encounter the four-eyed Taoist in a bustling market, he would undoubtedly dismiss him as a charlatan. Yet now, witnessing his master's inexplicable behavior in this critical moment left Jiu utterly perplexed. "Master, what is my teacher doing?" Upon hearing Jiu and Oppo's voice, Master Jiu quickly gestured for silence. "Shu, do not speak. Your master is invoking the Grandmaster to possess him." Just as the four-eyed Taoist recited his incantation, a star in the previously pitch-black sky suddenly flickered. Following that, a streak of azure light shot towards him like a sword. As the azure light entered his body, the four-eyed Taoist's entire aura transformed instantly. In just a few breaths, the originally frail and emaciated figure of the four-eyed Taoist vanished, replaced by a robust man adorned with explosive muscles. Gazing at the dramatically transformed Taoist, Jala could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Wow! Is this the manifestation of our revered ancestor? Upon hearing Jala and Appo's remark, Master Ishio hurriedly covered his mouth. Do not disturb your master. The manifestation relies solely on a single breath. If the energy dissipates, it will be rendered futile. Acknowledging his words, Jala nodded vigorously, signaling that he would refrain from any further outbursts. As the ritual of summoning the ancestor reached its completion, the four-eyed Taoist began to stretch his limbs. Observing the rather pretentious demeanor of the Taoist, Master Ishio found himself at a loss for words. Though he was tempted to mock the four-eyed Taoist, he understood that it was crucial not to disrupt him at this moment. After striking a few poses he deemed impressive, the Taoist and Appo's gaze shifted toward the nearby royal zombie. With the ancestor and Appo's manifestation empowering him, the four-eyed Taoist regarded the royal zombie with utter disdain. How difficult could it be to deal with a mere copper-armored zombie? Thus, the four-eyed Taoist sauntered toward the royal zombie with confidence. Meanwhile, the royal zombie, having just freed itself from the searing flames, was seething with rage. With the four-eyed Taoist approaching him provocatively, the royal zombie charged forward without hesitation. Bang! With a resounding impact, a single punch from the four-eyed Taoist sent the copper-armored zombie crashing to the ground. At that moment, the royal zombie resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing directly into the cabinet. This blow brought immense satisfaction to the four-eyed Taoist. To his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist had suddenly grown stronger. He observed the royal zombie's body swell with energy, its aura surging dramatically. As the royal zombie charged towards him, the four-eyed Taoist remained steadfast, unyielding, as he met the zombie's strike with merely the palm of his hand. With a resounding impact, the four-eyed Taoist seized the royal zombie by the shoulder and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending the creature hurtling out of the room like a cannonball. As the royal zombie was propelled through the window, the sound of splintering trees echoed outside. After crashing through several large trees, the royal zombie finally regained its footing. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted overwhelmingly. The ferocious demeanor of the four-eyed Taoist instilled a sense of dread in the royal zombie. With the royal zombie hesitating to advance, the four-eyed Taoist confidently approached it. In this manner, the royal zombie was effortlessly lifted as if it were a mere chick in the hands of the four-eyed Taoist. With a forceful motion, he flung the royal zombie away, shattering several water tanks in the courtyard into a fine powder, while half of the royal zombie and Appo's body became deeply embedded in the earth, rendering it immobile. In that moment, the royal zombie found itself utterly powerless against the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's onslaught. Just as the four-eyed Taoist was poised to press his advantage, he failed to notice a scattering of teapot fragments lying quietly on the ground not far away. Oblivious to the peril, he inadvertently stepped on a shard. "Ouch! That hurts terribly," he exclaimed, and at that moment, he resembled a deflated balloon, his muscles gradually fading into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, Master Ishio felt a surge of panic. "Oh no, your master has lost his spirit." Just as the four-eyed Taoist removed the porcelain fragment from his foot, he suddenly became aware that he had indeed lost his vitality. At that moment, he found himself standing beside the royal zombie. Chapter 81. The zombie has transcended to the astonishment of Master Ishii and Jala. The four-eyed Taoist unexpectedly faltered at a crucial moment. In an instant, the situation became increasingly enigmatic. At this juncture, the four-eyed Taoist was clutching his foot in pain. "How unfortunate I am to injure myself merely by walking." With that, he hastily discarded the shards of the teapot to the side. Meanwhile, the royal zombie had risen from the ground. My goodness! Faced with the imposing figure of the royal zombie, the four-eyed Taoist quickly sought refuge. "You insufferable monk, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly and deal with it." No sooner had the words left the four-eyed Taoist's lips than the royal zombie lunged at him with its razor-sharp claws. Before the four-eyed Taoist could react, 3 gory claw marks appeared across his chest. "Damn it, you wretched fiend. How dare you strike me? I am truly incensed." With that, the four-eyed Taoist leaped onto the back of the royal zombie. The magical artifacts proved ineffective against this copper-armored undead. Four-eyed quickly used the talisman to attack it. Upon hearing this, the four-eyed Taoist promptly drew a talisman. As the talisman ignited, dark clouds gathered in the air, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Jade Purity, true talisman of the Alliance, Electric Mother and Thunder Lord. Hasten your divine powers, heed my call, and arrive swiftly. Unleash the sound of Yang, Taishang Laojun. Act urgently as the law commands. In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with energy, thunder roared, and the four-eyed Taoist hurriedly took cover. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of celestial lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the surroundings for a fleeting moment before plunging everything into obscurity. Accompanying the brilliance of the lightning, the furious roars of the royal zombie echoed in the ears of the onlookers. At present, the royal zombie and Appo's strength had significantly waned. It could not withstand the might of the heavenly thunder with mere corpse energy. After the initial strike, the royal zombie was violently propelled several meters away. "Master, the heavenly thunder has taken effect. Continue to bombard it." Without the need for further encouragement, the four-eyed Taoist swiftly drew another thunderbolt talisman. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the royal zombie once more. However, this time, the royal zombie did not get knocked back. Instead, it stood its ground, motionless. Still attempting to endure the heavenly thunder? Truly lacking in intellect. Listening to the royal zombie and Appo's furious howls, the four-eyed Taoist slowly withdrew yet another thunderbolt talisman. After enduring a grueling battle with the royal zombie, invoking the ancestral spirit, and summoning 2 consecutive bolts of heavenly thunder, the four-eyed Taoist was now at the end of his strength. Yet, in his determination to eradicate the armored zombie completely, he shakily retrieved the thunderbolt talisman once more. However, before he could summon the thunder again, the trio suddenly sensed something amiss with the royal zombie. As the lightning cascaded down within mere moments, the white lightning that had permeated the courtyard surged into the royal zombie's body. Simultaneously, the corpse energy surrounding the royal zombie swelled dramatically. In astonishment, the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed, "Is this truly a zombie?" Witnessing the scene before him, he could not restrain his exclamations. Among the myriad of malevolent entities in the world, none fear the divine retribution of thunder and fire more than they. Yet here stood a royal zombie that had transformed that celestial thunder into its own sustenance. In that moment, the four-eyed Taoist was utterly devastated. "Amit Ba," he murmured, recognizing that this malevolent being had fully matured in its wickedness. It was imperative that this calamity not be allowed to escape. As he beheld the lightning being incessantly devoured by the bronze-armored zombie, disbelief clouded his mind. Am I dreaming? A zombie can actually consume divine thunder? Although the thunder he could summon was not the formidable 9 heavens divine thunder, it remained a lethal force against malevolent entities. Yet, the royal zombie, instead of sustaining injury from the lightning strike, had instead transformed the celestial fire into nourishment. Such an outcome was beyond comprehension for the four-eyed Taoist. As the radiance of the lightning gradually faded, the corpse energy enveloping the royal zombie surged forth, radiating in all directions. With a fierce roar, the Taoist beheld the bronze-armored zombie, shrouded in dark energy, and leaped into action, aiming directly for the creature. "Monk, strike at its eyes." The royal zombie had fully transformed into a bronze-skinned corpse, impervious to most attacks. The most prudent and effective approach was to target its vulnerable eyes, for only then might the tide of battle be altered. Upon hearing this, Master Jiu swiftly grasped 2 prayer beads. With a thunderous shout, he forcefully thrust the beads into the eye sockets of the royal zombie. Suddenly assaulted, the royal zombie let out a pained cry. An immense wave of corpse energy surged from its body, sending the 2 attackers flying backward. At that moment, the 2 prayer beads were deeply embedded in the zombie and Appo's eye sockets. Blinded, The royal zombie flailed about the room like a headless fly. To their astonishment, this tactic proved effective, a flicker of joy illuminating the faces of the four-eyed Taoist and Master Jiu. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Realizing that the royal zombie could no longer discern their positions, the two rushed toward it. Just as they were about to seize the zombie, it crashed through a wall and escaped. Ouch! Ouch! The zombie's sudden flight caused both of them to collide with one another. Watching the royal zombie gradually vanish into the distance, they set aside their mutual reproaches, exchanged a glance, and hurriedly followed the breach outside. After it, however, the outside world was engulfed in darkness, and the dense fog of the night forest soon concealed the royal zombie from view. Noticing that the four-eyed Taoist was intent on continuing the pursuit, Master Jiu quickly intervened. "Hey, why are you stopping me?" Gazing at the relentless pursuit of the four-eyed Taoist, Master Jiu hastily exclaimed, "Hey, we are unarmed. Chasing after him like this is perilous." Upon hearing these words, the four-eyed Taoist finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, you are right. Let us swiftly return for our weapons." As the two hurried back inside, they fortuitously encountered the anxious faces of Jiu and Wankai rushing towards them. Observing the distressed four-eyed Taoist, Jiu promptly inquired, "Master, what should we do now?" "Quickly take Wankai and Jingjing to the mortuary. It will be safer there. Hurry." "Oh, understood." With that, Jiu swiftly hoisted the unconscious Wankai onto his back, while in his arms, he cradled the frail little brother. Chapter 82. The arrival of Qin Song at a critical moment. As Jiu was about to lead a few individuals to the morgue for refuge, the four-eyed Taoist hastily called out to him, "Here, take this for your protection." With that, the four-eyed Taoist drew a bronze dagger from behind him. After securing the dagger, Jiu hurriedly made his way towards the morgue. Once Jiu and Jingjing had departed, Master Jiu turned his attention to the four-eyed Taoist beside him. "Hey, what about mine?" "It has been prepared for you long ago," replied the four-eyed Taoist, handing a small bronze sword to Master Jiu. Staring at the sword, which was not even half a meter long, Master Jiu was momentarily taken aback. "Is that all there is? Having a weapon is already commendable. You shouldn't oppose. TB so picky." The four-eyed Taoist retorted, snatching back the bronze sword. "If you don end amp, oppose. T want it, I shall give it to Jingjing for her defense." Upon hearing that the four-eyed Taoist intended to take the weapon away, Master Jiu quickly reclaimed it. "Having it is quite enough. It is indeed satisfactory." As he spoke, Master Jiu then noticed the four-eyed Taoist and amp, oppose, his empty hands. "You gave me the weapon, but what will you do?" To his surprise, the four-eyed Taoist displayed a selfless side, which stirred a sense of admiration within Master Jiu. Sensing the confusion in Master Jiu's heart, the four-eyed Taoist waved his hands dismissively. "I'm fine with whatever." With that, he strode directly behind the screen. He extended his hand and grasped a bronze sword over a meter in length, pulling it forth with ease. "Let us go," he declared, as the four-eyed Taoist brandished the sword and charged out. Meanwhile, Master Jiu, holding his shorter bronze sword, found himself momentarily bewildered. After escorting Jiu and Qingqing to the mortuary, the four-eyed Taoist and Master Jiu began to survey the area around the temple. While the two were preoccupied with searching for traces of the zombie, Jiu and Qingqing, hidden in the mortuary, were not idle. Once they had settled Wankai and Xiao A and Amp, Oppos G, Jiu retrieved a jar from a nearby corner. Curiously, Qingqing leaned in to examine the red paper affixed to it. "Jiu, what do you need maltose for?" she inquired, taking a taste of the sweet treat. "If a zombie comes through the door, we can use the maltose to trap it, ensuring our safety." After speaking, Jiu scooped a generous handful of maltose from the jar. Recognizing the validity of his reasoning, Qingqing hurriedly joined him at the door to prepare their sticky defense. Unbeknownst to them, as they smeared the maltose on the ground, the floor in one corner of the room began to rise quietly. Hearing the creaking sounds of the floorboards, Jiu instinctively glanced toward the door. "Master, is that you?" They waited in silence, but no response came. An unsettling feeling gripped Jiu, prompting him to realize that something was amiss. As anticipated, at that very moment, the two suddenly noticed something swiftly approaching them from beneath the floor. With the floorboards rising and falling, Jala and Jingjing hurriedly clutched little A and amp, oppos, go, and dashed aside. However, just as they had found a safe spot, the entity that had been moving beneath the floor fell utterly silent. "Sho, let me take a look." With that, Jala stealthily crept over to the side. Leaning in and straining his ears, he listened intently for a moment, but detected no irregularity. Just as he was about to rise and move in another direction, a withered hand suddenly lunged towards him. In an instant, the face of the royal zombie emerged slowly from beneath the floorboards. "Jingjing, run!" With the royal zombie gripping his neck, Jala and Appo's face turned crimson from strain. Witnessing this scene, Jingjing quickly seized a nearby bench and swung it forcefully at the zombie's head. "I'll smash you." A sharp crack echoed as the bench splintered upon impact. To their astonishment, the royal zombie vanished into the depths below, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Faced with this terrifying turn of events, Jala swiftly hoisted one kai onto his back and firmly grasped Jingjing's hand, declaring, "Let us hurry and find Master and the others." With that, they raced toward the exit. Yet, just a few steps outside, the two suddenly realized they were firmly stuck to the ground, unable to move. Looking down, they recalled the maltose they had smeared on the floor had taken effect. Just as the two struggled to free themselves from the sticky embrace of the maltose, a sudden explosion echoed from behind them. Amidst the debris flying from the floor, the royal zombie unexpectedly barged into the morgue. "Jingjing, run!" At that moment, Master Ishio and Taoist Simu stood in the courtyard, witnessing the scene with striking clarity. Jingjing, Jala. Upon seeing this, the two hurriedly dashed towards the morgue. Having finally escaped the clutches of the maltose, the two felt a surge of excitement at the sight of their masters rushing to their rescue. Just as they prepared to enter and subdue the zombie, Jala suddenly sensed something amiss. "Master, please don't go in." Unfortunately, Jala's warning came too late. As the two leaped into the morgue, they found themselves inexplicably glued to the spot, their movements severely hindered. "What is happening?" Looking at the maltose spread across the floor, they were momentarily bewildered. The pressing concern before them was no longer how to vanquish the zombie, but rather how to extricate themselves from the sticky mess. As the zombie lunged towards Master Ishio, Taoist Simu felt a pang of urgency. "Hey, monk, quickly take off your shoes." Just as Master Ishio hurriedly removed his shoes, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted, followed by a resounding blast from the chest of the royal zombie. Bang! Caught off guard, the royal zombie was instantly knocked aside by the shockwave. Immediately, a familiar voice resonated in Jala's ear. "Jala, take good care of your Master Qianha." Before Jala could fully comprehend the situation, a figure appeared before him. "Master Qin, you have finally returned." It was only at this moment that Jala recognized it was Qin Song who had come back. Upon hearing Jala and Appo's words, both turned their gaze towards the courtyard outside. "Senior brother, Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting." With that, Qin Song lunged towards the royal zombie. "Junior brother, the ground is covered in maltose. Do not step in here." However, before the four-eyed Taoist could finish his warning, Qin Song had already reached their side. Before they could react, they felt their bodies lighten, and in the next instant, they were unceremoniously tossed into the morgue by Qin Song. Chapter 83. Struggling with strength at this moment. The royal zombie, having been struck by Qin Song and Appo's needle, let out a piercing scream from the excruciating pain. Gazing upon the clawing visage of the royal zombie, a cold smirk crept across Qin Song's face. "Brother, here are some detoxification pills I concocted. You must hasten to eliminate the corpse poison." With that, Qin Song tossed a small gourd in front of the four-eyed Taoist. To their astonishment, Qin Song was determined to face the royal zombie alone, prompting concern from the others. "Junior brother, this zombie possesses extraordinary strength. It has now transformed into a copper-armored zombie, rendering ordinary artifacts and spells utterly ineffective against it." No sooner had the four-eyed Taoist's words left his lips than the royal zombie leaped up with a ferocious vigor. As it lunged towards Qin Song, the hearts of the onlookers leaped into their throats. "Be careful, junior brother." As the royal zombie charged at him, Qin Song swiftly produced a talisman. Boundless heavens, the universe lends its power. Divine weapon, celestial fire, heed my command. Exterminate the demon with heavenly fire, heed my call. Immediately, a fire serpent, as thick as an arm, surged forth towards the copper-armored zombie. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, unleashing a wave of searing heat that swept through the room. When the flames finally subsided, the royal zombie's body bore but a few singed spots. To Qin Song's surprise, the royal zombie had become so formidable. He could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Disciple, ordinary talismans hold no sway over this undead creature, which can even harness the power of lightning for its own use. You must not let your guard down. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nodded cautiously. The previous fiery assault had not inflicted significant damage upon the royal zombie. Once the flames completely subsided, the royal zombie leaped toward Qin Song and Appos as position. The floor beneath had been nearly consumed by the recent blaze, and free from the constraints of the toffee-like substance, the royal zombie sprang forth, landing directly before Qin Song. Vile beast, prepare to meet your end. With that, Qin Song unleashed a powerful punch, creating a deafening sonic boom that nearly ruptured the eardrums of those nearby. Clang! As Qin Song and Appos' fist collided with the royal zombie and Appos' body, a resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. Observing the undamaged royal zombie before him, a faint, cold smile crept upon Qin Song's lips. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from within the royal zombie, sending it hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Ah, disciple, your technique of striking from a distance is perfectly suited for dealing with this armored undead. The Taoist of Four Eyes exclaimed in admiration as he witnessed the royal zombie being sent flying by a single punch. Brother, take care of yourselves. I shall vanquish this abomination. Disciple, exercise caution. We shall handle things here. With these words, Qin Song moved swiftly, pursuing the royal zombie. At present, both the Four-Eyed Taoist and Master Jiu have sustained injuries, and lacking suitable magical artifacts, their pursuit alongside Qin Song has become a mere encumbrance. Only Qin Song possesses the capability to vanquish the royal undead. After Qin Song departed, the others assisted each other in returning indoors. Meanwhile, within the dense forest, a continuous series of thunderous roars echoed relentlessly. The sound of explosions reverberated as the royal undead continued to retreat. After enduring a powerful strike from Qin Song, the royal undead seemed to grow more cunning, avoiding direct confrontation and resorting to guerrilla tactics within the thicket. Overestimating oneself. After a failed ambush, the royal undead vanished once more into the shadows of the forest. Sensing the heavy aura of decay permeating the air, Qin Song could not help but snort in disdain. Seeking death, with that thought for golden needles suddenly materialized in the palm of his hand. Go! Within mere moments, the forest was filled with the furious roars of the royal undead. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded, and in an instant, Qin Song launched himself in a determined direction. The royal undead possessed an extraordinary physique, far superior to the iron-armored undead. Relying solely on the golden needles to eliminate it left Qin Song uncertain, as the needles traced the scent of decay to locate the royal undead. Qin Song soon discerned its position. Since your hide is tough and your flesh resilient, today shall serve as an opportunity for me to refine my martial arts. Having spoken, Qin Song beckoned with his hand, and the 4 golden needles returned sequentially to the palm of his hand. Immediately, a formidable aura began to surge wildly from his entire being. Before long, a terrifying surge of vital energy rushed towards the crown of his head. With his strength wholly unleashed, Qin Song felt an unparalleled sense of comfort at this moment. Oh, what a delightful sensation. Now, Qin Song possessed not only the extraordinary skills of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, but also the formidable strength akin to that of a mountain. In this state, dealing with a copper-armored zombie was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the royal zombie sensed the tumultuous vital energy swirling within Qin Song. For a zombie, this was an irresistible temptation. Roar! With a furious howl, the royal zombie surged forward, enveloped in a wave of corpse energy towards Qin Song. After the recent skirmish, this royal zombie had already depleted a significant amount of corpse energy and vital force. If it did not receive replenishment, its power would gradually diminish. Presently, Qin Song was the optimal source of sustenance before him. As he gazed at the encroaching dark energy, Qin Song and Appo's brow arched with intrigue. Excellent. With that, he unleashed a powerful right punch, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of energy that sent the surrounding trees toppling aside. Come again. Qin Song took a swift step towards the royal zombie. Observing this, the royal zombie refused to back down. Steadying itself, it immediately brandished its sharp claws and lunged towards Qin Song. Fall before me. With those words, Qin Song's massive fist hurtled toward the zombie's face. Bang! In that instant, the royal zombie felt an overwhelming emptiness in its head. Its entire body was propelled backward. Qin Song was immensely pleased with the impact of his strike. However, what he did not anticipate was that as he sent the zombie flying, its sharp claws had likewise left several gashes on his body. He had been careless. Gazing at his shredded shirt and the wounds oozing with blood, Qin Song hastily swallowed a detoxification pill. Immediately thereafter, he applied a glutinous rice paste to the injured areas. With a hissing sound, accompanied by a plume of black smoke, Qin Song felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him. Seizing this opportunity, the royal zombie launched another attack against him. Chapter 84. Fivefold Thunderfire Spell. Seeing the royal zombie lunging at him once more, Qin Song could not help but let out a cold snort. Seeking death, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist, the force of which surged forward like a tidal wave, aimed directly at the royal zombie. A piercing scream echoed as the royal zombie was sent flying. The heavens and earth are boundless. The universe heeds my call. Divine weapon, celestial fire, heed my command. Exterminate the demon with heavenly fire, I decree. As a talisman ignited rapidly, 3 golden needles, entwined with remnants of ash, shot forth towards the royal zombie. It was no simple task to breach the defenses of the royal zombie solely with the might of the golden needles. However, after enduring 2 of Qin Song's powerful punches, the royal zombie's momentum had already waned. Bolstered by the Maoshan heavenly fire, the 3 golden needles pierced through the air in a triangular formation towards the royal zombie. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions erupted, revealing 3 thumb-sized wounds on the royal zombie and Appo's body. With the cessation of the blasts, a surge of corpse energy erupted from the 3 wounds, filling the dense forest with a rolling tide of necrotic aura, causing the temperature to plummet. Although this strike left Qin Song immensely satisfied, he noticed that the wounds were visibly healing as the golden needles withdrew. Truly a troublesome adversary. Very well, take another punch from me. Just as the royal zombie was recovering from its chest wounds, Qin Song propelled himself forward with the force of a released arrow. In the blink of an eye, Qin Song appeared before the royal zombie. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the chest of the royal zombie caved in significantly. Under the relentless assault from Qin Song, the royal zombie could no longer maintain its composure. With a furious roar, it disregarded its own injuries and turned to grasp at Qin Song. Get lost! Seeing those dark, withered hands lunging towards his face, Qin Song swiftly kicked at it, creating distance between them. However, before he could steady himself, a shadow suddenly loomed before him. This is bad. At that moment, Qin Song felt an overwhelming force on his shoulder, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Bang! Almost immediately, a punch struck him, sending him crashing into a rather stout tree. Qin Song felt as though chaos enveloped his vision, and his bones threatened to dislocate within him. Just as he prepared to rise and retaliate, the royal zombie reappeared before him. In the depths of its eyes, Qin Song could distinctly sense its insatiable thirst for blood. Gazing at the glimmering fangs, Qin Song propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, lunging at it. Prepare to meet your end. This punch was evidently in Qin Song's favor. Unexpectedly, the intellect of this royal zombie proved to be remarkably astute. prompting Qin Song to abandon his previous underestimation. As he gazed at the figure that was sent flying, a flash of white light revealed a bag of glutinous rice, weighing over 10 pounds, materializing in his hand. This glutinous rice had been stored in his system space for emergencies, and he never anticipated it would be put to use today. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of white rice, which cascaded forth like a tidal wave. Immediately, the royal zombie was enveloped by a series of explosive sounds, crackling and popping. Regardless of the circumstances, glutinous rice has always been the bane of zombies. Witnessing the bag in his hand rapidly deflate, Qin Song hastily retrieved another bag of rice. As the glutinous rice continued to pour out in the blink of an eye, the royal zombie became buried beneath the mound of rice. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the white rice pile was suffused with a surging aura of death. If the ordinary heavenly gang fire cannot harm you, then allow me to introduce something even more formidable. With that, Qin Song bit through the fingertip of his right index finger and began inscribing a talisman on a piece of yellow paper. With the first turn, the heavens shift. With the second, the 6 spirits conceal. With the third, the 4 fiends vanish. With the fourth, the fire of fortune ascends. With the fifth, the thunder descends upon the spirits. Heavenly thunder and fire bind the ghosts and seal the essence. By the decree of the Jade Emperor, eliminate the evil and extinguish the essence. The immortals assist me, as the sun and moon assist my form. With the 5th turn of the Thunderfire spell, swift and as the law commands. As Qin Song completed the incantation, the yellow paper soared towards the royal zombie's crown. Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Qin Song swiftly evaded, retreating to a distance of several dozen meters to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. This was the first time he was employing the 5 transformation Thunderfire spell. He remained uncertain of its true potency. However, upon hearing the agonizing cries of the royal zombie, he could surmise that its strength surpassed that of ordinary celestial fire by several magnitudes. In the distance, a tumult of corpse energy surged, accompanied by flickering flames and lightning, rendering the scene as grotesquely terrifying as an apocalyptic vision. Yet, amidst the chilling howls, the royal zombie gradually emerged from the pile of glutinous rice. Gazing upon the royal zombie, which resembled a torch ablaze, Qin Song could not help but furrow his brow. Despite the formidable nature of the 5 transformation Thunderfire spell, it had failed to vanquish this foe. Although the royal zombie was still able to stand, its condition was exceedingly dire. The heavenly thunder and fire had incinerated its official robes entirely, and the flesh itself now emitted a pungent, charred odor. What astonished Qin Song most was that the heavenly thunder and fire had obliterated half of the royal zombie's skull. Observing the frenzied surge of corpse energy emanating from within the creature, a smile crept on a Qin Song and Oppo's face. This time, I wonder how you will escape. With that, Qin Song leaped forward, landing before the royal zombie. Prepare to meet your end. He launched an uppercut aimed at the remaining half of its head. Startled by Qin Song's sudden appearance, the royal zombie hastily raised its claws, prepared to engage in a desperate struggle. At this moment, the royal zombie is nearing its limits. Naturally, Qin Song effortlessly evaded these attacks. With a powerful strike of his right fist, although the royal zombie did not fly back, a gleaming golden needle was now embedded straight into its remaining right eye. Chapter 85. Attacking from within, the golden needle pierced the eye with a sudden ferocity, causing the royal zombie to shriek in pain. A cold smile involuntarily crept upon Qin Song and Oppo's lips as he beheld the wailing creature. Now, let us see how you evade this. Before the royal zombie could regain its composure, another golden needle was thrust into its eye. Channel the energy through the needle, shatter. With a resounding explosion, the last remaining eye of the royal zombie erupted violently. As the viscous green liquid oozed from the empty socket, Qin Song felt a wave of nausea wash over him. However, amidst the fervor of battle, he resolutely suppressed the urge to retch. To the afterlife you go. With that, Qin Song charged once more towards the royal zombie. With each strike of his fists, the malevolent energy within the creature began to dissipate rapidly. The royal zombie and Appo's strength had diminished significantly, rendering it incapable of controlling the outflow of its own essence. As Qin Song and Appo's fists rained down relentlessly, the chest of the royal zombie visibly caved in. Roar! At that moment, the royal zombie finally recognized the peril it faced. Though it yearned to escape Qin Song's grasp, the latter had no intention of granting it that opportunity. With the strength of a mountain, Qin Song possessed nearly 1,000 pounds of force in his arms. Seizing the royal zombie's arm, he hurled it away with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the courtyard wall of the Four-Eyed Taoist residence crumbled into a heap of ruins. The incessant sounds of battle outside prompted Master Jiu and the Four-Eyed Taoist to rush out. "Do not fear, my junior brother. I am here to lend you my strength." Just as the two prepared to assist, they were taken aback to see the formidable royal zombie before Qin Song, utterly powerless, resembling a lifeless dog unable to retaliate. Gazing at this scene, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. "Junior brother, is this truly the royal zombie?" The sight of the creature, oozing green slime from its body, left the Four-Eyed Taoist in disbelief. "Indeed it is. But brother, keep your distance. Beware of being bitten." Upon hearing Qin Song's warning, the Four-Eyed Taoist tightened his grip on the bronze sword. Could this ghastly being, in such a wretched state, still be alive? Doubting the situation, Qin Song approached and delivered a kick to the royal zombie. With a thunderous crack of rubble, the creature emitted a pained wail. "Ah, is it truly indestructible?" Perhaps sensing the aura of the Four-Eyed Taoist and Master Jiu, the royal zombie sprang back to its feet. Having been reduced to this pathetic state by Qin Song, it now sought to regain its strength, requiring copious amounts of blood. In its eyes, the Four-Eyed Taoist and Master Jiu appeared to be the perfect source of nourishment. To the astonishment of all, the royal zombie sprang to life, prompting the Four-Eyed Taoist to swiftly brandish his bronze sword. "Vile creature, meet your demise." With a resounding clang, akin to metal clashing, the bronze sword shattered into fragments once more. "Good heavens, junior brother, save me." The Four-Eyed Taoist, confronted by the ghastly visage of the royal zombie, hastily sought refuge. Unexpectedly, the royal zombie, desperate to regain its footing through blood-sucking, was abruptly kicked away by Qin Song. The force of his blow sent the royal zombie crashing into the ground. Feeling the immense pressure from all directions, the creature yearned to break free from the earth. Yet its weakened state rendered it powerless against the dire circumstances. As for Qin Song, he too was not faring well. After expelling the corpse poison from Qin Taoist and engaging in relentless combat with the royal zombie, he had exerted tremendous energy through a formidable 5-turn thunderfire spell, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. Once he had forcefully driven the royal zombie into the soil, he staggered, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. "Junior brother, Taoist Qin." The Four-Eyed Taoist and Master Jiu rushed to his side. "Brother, I and Appo's am fine, merely a bit fatigued, nothing serious," Qin Song reassured them, though the pallor of his face belied his words. "Junior brother, allow me to assist you inside." Upon hearing this, Qin Song repeatedly waved his hands in protest. "Brother, the pressing matter at hand is to swiftly eradicate this vile creature. Master, brother, hasten within and retrieve all the snake medicine." Retrieve the snake medicine? For what purpose? Upon hearing that Qin Song intended to procure the snake medicine, the Four-Eyed Taoist found himself momentarily perplexed. This zombie is already transformed into a copper-armored zombie, its body exceedingly resilient. To vanquish it, one must strike at its core. Upon grasping this notion, the two quickly comprehended Qin Song and Appo's intent. "Very well, we shall fetch it at once." Before long, the two emerged into the courtyard, cradling a myriad of bottles and jars. Qin Song recalled this classic scenario with clarity. Although the imperial zombie was severely injured and much of its corpse energy had been dispersed, its body remained incredibly tough. Merely relying on talismans and magical tools would not suffice to slay it. Thus, Qin Song focused on the snake medicine and glutinous rice water. Gazing at the substantial collection of snake medicine, he promptly commanded, "Brother, prepare the glutinous rice water. Gather as much as you can." "Ah, right away." The Four-Eyed Taoist dashed back inside. Shortly thereafter, He emerged, cradling the wooden tub that had just been used for when Kai and Oppos, bath. As the two rummaged through the house for these items, the imperial zombie, ensnared in the earth, began to exhibit signs of attempting to break free. "Brother, master, you must hold it down." Hearing this, the two realized that the imperial zombie was trying to seize the opportunity to escape. "Vile creature, you shall not flee." Having spoken, the two swiftly pressed the body of the royal zombie back down. "Monk, quickly administer the snake medicine." Master Jiu seized several bottles of the concoction, timed his actions perfectly, and then poured the entirety into the mouth of the royal zombie. Observing that the medicine remained stagnant in its mouth, Master Jiu promptly fetched a ladle of glutinous rice water from the wooden barrel. "Here, let this aid in your digestion." A scoop of the rice water was then poured into the zombie and Oppos' mouth. As the viscous liquid flowed down, dark smoke began to emanate from within the royal zombie and Oppos' body. "It's working." Upon witnessing this, Taoist Simu reached out and stuffed another handful of glutinous rice into its mouth. "Here, let me treat you to a hearty meal." The royal zombie then began to convulse violently. Chapter 86. Annihilating the royal zombie, reaping abundant rewards as they gazed at the increasingly feeble royal zombie. A collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. In his past life, Qin Song had gleaned the creature and Oppos' weaknesses from the plot of a film. Snake venom and glutinous rice water were the substances that instilled the greatest fear in zombies. Although the royal zombie possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, the protagonist in the film had effectively vanquished it by targeting its internal organs with these very substances. The scene unfolding before them now served to validate that knowledge. With the snake venom and glutinous rice water continuously flowing into the royal zombie and Oppos' mouth, it began to expel a stream of green liquid. Its struggles grew progressively weaker. Observing this, Qin Song promptly lifted the wooden barrel and poured the glutinous rice water into the zombie and Oppos' belly. "Master, will this substance be useful?" When Kai inquired, eyeing the discarded barrel as he grasped two venomous snakes. "It will indeed." Feed the snakes the glutinous rice water and quickly force them into its mouth, Qin Song commanded, hastily prying open the royal zombie and Oppos' jaws. The snakes, having imbibed a substantial amount of the glutinous rice water, would have a pronounced effect on the zombie. Once released from Wenkai's grip, the snakes fervently wriggled towards the gaping maw of the zombie. Observing the convulsing royal zombie, Qin Song urgently instructed everyone to step back. He then brandished a talisman. "Mountains and rivers fire, command." Boom! A sudden conflagration erupted, and once again, the desolate wails of the royal zombie echoed through the dense forest. As the malevolent aura emanating from the royal zombie dissipated, the heavenly fire began to engulf its entire being. Observing the royal zombie being consumed by the flames, Master Jiu could not help but silently recite a Buddhist mantra. The inferno raged for nearly an hour, and only then did the royal zombie, which had been struggling amidst the blaze, collapse to the ground, devoid of any further motion. In a fleeting moment, the flames danced, and before long, the royal zombie and Oppos' corporeal form was reduced to a heap of charred remains, while the air was filled with a pungent odor of burning flesh. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, a notification sound resonated in Qin Song and Oppos' ears. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully vanquished a bronze-armored zombie, earning 600 points of virtue, 200 silver coins, and the skill Indestructible." Listening to the system and Oppos' notification, Qin Song felt at that moment it might be the most enchanting sound in the world. Host, Qin Song, Cultivation, Xian Level Celestial Master, First Rank, Techniques, Maoshan Taoism, Maoshan 49 Needles, Maoshan Medical Arts. Virtue, 1165, 1500. Account balance, 445 silver coins. Skills, Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Garment. Indestructible, although the extermination of the royal zombie was arduous. The rewards reaped from this endeavor were equally enticing. Gazing at the ashes that remained of the royal zombie, the four-eyed Taoist collapsed onto the ground in a state of relief. Finally, this malevolence has been eradicated. Although the four-eyed Taoist felt an immense sense of pride in vanquishing such formidable zombies for the first time in his life. His spirit swiftly waned upon witnessing the dilapidated state of his once sacred temple. My home, my temple, for one who valued wealth as dearly as life itself. The devastation of his sanctuary was a blow more grievous than death. As he sat despondently on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes, he resembled a mere child. This poignant scene was indeed difficult for Qin Song to comprehend. Come now, senior brother, it is but a house that has suffered some damage. In time, we can find someone to repair it. It is hardly of grave concern. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's words, the four-eyed Taoist and Appo's expression fell significantly. You do not understand, junior brother. My temple is in such a wretched state. I cannot fathom the cost of restoring it. You know well that I am not wealthy. Sensing that the four-eyed Taoist was about to lament his financial woes, Qin Song swiftly intervened. Enough of this, senior brother. I am aware you do not have much savings. Here, take some of my funds. With that, Qin Song produced a heavy pouch from his garment. As the four-eyed Taoist received the bag of silver coins, his astonishment was palpable. Junior brother, there must be at least 300 taels here. Are you truly giving this to me? Of course it is for you. Are you jesting with me? Or am I merely dreaming? No sooner had he spoken, the four-eyed Taoist pinched his own cheek to confirm reality. Ouch, master, why are you pinching me? Observing the demeanor of the four-eyed Taoist, Qin Song could not help but roll his eyes. Do you want this money or not? If you refuse, I shall reclaim it. With that, Qin Song feigned an intention to retrieve his purse. Yes, yes. I shall reluctantly accept this heartfelt gesture from my junior brother. After saying this, the four-eyed Taoist carefully tucked the pouch into his bosom. Seeing the avaricious expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, the onlookers felt a twinge of exasperation. Ba, Taoist Qin, although your elder brother may not possess great wealth, he can certainly contribute to the renovation of the temple. Why bestow this sum upon the four-eyed Taoist? Upon hearing Master Jiu and Appo's words, the four-eyed Taoist could not suppress a leap from the ground. You foul monk, do not attempt to sow discord between us brothers. Though the four-eyed Taoist often appeared miserly, he was never stingy with his close companions. Glancing at the bewildered Master Jiu, Qin Song smiled and replied, Master, wealth is but an external possession. If my elder brother is in need, why should I be reluctant? Upon hearing this, Master Jiu nodded in agreement. Well said, well said. It is indeed a blessing for the four-eyed Taoist to have such a warm-hearted junior brother. You foul monk, what do you understand? Among brothers, what is mine is yours. With that, the four-eyed Taoist winked at Qin Song. Observing the exuberant expression on the four-eyed Taoist's face, Qin Song could not help but shake his head. Brother, do not be too hasty in your joy. Currently, Master Qin and Appo's injuries have yet to heal completely. A portion of this money shall be allocated for the restoration of our temple, while another part is designated for Master Qin and Appo's recovery. Junior brother, with Master Qin in my care, you need not worry in the slightest. As he spoke, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but thump his chest in assurance. However, after a few hearty pats, he bent over, gasping for breath. Alas, my body is truly not what it used to be. During the battle with the royal zombie, the four-eyed Taoist had sustained considerable injuries. Although the corpse poison had been nearly eradicated, the healing of his sinews and flesh would not occur overnight. Observing this, Qin Song hurriedly assisted him into the house. Chapter 87. The return home with the royal family of zombies thoroughly eradicated. Qin Song successfully rescued the life of the thousand-crane Taoist. Although the four-eyed Taoist and Master Jiu were still able to move about, their condition was far from optimistic. Fortunately, with Qin Song's presence, after a round of acupuncture and a few herbal remedies, their recovery progressed remarkably. The four-eyed Taoist temple had been largely destroyed, compelling Qin Song to take the others into Master Jiu's temple for refuge. During the period of recuperation, despite their inability to walk, Qin Song could hear the distant bickering between the two. Initially, he found it tolerable, but as time wore on, it became increasingly difficult to endure. Finally, once the thousand-crane Taoist regained consciousness, Qin Song wasted no time and promptly set off for Rinjia County with Wenkai. The urgency of Qin Song and Appo's departure took the four-eyed Taoist by surprise, leading him to insistently try to persuade him to stay. Junior brother, why the haste? Is my temple not to your liking? It offers mountains and waters, a splendid view. Surely it is better than your Rinjia County? As Qin Song busied himself packing, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but speak earnestly. Brother, spare me. If I remain here any longer, I shall surely be driven mad by your incessant bickering with Master Jiu. With that, Qin Song glanced at Wenkai. Wenkai, have you finished packing? All is ready. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Song ceased his idle chatter and promptly departed the dojo with Wenkai. As they watched the two figures gradually recede into the distance, the four-eyed Taoist could not help but call out, Junior brother, do visit often. Upon hearing this, Qin Song nearly stumbled, exclaiming to himself, in such a desolate place, devoid of human presence, I would rather die than return. With that thought, he quickened his pace even more. However, the direction they were heading was not toward Rinjia County. After walking a few miles, Wenkai finally realized that Qin Song seemed to have taken a wrong turn. Master Uncle, are we not heading in the right direction? Surprisingly, the usually slow-witted Wenkai had made the observation, prompting Qin Song to reward him with a light slap on the head, saying, Less talk, just follow my lead. After walking a few more miles, the duo finally came to a halt. Wenkai, wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. Before Wenkai could gather his thoughts, Qin Song had vanished into the thicket like a wisp of smoke. The reason Qin Song had led Wenkai astray was that not far away stood several dilapidated tents, which served as the makeshift shelter for the little prince and his companions. Qin Song's purpose for making this detour was that the bronze-cornered golden coffin still remained here, unclaimed. Beyond the techniques and virtues acquired, the most significant gain from this venture was indeed that coffin, which weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Even before accounting for the bronze corners and pillars, the remaining value is sufficient to ensure a lifetime of comfort and sustenance for an individual. At this moment, Qin Song was preparing to take away the copper, horned golden coffin. After securing the coffin and its lid into his internal space, he contentedly made his way back. Master Uncle, where have you been? Why did you take so long? In response to Wenkai's puzzled expression, Qin Song raised his hand and playfully tapped him on the head. Did you think I vanished? I merely visited the restroom. Are you so impatient? If you possess the ability, you can return on your own, sparing someone the trouble of protecting you. Upon hearing that Qin Song might abandon him, Wenkai instinctively shrank back. Master Uncle, I was wrong. Shall we go together? After several days of travel, under the hazy moonlight, the two men faintly discerned a cluster of lights in the distance. Master Uncle, we've arrived. Let us rest for the night at the Charity Cemetery. The sky had darkened considerably. Maoshan and Appo's, to disturb your master. You may return alone. Remember to inform him that I shall visit again tomorrow. Noting Qin Song and Appo's eagerness to return, Wenkai refrained from saying more. After parting ways, Qin Song promptly headed towards the herbal medicine clinic. As he gazed at the plaque hanging at the entrance, a deep sigh of relief escaped his lips. At last, I am home. He quickened his pace towards the clinic's door. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback to discover that the iron lock on the clinic's door had mysteriously vanished. Observing the slightly ajar wooden door, Qin Song felt a surge of alertness. Could it be that the clinic has fallen prey to thieves? With this thought in mind, Qin Song cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he traversed the courtyard and entered the living room, he was taken aback to discover a figure dozing beside the coffee table. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the long-unseen Ren Tingting. At that moment, she held a broom in her hand, perhaps exhausted from tidying up the room, which led her to lean against the coffee table for a brief respite. It was surprising to see a wealthy young lady willing to lower herself to clean the clinic for him. A wave of warmth surged within Qin Song and Appo's heart. Noticing Ren Tingting curled up beside the coffee table, he quickly draped his clothing over her to shield her from the chill of the air. Yet, this gentle gesture disrupted Ren Tingting and Appo's sweet slumber. Qin Song, you and Appo's, Via returned? Am I dreaming? She murmured, rubbing her eyes. You are not mistaken. I have indeed returned. Qin Song replied, seizing her small hand. Its coolness and delicate softness felt exquisite akin to two pieces of fine jade, making it impossible for him to let go. Perhaps sensing the warmth radiating from his palm, Ren Tingting and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Qin, it truly is you. You have really come back. In that moment, the realization of his presence banished all her fatigue, and an overwhelming joy of reunion filled her heart. Returning so late, you must be exhausted. Please take a seat. I shall prepare something for you downstairs. With that, Ren Tingting turned and hurried towards the kitchen. It was evident that during Qin Song's absence, Ren Tingting had become intimately familiar with the layout of the clinic. Tingting, you needn't fuss about. I'm not hungry. Qin Song gestured for Ren Tingting to sit beside him, then promptly opened his satchel. As she beheld the array of boxes and packages before her, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Ren Tingting's eyes. Tingting, all these were purchased during my stroll. I cannot ascertain whether they will please you, but perhaps you might like to try them? Gazing at the pearl powder and various shades of rouge and foundation laid out on the table, Ren Tingting felt a surge of emotion. I adore them all. I truly do. Chapter 88. The harmonious couple gazing at the beaming Ren Tingting. Qin Song could not resist leaning closer to her ear. Do you prefer rouge and powder more, or do you favor me? Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Ren Tingting's ears instantly flushed a deep crimson. You are truly mischievous. With that, she raised her fist and playfully struck his chest. Seeing her blushing countenance, Qin Song couldn't help but chuckle. After their playful banter, Ren Tingting finally straightened her attire and set the broom aside. Oh no, the noodles are still in the pot. Caught up in her frolic with Qin Song, she had completely forgotten about her cooking. Now realizing the situation, she discovered that the noodles had turned into a gooey mess. Brother Qin, just hold on a moment. I will make you a fresh batch. With that, Ren Tingting busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, 2 bowls of steaming noodle soup were placed on the table. Although the ingredients were limited, Ren Tingting had managed to prepare a simple yet delightful vegetarian noodle dish. The aroma wafting from the noodles made Qin Song's stomach audibly protest. Hearing the rumbling from his belly, Ren Tingting Kuden and Appo's helped but burst into laughter. All right, eat up. Make sure to rest early afterward. Indeed, a hearty meal will allow for a good night's rest. By chance, Qin Song caught sight of a set of keys dangling from Ren Tingting's waist. One of the keys bore a striking resemblance to that of the clinic's front door. How did you come to possess the key to my house? Qin Song pondered, utterly perplexed. After all, there were only 2 keys to the clinic and Appo's entrance. One resided in Qin Song's pocket, while the other was securely placed within the ancestral hall. Could it be that this key belonged to Uncle Jiu? Just as Qin Song was about to inquire further, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the clinic. Of course, an Appo's. That's my key. I and Appo's am so busy every day that I hardly have time to help you clean your house. To Qin Song and Appo's astonishment, Uncle Jiu had unexpectedly arrived in the dead of night. He set down his chopsticks and rose to greet him. Observing this, Ren Tingting promptly followed suit, creating a scene reminiscent of a harmonious couple. Brother, what brings you here at such a late hour? If you have matters to discuss, I could simply come to see you tomorrow, Qin Song remarked, his face displaying a mix of irritation and confusion. Uncle Jiu couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Song's vexation. You rascal, I didn't come here to sabotage your affairs. If my presence bothers you, I can take my leave right now. With that, Uncle Jiu pretended to stride towards the door. Qin Song, well aware of Uncle Jiu's temperament, merely crossed his arms and patiently awaited his return. However, for Ren Tingting, the playful banter between the brothers was lost on her. As Uncle Jiu turned to exit, she hurried after him. Uncle Jiu, you must have come at this late hour to discuss something with Brother Qin, right? Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude. Upon concluding her words, Ren Tingting tidied her small bag and turned to walk towards the door. To her surprise, Ren Tingting appeared quite serious, which left Uncle Jiu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Miss Ren, please hold on, he exclaimed. I was merely jesting with my junior earlier. Why the haste to leave? Observing this, Qin Song promptly grasped Ren Tingting and Appo's arm. Tingting, pay him no mind. Although both parties feigned indifference, Rin Tingting was acutely aware that Uncle Jiu had ventured out late at night likely to discuss an important matter with Qin Song. After pondering for a moment, Rin Tingting decided to remove the key from her waist. Uncle Jiu, it is getting rather late outside. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. My father will surely start another round of admonitions if I return too late. Seeing Rin Tingting and Amp Oppo's resolute intent to depart, Uncle Jiu refrained from further attempts to retain her. However, when he beheld the key she extended towards him, a knowing smile crept across his face. Miss Rin, it would be best for you to keep this key. After all, I do not frequent this place often, and should my junior have matters that require him to be away, having the key would facilitate your ability to tidy up his quarters. Upon hearing this, Rin Tingting found herself in a quandary. While she longed to keep the key, she would not leave it behind without Qin Song's affirmation and consent. Thus, she could not help but glance at Qin Song beside her. Perhaps sensing Rin Tingting's subtle actions, Qin Song immediately smiled and remarked, "What you say is indeed correct, senior brother. You should keep this key for yourself." Upon hearing Qin Song's acquiescence, Rin Tingting and Amp Oppo's face instantly blossomed with joy. "Very well, Brother Qin. Uncle Jiu, you may continue your conversation. I shall return home now." With that, Rin Tingting joyfully dashed out. "Senior brother, please take a moment to rest. I shall be back shortly." Watching her retreating figure, Qin Song hurriedly followed behind her. It was only after ensuring her safe return home that he made his way back to the medical clinic. As soon as he stepped through the clinic's entrance, Qin Song was met with Uncle Jiu and Amp Oppo's teasing voice. "Ah, Qin Junior brother, what brings you back so early? We Haven and Amp Oppo's seen each other for several days, and I thought you two would be indulging a bit longer." Observing Uncle Jiu's barely suppressed laughter from a distance, Qin Song quietly approached him. "Senior brother, I understand that this is merely a case of sour grapes on your part. If you find yourself lacking in warmth, I wouldn't mind making a trip to fetch Sister Jiu for you." Originally, Uncle Jiu had been reclining leisurely in a rattan chair, anticipating Qin Song's embarrassment. However, upon hearing the mention of Jiu, he nearly toppled over. After adjusting his attire, Uncle Jiu grumbled, "You little rascal, why bring her up out of the blue? Who told you to mock me first? Is it only permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners are forbidden from lighting a lamp?" Caught off guard by Qin Song and Amp Oppo's words, Uncle Jiu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, Jiu Shu waved his hand and said, "Enough of this idle chatter. I require the copper coin sword." As soon as Jiu Shu arrived at the medical clinic, Qin Song had already surmised that he was there for the copper coin sword. However, what surprised Qin Song was Jiu Shu's evident urgency today. After retrieving the copper coin sword from its brocade box and handing it to Jiu Shu, Qin Song couldn't help but inquire, "Brother, your haste for the copper coin sword. Could it be that you are facing some trouble?" Upon hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on Jiu Shu's face. "The last time a magical artifact was destroyed, many of my ventures were left unpursued. When I heard from Wenkai that you had returned, I hurried over to fetch the copper coin sword. Tomorrow, I have a pressing task at hand. If you are free, could you possibly assist your elder brother?" Chapter 89. Clearly defined roles. To Qin Song's astonishment, Uncle Jiu unexpectedly offered to relinquish the task he had taken on. After all, the meager income from the ancestral hall was scarcely sufficient to cover regular expenses. Consequently, Uncle Jiu would often engage in activities such as seeking hidden graves and feng shui consultations. "Brother, have you taken leave of your senses today? Why would you pass on a perfectly good job to me?" Qin Song protested. "Moreover, my primary focus is running the clinic and healing the sick. I am utterly ill-equipped to handle matters of ghost catching and feng shui." Seeing that Qin Song was reluctant to accept, Uncle Jiu grew anxious. "My dear junior brother, I have already collected the deposit. If you refuse, it will leave my pockets quite empty." Noticing the sincerity in Uncle Jiu's words, Qin Song could not help but inquire, "Why don't you go yourself? Why must it fall to me?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu hastily began to explain. "Yesterday, Mr. Liu from Juzhuang village sent word that someone in his household is possessed and wishes for me to take a look. I accepted the task without much thought. as I have recently spent an inordinate amount on ritual items and yellow paper, leading me to take on numerous jobs. However, unexpectedly, the gentleman scheduled for a feng shui consultation the day after tomorrow urgently requested that I visit his village tomorrow instead. I find myself too occupied to manage that. So you thought of me, did you? Qin Song and Amp. Oppo's expression revealed his exasperation, leaving Uncle Jiu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Very well, I shall take on this matter. To Qin Song and Oppo's surprise, his agreement came with such alacrity that the tension etched on Uncle Jiu and Oppo's face finally eased somewhat. With an early journey to Zhujiang village ahead, and Uncle Jiu also intent on seeking the engrave, after exchanging a few casual words, Uncle Jiu hastily departed the medical hall. Weary from the day and Oppo's exertions, Qin Song collapsed into his bedding and swiftly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Qin Song, having readied himself, ventured out and hailed a cart, setting forth towards Zhujiang village. Having not seen him for an extended period, he was greeted by familiar faces along the way, all eager to exchange pleasantries. Upon reaching Zhujiang village, he found it was nearly noon. Following the address provided by Uncle Jiu, Qin Song soon arrived at the entrance of a grand residence. Is anyone there? Is anyone present? After calling out several times, a young servant, clad in attire befitting his station, finally opened the sturdy door. Whom do you seek? The servant and Amp, Oppo's eyes betrayed a flicker of wariness at the sight of the unfamiliar visitor. Greetings, I am Qin Song, a physician from the Ben Chao Medical Hall in Rinjia County. I have come today to... Before Qin Song could finish his sentence, the servant abruptly slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Through the heavy barrier, Qin Song could faintly discern the servant's mutterings. Yet another charlatan from the underworld. Does he truly believe her master can be so easily deceived? To his dismay, Qin Song found himself mistaken for a fraud, leaving him at a loss for words in that moment. Having been entrusted by the esteemed Jiu Shu, Qin Song found it inappropriate to return home directly. Thus, he knocked on the door once more. Hello, please open the door. My master is Jiu Shu. He sent me here. Upon hearing that the visitor was sent by Jiu Shu, the servant, who had initially intended to turn away, hurriedly opened the grand entrance. Ah, so you are one of Jiu Shu's people. Why didn't you say so sooner? Please, come in. With the servant welcoming him with a smile, Qin Song felt it unnecessary to express further displeasure, recognizing that the servant was merely a minor attendant. Under the servant's guidance, the two traversed the courtyard and soon arrived in the grand hall. Esteemed master, Jiu Shu's man has arrived. Although Lu Changgue could not compare to Ren Fa, he was certainly a wealthy landlord in the village of Zhejiang, possessing not only guards but also an ample number of maids and servants. Upon seeing that the visitor was Qin Song, Lu Changgue hastily rose from his seat. Oh my, I truly did not expect to see you, Dr. Qin. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. As a prosperous merchant, Lu Changgue was well acquainted with the surrounding counties and had long heard of Qin Song's remarkable medical skills, especially after his recent exploits with Jiu Shu in vanquishing zombies, which had garnered widespread acclaim. The fact that Qin Song had come personally was indeed surprising to Lu Changgue. Sir Lu, you are too kind. My master has been quite occupied of late and, unable to attend to matters himself, has specifically instructed me to come to your esteemed residence for a visit. If there are any shortcomings, I hope Lord Lu will forgive me. To my surprise, Qin Song, despite his youth, spoke with such courtesy that Lu Changgue was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Qin, you are overly concerned. With your expertise, what do I have to worry about? With that, Lu Changgue gestured for Qin Song to proceed. Dr. Qin, let us converse as we walk. As they spoke, Lu Changgue led the way to a side room. Along the way, Qin Song gleaned the general outline of the situation. This tale traces back 3 days prior when Lu Changgue and Amp, Oppo's son, Lu Tung, went out to drink with friends, believing the location to be close enough to home. Thus, the household servants and guards paid little heed. However, as the night wore on, Lu Tung did not return, and even by the following morning, Lu Changgue found himself still waiting in vain. It was then that Lu Changgue realized that something might have gone awry with his son. The entire village embarked on a vigorous search within a radius of several miles. And ultimately, someone discovered Lu Tung unconscious atop a small hillock. What was most astonishing was that when Lu Tung was found, he was blissfully cradling a cold tombstone, utterly oblivious to the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. This location was none other than a site of indiscriminate burials within the village. Initially, Lu Changui did not take the matter to heart. However, after bringing Lu Tung home, it was as if he had transformed into a different person, incessantly babbling and insisting on going to fetch a bride. Observing his son, lost in a haze of incoherence and delirium, Lu Changui, in a state of helplessness, had no choice but to command that he be restrained within the confines of their home to prevent any unforeseen actions. As he gazed at the firmly shut door before him, a deep sigh escaped his lips, and he proceeded to knock upon it. "Open the door, it is I." Upon hearing Lu Changui and Amp, Appo's voice, a flurry of rustling sounds arose from within, and shortly thereafter, a tearful middle-aged woman emerged. "My lord, you must go and see Tung and Amp, Appo's." Witnessing the woman and Amp, Appo's tear-streaked face, Lu Changui felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "My dear, do not fret. Dr. Qin has already arrived. With Dr. Qin and Amp, Appo's expertise, Tung and Appo's will surely recover." Chapter 90. Exorcism and Healing. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged woman finally noticed Qin Song, who had been standing beside Lu Changui. At that moment, a cacophony of frenzied shouts erupted within the room. "Madam, wait for me. I shall marry you at once." The couple's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the commotion. "Dr. Qin, we should enter and investigate," pleaded Lu Changui. "My son is having another episode." "Very well," Qin Song replied, promptly following the couple into the room. As they stepped inside, they beheld a young man, seemingly in his 20s, bound to the bed. He bore a striking resemblance to Lu Changui. Despite his vigorous attempts to free himself, the ropes that restrained him were too secure, rendering his struggles futile. Witnessing the wan appearance of Lu Tung on the bed, his parents felt a profound sense of sorrow. "Dr. Qin, I implore you, please save my son," Lu Changui exclaimed, gazing at his son's desperate thrashing. Sighing deeply, he continued, "Since the night before last, this child has been incessantly clamoring to marry a veiled woman surnamed Luo. Yet, having lived in Jiuzhang village for decades, and having traversed the nearby towns, I have never encountered a single family with a daughter bearing that surname." With that, Lu Changui could not suppress another heavy sigh. "Dr. Qin, I implore you to examine this child and discern what afflicts him." Observing Lu Tung's somewhat haggard countenance, Qin Song understood the urgency of the situation. With a swift motion, he released a golden needle, measuring over 2 inches in length. Before Lu Changui and his wife could fully comprehend the situation, the needle had gracefully settled upon Lu Tung's spiritual center. "By the supreme decree, exorcise evil and dispel malevolence. Let all malign spirits retreat. This needle shall stabilize the soul. Maoshan golden needle, I command." As Qin Song uttered the incantation, a wisp of grayish smoke began to emanate from the needle and Appo's tip. In mere moments, a drop of dark brown liquid coalesced at the end of the needle. Simultaneously, the previously restless Lu Tung gradually calmed. Observing the drop of liquid, Qin Song rubbed his fingers together, igniting a flicker of flame in his palm. With a sizzling sound, the drop of dark brown liquid was instantly vaporized into mist. Once he had dealt with the peculiar liquid, Lu Tung, who had been in distress for an entire day and night, slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Witnessing this surreal scene, Lu Changui and his wife were completely astounded. "Remarkable. Dr. Qin, you are truly extraordinary." During this period, Lu Changui had tirelessly visited numerous medical establishments. Yet many doctors were at a loss regarding Lu Tung's condition. Now, only a few minutes had passed since Qin Song's intervention, and the previously agitated Lu Tung had succumbed to sleep. Lu Changui was left in profound admiration of Qin Song's medical prowess. "Dr. Qin, I'm truly grateful to you. If it weren't and Appo's for your personal intervention, my son might not know when he would recover." Observing the fervent excitement on Lu Changui and Appo's face, Qin Song solemnly raised his hand. Lord Lu, do not be hasty in your gratitude. Your son's ailment has not yet been completely cured. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Changui was rendered speechless. The human soul comprises 3 spirits and 7 souls. The reason his son had descended into madness and folly was due to the loss of 1 spirit and 2 souls. If not retrieved promptly, it was feared that his son would lead a life of imbecility. Seeing Lu Tong peacefully asleep, a look of joy adorned Madame Lu's face. However, upon hearing the possibility that her son might become a fool in the future, she fainted instantly. Madam, witnessing his wife's unconscious state, Lu Changui hurriedly ordered her to be taken back to their chamber, then returned to the side room with Qin Song. Dr. Qin, you say my son's soul is lost. What shall we do? Noticing Lu Changui and Appo's deeply furrowed brow, Qin Song quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Lord Lu, according to your son, tonight marks the appointed time for the 2 of them. If we wish to retrieve that 1 spirit and 2 souls, it is likely we must await the appearance of the masked female ghost. At that moment, with only the 2 of them present, Qin Song no longer hesitated to address Lu Tong's encounter with the supernatural. When Lu Changui learned that his son had indeed encountered a ghost, he shuddered in fear. Dr. Qin, could it be that the female ghost seeks to take my son's life? Rest assured, Master Lu, with me here, your son will undoubtedly remain safe and sound. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's agreement to take on this matter, Lu Changui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall entrust this matter to Dr. Qin. After speaking, Lu Changui began to rummage through his sleeve. Moments later, he produced 2 gold bars, each as thick as a thumb. Dr. Qin, concerning my son, I sincerely hope you will take great care. This is but a token of my appreciation. If it is insufficient, I can send someone to the bank for more. Observing the weighty gold bars, Qin Song smiled and shook his head. You worry too much, Master Lu. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the righteous is the duty of us disciples of Maoshan. Though Qin Song spoke these words, he quietly accepted the 2 hefty gold bars. After reassuring the anxious Lu Changui, Qin Song retreated to a guest room on the other side to rest. With the sun still high in the sky, the female ghost would certainly not appear at this hour. Rather than lingering by Lu Tong and Appo's side, he thought it wise to seize this opportunity for a thorough respite. Meanwhile, a few miles away in Linjiang village, Uncle Jiu busied himself with feng shui. Master Qian, this village is surrounded by mountains. To the left, the golden plate presents auspiciousness. To the right, the water shoots through the center hall. Forward, the splendid courtyard and crane-like pavilions. Behind, the verdant jade mountain. It truly embodies the principles of feng shui, attracting both prosperity and fortune. It is indeed a land blessed with good feng shui. While Uncle Jiu proclaimed the place to be a treasure of feng shui, the expression on Qian Fugui's face revealed no trace of joy. Uncle Jiu, you may not be aware, but recently, the livestock in the village have been restless for no apparent reason, and the populace seems discontented. Do you think there might be an issue with the feng shui of our village? Upon hearing this, a grave expression involuntarily crossed Uncle Jiu's face. The term wind refers to the flow of qi. It is imperative that the qi is not obstructed. However, as the air here flows vigorously and unobstructed, it is unlikely that the wind is the source of the problem. Noticing Uncle Jiu and Appo's unwavering certainty, Qian Fuchio cautiously inquired if the wind is not the issue. Could it be that there is a problem with the water? At this, Uncle Jiu nodded thoughtfully. This is indeed quite plausible. Master Qian, please lead me to the water source so that I may investigate. Chapter 91. The water source encountered issues under the guidance of Qian Fugui. The group swiftly arrived at a waterfall nestled in the mountains. As he gazed upon the picturesque scenery, Uncle Jiu couldn't help but nod in approval. As the saying goes, wind governs the population, while water governs wealth. If the wind does not enter the home, prosperity is scarce. If the water does not flow into the courtyard, fortune is lacking. Observing the landscape before him, Uncle Jiu remarked, the feng shui of your village is indeed exceptional. He gestured towards a stream before him. This particular formation, known in feng shui as the Jiaolong Tuzhu Shui, is created when rocks are sculpted by the erosive forces of water, forming a circular basin through which the water flows, thus also referred to as the golden dragon chasing the pearl. As he spoke, Uncle Jiu made his way toward the pool of stones in the stream. If I am not mistaken, the pearl should be located right here. As the saying goes, and oppose. A round pearl signifies abundance, a prosperous home, and oppose, and it will be evident whether the water is indeed the issue. With that, Uncle Jiu bent down to lift several pebbles. Upon uncovering the orb beneath the stones, his brow furrowed in concern. How could this be? At that moment, the once lustrous dragon pearl displayed several fissures, its sheen dulled, devoid of its former brilliance. Just then, Qian Fugui also noticed the dragon pearl shimmering in the stream. Uncle Jiu, is there something wrong with this water? In response, Uncle Jiu offered no further words. He simply snapped a branch from a nearby tree and approached a deeper section of the water. With a decisive thrust, he speared a fish that surfaced immediately. However, the fish captured by Uncle Jiu was already lifeless. As he drew closer, a foul stench wafted towards him. When Qian Fugui caught a whiff of the decaying fish, he nearly retched from the odor. After regaining his composure, Qian Fugui approached once more, gazing at the lifeless fish in his hand. Uncle Jiu turned his attention to Qian Fugui, who stood not far away. Master Qian, there is an issue with the water in your village. Return and inform the villagers to refrain from drinking it. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Fugui and Appo's expression shifted to one of urgency. Uncle Jiu, we rely on this water daily. If it is indeed undrinkable, how will the villagers survive? Inhabited areas inherently require a water source. Without it, survival becomes impossible. The revelation that their vital water supply was compromised filled Qian Fugui with deep concern. Master Qian, I will take it upon myself to locate a new water source. For now, it is imperative to alert the villagers to cease using this water. In response, Qian Fugui nodded earnestly. Very well, Uncle Jiu. I shall inform the villagers shortly. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a splash echoed from nearby, followed by the frantic cries of Away for help. Help! Help! Upon hearing the desperate calls from the water, Uncle Jiu and Qian Fugui rushed towards the source of the commotion. As the two arrived at the riverbank, they were taken aback to find Away thrashing about in the water. Away, the water is hardly deep. What are you making such a fuss about? Upon realizing it was Uncle Jiu who had come, Away hastily stood up from the water. Oh, is that so, Uncle Jiu? I just felt like the water was quite deep. While speaking, Away waded out of the river. Observing Away, now drenched and resembling a drowned rat, a young girl approached the shore. Oh dear, hurry up and come ashore. This river water is filthy. With that, the girl cautiously made her way to the riverbank and extended her hand. This girl was none other than Jiu, Away and Amp, Appo's distant cousin, who had often been spoken of by Qin Song. Since Jiu arrival in Renjia County, Away had been attentively managing her daily needs. After many days of interaction, the distance between them was gradually diminishing. At that moment, Uncle Jiu was busy assessing the feng shui of Linjiang village, and ostensibly, Away was there to assist. In reality, he understood nothing of the matter. Rather than clumsily following along, he would prefer to enjoy excursions with his cousin. The reason Away fell into the water was that Jiu and Appo's handkerchief had slipped into the river. Initially, Away intended to seize the opportunity to impress her, but to his dismay, he ended up tumbling into the water instead. Mortified at the embarrassing spectacle that had unfolded before onlookers, Away felt quite sheepish. As he spotted Jiu hastening towards him, Away promptly made his way to the riverbank. However, just as Away approached the shore, Jiu suddenly noticed a shadow in the water, tightly coiling around Away's leg. Cousin, there's a snake in the water. Hurry up and come ashore. Upon hearing that there was indeed a snake lurking beneath the surface, Away sprang into action, bolting towards the bank as if his rear were ablaze. As Away scrambled onto the land, the onlookers finally discerned that what had ensnared Away's ankle was not a water snake after all, but rather a robust vine. As the vine gradually emerged from the depths, the crowd was taken aback by the bizarre sight. With a vine being pulled further ashore, a net woven from the very same vine was revealed. To everyone in Oppo's astonishment, the net was laden with numerous deceased bats. The presence of drowned bats in the water was utterly unexpected, leaving Qian Fugue filled with perplexity. In all the nearby villages, he had never heard of bats being sighted. How could such a multitude suddenly appear? Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu was equally intrigued. Although he could not claim to possess exhaustive knowledge of Linjiang village and its surroundings, he was certain that within a radius of several dozen miles, bats had never been known to roam. Master Qian, with so many dead bats suddenly appearing, it's likely that the local bat population will only increase. Upon hearing this, Qian Fugue immediately called Awei aside. Captain Awei, I must trouble you to conduct a search in the vicinity to ascertain whether there exists a bat's lair. Upon hearing this, Awei readily agreed, taking on the responsibility with great enthusiasm. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. Soon after, Awei gathered a group of companions and commenced their search near the water source. As their search area expanded, they quickly stumbled upon a church undergoing repairs. However, after a prolonged search within the church, they found no clues pertaining to the bats, despite the absence of any leads regarding the bats. While a few individuals were still scouring for information, a locked chamber caught the attention of Uncle Jiu. Noticing Uncle Jiu's keen interest in the locked door, the plump nun who had been following him promptly exclaimed, "This is the priest and imp, Oppo's meditation room. You cannot enter." Chapter 92. The female ghost's proposal. Upon hearing that the plump nun categorically forbade him from entering, a faint smile crept across Uncle Jiu's face. "Rest assured, I shall not enter, but might you kindly open the door to allow me a glimpse inside?" Despite Uncle Jiu and Oppo's insistence to uncover the truth, the stout nun shook her head repeatedly. "I cannot, for I do not possess the key to this meditation room. It must remain sealed." Noting the nun and Oppo's resolute demeanor, Uncle Jiu chose not to press further. However, as they departed, he discreetly kicked a small paper effigy through the crack of the door. Utilizing the art of paper puppet manipulation, Uncle Jiu soon discerned the interior of the meditation room. The space was adorned with crucifixes and garlic. Perhaps owing to years of neglect, dust and cobwebs pervaded the atmosphere, casting an air of desolation throughout the chamber. At the far end lay skeletal remains whose identity, deduced from the photographs on the walls, belonged to one of the priests. Since the church bore no relation to the sudden appearance of bats, the group ultimately vacated the premises after fruitless searches. Presently, addressing the bat situation was paramount, yet resolving the water source issue was equally critical. Fortunately, with the village of Linjiang nestled amidst mountains and rivers, an abundance of subterranean streams awaited discovery. Following Uncle Jiu and Oppo's meticulous deductions and explorations, a new site was identified for drilling a well. Once the wooden stakes and red threads were arranged, they would await the auspicious moment on the morrow to commence the excavation. Yet, just as everyone had completed their preparations and returned to enjoy lunch, a dense throng of bats unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the forest. The swarm of bats swooped down with a cacophony of flapping wings toward a firmly embedded wooden stake, which they uprooted with astonishing ease. Subsequently, they cast the stake onto a nearby clearing, and after executing this peculiar task, the bats transformed into a dark cloud and vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the sun dipped below the horizon, and a full moon quietly ascended, while Qin Song, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. The Lu vine had been drained of a considerable amount of vital energy by malevolent spirits, and with one soul and two spirits captured, its current predicament was perilously dire. If such evil entities were not eradicated at the earliest opportunity, they would undoubtedly bring about endless calamities in the future. As a gentle breeze began to rise, the chill in the air intensified. Gazing at the eerily tranquil night sky, Qin Song found himself momentarily lost in thought. What could Ting Ting be doing? Just as he pondered overrun Ting Ting, an eerie wind suddenly swept through the Lu family courtyard. Upon sensing this ominous breeze brushing against him, A smile unexpectedly graced Qin Song and Appo's face. With hopeful anticipation, he had finally summoned the apparition. As the chill dissipated, a shadowy figure, barely discernible, materialized outside Lu Tung and Appo's room. "Young Master Lu, let's be on our way. My lady awaits you inside." After speaking, the little ghost erupted into a fit of giggles. Almost immediately, four small specters leaped over the 2-meter-high courtyard wall, landing with a flourish. At this moment, they bore upon their shoulders a paper sedan chair. As the 4 little demons entered the courtyard, Lu Tung, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly stood up with a vacant stare. Observing Lu Tung approach the door, the leading little demon revealed a sinister smile. "You all must exercise caution. This task has been entrusted to you by the young lady herself, so be vigilant." "Haha. Fear not, boss. Do you think that if we successfully deliver this fellow back, the young lady might reward us with some essence of the underworld to savor?" The mere thought of potential rewards thrilled the little demons. Concealed in the shadows, Qin Song could not help but furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that only a few minions would appear. With a mere gesture, the 4 little demons let out a chilling scream before dissipating into a wisp of smoke. "Ding! Congratulations on exterminating the malevolent spirits. You are rewarded with 20 points of virtue and 4 silver coins." The entire incident transpired so abruptly that the leading little demon barely had time to react. Realizing that all 4 of his subordinates had been utterly vanquished. Who goes there?" No sooner had he spoken than a blinding golden light surged forth. A golden needle pierced the top of the little demon's head. As the golden radiance continued to envelop him, the little demon trembled uncontrollably. "Spare me, Great One! Spare me!" Sensing that his life was not immediately in peril, the little demon hastily begged for mercy. Qin Song emerged from the adjacent room. A mere malevolent spirit still dares to threaten the realm of mortals and claim lives? As Qin Song gazed upon Lu Tung and Appo's soul, which had already begun to depart, he waved his hand, and Lu Tung's bewildered spirit promptly returned to his corporeal form. With a mere gesture, he could restore the spirit to its rightful place, and the little ghost instantly realized that it had encountered a formidable opponent. "Spare me, esteemed immortal. I am but a humble wandering soul, compelled to act thus by that female specter." "Compelled, you say? Yet when you were scheming for rewards, did you mention being coerced?" Upon uttering these words, the golden needle radiated with brilliant light, and a chilling scream erupted from the little ghost into Appo's throat. "I overheard your previous conversation in its entirety. Dare you still claim to be coerced?" Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from above, the little ghost hastily recanted. "Esteemed immortal, I acknowledge my error. It was of my own volition. I was wrong." Realizing that evasion was futile, the little ghost resigned itself to the truth. "Revered Taoist, my lady has taken a liking to this young man. Just the other night, she specifically sent gifts of betrothal, which the Lu family accepted. We have come today to escort the young Master Lu back. We cannot be blamed for this." "You claim that Master Lu accepted your lady's betrothal gifts?" Upon hearing this, the little ghost eagerly nodded. "Indeed, it is Lu Tung's father, Lu Changgue. If he had not accepted the gifts and consented to this union, my lady would not have commanded us to fetch him." To his astonishment, it appeared that there was much more to this affair than he had anticipated. In a moment, Qin Song could not help but feel intrigued. "Pray tell, what dowry has your young lady brought?" 2 chests filled with gold and silver treasures, along with a set of jewelry that my lady wears at all times, under the oppressive influence of the peculiar artifact hovering above him. The little ghost dared not entertain any ulterior motives. Before Qin Song could inquire further, he divulged everything in one breath. Chapter 93. Exorcising malevolent spirits. Upon discerning the details of the incident, a look of astonishment graced Qin Song's visage. One fateful night, Lu Tung, inebriated, inadvertently collided with a veiled female specter. Captivated by Lu Tung's handsome appearance, the drunken youth, in a state of muddled consciousness, spent a night of passion with the ghostly figure. After ensuring Lu Tung's comfort, the female spirit made her way to the Lu residence, where she conveyed her proposal through a dream to Lu Changgue. Upon hearing the account, Qin Song could not help but exclaim at the absurdity of it all. In haste, he approached the door and called out, "Master Liu, are you in there? If so, please step out." A rustling sound emanated from within, and soon, Liu Changgue appeared, impeccably dressed. "Dr. Qin, do you require my assistance?" he inquired. "Master Liu, did you receive a proposal the day before yesterday?" Qin Song asked. "What proposal?" "Dr. Qin, I have only this one son. I have no daughters." Liu Changgue replied, confusion etched on his face. Noticing Liu Changgue and Appo's bewilderment, Qin Song swiftly clarified. "Did you happen to stumble upon 2 chests filled with gold and silver treasures, along with a set of exquisite jewelry?" Upon hearing such a question, incredulity flickered in Liu Changgue's eyes. "Dr. Qin, you are indeed remarkable. Could it be that you divined this?" he exclaimed, and with that, Liu Changgue animatedly recounted the events. "It is quite a coincidence that the day before yesterday, while I was searching for vines with some companions, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave in the mountains. Initially, I intended to investigate in hopes of finding any trace of my son, but to my astonishment, I uncovered an unexpected fortune." With that, Liu Changgue animatedly recounted the tale. "Dr. Qin, you cannot fathom the splendor of that jewelry. It is crafted from pure gold, and the agate and turquoise embedded within are the highest quality. If one were to sell it," observing Liu Changgue and Appo's avarice, Qin Song could not help but let out a slight sigh. "Take me there at once." Upon hearing Qin Song's demand, Liu Changgue's brow furrowed in apprehension. "Dr. Qin, I have already compensated for the wages of both Uncle Jiu and yourself. Are you implying?" Noticing Liu Changgue's wary demeanor, Qin Song felt a surge of frustration. "If you wish to prevent your son from meeting a dire fate, then hasten and lead me there." Seeing the displeasure etched on Qin Song's face, Liu Changgue quickly made way. "Very well. I shall take you there immediately." Before long, amidst a collection of silver and treasures, Qin Song located the items in question. "Go, have someone carry these up." Under the effort of several attendants, the 2 chests of treasures along with the set of jewelry were transported to the threshold of Liu Tung and Appo's room. "Examine this closely. Are these not the items you mentioned?" Although the gold and silver made it impossible to ascertain the owner, upon seeing the jewelry, the young boy promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, this exquisite set of jewelry belongs to my young lady. She adorns herself with it daily." At this moment, the little imp is utterly dumbfounded by Qin Song's methods. Thus, he harbors no concern that the child might deceive him. As for Liu Changgue, he gazes at Qin Song in utter bewilderment. "Dr. Qin, to whom are you speaking?" Upon noticing Liu Changgue's curiosity, Qin Song retorted with irritation, "I am conversing with a ghost." With that, Qin Song casually picked up the set of jewelry. Upon hearing Qin Song claim he was speaking to a ghost, Liu Changgue felt a chilling breeze sweep over his neck, prompting him to nervously scan his surroundings. "Master Liu, you mentioned that you found this treasure in a cave. Are you certain it does not originate from a tomb?" The moment Liu Changgue heard Qin Song and Appo's words, his expression shifted dramatically. "Dr. Qin, you certainly have a knack for jest. I, Liu Changgue, am the wealthiest man in Linjiang village, a figure of notable standing in the surrounding areas. Do you truly believe I would engage in grave robbing?" He continued, "I have endured a lifetime of misfortune, and perhaps fortune has finally smiled upon me, presenting this opportunity to rise. With this wealth as my foundation, I shall swiftly become the wealthiest in the entire county." Although Liu Changgue has yet to disclose the true origins of these items, the glimmering in his eyes speaks volumes. Observing Liu Changgue lost in his daydreams, Qin Song could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in exasperation. "You know nothing. What a twist of fate. This treasure is undoubtedly plundered from the depths of a tomb. The only reason you emerged unscathed from that crypt is that this money was offered by a ghost to buy your son's life." "Huh? Money to buy my son's life?" Although Liu Changgue was well aware that the origins of this money were dubious, he could hardly believe that it was intended by a spirit to purchase Liu Tung and Appo's life. "Dr. Qin, are you jesting with me? These jewels and treasures are so pristine. How could they possibly be burial offerings?" Seeing Lu Changui remain obstinately unconvinced, Qin Song could not restrain a sigh. Truly, one does not awaken to the truth until faced with the consequences. With that, Qin Song picked up a string of jewelry beside him. He touched the golden ornaments, and a glimmer of light spread across their surface. In an instant, the once radiant jewels appeared remarkably dull, with even the jade pieces revealing streaks of dark red. This, for someone as experienced as Lu Changui, the dark red traces in the jade were not unfamiliar. This phenomenon, known as bloodstain, indicated that these items were indeed burial goods. Is this true? Gazing at the jade and emerald marred by bloodstains, Lu Changui was instantly struck with fear. These items are the betrothal gifts bestowed upon your family by a masked female ghost. By accepting them, you are tacitly agreeing to allow your son to enter her household as a husband, to become her man. Do you understand? Upon hearing Qin Song's explanation, Lu Changui collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. At that moment, his heart was overwhelmed with remorse. He could hardly fathom that his own greed had nearly led him to push his son into the abyss. Dr. Qin, this is my fault. I alone am to blame, and my son is innocent. Please, I implore you to save my son. If that female specter seeks vengeance, let her come for me instead. My son is still so young. In that instant, having grasped the truth, Lu Changui felt as though he might be consumed by regret. Observing Lu Changui and Appo's desperate pleas, Qin Song extended his hand to help him rise. Although this calamity arose from your own avarice, it was the masked specter who initially lured the living, ensnaring their souls, draining their vitality, and attempting to take lives. Such malevolence shall undoubtedly be eradicated. Chapter 94. The Banana Ghost. Upon hearing Qin Song and Appo's agreement to the matter, Lu Changui feigned a desire to kneel and bow deeply to him. Thank you, Dr. Qin. Thank you. After assisting Lu Changui to his feet once more, Qin Song turned his gaze towards the little ghost beside him. Speak honestly. Where can I find a masked female ghost? Master, I will tell you. That ghost resides in a banana grove 3 miles west of the village. Is that all? Noticing Qin Song's skeptical expression, the little ghost quickly pleaded, Master, it is not that I wish to withhold information. I truly know little. I, too, am a mere ghost seized by her for servitude, and my knowledge is quite limited. Seeing Qin Song choose to believe him, the little ghost finally exhaled in relief. Master, I have divulged all that I know. Would you be so kind as to allow me to depart? Gazing at the obsequious little ghost, Qin Song could not help but let out a cold snort. Let you go? To continue wreaking havoc upon the world? I swear, it shall never happen again. Despite the little ghost and Appo's assurances, Qin Song remained unconvinced. You wish for my mercy? Have you any awareness of the countless lives you have taken with your misdeeds? Your hands are stained with blood. Do you not reckon the weight of your own actions? Upon hearing this, the little ghost fell into a heavy silence. However, considering your potential for redemption, I can facilitate your reincarnation in the underworld. Yet, bear in mind that your sins are profound, and you may endure immense suffering there. The choice is yours. To Qin Song's astonishment, he was able to escort the little ghost to the underworld for rebirth. The ghost was momentarily taken aback. Immortal, are you truly not jesting with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Song raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not wish to be reincarnated? Very well, I shall simply shatter your soul, thus sparing us both considerable trouble. With that, Qin Song prepared to unleash the golden needle. As he was about to strike down the ghost, the little spirit hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Taoist, I yearn for rebirth. I dream of it incessantly. A wretched existence is far superior to annihilation. Enduring punishment in the underworld is undoubtedly preferable to being scattered to the winds. Upon hearing this, Qin Song gestured with his hand, and the golden needle, which had been poised in the air, slowly drifted towards the ghost's chest. By the decree of the Supreme, I shall guide your lonely spirit. A glimmer of golden light shall manifest within your heart. The judges of the underworld shall receive your soul, swift as the law commands. As soon as the words left his lips, the golden needle abruptly pierced the little ghost's body. Instantly, A faint golden glow flickered at the ghost's chest. The golden light within you will lead you to the underworld. Once the hour of the rat passes today, you shall have no further chance to enter the realm of the dead. Do you understand? The ghost nodded vigorously. In an instant, the little spirit vanished completely from the courtyard. With the ghost and Appo's disappearance, a notification chime echoed in Qin Song and Appo's ears. Ding! Congratulations on redeeming a vengeful spirit, rewarding you with 20 points of virtue and 5 silver dollars. Although the exorcism of spirits is a considerable waste of time, the rewards obtained are undeniably appealing when compared to their annihilation. Noticing Qin Song's gaze drifting into the distance and his silence, Lu Changgue finally mustered the courage to step forward. Dr. Qin, has that spirit you were conversing with departed? He inquired. Is it possible it would linger for a midnight feast? Upon uttering this, Qin Song cast a displeased glance at the gold and silver treasures at his feet. Mr. Lu, please seek out a few robust young men from the village. Ensure they belong to the dragon, horse, or tiger zodiac signs and possess sturdy physiques. We shall return these items to the female spirit shortly. After speaking, Qin Song retrieved a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, saying, take these 2 protective talismans. Burn one to ashes and have your son consume it with yellow wine. Place the other beneath his pillow. I shall accompany you shortly. These talismans will ensure your son's safety. Carefully receiving the 2 talismans, Lu Changgue promptly dispatched individuals to arrange for the return of this so-called betrothal gift to the female spirit. Soon, 6 or 7 strong, capable young men arrived at Lu and Appo's courtyard. Observing the assembly of these youths, Qin Song nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Lu, these young men who assist you on this journey will face misfortune for half a month. A moment's carelessness could cost them their lives. You understand the need for compensation, do you not? Y comprend. Once all personnel were properly arranged, Qin Song turned and entered the house, plucking several strands of hair from Lu Tong's head. After leaving the village and following the directions given by the little spirit, the group soon stumbled upon a dense grove of banana trees. Once they laid all their belongings on the ground, Qin Song promptly instructed everyone to retreat from the banana grove. According to the narrative of the film, the female ghost within this grove harbored a preference for virgins. Although it was unclear how she had entangled herself with Lu Tong, it was now essential to use Lu Tong and Appo's essence as bait to lure her out. With a series of deft maneuvers, Qin Song swiftly fashioned a scarecrow over a meter tall. Subsequently, he placed a lock of Lu Tong and Appo's hair upon the scarecrow and Appo's chest. With a flicker of spiritual energy, he executed the intricate techniques of the Maoshan puppet mastery, proclaiming, command. After affixing a puppet talisman securely, he adorned the scarecrow with a large red flower pinned to its chest. Under the cloak of night, coupled with the dim lighting of the banana grove, anyone observing from a distance would perceive the scarecrow as an engaged bridegroom poised for a wedding. Once all was prepared, Qin Song did not overlook the necessity of draping a piece of red cloth over the head of this false figure. He then lit 2 red candles entwined with crimson threads, casting one deep into the recesses of the banana grove. After ensuring everything was in place, Qin Song concealed himself behind a towering banana tree. Given the conditions of the banana grove, with masked apparitions, inadequate lighting, and obstructed feng shui, it was evident that the female ghost lurking within this grove was no ordinary adversary. As time passed, a sudden chill swept through the banana grove, causing the tiny flames atop the dragon and phoenix candles to flicker uneasily. Almost immediately, the red cord that had been lying on the ground began to stir slowly. Observing the swaying red cord, Qin Song cautiously approached the straw man. My beloved, you have made me wait in such agony. At that moment, a woman in Appo's voice unexpectedly resonated within the banana grove. Although Qin Song had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a shiver run down his spine. As the laughter drew nearer, 4 red blades suddenly emerged from the grove. The red blades danced in the wind before settling upon the straw man. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the red blades, Qin Song swiftly produced 3 golden needles in his hand. Chapter 95. the golden needle and the female ghost as the voice of the female ghost drew nearer. A chilling aura suddenly emerged from the banana grove, accompanied by a gradual drop in temperature. A woman's figure unexpectedly stepped out from the shadows of the grove. Just as Qin Song prepared to strike and eliminate her, he was suddenly reminded that Lu Teng's soul and spirit were still in the possession of this ghostly apparition. If he were to deliver a fatal blow, it would undoubtedly lead to Lu Teng and Appo's demise as well. After deep contemplation, Qin Song slowly retracted the two golden needles. As the female ghost approached the scarecrow, the needles erupted from their confines, piercing through her ethereal form. "Ah, who dares?" she exclaimed, enraged at being ambushed on her own territory. At that moment, the banana ghost felt the pain of the needles penetrating her body, causing the dark energy within her to seep out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, her exquisitely beautiful visage vanished, replaced by a decayed face teeming with maggots. Realizing the dire situation, the banana ghost resolved to flee. However, she was taken aback to discover a scarecrow awaiting her not far away. Enraged at the sight of the figure draped in red cloth, she demanded, Who dares to confront me? Show yourself." Observing the furious banana ghost, Qin Song calmly stepped out from behind the tree. "It is I." Upon hearing his voice, the banana ghost turned her gaze toward Qin Song's direction. Suddenly, the female ghost and Appo's expression changed dramatically, her face contorting into a menacing grimace. "You foul Taoist, thwarting my endeavors and slaying my subordinates. Today, I shall extract your soul to serve as the wick for my oil lamp." As the ghost lunged toward him, Qin Song extended his hand, and a beam of golden light hovered before her. "A mere specter dares to speak so boldly? I grant you a chance. Confess the whereabouts of Lu Teng and Appo's soul and spirit, or I shall make you experience a fate worse than death." Gazing at the ghastly visage of the female ghost, the golden needle nearby erupted with a brilliant radiance. "What if I refuse to speak?" Boom! Before the banana leaf ghost could finish her threat, the golden needle trembled violently. Instantly, a powerful aura swept through the entire banana grove. In an instant, the malevolent energy within a 100-meter radius fled in terror, as if encountering its nemesis. Refusing a toast only leads to a penalty drink. Now tell me, where are the soul and spirit? At this moment, the golden needle hovered perilously close to the masked ghost and Appo's brow, just 2 inches away. With a mere thought, Qin Song could send her soul into oblivion. To the banana leaf ghost, Qin Song had been nothing more than a novice Taoist. She believed subduing him would require little effort. Yet, the overwhelming force emanating